pepper.
Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we? Manda. Rah! The Manda Bears was running wild. Manda. Rah! Shout out to all the Manda Bears out there. What's a Manda Bear? I think y'all know what a Manda Bear. It's a man that panders to men. Amanda Bear. Shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. That was genius. Absolutely awesome. The Amanda. Rah! That was funny. Amanda Bear. Hey, it's a lot of Amanda Bears out there for sure. And a lot of the Amanda Bears are in the manosphere. I think that was hilarious. And hey, you know how we like to start our show. When I say good day to you, make sure you can say it back because I feel that great and productive energy. So hop out the clouds, say good day so we can start it. That's all good. We are here together. We are here to move and push each other forward. What's up, Kills? Good day to you. Thank you for that great productive energy. I appreciate you. Kills, you know how I like to do. I like to start my day off right away. In the recent months, Kills, TikTok has become a stage. Oh, I forgot to type hashtag TikTok. Let me put hashtag TikTok. That's what I forgot to put. Because they be wilding. Straight up wilding. Give me 1 second. We ain't in no rush today, right? We're going to get each other through our days. Okay, it's there. All right. Got it? Good. In the recent months, I've been noticing it. TikTok has become like a stage for a new kind of performance. Men openly crying about being alone and longing for relationships. You scroll through the app and you'll find countless videos of men with ring lights shining on their tear-streaked faces, confessing their loneliness to millions of strangers. It's it's vulnerable, and it's also deeply revealing about how modern masculinity is struggling to adapt to a changing culture landscape, right? And for generations, men were taught to like suppress their emotions. Good day, beautiful Miss J. I hope, SD, when you go to other channels, you do the same goddamn thing. What's wrong with y'all? Let me guess. Shut up and enjoy the show. Sit back and relax. Good day, Roxy. Why they just can't just sit back and relax? What you wanted to be about? You want me to gossip? Let me guess. Well, don't be asking your question in no way to make me feel a certain way. You better watch what you say to me, okay? I'm emotional. I don't want to suppress my emotions. So I gotta call SD at 3 a.m. in the morning and leaning on you and crying on your shoulder. MML make men more lonely. What's up, Rosie? Good day to you. What's up, Corinne? And, you know, like they keep teaching men to suppress their emotion. I ain't gonna suppress it. I'm gonna let it out, SD. I'm gonna let it all out. Goddamn, I ain't suppressing my damn emotion. And they want us to suppress our emotions to equate vulnerability and weakness, right? And now social media has flipped the script. Instead of hiding pain, right, men broadcast it. And the irony is really sharp, right? While these videos generate sympathy, likes, and comments, right, they rarely generate what the men actually want: a connection. So crying on TikTok may bring validation, but or on YouTube or whatever social media platform it is, but it doesn't build relationships. Is the problem that these places have when they out there and they just listening to the Manda Bears. Shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. That was hilarious. And we know that a lot of men follow these rim bros, the red pill incel, the manosphere, these no good sucker, right? And this phenomenon exposes a deeper issue, right? Many men crave intimacy but lack the tools to cultivate it, as we keep seeing time and time again. Manipulation tactics, that's what they want. No, Miss J, they not panda bears, they manda bears. Manda. They are manda bears, right? And so they lack the tools to cultivate it. They want companionship without communication, loyalty without accountability, and love without effort. This is the problem that we keep seeing time and time again. It's like let me see. It's like submitting a resume for a job that doesn't exist. Listing qualities, they list like honesty and loyal and yeah. And, you know, and women just scrolling through TikTok aren't looking for applicants. It's just what it is. They are on these things watching dance trends, recipes, comedy skits, and the disconnect is glaring, right? This loneliness itself is not new, but the way it's expressed has changed, right? Instead of them calling a homeboy up at 2, 3 a.m. in the morning and having a shoulder to cry on, instead of private reflection or therapy, men turn to the algorithm. They trade human connection for digital sympathy. Yeah, MJ, let's do it. Manda. Rah! I was thinking that too. See, we be right here. We be right here. What's up, Victorious One? Yeah, Rosie, digital sympathy. Right? Comments like, stay strong, king. You find her. You know, these are acts of fortune cookies, short bursts of encouragement that feels good, but don't solve the problem. Loneliness is like a leaky faucet. If you don't fix it, eventually the whole house floods. And the bigger picture is that men need to recalibrate their value system. Relationships aren't built on hashtags or live stream tears. They built on effort, honesty, and showing up consistently. And vulnerability is powerful. but it has to be paired with action. Crying online may be what's the word? You know, I'm working on my vocabulary, MJ. Don't beat me up. Cathartic. I think I'm saying it right. Yes, Rosie. The lack of awareness is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. MJ said they don't even court anymore. And you know, any of my ladies, y'all want the link, y'all know, y'all just let me know and I'll send it to you. Chicago Rilla. Ebro Queen CBI. You know what I'm saying? But it won't replace the work of building trust, listening, and engaging in real life, right? TikTok tears are more in many ways the modern day blues song. Instead of guitars, they'll ring like instead of lyrics, they are captions. What up, Black Proud? Instead of healing, they are algorithms, and it's art born of pain is the problem. But it risks becoming a performance without progress. And this is the problem that we seeing, right? This performance that these rim bros keep on doing, the red pill instead of the manosphere men, these no good suckers, they are doing a performance without progress. And the lesson is clear to me. If men truly want relationship, they must move beyond digital confession. These are my confessions. Yeah. And they got to start practicing real world connection, right? Social media can give you views, but it cannot give you love unless you're looking for it in the wrong places. We're going to review some things that show men they are finding some love in some strange places. They are. It's weird. It's crazy. So I got some videos for us to watch, and we're gonna see how it rolls out. The only confession should be love a girl confession. Shout out to Roxy, absolutely. Let's watch some videos, and then my ladies want to come up. Y'all let me know. I got y'all. Send it somewhere where you know. Let's see.
I'm tired of being single with no one to talk to. Anything.
I don't want.
I'm so tired of being alone. I'm so tired of come on. Won't you help me, girl? As soon as I get. Handsome young man. God damn. Why are you so tired? Hey, leave those rim brothers alone. Stop listening to those man-the-bears. And maybe you won't be so goddamn lonely. I'm so lonely. Mr. Lonely. I got nobody. Man, it's crazy. And this is, and all I'm saying is like, so all the men that come up here and they want to have fights and they beef with me and they yes, the Manda Bears, Chicago Rilla. Manda. Raw! Shout out to all the Manda Bears out there. Listen, if you want to be a man without a relationship, you go listen to the Manda Bears. It's crazy. It's wild. Let's keep going. Not just the first one. Let's see. Let's go.
Woman, I need a woman, and I'm just gonna keep it real. I don't plan on being single the rest of my life. Certain things I just can't live without.
What's that?
Like what?
I need that companionship, and I need a different variety of meals. I've been eating the same.
My man said, I need a different variety of meals. I've been eating the same 3 things for the past what? That's crazy. I don't know, Davey. Oh man, that's crazy. Already, number 1, companionship and meal variety. Let's see what else he say. It kind of sounded like KT from yesterday.
3-4 meals all
Meals.
in rotation. That ambiance that they bring around you.
Okay, cooking, cleaning.
When I'm sick now, I just really be down and out. I miss
nurse. Okay.
I'm acting like a baby, and I need.
I'm glad that at least he said it. He's acting like a baby. At least he was willing to say it. He's acting like a baby. Shit, grow up. Do better. He needs a mama. A wet nurse, Lord.
Somebody to be there for me when I need them the most.
Counselor.
Appreciation.
I get it.
I'm just being appreciated for what I can bring to the table.
If only the list of what he was.
That's wild. That is wild. And this is and what these men don't understand. If they maintain this weird form of thinking, that's is what's going to keep them single. All right, so I don't know if he mentioned the things that he can bring to the table, but he's asking all the things that he wants from a woman, which is fine. You know, it's good to recognize the things that you want from the opposite sex. However, I think MJ said, no, do it now. MJ said, I'm done. Hold on. MJ said, I'm done. Hold on. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. She said, no. I don't care. We ain't even make it to half an hour. I need it. I gotta say it now. I got you. Don't you worry. We gotta get we gotta figure out we gotta get an intro. Oh. I gotta get an intro for my girl. We're gonna go Manda. Good day to the beautiful MJ. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm dead ass gonna make a track though. Watch. I'm gonna make a track, and it's gonna be on my shorts. Check out for it. Watch. Yep. I'm gonna get my son to make the beat for me.
Yeah.
It's about to get it on and popping.
What's going on with you?
I'm good. Jerron, why I understand why you playing these TikTok things, but these dudes are not serious, bro. Like, you know they're not serious. Like the first dude that you just was showing, not the one that this lady was reviewing, the other one, he was smirking the whole entire time, talking about I need a girl, I need some, I'm feeling lonely. He had a whole smirk on his face. He's not serious. He's not serious.
Some people, you know, they laugh when they want to cry. That's an emotion that some people they get confused, and you know, he's a man and he's getting his emotions confused.
Yeah, no. Stop trying to run cover for him. Absolutely not. Homie was smirking in the beginning. He smirked while he even said that statement. He couldn't even take himself fucking serious. You know, there's body language, there's tonage, you know, you can tell if you really pay attention. He's not serious about nothing. He's a narc. He has like I wouldn't say he's a narc, but he do have narcissistic tendencies about him. He knows that he's an attractive guy. And him saying that, oh, I'm just really looking for a relationship. Yeah, I bet you ain't missing a beat on getting some coochie. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just playing on it. And then this guy from this video,
Yeah.
just think that he thought that video was so impressive to women.
Mm-hmm.
This is all the things that I need from a woman. I need a maid. I need someone to cook me different meals because I only know 3 meals to make: oodles and noodles, microwave mac and cheese, and I know how to go to Popeyes. I need something else to eat. Literally, him talking about companionship was the person who becomes his companion gets the privilege to do all these different things to them. Now, once did he mention anything that connective wise? Not once did he mention what he can offer back in return.
Mm-hmm.
Not once. His whole mindset of companionship is, where is my laborer? And you think that women don't see that you're literally asking for a laborer?
Damn. What makes you what do you think men when they come and they say these things, right? That the way how, because he was sincere. He thought what he was saying was positive and productive for a woman to want to be connected to him. Where is this disconnect of men using the way how a woman labors for a man as love, as a way to connect to a woman? What is it that is disconnected with a man's thought process with that?
I think the disconnection is that men don't understand that women who do labor for their man, they labor for their man out of love, is something that would be second nature. These men, they believe that women being a laborer is their second nature. So meaning she will be able to do that with everyone and not just the specific guy. You know what I'm saying? Not her guy. They believe that a woman's labor is something that every man should be able to obtain.
That's an interesting thing, and that's why so many men get in relationships that they actually don't love or respect a woman.
Right.
They think that,
right. And it's funny that a lot of men don't see that when they do speak like this, because women are now understanding that a lot of things that y'all do, like even if we would consider on the surface level, oh, he's charming, oh, he's a gentleman, oh, he holds doors, a lot of women are now understanding that even the nice things that you do is a part of the game to get access to them. You would do it for anyone, right? Just like you would sleep with anyone. Ooh. So now we have to look for other things outside of those things that people will be like, oh, if this person seemed like he's investing in you and blah, blah, blah. We have to look for deeper things that will give us a hint if that person is actually sincere about us. And then the funny thing is, it's going to look different in all men. You know what I'm saying? The way how love shows up in them is going to look completely different. It's not going to look the same. Some people say if a man invests with his money and his time and his energy, that is him actually showing that he really cares about you in that way. Others who have money to throw away don't have no problem throwing money on women because it's just a part of the game. It's easier for them to get access, and they understand what type of certain women they're trying to use that tool to get. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like that's just what it really is, really.
Damn, it's a little scary when you really think about how they say it versus how a woman hear it, and they do not want to change their ideology, their rhetoric, their words, nothing. They don't want to change nothing because they feel like they know better. Because that's the weirdest part to me. Shout out to Ogun with the $2. He sounds like a modern woman, respectfully. Damn. But like
no,
this
not necessarily.
Like, why wouldn't you, if you are a man and you realize that the things that you are saying out loud to the world and is not giving you the outcome that you're looking for from a woman, why wouldn't you listen to a woman and change your mind and your thoughts and your words so you could be received in the proper context you want to be? I don't understand that.
The reason is because that is all game. These particular men know that there is going to be a certain type of woman who's going, right? the naive, the gullible, the one who actually really do like them, those women are actually gonna still go, right? Like him doing that, or these men doing that on TikTok, this is just a beacon call for the desperate, or the beacon call for the, the women, or, for the women that, might possibly have liked them, even from way back, like friends, high school, colleagues, whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is just a Batman call, a Batman signal to the desperate. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that there is going to be some women that's going to go, but the women that they would want, they know that that's not going to work. They know that's not going to work. That's why that this is not for them.
Whew. Crazy. I hope we could get to. I hope we can get young men to start really understanding, because I think men thought it wasn't going to happen, but absolutely the 4B movement looks like it is moving in the direction that it was supposed to be.
Yeah. The 4B movement is happening, and it's growing, and it's something that's was going to happen naturally, because it has to get to the point where if all different women from all different walks of life, all different backgrounds and stuff like that is sick and tired of being sick and tired of these men's bullshit, and then being pushed or being told that they have to still deal with these men regardless of the bullshit. And then that on top of that, everything is your fault. But then on top of that, you're supposed to be this super saiyan laborer to do everything and to solve all the problems, stuff like that. But then your opinions doesn't matter. Your thought process doesn't matter. What you really want doesn't matter. It's considered selfish. You're supposed to be a stepping stone, or you're supposed to be this quote unquote rock and support for everything and everyone outside of your dreams and everything that you have for yourself. And then on top of that, the ones who do it don't even get their flowers when they even get in the grave. They don't even get their flowers after that. Some women don't even get their flowers for being enduring all that and doing everything that was expected of them from their mate, from their family, and all that stuff like that. Nobody sings thank you and gratitude for them. They definitely don't experience it in life. And then when people come and cry at their funeral, they're only crying because they realize that they're not going to have that person to do that anymore. It's not even about the person is gone. It's about, I lost something that I can't replace.
Right. So, no, this is not a man's hate channel. I'm a man. It is my channel, so I don't hate men. So shout out to Frank Sonata. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for shooting a comment. So a 4B movement is something that happened in, I believe, in one of the Koreas. I don't know if it was North or South, but it started in Korea. And the ladies over there said they are not having any children. They're not dealing with any women's relationships. And they are leaving men alone because the men are being misogynistic. And we know what that is. And now when we go a couple of years down the line, they like in the next 5 to 10 years, they could go extinct. And so that movement also extended past their own borders, and other women all across the world is doing the same thing. This is why the birth rates all over the place is gone down, because women want to be heard. They want to be educated. They want their own, and they need men to evolve with them. And a lot of men do not want to evolve is the problem.
You know,
so
it's
we
funny.
just get men to understand that, yes, us as men, we created this problem, but us as men, we also the ones that could change and create the solution, and that's evolving ourselves and get better education. We need to get more money. We need to get more empathy. We need to have more understanding of how we are received by the opposite gender. And so once men could take off that mask and stop trying to be this fictional character of themselves and be truly who they are and treat a woman as a human being, we will be right back into people moving together. Stop looking at her as a womb and just look at her as a woman, a human being, and have respect for, things would be much better. And that's what we all about over here, Frank. We about men changing a value system, taking that lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system and replace it with some sound doctrine. Replace it with some loyalty, integrity. I need some water because I can't pronounce my words anymore. Go ahead, MJ.
You're a hot mess. Nah. I was just gonna say that this is not the first time this happened in the history of the world. History repeats itself if you still don't get shit correct. This happened plethora of times before in certain civilizations in BC, that women literally were just like, they're not dealing with the men. Even I forgot what civilization it was, but it was one civilization back in the old days where the women was tired of a particular war, and the women said that they were no longer dealing with the men, not even the sex workers. None of the women were dealing with the men, getting with the men, and everything like that. And that's what actually ended the war. Because the women were just tired of losing their children and losing their husbands and stuff like that to this war of trying to collect and have all the resources and stuff. So like history is going to repeat itself, and it's going to continue to repeat itself if you don't get things right. And what happens is we make steps forward, and then we take 3 steps back, and then we're back at square one. And then we have to go through this whole learning process all over again.
It's wild that we got to keep doing the same thing because we can't just stay in the learn process. Like, all right, we fixed it. Let's stay in that solution process and keep moving forward. Shout out to Shadow, the Titan Wasp with the $2. That's not love. South Korea. Damn. What's up, Conscious Moron? I'm working on it. I'm working on it, Conscious. I'm working on it. I'm working on expanding so we could, so we could keep moving in the proper direction that we need to go. So I know it's very difficult for people to hit that like, that share button, the $2 super chat. Shout out to everybody that's willing to hit the comment section, everybody that's willing to hit the like and the share. I cannot do this without y'all. Thank you so much for all that you do. Really appreciate y'all. You ready to get back in and see some more?
Yes, I'm ready to get upset. I prepare myself.
Offering was as long as the list of what he needs, he'd be fine. This man doesn't need a woman. He needs a maid, a therapist, and a good cookbook. He's tired of the same 3 meals in rotation. Oh, okay. So instead of you actually getting a cookbook or watching some cooking shows or taking a cooking class, you try to figure out how you can do that. You have to bring somebody else in so she can do that for you. You like the ambiance that a woman brings. You mean a clean house?
Damn.
Why don't you hire yourself a maid so you can take care of that?
Damn.
You want somebody to just sit and listen to you while you talk through different things when you're feeling down? Then book a therapist.
Damn.
Some of these men want you to pick up where their mommies left off. You want to?
Sheesh. She's cooking him up badly.
Oh yeah, she's great.
Oh, you seen her before?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, she cooking it up badly. And so and this is the part of the evolve part, right? That men seem to not understand. My wife got inspired to learn how to make some sourdough because she seen a goddamn video. She said, maybe I could do that as well. And so,
which is delicious, and everybody needs to buy it. Just saying. That's a helpless plug. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate you. And so he could do the same exact thing. Evolve, my brother. If you want more than 4 meals that you know how to cook, then go ahead and do some research. I don't know what is the issue with men not researching and moving in a proper direction. If somebody was to look at my goddamn algorithm, all it is about figuring out how to build stuff. Like I want to know how to make my old gold ring, chain, coffee table. The wife be like, what are you trying to learn today? Like,
yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Who doesn't love who doesn't love the DIYs and stuff like that? And if you have like that creative spirit and stuff, you want to know more things, you want to learn how to do some things, or at least have the basic, right? And then to see if you are good at it, and if you realize that you're not good at it, you might move on to another project. I mean, that's just normal. But the fact is that everything that she lists is what men will use against women to attack them, saying that it's not important, it's not special. I can literally get money and pay for all those things to happen. I don't need you. So again, if you're preaching all that, why come online and make it seem like, you know, oh, I'm in dire need of A, B, C, D, because you know, but you don't want to admit that even a woman doing those things that you think is so insignificant, the fact that she probably does it with love is what you're experiencing.
Ooh. Bar.
A woman for her utility, like a lot of the other guys out there. You're no different. You don't need a woman. You need the free labor of a woman.
Damn.
You want her to come in there ready to work for you. And for what? What are you offering in exchange for all of this unpaid labor you're asking for?
At some point, living alone in your 30s as a single guy starts to become very concerning. Like, I went to my friend's place. He's single. He lives alone. And I walk in at first. I'm like, wow, this is so nice. He's got nice furniture. It's designed well. He even has some nice alcohol that he offers me. But then I go to the fridge and I open it and it's empty. It's completely empty except for one White Claw and just dog food.
Like White Claw and some dog food. Ah, man.
And all that sounded like is that men are lazy when it comes down to responsibilities that they're not interested in dealing with. That's all that sounds like.
Shout out to Tiny Wasp with the $2. He says wants are not the same as needs. What's your thoughts on that? They very close. They are very close. It's not
They're close, but then again, you don't need a woman to wash your dishes or clean your house or do the laundry or cook and stuff like that. You have 2 fucking hands, you could do it yourself. So the point that you want a woman to do it, that's the point. You want a woman to do it for you. It's not a need, right? So again, why go on the line and make all this make all this disparaging points about this is something that you can do when we know that you don't want to do it.
And so men need to also realize this, that is a good portion of women that feel like marriage was created to give men, I'm gonna say men, a living maid and some cootie cat. And this is something that men need to just recognize, that they have to change their speech and how they approach marriage. If you are not making it fun and free for a woman to be in a institution of marriage with men, you are doing it a disservice. Your woman should not feel like she is caged in. Your woman should not feel like if she gains 10, 50 pounds, that all of a sudden she gets knocked down a couple of notches on the scale. She was once a 10, she gained 15 pounds, and now she's a 7. That's insanity. We need to start making sure women understand that men are looking at women as a human being. You cannot look at your homeboy higher than your wife. I don't understand this ish. They will literally fight for their homeboy more than their own wife. They will allow other men's ideology and rhetoric to say, hey, this is the standard how every woman should look, and if she can't maintain that, then she ain't worthy. That is insanity to me.
It is insanity. But that's how much other people's approval means more than what is really what's going on and what you got going on. They do it for other people's approval, outside validation. Women do it too, but we just have to admit that men do it a lot as well.
On a high level. That is this is how they keeping these young men single for so long, and then when they realize that they do want companionship, they don't want to just have sexual partners, because it's what people start to realize now is that having a whole bunch of sexual partners doesn't make you unlonely. It doesn't change that fact. Matter of fact, the more sex partners you have, the more lonely you feel, because the more disgusted you are of the people that you are sexing with and of yourself.
No, I agree.
But but me, I've never been sexual promiscuous, so maybe that's why I have that kind of understanding. I ain't need to be promiscuous and then leave promiscuity to say, hey, I done had sex with 100 women, and now after having sex with those 100 women, I figure I had to change my life. I ain't had to do that.
Yeah.
I knew from the jump, like, I'm not putting my thing in everything that wants me inside of them. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. I'm not gonna knock people thing because some people just really like smashing, right? And just the thrill of just smashing or even smashing someone new, that's their kink, right? I'm not gonna deny that those people that have it, but it's really it's very small minded. If to me, in my opinion, it's very small minded, and to think that you're gonna be able to live on that.
Yeah.
Eventually, you're gonna need community. You're gonna need an actual like social situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just think that when men believe that they have just as much time or they have so much time, you know, to build those foundations, they don't have to worry about it right then and there when they're trying to deal with whatever particular woman they're with at that time. They tend to forget that it takes time to build those deep relationships and those deep type of connections, right? And I'm not talking about limerence, you know what I'm saying? Because we can go head over heels and fall in love with many different things about people and not even know a person. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual, real, deep connection stuff. That all takes time. The trust, the being able to let down your guards, really explain how you're feeling, how you're moving in this great game called life. That takes time. And that's something that has to be earned by time and energy.
Absolutely. And shout out to Ignatiti. We know you're perfect, Sharon. Well, thank you for seeing that perfection in me, but that is you seeing that in me. That's not me projecting that on myself. Just so you know, Ignat TV. Shadow, the Titan Wise with the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much for all that you do.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I think it feels misandrous to say marriage only benefits men. It's supposed to be symbiotic.
How is it symbiotic? And I want to know, how is it misandrous to say that? If women are pretty much in a marriage taking on so many different other responsibilities in the marriage, and when we always ask what is the responsibility of the husband or the man in the relationship, they can only name two. They always go back to the try and true: protection and providing. That's all that they can name. So how is that a equal or balanced situation? The projection is crazy.
They don't recognize how they are not recognized. Even though we explained it in this show today, we explained that they are not bringing out all the attributes that makes it seem that it is a fair and just marriage, and it is fun and it's enjoyable for both parties, and both parties is benefiting. They do not understand how they are presenting it. I think because men mainly proud, they have a deep proudness about working, and so a lot of things for men, it all results to some kind of work, and they don't recognize that when you're talking about a relationship, the other half do not want to be working on a relationship. They want it to be natural, and they want it to smooth and flow and build together. Shout out to Titan Walls. Look at him, MJ. What do he say?
What is that? Give me the link.
The link is dropped for anybody that want to join. While he's fixing himself together. Anybody else that would like to have a discussion? You agree, disagree? I guess it's okay. We have an hour roughly.
It's crazy. I think that it'd be mostly these guys that make marriage a turn off, pretty much. They make it a complete turn. They really do.
And they can't recognize it. It's the
And then
issue
they
that
also say that they're miserable in it. There'll be married men sitting up here talking about, you think I have fun every day?
right.
You think
So
this
they
is
make
fun?
it bad for the they make it horrible for the woman, make it a prison for the woman, and then also say they are trapped in their own prison that they don't want to be in.
Correct. They were like, oh, the ball and chain, all this and all that. I gotta work all this and all that. And there'd be married men that be saying this. But then you ask them, well, why don't you not be married anymore? Oh no, I can't do that. I love my wife. Oh, you sure about you love your wife? No, I mean you just really love what your wife does for you. That's why you're able to sit in a marriage. But you don't like marriage. You say that you marry women for women. You say men say that they marry women for women. They don't marry women for themselves. They marry women because that's what women want.
Right. And that's the rhetoric that they don't understand as detrimental to men and women. Because the men, they don't learn how to love the person that they are pursuing, number one. And then it turns and makes them resentful of the woman that they chose. And it's this cycle that keeps on happening over and over again. If you look at your woman as a human instead of looking at her second or first nature of you thinking that she's supposed to cook, clean, and have children, that's all she's supposed to do. And this is why you don't actually like your woman. You don't want to go hang out with your woman. And I think that's the difference, right? Like if my wife want to talk to me about some goddamn makeup while we drive into it, all right. She want to tell me about when she was on the Starbucks line and how this lady ordered a Mukadaka Lakatuka latte and they wrote her name wrong. Then that's just what it's going to be. Then we're going to laugh. I'm like, yeah, that bitch crazy. And we're going to keep on going. I don't care. Like,
not Sharon making up a whole new Starbucks drink.
You know what I'm saying? That we're gonna talk about what she want to talk about, and it's okay. You know what I mean? Like I like the fact that she got like I worry about building a goddamn mechanical pencil from scratch. Can I make my own pencil? What kind of melts I need to melt together? How am I gonna go buy this smelting thing? Can I make it safe for me to smelt in my goddamn garage without passing out? Like that's the things I'm thinking about.
Right.
And then when she want to talk to me about the line or whatever she's in, I'm going to be engaged in that as well because I want to know what's her day like as well. What happened with you and the kids today? What happened at the park? I want to know all those things because I get to miss a lot of things as well too. So a lot of times she just running down the things that the kids is going through and how they changing and moving through life. I enjoy all of it because I enjoy my person, not because she could cook well, clean, and I can get some vagina. Like that's ridiculous how these men produce their marriage that they're talking about.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. They don't really like their wives, and that's what we have realized that, and we see that play out in social media. We see that from a lot of these men who claim that they're married. They really don't even like their wives.
Yeah, because they look at them as a utility, and that's
right.
Issue.
So when she's not the perfect size or she's not Beyonce level and your kids are not astronauts and you're not living in a mansion and shit like that, she's a broken appliance at that point, right?
Woo! That's a good one. Welcome to the show, Joshua Jackson. Hey. Good day, sir.
Hello.
How you doing today?
So I understand me and Sharon have had the conversation, but MJ, what do you believe marriage actually is?
Why don't you tell me what you think it is?
Marriage is, as I said, a symbiotic relationship between a man and a woman to create a life together in order to move their future forward of not just them, but also their offspring.
So what is the symbiotic ingester in marriage? Just being linked or having the same last name, that's it?
No, it's much deeper than that. So when my wife needs somebody, I'm usually the first person that she'll call, regardless of what that is. If she's broken down on the side of the highway, she knows she's called me. I work 70 hours a week for my family. She works 20 because I'm okay with the fact that we can do that. Because I understand all the time I put in, it's for them, so they can have an easier life.
So you have children with your wife, right?
Yes, both my kids are from my wife.
Okay. Do you know being a mother is a 24/7 job?
Yes, but in the same breath, so is being a father. When my wife's tired, I literally take over. Like literally, she's not responsible for all of it. I know how to cook. I know how to clean. I love doing laundry. I hate folding clothes.
Mm-hmm.
She likes doing clothes and hates. She likes folding clothes and hates doing laundry. So we work
Okay.
together. It's a
All right.
symbiosis.
All right. So Joshua, I'm glad that that is the dynamic of your marriage, but you cannot paint your marriage as the umbrella of what all marriages are. A lot of
No,
marriages are not like that.
and I agree with that. I believe a lot of people are getting married for the title, not for what it is. But that's not just a male centric thing.
I never
But
said it was.
that's why I made the comment. The way the conversation was moving, it sounded very misandrous because it's just like, oh well, women are just tools in marriages. That's disrespectful to women. Like
Well,
I would never see a woman as a tool.
but the funny thing about it is, it be literally the the what they call shams or shams, stay at home moms, and all the stuff like that. They're literally are the ones out here saying that they feel like appliances. They feel like they're single, married single mothers in marriages. You know what I'm saying? They're not having their husband pull the same weight as they're pulling, or they don't feel like it's balanced. And then when the husband says that he needs his alone time and his me time, you know what I'm saying, because he worked so much hours and things that I saw by bringing home the bacon and all the stuff like that, she doesn't have that same type of me time, you know what I'm saying, especially if children's involved. So you might think it's misandrous, but it's literally women who actually went down the aisle, got married, and followed all the rules and customs of what a marriage is in the symbolic way that you was talking about, that have these type of feelings.
Well, I'd like to challenge that because I think a lot of people, especially in this day and age, especially over the last 10, maybe 15 years, are very independent in the way that they think about life in general. Hey, this is
Well,
my life. It's my
that
life. This is how I want my career, my family, my. But I mentioned this yesterday. When you get married, you're no longer an I. In fact, the I doesn't matter. It's the we and us that do.
I
Because we
understand
become
that, but the
one.
problem is you say that statement, but a lot of times when you speak to these same women that you're trying to undermine what their experiences is by being married, a lot of the time that I that you're talking about is solely what their husband requires. It has nothing to do with what she may want, what she may need. It's only about what he feels that everything fits into.
But I agree. And here's the problem. That doesn't change my statement. It's still very I the other direction. You see what I'm saying? Whether
No,
it's
I agree.
whether it's
I agree with
whether
that.
it's male centric or female centric I, both of those are a problem when it comes to marriage because marriage is supposed to be an eternal bond. Me and my wife did a covenant marriage. We didn't even play the game halfway. We're like, if we're gonna get married, there is no divorce. I will sleep on the couch if she's mad at me, but we won't go to sleep mad because we made a promise to each other to put each other first. Because that's what love is by definition. The willingness to put one before self. I put my wife before me. I put my kids before me. But in the same breath, my wife puts me before hers. That's why we balance out.
So I think the problem that Joshua has is that, do you believe that the way how your style of relationship is, that majority of men are following the same thing?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
No, I don't believe a majority of men or women are following it, honestly.
Okay, you don't got to add the woman. You're a man. It's
But
okay.
there's a reason why there's a reason why I did though.
Yeah, but she might say something different than what you, because her experience and how she communicate with women is different. You
That's
experience it. All right. And so when you having a conversation on that lens, do your stance would change, because we see, what do you see with men and that are in marriages? Are they taking advantage of their wife?
So at an extent, yes.
There you
but
go. And
but hold on. I'm not there's a caveat.
So, but what I want to get you to
Yes.
understand is that that's the greater conversation we got to have, so we can get men to move in a better stance with the women that they want to choose, because they are getting with women that they don't like, and that is producing bad marriages, which produces divorces.
Do you believe there's such thing as a bad faith marriage?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we stop bad faith marriages?
We need brothers like you to stop talking about their good marriage as if that is the totality of marriage.
But I'm not using mine as the totality. I'm using mine as an example.
Yes.
Is that fair?
No, that's not fair, because you're saying that it should be that way. But what we need to get brothers to understand is of how they are communicating and how they represent in marriage in the totality, in the majority sense. Because once we do that, they can start realizing the faults that they are doing and correct those things, so men can start evolving.
And no, I don't even disagree with you there. I know you think I'm very contrarian, but I don't even disagree there. Here's what I do disagree with, though. I disagree with the fact that you're saying that it's a requirement for people to understand where their faults are. But we as humans are creatures of habit. We literally use our mirror synapses to learn the world around us. If that's being said, the best way to lead people to better relationships is by exhibiting better relationships. But in that same breath, we're having conversations saying men should fix all these problems while still telling women to do whatever you want. You have to tell both parties, hey, it's not about you anymore. Don't get married. Don't get married if you put your friends first. Don't get married if anything comes before your spouse. Remember, we had this conversation yesterday.
So the main issue is that, so once you concentrate on men, you don't need to worry about the woman, right? Concentrate on one aspect. We solve this issue first, and then we.
Why do you believe that?
Because that's the only way you could build something. When you are building something from the ground up, you got to focus on one project at a time. Building a house is about like 100 different projects, even though the totality is building one house. First, you got to start with that foundation. You cannot be attempting to build a foundation while also simultaneously worrying about putting the frame up. It's just not going to work. So you got to build a foundation 100% complete. And then now you can start laying the foundation for the lumber. And then after you get that, then you get to the roof. And then now that the whole structure is there, that's complete. Now we can start putting together the actual outside. So now we put the plywood on it, 3/4 inch plywood, put it on the roof. Then now we got the whole outside sealed up, waterproofed and everything. We put the plastic around it. And then now we can start worrying about inside. And so everything gotta have its full 100% dedication. So when we start trying to mix it all in and try to do it all at once, this is why we're having terrible marriages. We do not want to focus on the main thing. We got to focus on the focus. We are men. We need to focus on us and improve us. And therefore, the woman that we are going to choose from there on is going to be better women as well. And so now when we have great men and great women getting together, they're going to have great relationships. Those great relationships are going to turn into great community.
You just mentioned 3 points that I've been arguing with you. Yes. But so you're married, Sean. What is your job as a husband?
I do 100% of what my responsibility is.
What is that responsibility?
It's a lot of different things. There's I nurture my wife. I produce a situation where as least stress as possible, especially since I gave her 2 brand new little nonsense stress that's called children as well. Produce a place where we are having a good time and it's joyful. Producing a place of leadership and competency. Producing outcomes that we all could see as a family, even through the ups and downs and the struggles of it. And we have a goal that we are going towards. And even if we stare left or right of it, we still get back on course. Those are the things that I provided for my family.
Okay, so now we're touching on a few things. So I like that. But what is the leadership?
So this is the thing. So now when other men are saying these things, what do you hear them saying is the issue, right? So the things that I'm saying all the things that I'm doing. Majority of the time, we hear, like what we just heard this man not too long ago when he says he wants a woman, he is describing what he wants the woman to do. And that is a problem. And this is why we cannot concentrate on women and talk about we got to do them both at the same time. No, men need to concentrate on what they need to do.
Do you remember what the first thing I said was? That it's not about it's about us.
That's so. Thank you. I'm glad that you said it again. And that's why I made sure I made everything about me, what I need to do. I didn't say what my wife needs to do. I didn't say what my children needs to do.
Right. So
I'm provided, and when we concentrate on that 100%, that once I could build that part 100%, and then if somebody on the other side of my family needs some help, and then I could be able to pour into them as well if they need it.
So I don't know how deep I can get into my faith on your channel. So I don't know how far into this statement I can go. But I spoke to, before me and my wife got married, we talked to my pastor, right? Like it's a church that we both go together. And what that pastor is, he did a visible representation of what's supposed to happen. And it was probably the most profound thing I've ever seen. He had mentioned that God is supposed to be at the head of all marriages. I don't know if you would believe that, but that's my belief, right? And in that same sentence, he took a bowl out. He took a big glass bowl out and put it on the table. He then put a cup in that bowl that was full of water. He then took that cup was already full, meaning that my wife was doing everything she was supposed to do. Then he took the pitcher and he started pouring into the cup. The cup started overflowing into the bowl. The bowl represents what the new us is. We were supposed to combine together where we didn't lose anything of ourselves. Sorry, where we didn't lose anything of ourselves, but in that same breath, we combined to become one. And that's why I disagree with the whole we need to do it individually. We need to only focus on what men need to do. Because again, right now, it's not men initiating most divorces due to whatever reasons. And I'm not saying a lot of these divorces aren't justified. Because a lot of them make sense. But a lot of people go into a marriage planning if they could get divorced or how to get out.
I think that you're missing the point about a lot of these divorces, right? The reason why these divorces are happening, because just with the example that you got from your, I guess your church, it was at one point where the cup of the husband was filled, but it didn't spill over. It didn't spill over to the wife. So the wife cup couldn't overfill to spill over to the children. That connection didn't happen. And that's why they started to look at their marriage. And this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. That's why their marriage needed to end, because their cup wasn't being filled. And if you're talking about the I guess how the standard is, right? God, man, woman, and child. Mm-hmm. If the man is not filling his wife's cup, she's not getting what she needed to get from God. If God is going to the husband first. So this is when she's in her right to remove herself. Her cup is not being filled in that union. But let's not say and let's not act like you can't get your cup filled when you're not in a relationship. Because clearly that also is talked about in the Bible too. There are other people who did not have to be married to get their cup filled by God.
Right.
Sorry, point. I'm not saying that you can only get your cup filled through a relationship. But we're talking in the context of marriage, are we not?
Mm-hmm.
We are talking in the concept of marriage, but I'm also stating that relationships have that fulfillment as well, not only in marriage. But I understand your process and your thought process when it comes down to marriage. That's why I was just giving the example that some of these women, when they do ask for divorce is because their cup was never filled by their husband in the way how you made the example.
So I've noticed throughout my time over the last while, I've noticed a lot of people are married with still a single mentality. That's the issue that I'm running into a lot of, because I talk to a lot of married couples consistently, because me and my wife made an understanding. If we get married, we need to surround ourselves with likes. But there are times when they were our single friends who didn't really make a lot of sense to us at that point. We're like, look, you're thinking as somebody who's single. That was one of the big issues my wife had with me to begin with. When we first got married, not even after we got married, I was like, look, I'm going to be a husband, but I didn't know what it was to be a husband. I didn't have a lot of good examples. I mean, I've had examples in my life, but I didn't know how to be one. Like, I knew what I should do. I knew I was supposed to go to work hard, and make sure that my kids are taken care of. But in my world, that's all I was taught a husband was supposed to do. I didn't understand that, oh, well, I also need to be able to nurture her emotions in a way where sometimes I may not understand it. I didn't know that, hey, sometimes I got to deal with some of the monotonous stuff that she wants to talk about just because it makes her feel better. Like, there were things I didn't know because I didn't have that understanding being raised how I was. And with that being said, I think that there's a difference, like there's a core difference in, hey, I want to be married and I want to be a husband. But it doesn't matter if one person wants to be a husband if his partner doesn't want to be a wife, or if she wants to be a wife and he doesn't want to be a husband. And there's a lot of people who get married for propriety. Oh, well, I'm getting married because we've been together for so long. Oh, I want to get married because we've had this conversation and she's pressuring me into it, or he's pressuring me into it. Oh, I want to get married because I had kids. Those are not reasons to get married. The people are getting married for the wrong reasons, which is why divorces are skyrocketing. People are going into a marriage as single people and then thinking that they're going to understand what it means to be married, and then upset when it doesn't work.
The funny thing is that everybody goes into a marriage as a single person. None of us was born eloped or betrothed to anyone. We haven't done that in a long, long time. So the whole process of dating, vetting, and all that stuff is the preparation to get to that point.
Right. So by the time you get to that point, you shouldn't have a single mentality.
Well, I need to understand what do you mean by a single mentality? Because my understanding is that your husband is supposed to compliment you and your wife is supposed to compliment her husband.
Individualism.
As in what?
Sorry, I'm multitasking. Give me 1 second.
That's fine. I was just saying, as in what? Individualism as in what? Because I'm sure that there's things that you like that your wife don't like or she was never into. And I know because of the love that you share, she'll probably, join in sometimes. But she has her own things. But she has her own things that she still wants to
enjoys.
Do.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm wondering what type of individualism are you talking about that you're seeing people go into marriages?
The me and I-ism. Like, again, we had a conversation yesterday saying that there are people who choose their friends, their 12-year friendship, over the person that they chose to spend the rest of their life with, because that person they chose to spend the rest of their life with may not be there in 3 years, where this person has been there for 20. To me, that's a very individual. You are not thinking about the new marriage y'all made, the new life that y'all created together. You're holding on to the life that you had prior to being married, and then holding on to it as your saving grace. Your friendship's weighing more to you than your marriage does. And then I asked them, why did you get married?
No,
Wait, what do you...
like I stated for yesterday, that wasn't the conversation. That's just your perspective. No one is put in their friendship over their marriage.
You had mentioned,
It's
if I
just
remember correctly, didn't you? Oh, sorry.
it's just
Continue.
that if your marriage is important and it's a priority, that's great. But the relations that you have created within your life that are dear to you and important are just as I wouldn't say just as important, but they are important. And if
Okay,
you
but
want to, and if you want to maintain those things, you have to, you have to put effort into it. Now, as like stated yesterday, that if there's certain things that's starting to affect your marriage, and there's good reason behind why you might have to move a different way, then that confidence conversation needs to be had between the married couples, and y'all make the decision that's best on your marriage. But it was never about putting a friendship over the marriage. I believe that those are two different categories, and I just don't understand why you're competing with other relations that your loved one that you say that you love had in their lives before them. Why are you competing?
Right, and that's the thing that we just gonna have to recognize. We do not want people to get isolated, because that is a tactic that people use often to take advantage of other human beings. They will isolate, whether it's a man or woman, it's this way, because people always thinking that we have to talk about both.
And it's crazy, Sharon, because you know what married couples naturally do? Hang out with other married couples. This is something that naturally happens, right? Because when they created their new union and things that they do as a couple, they want to be around people who do those same things. So it's never, like I said, like this is something that naturally happens. Married couples usually, you know, get drawn into other married couples and they do couple activities, couple vacation trips, couple therapy, sauna and stuff like that. That naturally happens, but that doesn't mean that that married couple or whoever the individuals in that marriage gave up all their single friends. It's not like no big push saying, okay, well, now we're married, so you can't hang out with any single people at all whatsoever. You can't be friends with them. They're taboo.
See.
They're the big bag booty man. Kick them out the fucking community. Like, aren't single people a part of community as well?
But here's the thing. I think you're missing my point.
No, so my no, point. I think so. No, we don't. So I want you to. We don't miss your point. And okay. I think the issue is that you're not recognizing that when people start isolating their spouses, that is a very dangerous thing.
I feel like isolation is a buzzword right now because that's not what the situation is. And I even brought up a unique scenario that would speak on that. And that's why I feel like it's being misinterpreted. Like I'm saying something very particular. And my point has always been the same. Because even now, with what she just said, there are relationships that you have with before your marriage that are just as important. They should correct it and said are also important. Okay, that's fine. But Sharon, as somebody who's married, you're telling who is as important as your wife? First question. Or husband, for MJ. Or whatever the case may be.
What? Say that again. I didn't hear.
Right, so we understand that we understand what you're saying, but you got to remember the context of the conversation, right? So if you want to go back to that conversation, the context that the person, other spouse, didn't have a reason for it, and we all understand once our partner have a specific reason for it, that's different than just waking up out the blue and say, "Hey, get rid of this person," and then it could keep trickling down the line of you keep on doing that. So that's why it's a very nuanced conversation. And so MJ is more than willing. She was married to a man that she deemed as he has a history of doing great decisions, and he recognized something in one of her friends. She would talk. She already said she would talk to that friend, and she would restrict that friend from whatever that situation is, and move the relationship further apart. She said that as well. So,
but what did the husband request?
So we understand that it is okay for you to protect your spouse, and in your friends. So nobody
So-
disagrees with that part. So I think that's
Except you
where,
just did.
we're missing out in the conversation. So
The problem is you did actually. You're literally counteracting what I'm saying by saying that. Because the request wasn't to limit your access to the friend, it was to cut that friend off.
no, so nobody actually have a problem with cutting their friends off for their spouse with proper reasoning, is what the real answer is. But when
Okay,
we're talking
MJ, because me and you were the one in the box about this yesterday. Is what Sharon just said after, was Sharon just said
Sharon.
after? I know, sorry.
It's
I was
okay.
talking fast.
What?
So he said no one has a problem cutting off long-term friends for their spouse with proper reasoning.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has problems doing that if they value their marriage and their relationship, and this is really a concern with a good reason behind it, right? But just to literally cut off a friend, and this friend has not opposed any type of threat that is known, that just seemed like you're just pushing authority. It seems controlling. It doesn't seem like it's coming back. It's coming from good intentions at all.
So remember the scenario I mentioned yesterday? I was like, hey, what if you knew your friend was dirty? You knew your friend was going around sleeping around, right? And your husband didn't know, but he had an assumption, or he had maybe heard something out the vine, but you've known your homegirl for 20 years. You said, what did you say your response would be in that scenario? Well,
So here's okay, so I remember.
Continue.
Yeah, I hear you, Joshua. I remember that scenario that you asked me. My problem is with that question, right? If my friend was a cheater, she always goes sleeping around and all the stuff like that. If I didn't think that my friend was a danger to me when I was single, then why do you think that it now is a danger to me in a marriage? If I was single and I was just if I was single and I was just dating and my friend is a notorious cheater that I know, I would have had issues with that prior to marrying anyone, and that person would have been removed. Wouldn't that have made sense to have
because
removed
you
that
were single as
person?
well. So her influence wouldn't have mattered at that point.
No, you can't say that, because there's a lot of women, and this is, I know this is anecdotal evidence, but there is a lot of women, especially who comes on social media, talking about how their best friend slept with their man, right? And they knew that their girlfriend was out there, playing the side chick, or just being promiscuous, whatever. Not, they knew, but because they trust their friend and they thought that she never would do that to them, she ended up finding out that her best friend cheated with her man or had a child with her man, and we've seen so many cases of that happening. So my mind frame is, if I had a cheating friend that I had a problem or I thought threatening to me being in a relationship or whatever, not because of her behavior, if I needed to cut her off, I should have had did that in the single process, not only in the marriage process.
But again, you've also made the same statement that you're very loyal. And if you've known this person for 15 years before you got married or before you were dating, then why would their actions and the whole time you've known them would make any difference?
But you got to understand. But you got to understand, loyalty is for people that you know who is loyal to you. Loyalty
but that
is
friend
not
is loyal to you.
Right. So again, it still doesn't diminish my statement. If the friend was a cheater and she has a history that I know that she would sleep with somebody else's man, if I didn't cut that little heifer off as a single person, then I have bigger problems than trying to cut her off in a marriage. Because that means that she could have been doing a lot of shit behind my back while I was a single friend. You know what I'm saying?
But MJ, in this case, this friend has never betrayed you So you have no, that's why you made the initial comment, right? Well, but I know, so is my husband trying to sleep with her? When we initially made this conversation, you immediately said, well, what is he looking at her for? But he just has a problem because he knows. But again, you're going through lengths to defend ship, but you're not going through the same lengths to respect your husband. That's where my issue came from.
But
It's not
again,
that I
Joshua,
don't disagree with you.
No, but Joshua, I'm really just saying, like, that just is your opinion. You think that that person is not going to strength to, I guess, respect. But it's not respect because my friend being a cheater don't have nothing to do with my husband unless he's smashing on her.
But again,
and hold on, Josh, 1 second. Let me introduce somebody into the show. Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess, PH Diva. How you doing today?
Wonderful. Good day, everyone.
Good day to you. I don't know if he ran.
Good morning. Yeah, he did because of you. He was he ran like a bat out of hell.
On all the boys.
Oh my gosh, Sharon, that Joshua boy, he's a real character. He got highly offended. Oh my God, you're not gonna cut off your friend for me? I just requested it. Like, I just don't understand this controlling behavior that people have. It's really sad.
It is interesting to be sure, for sure. Josh,
sorry, I accidentally hit the back button. But yeah, sorry. So I missed everything that was said. Can y'all re-update me?
All right, before you go, Josh, Diva, do you want to comment on anything of the conversation at the time?
I don't want to interrupt their back and forth, but so I'll just leave it to I agree with MJ.
Okay. Go ahead,
okay,
Josh.
so here's the only thing I caught in that exchange, right? It's the controlling behavior. And one of the things I'm trying to mention is the isolationism, the controlling behavior. All of those are seen in a negative light. And I'm not saying that those itself are not negative, but what I'm saying is y'all are seeing the intent with maliciousness, not with the actual innocence that I presented it with.
But the problem is you made up a fake scenario. You said that I know that my friend is a cheater and that when you find a hint or you just had like a epiphany that, you know what, there's something fishy about this woman, she might be a cheater, you want your wife to stop being friends with her. And again, I beg the question, what does that woman being a cheater have anything to do with your marriage? It's equivalent of a lot of men have friends till this day while they're still married that they know is a fucking dog. Y'all don't cut your friends off for being a dog and being out there smashing other women and not acting like a good husband or a good boyfriend and stuff like that. And you say what you say, and I'm not saying you in general, but I'm just saying what a lot of guys say is that what that man do behind closed doors is not my business. What that man do behind the sheet is not my business. So he got what he got going on. As long as he's not messing up what I got going on in my house, I don't fucking care.
And so now we have.
You're asking
thank you for bringing
something.
that. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm almost done. So you're asking for something that a lot of men wouldn't even do.
So, thank you for bringing that scenario up, because my best friend Joey was literally known as a playboy. That's who he was. And when me and my wife got married, she was like, yeah, no, I'm not okay with this because I know what he does. My question was, did he try to have sex with you? She goes, no, but I know him. If I gave him the opportunity, he would. Out of respect, I don't want you hanging out with him, especially if y'all are going out. I took the time to consider it, and I'm like, you know what? Out of respect for you, And I called Joey. I was like, look, bro, I'm married now. So because of how you move, I can't fuck with you. And that was the end of that conversation, because to me, nobody comes before my wife, ever, period. And she didn't even have to give me a reason. And she's like, hey, I can't deal with this person because they're making me feel uncomfortable. Then I'm gonna be like, well, this is your home. And when it comes to your home, I will protect your home. And that also means her mental health, her emotional health, and her emotional security. Because you gotta understand, my job, while it is my job as a husband to lead, it's her job to guide me.
You know, after having a conversation with you, Joshua, I realize why a lot of times these relationships and marriages don't work. Y'all literally put people in y'all fucking business all the damn time. And even though your argument is trying to remove people out of your marriage, you put people in your marriages subliminally.
But in my marriage while I'm removing them from it.
The fact is that you made an issue where there wasn't an issue is the reason why I say that you put people in your marriage. Y'all put people into what you have going on into your relationships. Y'all make shit. Y'all make shit there that is not even there, and then you make it a problem and you act on it.
Sorry, didn't you also mention that those pre-existing relationships are part of your development, so they would be part of who you are as well?
But that's the whole point. When you have a conversation with your mate about all the things about yourself in the vetting stage or in the beginning stage before y'all lock down and be committed with each other, they should know how important those type of relations are to you. And they should also be, how can I put it, not necessarily a part of your union that you're now creating and building with each other, but y'all have an understanding of each other's foundation and background.
But okay, so MJ, even if I can swallow that pill, and I can, because you know what, I actually agree with you there. But here's where my question then begins. Then at what point does your spouse usurp anything else? Because at that point, anybody that has any kind of analogous relationship can also carry that same weight. And if that's the case, why get married? That's the
problem. You don't understand. Sometimes I don't think you understand the words that you use, and you try to say that they're not coming off controlling. Usurp. Request.
Usurp.
So again, you're talking about this situation as authority. You're not talking about it as a union between you and your woman. You're talking about it as a superiority, on a superiority level. And this is why
superiority are not the same.
But this is why it's given off controlling. It doesn't give off this, oh, I'm doing this for the protection of our marriage. No, it gives off, I'm insecure. I have ego problems that I don't know how to deal with. And it's my significant other's job to pretty much undermine themselves or remove certain things from themselves to soothe my ego.
Notice everything you're saying I, me, and them, but I'm saying we and us. That's
but it's not a we. But that's the problem. It's not a we. When you're making that request, you're going under the illusion and coverage that you're doing it for you're doing it for both of you. No, you're doing it you're doing it for your ego. That's the thing. It's a cover when you try to frame it in that way, that we're doing it for our marriage. We're doing it for our union. You need to, you know who also say things like that? Abusers. Abusers say that all the time. Abusers say that all the time to their victims, right? You got to cut your friends off. You got to cut your friends off because they're going to ruin our marriage. You got to let your family go and not speak to your mama or your father, the people who loved you, raised you, and they always been there to you, because they don't like me and they're just going to destroy everything. And we see how those things plays out.
So let me make 2 points that I realized got skipped over. because I actually, again, agree with you fully. But again, point one, everything that you're mentioning it and every way you use your examples are with the concept of maliciousness first. Two, I said I would cut off my friends, not for me, but for her. That's the difference in the conversation we're having. You're saying where he's trying to make me cut off my friends. I'm saying I'm willing to cut my people off for her. And ironically, because my wife does have dominion over me, because that's what my Bible actually says. Because when we got married, we submitted dominion of ourselves to each other, meaning that I, again, put her first and she puts me first. It's the same thing I've been saying consistently.
But again, like I kept on trying to tell you yesterday and even this morning, I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm feeling very good.
That's great. I like that.
The fact is that though, if your wife asks you to cut off your friends and you didn't, and she didn't give you no reason behind it because that was the original framework,
correct,
then she's literally asking you to cut off your friends solely off what benefits her.
Right. Yes, I agree.
And then
I never disagreed.
Right. So then we have admitted yesterday that would be considered selfish, right?
No, I didn't agree to that at all. I said actually, you're right. I did say it was selfish. I said, yes, that would be selfish in her sense. But again, because I made that decision to make her my wife, I'm willing to accept that burden because I would put her feelings above mine. That's the gap we keep missing at each other at. I feel like we're on the same road and then we diverge.
Not necessarily. Like I said, we can agree to disagree because it just seems that one minute you're all about is we and we're one unit, but then you get to pick and choose when y'all want to get selfish. I'll drop the mic. Let other people speak.
Wait.
All right, so Josh, so this is what and hold on. So this is what me and Andrew were talking about earlier. For some reason, when the ladies are saying, hey, this is what it sounds like, this is what it's coming off to me, why is it so difficult for men to change the way how they communicate so it can be, it doesn't seem as something else than what you are trying to communicate, because you are missing the communication. If women are saying what you're saying sounds controlling and dangerous, we need to take that in consideration and change. I thought the same way how you was like, hey, my friend is a whore, maybe I should change how I interact with him. We need men to do the same thing when we have in these conversations. Maybe what I'm saying do sound controlling. Let me take out the controlling part of it because that's not my intent.
But see, okay, so I'm not only accept what she said, I'm gonna accept what you just said. And I'm gonna make the same point I just made. Y'all are still looking at it through the eyes of maliciousness.
Okay.
Like y'all are still looking at it and from a malicious point of view.
Mm-hmm. And so if you are communicating that and we telling you, now pause there.
No matter how I was painting
no, that's not true. That is not true. Because I could communicate it where a woman or women would not look at it as Sharon is controlling.
Then how would you say what I'm saying in a non-controlling way? Just curious.
I would say like this. If I feel as if this man is going to be a danger to our relationship, I will explain why I see this man as a danger to my relationship and why this 12-year friendship needs to cut is because I feel insecure about this, that, and the third. He moves like this. He only calls you when this. He only speaks to you like this. The way how he hugs you, the way how he try to hold your hand, the way how he's too close to you. I would give some clear evidence of why I feel that way and how you may be as my wife missing it because you have been in a friendship for so long. You might not see these things as a sign that he wants to hit.
Okay. Now, direct example, Sean, you are married.
So hold on. First of all, let's see. We got two ladies on that. We got two ladies on pan. Do that sound like I was trying to control the situation, or that sound like I have a? So let's see what the ladies think about, because I might still sound controlling.
Say that again. Say the statement again.
If I wanted my woman to end this 12-year relationship that I deem as negative, I would give examples of how he's touching her, the way how he calls her on certain things, the way how he always tried to have personal time without me being around, and the way how he's making me feel insecure about his intentions with you as a friend. Would that still sound controlling to the ladies?
No, not necessarily. And the only reason why I don't see it controlling, because you admit that there is some insecurity there. So that gives me the opportunity to take that into consideration.
PH Diva?
She in the shower.
I got a problem with it.
Why am I not?
I got a problem with it.
What's your problem with it? Why I sound controlling, Diva?
No, I don't really think it sounds controlling. But it sounds like, an issue that you need to address within yourself.
When you admit the insecurity.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I honed in on too.
All right, so Josh, I gave you an example of how I can express it, and then now me and my woman can have an open dialogue about my insecurity. And so Diva, she can't be laughing at other people's jokes when we go outside because her laugh is too good. No, you can't do it. I'm insecure about how you laugh at other people's jokes. So Joshua, now you heard it, right? So I gave an example of how it doesn't sound controlling. So now maybe you understand.
I like the way you said that, but that's a very different scenario than the one we brought up, right? And the one I asked you is if your wife wanted you to cut somebody off just for the sake of it, because she says, look, he makes me uncomfortable, no actual reasoning, would you just tell your wife, well, that friendship I've had for 12 years?
So, but before we move to that part, I wanted you to understand the controlling part, how you sound controlling. I don't sound controlling. This is the part that men keep on missing is the issue. When the men are communicating about marriages, they are not recognizing that they are the one that is producing this negative thought for women to internalize and see if he is being negative. So
that's fair. I can agree with that.
So while you are saying, and the men in the chat say no, y'all just focus on the negative. We are focused on the words that you're using, what is leading us into a negative thought process. So you are the one that's communicating. You have to be a better leader within your communication. So the person that I'm communicating it understands that I have an issue and what my issues are. And then now we can have a conversation. So even Diva pointed out, we're going to have to concentrate on why you are insecure. And then now we having a conversation that she either going to understand me or she going to say, yo, weak ass, I'm going to have to leave your punk ass because whatever. But now the conversation is about me and her, and now we can have an understanding. And that's how we have to lead our other young men to understand how to communicate properly with their woman. See, I didn't say they woman. I said their woman this time. I'm using proper English, Diva.
I'm so proud of
proper
you.
English. Good job.
Now you want to act like you're not from Brooklyn.
So...
He definitely slums.
But I want you to recognize that it is that little small things that's going to.
It's little language. That's fair, and I'll take that. Even Diva mentioned the same thing the first time we talked, so I can swallow that pill. So it's a communication thing.
Hey, Diva.
Now,
Diva, hold on.
I was just about to ask you about that. Did you really do that,
Don't you be so goddamn funny around my wife.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, Josh. And then we can also bring in Chicago Gorilla, We Are Lot Nation, and Wall Street Willie into the conversation.
All right. Well, like I said, you can go ahead and bring them in now. But what my whole point is, I understand where you're coming from. But the problem is, at the end of the day, it still sounds like, because of what's being said, that unless you can come up with a valid reason, you can negate your wife's feelings on this person. And that's where I don't really sit. You know what I mean? Like, I understand why you're like, well, it's controlling, it's this and it's that. That's fine. I can swallow that pill, but anybody who my wife tells me I don't need to be around because I trust her guidance, because I trust her guidance, I'm going to trust her because I vowed to forsake all. When it came to me and Des, I said I would forsake all others before her. Period.
Perfect. And
doesn't matter how.
And before we pass it around, is it a known issue for women controlling men? Is that a fear for most men to be controlled by women and be isolated by their women?
I guess that depends on the type of man, honestly.
In general sense, is it a problem for men saying, hey, I'm being isolated by my woman and I'm being controlled by my woman and I feel like my life is in danger? Is that something that happens with men? Is that a concern for men?
That's a different question, and I'm going to say no.
And this is why
you just went and changed that. But no, you just went and changed that to something that was completely
I went and changed it so you could understand. So it's no misunderstanding. So when I said it the first time, Chicago really already knew that's what I was talking about, but I had to change it for the person that I'm communicating with so you can understand. So it's no misunderstanding of what I'm communicating. That's why I changed it. Not to try to gaslight or move a goalpost, but I had to give you more context so you could visualize what I'm actually trying to communicate to you so we could be on one accord. That's the only reason why I changed it and added more details. So now that I did that, are men concerned with that situation?
Our question 1 and our question 2 the same, though.
Yes.
Well, speaking as a formerly battered man.
Hold on, Willie.
All right.
Battered ass.
The funny thing is, I understood the question when you first asked it, Sharon. But Sharon, my bad, Sharon. Hey, y'all, please send the super chats in and the cash apps and the PayPals and all the other things so we can send this man to the conclave. Y'all slacking.
So Josh,
you got the money too. So
hold on, Josh. Josh, is that a concern for majority men? Yes or no?
Oh wait, hold on, Sharon. Hey, Josh. If I send in some, are you gonna match what I send in?
One, I don't know or like you enough for that, so probably not.
Well,
it depends
I
on
don't
what you
care.
said.
No. It's just a yes or no.
It's for the cause.
If I send in money to send Sharon to the conclave, are you gonna match? Yes or no? Because you had something to say on the tail end of that, and I'm just asking respectfully.
I had something to say because you decided to open up to begin with. That's just how that game works. Sorry. I guess you're not.
I don't know how the game works, but I do know that when I'm speaking with men, this is one thing I have definitely learned in the space. When somebody asks you a direct question, the reasonable and respectful thing is to just give,
please
answer. Right. So again, if I send in something, are you going to match what I send? Yes or no?
And as my answer was when I initially answered, it's situation because I may not be able to match what you got.
Okay.
But
no, it's fine. It's fine, brother. I heard you.
I can be honest about it though.
Yeah, I'm not tweaking. I understand. I'm just asking.
All we just is waiting for you to just be honest and just say no. I'm not willing to.
Cut it out, Diva.
For a dollar amount, you just said no. It's okay. That's what Chicago was trying to get you to understand. You could just said no. And so, Josh, do you understand now that men do not have a problem with a woman controlling them and keeping them barefoot and pregnant and milking them for all they sperm?
Again, that was never what my point was.
Okay,
I don't understand why my point didn't change.
No, so what I'm trying to get you to understand, we cannot base how we communicate to women based on our own insecurity. We got to base it on what theirs are. So if they have a concern about it, it should be your concern as a concerned husband as well.
And as a husband, you shouldn't be communicating like a single man. Like, I understand what you're saying.
Before we move into that,
but the problem is the entire point of what I was saying was at the end of the day, nobody should come before your wife, period. I don't care what kind of gangster mode you want to be on. You cannot put anybody before your spouse. Any friends, snip, cut that shit off.
You have to slow down so we can get into the conversation. Is there a danger to men listening to their women and being stuck in the house and being milked for sperm?
Is that
Diva?
I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
So what it has to do with is that men tend to do that to their wives. They try to keep them barefoot and pregnant and in the house with a goddamn raggedy ass shirt with goddamn milk stains on their shirt. That is the problem.
But not all husbands do that because that's not what love is.
That's fine. That all.
Goddamn, I keep saying that.
We are not talking about. We are talking about the concerns of women and how we are communicating to our wives. If that is a concern for our women, we should change our communication to make sure that if we are not that negative man, that we shouldn't be communicating the same as that negative man. So a lot of these so-called productive married men, they communicate exactly the same as the negative married man.
Bro, did I not make the whole point that you shouldn't put anybody? I've said this at least 50 times.
This is crazy.
This whole conversation is coming from the fact that y'all are telling me that my wife shouldn't be able to tell me to cut anybody off.
Hey, Sharon.
You understand?
If you can't understand how we are moving the conversation forward, then I don't know what to say. But yes, go ahead. We're on lock.
If I were Thanos, if I were to snap my fingers and we were to reverse this thing, and the men be barefoot and pregnant, and then when they come out with the babies, they get locked up and be sent, roped up and taped up and gagged up, and the only time they get to go out is when they're doing stuff for the ladies. I guess we have to actually do that for certain men to get the point. But here's the thing: my wife is not chained. She's not chained to me, and I'm not chained to her either. The only reason why our marriages last that long is because of her being happy. If she's not happy, then marriages don't last that long. Friendships don't last that long. Point blank, period. Obviously, there's a miscommunication amongst certain men and women. But the fact of the matter is, if you're not able to listen to your woman's feelings, then obviously you're just a piece of shit, and you just need to move on from whoever you want to move on from. I mean,
hey, we on lock. And peace to you, brother. I haven't seen you in a minute, man.
What up, dog?
Man, peace to you, fam. Quick question: is happiness sustainable?
It can be, depending upon between you and your spouse.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all over the place, and I just came off of work, but my brain is not activated with all these lame ass conversations. It's not a lame ass conversation, but we've had these conversations for what, 6, 7, 10 years, and it's all of the same complaints. Not from every man. I just want to put that out there. Not from every man and not from every woman, but it's the same complaint. She don't do nothing for me, and yada, yada, yada. She don't smile. She doesn't do what I say. And apparently, and this is the reason why divorces are so high. Because you can't simply make your woman happy. And at the end of the day, if you make your woman happy, she's going to make you happy. It's a give and take. It's a balancing type of a thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I tend to lean. Go ahead, Diva.
I'm sorry. I was just
asking. No, go ahead.
We on lock.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you are? Okay. So then how were I guess you and your wife able to engage in that give and take and maintain the happiness when she found out you was giving women on YouTube $12,000?
Diva, get your ass out of here, Diva. Get your ass out of here.
Actually, it was 40,000. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, 40,000, even better. So now, go ahead. So how were y'all able to do the give and take and maintain the happiness? No, it's a real, thing, right? So go ahead.
It was, and she was not very happy, but in due time, forgiveness is a real thing.
Right. Okay. So there was forgiveness on her part, but so what was your part of that give and take in that situation?
Hey, babe, can you make me a drink?
Wait, what? This is for real?
Hey, make it stiff. Yeah, this is real.
What?
Make it stiff, Anya.
12.
Yeah, that 40 grand went a long way. But this is not about me.
Well, no, we're asking about how. So we're talking about things to do to sustain relationships.
Yeah.
And so this is real world example. When y'all was in the trenches, in the thick of it, going through, how did y'all make it to the other side?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Got you. So, we both sat down. She had a knife in her hand, and she said, "You have approximately until I get tired of hearing from you why you did the things that you did." And when I gave the explanation, and it was close to curtain time, she actually forgave me, but she never forgotten. But being in a damn near in a 20-year marriage, obviously she understood where I came from once the conversation took its toll. And I was telling the actual truth, and she actually forgave me for that. It took a lot of counseling.
What did you say?
Lock, was it benevolence on her end then?
Out of curiosity,
what do you mean?
What did you?
So was it her compassion, empathy, sympathy, probably almost, that the relationships is sustained to this day? Because on the strength of that alone, she could have said, "Yo, I'm out."
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Salute.
Salute.
And I believe Willie had a question as well. Go ahead, Willie.
Out of curiosity, what did you say? Because I don't even think I forgave you, and I ain't even her. What did you say to make her forgive? In my opinion, that level of violation.
Conversation will never. That's a conversation between me and her.
But it had
He
to
did Sierra's prayer.
He did
Sierra's prayer, y'all. It worked.
Hey man, get Diva ass up out of here. Broward County ass up out of here.
Cut it out. Okay, but so what did you have? You said she forgave you, but like on your end, what I guess changes did you have to make? So like Joshua was talking about before, where his wife told him she was uncomfortable with his relationship with his best friend, and he just kind of cut that person off. Is it a situation to where if your wife say, "Hey, I'm uncomfortable with the amount of time you spending on YouTube, or the amount of time you spending on YouTube engaging with this particular person," that you cut it off? Or like, so from your end, what's been the
well here's the thing. She already knew that I was spending we already had talked about that we are spending more time on YouTube than I was spending time with her. So when that situation occurred, then I had to change up my way of thinking. I had to change up my way of doing things. So spending more time with the missus and taking her off on trips, we actually not only renewed our vows, but we renewed our relationship. And we said swore we would never put ourselves in a situation where we will feel uncomfortable with each other ever again. And quite frankly, if that worked in her favor. But again, it's a forgiving type of a thing. Certain women will never forgive their man for just cheating on them. Am I right or wrong?
right?
So, but in my particular situation, she actually forgave me because of, like I said, counseling, communication, and a whole bunch of prayer. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, but that's the important stuff to know, right? Y'all had to go to counseling.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You had to rededicate your life to Christ.
Facts.
Yeah.
So it's a process to it, is what I was,
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for sharing with us, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because I'm glad it didn't go left, and that shows that maturity level that I appreciate that for not going too deep into what is being said, but enough where we can have an accurate understanding how men can move and kiss up and suck up to their wives when they mess up. Goddamn shit.
How much to drop Sharon?
But one thing that's interesting to me, like from listening to married couples story, a lot of times it seems like the woman will be there saying, hey babe, I see what's coming. It ain't good. Like, I'm not comfortable with this. And the man will just kind of ignore until something happened and then take it under advisement. So I was watching recently some woman talking about her husband doing some type of business with some woman, and she was telling him, I don't like this, I'm uncomfortable with it. He ended up cheating on her, but it was like he just until he cheated on her. And and now she mad at the other lady. But nevertheless, it seems like a lot of times that's kind of the theme to the story. The woman is telling you, hey, don't do that. Like, this is not going to work out well for us, and the man just can't be deterred.
That's why I know we talk about marriage and stuff like that all the time. That's why I choose to focus. Me and my wife are in covenant, right? And to me, covenant weighs heavier. And Diva, I'm using church language right now, right? So when you talk about covenant, there's a heavier weight there, just from my mind's eye. And so when these dudes get to talking about, oh, the wife is supposed to be a helpmeet. Well, what is she helping you with? And if she's giving you insight, wisdom, or guidance or experience, then what makes you, because a lot of this stuff seems like it's ego. What makes you less masculine that your wife told you something that benefits the covenant? If you build in legacy, you building that solo dolo, you're not considering anything your wife says. Or the wife, like, I get the wife is the weaker vessel. That's often referenced like weaker physically. That's not weaker mentally, spiritually, and all otherwise, right? It's just physically she's the weaker vessel, right? And so if you're not willing to take advice from the person that you chose to do the rest of your life with, then what the is we talking about? I'm on mute.
I like it. Also, let me shout out to the cash app. It says, good day to Supreme Foot to Ninja Asses Diva.
Good day.
Damn.
you don't try to be rough. No, that was some great information.
Woo. The weaker vessel, sir. We are the supreme vaginal vessel. Get it right.
Yeah, I don't have a vaginal vessel. You're right. I will give you that. Hey, listen, Diva. Hey, real talk. And I don't know what stage I was listening to where they were talking about. Somebody was talking about watching their seed come into the world for the first time and breaking down. Like, yo, to see your woman go through that experience, you 1000% correct. Listen, I told y'all I'm a slut monkey, so I got 3 boys, 3 girls. No, South Fulton, I was there and definitely broke down many a time, seeing my seeds born and having a deeper appreciation for what she had to go through to navigate. And my 3 in Atlanta, she didn't take an epidural. She refused to take an epidural because she wanted to. We didn't have a what you call them, a doula. We didn't have a doula. We didn't. We was at the hospital, but she refused to take an epidural. She wanted the full experience, and I still to this day have the utmost respect for her.
Now. Oh my god!
Yeah, you cried too, huh?
You see,
but seeing your seed, the crowning. Yeah.
I cried too. I mean, you see, the head, and then for me, it was when the shoulders came out. I almost kind of fainted and cried because I was like, I'll never be able to do nothing.
Hey,
like
listen,
That's
crazy.
Hey, Willie, with my fat boy,
I felt so insecure. I was like,
I'll
never hit the walls again.
And this is
like,
something that we gotta stop doing. We gotta stop making jokes of that situation as well, because that's a long going joke.
Wait, what is Sharon?
That after I seen the baby come out the vagina, I ain't gonna never be able to please my wife again. That is a horrible.
Oh yeah, no, that I didn't catch that. My bad. But I will tell you, when my fat boy was born, man, his the umbilical cord was around his neck, and my wife had at that time she had to push to get him out to safety. And the way that me and the nurses was there, able to coach her, I think my father-in-law was there at the time too, coaching her to get him to safety. Man, I have the utmost respect for that woman for that, man.
Yeah, and it's a
I hope you kept it
responsibility. You got to be careful with your face because it's crazy. My daughter had the exact same situation, and they pulled it off her neck quick. You know what I mean? And she was a little bluish green for a second, and I was kind of nervous. But you can't give that off to the wife. You gotta, hold it together for a second, and then the baby start crying, and then, it's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah. Hey, and one thing most parents never really have a conversation about, when you're not sure if your baby survived it, and they are trying to make the baby do something, and you hear that first cry, it's a very
yep.
It's like, woo.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is a very emotional moment.
Yep. That's why I think more fathers. I think when we talk about this question around fatherlessness in the community and all this other stuff, man, if more cats were there to see their babies born, I think we would have different outcomes, to be honest. It's just something different when you see your seed, like you the first face your seed sees.
When you got that stupid outfit,
makes you appreciate a woman even more.
When you got that with the smart.
Yeah. and they tell you gotta wash your hands for at least 30 seconds thoroughly and all that. Or even worse, if because one time I had to run into the thing. I had half a smock on. I would have half of my hip hop clothes on, and I look like a goddamn.
You got your little bonnet on too?
Yeah, I look like a hip hop dog. I put my hat to the back. This baby coming out. Come on, move out the way.
And then
help deliver your child.
Deliver the baby. That coaching shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that coaching.
That ain't no easy job.
All that shit you've been practicing in Lamars, that breathing, that pushing. Hey,
all
man.
that works.
So yeah, man. You got it.
Woman,
you got
put
it.
your goddamn chin to your chest, and next time you feel that contraction, you push with everything.
Yeah, goofy as hell.
Hey, hold the line, nigga.
They're telling jokes and the lady trying to have a baby. I would be like, sit your ass down, nigga.
Diva,
ain't no joke telling. Hey, Diva, ain't no motherfucking joke telling in that room that day.
At all.
You know how young I look, right? So I look young now, so imagine back then, right? So they look at me, all the nurses like, well, goddamn, yeah.
Look young now.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and plus also I also help deliver like at least 3 of my female friends' babies as well, because men, tend to, do nonsense. So it is an interesting experience, and a lot of men do need to step up and be there in that room, because a man presence in that room, it make the doctors and nurses shape up too. They don't do the nonsense.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah, they don't move the same. Because as I see the things that some women went through when they by themselves in that room is completely that shit don't happen when you in the room. You are they even if you are a coward of a man, they at least gonna think twice because you're there. At least
watching. Someone's watching.
Hey, but I would say this to the young bloods too. You should know who your woman's gynecologist is. Shout out, long live Dr. Fremont, man. He delivered all 3 of my seeds in Atlanta, man. Louisiana cat, man. My last one, Ladybug, her birthday Sunday. Hey, Sharon, Dr. Fremont said, yeah, we ain't having no, because she was scheduled to be a Christmas baby. Yeah, Dr. Fremont said we ain't having no Christmas baby. we don't induce this.
And like,
You
so
said
like even with my second child, I had to check the doctor, and me and the doctor was really good. But I was like, hey, you ain't gonna keep putting your hands up in my goddamn wife's vagina like that. Like,
What?
wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I straight up told him, I was like, hey, you coming in here checking way too many times. You gonna stop putting your hand up?
I would have been like, get out.
He was
No,
go ahead. What? I said, you ain't gonna keep just coming here every 10 minutes and putting your whole arm in my vagina. That's gonna happen.
The whole arm, God,
The whole arm?
Yo, you want to check the centimeters? Nah, bro, this ain't happening no more, bro. Next time,
please come in the
I was like, hey, look,
you know what's crazy?
I said the next time you put the baby coming out, ain't nothing else going in there tonight.
When my kid's mother started menstruating in her teens, that Dr. Fremont was her what's it, OBGYN? He was her OBGYN, but he was also her stepmother's OBGYN. So, again, men, young bloods, making sure that she has a doctor that she can trust definitely is important. And then you should even have, I'll say for me, I had a relationship with Dr. Fremont. That's why I speak on him so highly. You know what I'm saying? He was cool as a fan, man. He was an old cat from Louisiana, so I didn't have no issues. As a matter of fact, the school that I went to in Atlanta, the college that I went to, he was cool with the vice president there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is again one of the reasons why I advocate for Village. Village is gonna surround you. Village is gonna keep everything on the up and up, right? Even down to who you quote unquote are courting. I think in modern times, the idea of especially with Western style dating is just a terrible experiment, because it forces you to go out and figure out who's right for you, as opposed to you coming up in the village. And again, when you think in terms of covenant, the covenant, when you join together, it's more or less a joining of families. So if I don't know your family and she don't know your family and this and the third, or she don't know my family, what are we doing?
Yeah. And I was there for the C-section too. I didn't leave the room for that neither.
But did you see her innards?
Yes.
Hey, that shit. Hey, did you faint? Did you almost faint?
No.
Yeah, I almost fainted. I fainted. Nah, I didn't. No. Wait,
Okay,
Diva. My child. No.
Hey, yo, fainting is an Ayo for a man, by the way, Chicago Rilla. That's a pause.
Nah, it was
fainting.
It was the innards.
Nah, look. I was at my chocolate was at Georgia Baptist, and hey, they had the sheet lifted up, and they told me not to look back there. But they said, "Oh, here she comes." So I'm like, "Oh, she's coming." And my little chocolate had a head full of hair, and I was just tempted to look back there, and I saw the innards and was like, "Yo, hey, yo." Nah, I didn't faint. I did not faint, Diva. But I was.
I was going like this nigga fainted.
Man, nah, but that shit. Yeah, that shit was crucial, But again, more men should be there to see their seeds born.
Yeah, the C-section part was crazy. I think that one is.
Yeah, it definitely make you appreciate your woman more when she has your first child.
Absolutely, and I think men just need to just recognize a little bit more how powerful women really are. This whole idea that they the weaker vessel is just nonsense. I don't understand.
Speaking of powerful women, because I gotta go. Go ahead and vote for Jennifer Crockett to be U.S. Senate. Go ahead and put that vote in.
Yes,
Most powerful woman in the U.S. Senate. And thank you, Sharon, for bringing me up here, and I'm out.
No doubt. See you soon. Appreciate you. And I think if we could just get men to just change their language and the way how they think about women, we'll be in a much better place for men to not be crying on TikTok about how they need a companion in a relationship in a way of as a job. And I think that's the problem that most women have, and men are not recognizing it. And they want to force women to say, no, it's okay to be dutiful to your husband. Clearly is not.
Wait, what these niggas saying on TikTok?
They're pretty much saying that they're looking for companionship, but everything they talk about in companionship is whoever they get with is just a laborer. And they think that women is not reading in what they're saying, even though they're saying I'm looking for a companion, but everything that you outline is her being a laborer to you.
Right. Because one of the dudes that we just seen, he was like, he said, I'm tired of eating just 3 meals. I need a diversity meal. I need some ambiance.
Go cook some.
I be feeling sick. I need somebody to help me when I'm feeling, you know what I'm saying? Like everything is all utility. And men are not understanding how they sound and how they are communicating to women.
Yeah, most of these niggas need to just hire a maid. But the thing of it is, they don't qualify or can't afford a maid.
Bingo.
You understand what I'm saying, Sharon? Like most, I'm sick of these conversations. These niggas, they took Kevin Samuels' talking points, right? When he came out swinging, saying, "I'm talking to a man of a certain tax bracket, a certain income." Right, and so your $40,000 ass think you qualify for the same shit Kevin Samuels was talking about. Get your goofball ass out of here.
Go make your own sandwich.
Yeah, but get your goofball ass out of here. And I think, respect to him, man. But I think he named off like six things that qualify you as a quote unquote high value man. Right. You not even one of the things was being a value to the men in your circle. You definitely not a value to anybody in your circle.
Right.
Your goofball ass, and you sitting out here talking about a woman needs to do this and da 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 da, and because she prefers, right? She prefers or would want a man, when they talk about the sixes, right? The 6 feet, 6 figures, and 6 inches and all that. I don't, whatever, right?
Right.
That's her preference. The same way you would prefer big booty Becky.
That's all you get, Diva. That's all he got, Diva. Damn.
Sixes, I forget what the sixes is. I know it's six.
No, Diva said she said, hey,
she said she need more than 6. Hey, Diva been down there with them Jamaicans.
I never messed with a Jamaican man. Oh, you know what? I did mess with a Jamaican man. No. He was Panamanian.
I'm gonna laugh on mute. What in the world? What that supposed to mean, Rilla?
My point being, because I'm on the brother's head top, man. Hey, nigga, get who you qualify for.
Yeah.
Most of us, human beings being fully human, are average. You a blue collar, you really a square, a L7, like you really a, beta simp host stud. But you out here acting like you alpha, acting like you in these rooms with prominent people where decisions get made. Nigga, you don't even control who picks up your garbage.
You average at best, fam. You average at best.
That's most human beings, though. And then you out here thinking you qualify for, the top-notch model and all this other stuff because of what media has fed you. Like, man, get your goofball ass out of here, fam. You sit up here listening to these talking points in these spaces and think that's what you deserve. No, nigga, you eat what you kill. Okay? And if you can't provide the resources to build legacy, to build family, to build community, to build village, then you get what you get, my nigga.
What I was explaining earlier, Rilla, if you would looked at one of the TikToks, if you saw that Sharon was playing, this is just another manipulation tactic that these guys are using online. Because even one of the TikTok videos that Sharon showed, the guy was literally smirking. He could even, hold his laugh as he's saying that he's looking for a companion. He's so lonely. It's just a joke.
We could get back into it. I think I have some more loaded up for it, so we could break some of them down. Let's see what else we got.
Like he's the saddest death row inmate ever, and that's his last meal.
when the women started saying that we need men to change, some of the men decided they were going to go younger. They're 40 years old, talking about the youngest they'll go is 18. They started going overseas, started grabbing their passports, passport bros. Some of these men will do anything but change. But the funny thing about it is women all over, of all races, ages, nationalities, they all are changing and they're evolving. The women overseas were like, don't come over here with that. Because if you come over here, we want you to take care of us too.
Damn.
The younger women, which makes me so proud because I have 3 daughters. The younger women are also saying, you're not coming over here and taking advantage of me. The only reason why I would want somebody of your age as a 20-year-old and you're 45 is because you're going to have some kind of financial stability. You can't use women the way that you want to. You're going to have to change. You call old.
And this is what we've been trying to tell them. Like, hey, that's a bar. Men are going to have to evolve. It's just what it is. You cannot keep staying the same.
Hey man, if you going overseas to get coochie, you a sucker. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like real spill. Like we don't. Hey, I'm gonna say certain. Nah, I'm gonna say we don't look at you the same. You couldn't get a female here to get on your program or whatever the situation is. So you had to go overseas and pay like you weigh. And you think you doing something, right? Eddie Murphy had a whole routine on that shit with fufu, right? Yeah. And you think you doing something because you went over there and you got a Consuela, right?
Eddie.
Right, to act like she on your program. That shit is goofy, man. Like, man. Anyway, I'm on mute.
So, but my question is, why is it so hard for men to just evolve and understand what a woman is saying and just concede to what a woman actually needs from her man that she decides to be with? I don't understand why is that such a difficult thing. Make men believe that they know better than the woman that is talking to them. It's weird to me.
It's not about, men think that they just know what's best for a woman, period. And they don't want to take that, they don't want to take the woman's perspective in it. That's why a lot of the framework when women do talk about their wants or their needs, they'll literally sit up here and fix their face and say, no, you don't really know what you want. Or that's not good for you. Or that's not going to work.
I'm protecting you even if you don't know that I'm protecting you. Even if you don't know what protection is. Boy, if you don't sit your goofy ass down, it's crazy to me. When a woman literally tell you what she wants, you say, I heard you, but this is what you really need. You really need some duty.
That's the thing, though.
You don't need no damn joy in your life. You need some duty.
Women aren't telling them that, though, right? Like, they're having these conversations by themselves in an echo chamber, right? Like, these are dudes that don't even have access to make those arguments.
Do you know, Willie, what women want or what women are asking for in today's time?
I know what my wife wants.
So you hold on. I need to understand. You just said that women are saying what they want in the echo chamber.
No. I was saying men, the men you guys are talking about, they're not, listen, when they make these arguments, they're not talking to women. They're having these arguments in an echo chamber because the guys that are saying these things 9 times out of 10 don't even have access to women.
Okay.
Why are you listening to them? What are you listening for?
I do find it weird that men tend to follow men that women don't want. I do find that very interesting.
It's what is it? Confirmation
bias. Confirmation bias.
But Willie, most of the dudes in these spaces that are having these arguments are married men.
Like who? Like I know the
like old ass married men. Like
I know the Myrons, the Kevin Samuels, the basic dudes. None of them were married.
That's
like you have all these dudes
wait.
talking about
you said
families.
Kevin Samuels was not married?
No.
He was at one point, right?
At one point, he wasn't married when he was given
Coach Greg
that
Adams. Wait. Let's go down the line.
Right.
Rollo Tomasi, right? The Godfather, who they uphold in Black Manosphere spaces, right? Married man with seeds.
No clue who that is. That's crazy.
I know, I get it. I think you relatively new to the space, but when you deep dive into the origins of these conversations with some of the brothers in these spaces, you're gonna find it's a lot of either currently married men, and look in the comment section, look at who's on stage. Currently married men or once was married.
Is Conclave Man married?
I'll let Sharon answer that.
Finding out about these people. I just found out who Pearly Gates is and all these people.
He said Pearly Gates. Damn.
I mean, something like that. But yeah, you're right. I haven't been keeping up with that space because I don't want to commiserate with miserable people, man. And that's, in my opinion, a lot of it is basically confirmation bias. It's people capital, which I think he's wanting to hear the same struggle.
Isn't David Cooley married now?
No. He's just
baby mama dog.
Yep, that's it. That's it. He ain't even do a spiritual marriage. At least most of them, they maintain a grip with a spiritual marriage. At least he ain't even do that. So, it's just speaking of, let's go find some of what's his name, Rollo Tomasi, Chicago. Let's go find a video. Let me go find a video of this person.
Hey man, he was telling cats to get he was telling them young bloods to get snipped and all this other stuff the whole time. You got a wife and daughter.
He had a whole list of 35 things that he was telling young men to do. And none of those things on the list had anything to have better relationships or to actually get married. In fact, he told them not to even have children. But this is
who's
the
the
whole
one that
man.
smoked his boots on Fresh and Fit, MJ?
Was
that the dude that be over there on the whatever podcast? What's his name? Because he got smoked.
Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, I think Andrew Wilson smoked his boots.
Yeah.
He did.
All right, so okay, I picked the video. I just grabbed this is one of his recent videos. Let's see what he says, what he's talking about. Let's see if I don't know. I never heard the man neither. I heard his name plenty of times, but I never actually watched or listened to him. And so they also say I don't talk about the white manosphere, so we all gonna talk about the white manosphere clearly today. Let's see.
Oh shit!
This is Jasmine Jafar. Remember Jasmine?
No, I don't
remember those. Do you remember them?
Do I remember? Oh, yes.
Jasmine Jafar. Jasmine Jafar used to be an attorney, but she never practiced law. She went straight from law to OnlyFans.
Right.
And she was confirmed, paid by Progressive Victory as one of the mouthpieces for the DNC once again, along with Destiny and the rest of his girlfriends. Right. And so she wants to be
What's the name of this? Why women are speaking out against the manosphere. All right.
Remember I said all these girls like they want to talk about social issues and everybody pivots to the election time, that election year topics and everything. Well, now all that's over. Guess it's time to go back to the red pill.
Sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's because I'm better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed. And
okay, this clip has been making the rounds on social media, and I've debated this guy. I've debated almost every other red pillar man.
No, you haven't.
Sphere guy on the internet. And one thing I see a lot of people saying when they're like commenting on this is, oh my God, he's a hypocrite. Like he doesn't even live the lifestyle that he promotes. Here's the thing. None of them do.
Damn.
Excuse me?
None of them do. Not a single one.
One of her eyes is bigger than the other one.
It's so crazy to me that they all literally do the same tactic. He didn't say anything to disprove what she's saying. He just laugh and make it seem like what she's saying is just, it don't have no baseline or whatever. He just laughs and act like, because his face expression and his laugh means that he disproved everything she just said. That's wild to me that so many men follow this.
This gaslighting 101.
Yes, this is crazy to me. Go ahead, Josh.
Look, I had a I don't know who was in that panel, but I watched that debate. Everybody always clips from that point, not with what was said or what the response was when his wife showed up. And the point he always made wasn't about single mothers. It was about baby mamas, which are two different groups of people. And again, I understand that's not a conversation to have here, but that doesn't change the fact.
All right.
That
So, but what the young lady? Okay. So
what she said is she debated him.
Like they called him Mandrew Wilson. That's funny. Shout out to Chuck. So this lady, she's saying that the red pillars, the ones that's preaching out this stuff, they are not living the lifestyle that they are preaching. Do you agree?
No, I do agree with that. No, I do agree with that. At least for a majority of them. Especially more big names, definitely. But most big names are also single.
Right. And so what she was saying that Andrew Wilson is not living the life that he is promoting.
But that's why I disagree, because I've listened to him and he actually is doing what he said he talks about doing. That's why I guess
he married a baby. He married a divorce. Twice divorced woman.
He made a divorcee, but he didn't marry a baby mama. Different.
No, she had children before him. Yeah.
Right, and was married both times.
Yo, fam, y'all gotta just turn the YouTube off and go make some friends, man. Talk to women. Like, just be friends with them. There's nothing wrong with being friends with women, man.
That's goofy.
Talk to them. I'm telling you, that'll go way farther than anything you're going to hear on YouTube, man. You'll learn them. So when someone asks you, do you know what women want? You can say yes, and you can replay what they told you. Go talk to women, man.
Or I could just, depend on my wife like I'm supposed to, because if you listen to your wife, you learn, which you said earlier, huh? Interesting that we can agree on the same point, huh? Irony.
Yeah, that's when you turn it back to you. So, but what we having a conversation about in general, most of these men are talking about in general what men should do.
But most of those people are preying on people who are single, who want to be with somebody but doesn't have anybody to show them how to be it.
And that's
like
that is the issue that
it's predatory.
Have in the manosphere on this side of the world. These men are not they are producing men that are crying about being lonely. They are the ones that are pushing out these young men to be in this lonely epidemic that is happening, that now all of a sudden everybody's want to pay attention to, so to speak.
But my issue is in the exact opposite side. The same thing is now happening for women. So we have two different groups of people, like forcing men and women apart with the same narrative.
You don't have no proof.
No, it's not.
Women
hold on, wait.
So hold on, Josh. The problem is that women are doing better when they are not married to men.
This is fact.
So, okay, I would say women are doing better both economically and probably socially when they are single, right?
And joyfully.
Because, hold on.
That's crazy.
Hold on. But I don't believe us as a whole, men or women, are happier alone because we're social people.
Well, thank goodness your belief is not actual facts or law, because the stats prove different. And also, you have to remember, women who are single are not out here crying that they're single. They're not. I'm not saying that there might not have been one or two or maybe three videos that you could probably pull up where women was out there like, I just want someone to hold me. I need someone or whatever. But in general, majority of women are not doing these things that men are doing.
I also believe social media is a face, though. I also believe social media is designed as a face. People are putting out what they want people to see, not necessarily what's actually going down.
Right, and
there's a lot of. I think both is happening. Both is happening.
So,
but also in that same breath, one more point.
This is why we need men to stop. We need men to decenter themselves and stop thinking that men are the reason why women are happy. And this is the issue that we keep having, even with a married man that is going to center his wife. You are acting as if a woman centering a relationship, that's what's going to make her happy. That is the issue. She is more joyful when she's by herself. They are buying houses more. they doing better educationally. They doing better career-wise, professionally. and they have more time to themselves to do
all that's independent. All that is strictly me-centric.
They get to entertain themselves as hobbies. They don't have to be worse dressed in the house because they are taking care of the children and milk on their shirts. And we're just going to have to learn how to understand what is actually happening in the world. We see what's going on in Korea. That place, the men was being hard-headed. And guess what? In 5 to 10 years, it might not be no goddamn South Korea.
And well, the 4B movement is an atrocity, but that's an atrocity against human nature.
To who?
No, against against life. Like, I understand the point of it, but the 4B movement makes marriage and sex a transaction, and it's not supposed to be.
Again, this is when you got to decenter yourself, right? And understand that women want to be enjoy as well. This idea that a human being have to create another human being or they are not a full human being is nonsense.
Not what I said.
But that's what you are talking down towards.
I'm not even implying
you just said the 4B movement is an atrocity on human nature.
Yes, it is by literal definition.
Oh my God.
Because the 4B movement is designed where women stop, 1, associating with men, 2, dating men, 3, reproducing with men, or 4, interacting with them in ways that were not strictly economical.
So
that's what the 4B movement actually went.
Oh my God, you got to log off, bro.
What's the problem with that? You think a woman
Willie
should
keeps saying
have
log
a right?
off, bro. Come up with something better if you're gonna come at me.
I'm just saying
that.
the way you rattle.
Don't argue.
That's goofy shit.
We don't want to turn to we having a good combo, Willie. So
yes, we do.
So again, it's all right, Willie. We got you, Willie. Don't start yet, Willie. We ain't even get to the 3-hour mark yet, Willie. Again, MJ, ask your question to Josh.
So my problem is, Josh, what is the problem with that? Do you think that women should not want those things either?
Do I believe women should not want to be strictly alone? I don't believe anybody should want to be strictly alone because we're not designed to be alone. We're designed for community. We're designed for community.
You're designed for that if you want it. If women are saying
that
they don't want, if women say they don't want it, why is that an issue?
Okay. In regards to wants for wants, fine. People can want whatever they want. Overall, human need does not allow us to just stay by ourselves like that. But keep in mind, the 4B movement isn't limited to just, again, there's a valid point. Women can rely on other women. That's fine. That technically qualifies us. And I can deal with that. But you have to understand, I've always believed that men and women need each other in equal measure.
Okay, that's your belief. That doesn't mean that that's true. There's women out here who are saying that they want to not be in a relationship with men. And there's women that believe that they are healthier not being in a relationship with men. So,
but there's also a lot of women who are saying that they don't need men, but they're 4 years single, but 2 years celibate, which doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make any sense? Because if you had men up here on the panel yesterday talking about how they can smash a woman that they're not attracted to and don't have any emotional attentions with, because they have an itch that needs to be scratched. You think that doesn't apply with women?
That's called a biological need. Yes.
Okay, then. So there's so what's what's the problem?
Then the need is still there. That means it's a false front.
But it's a different type of need. It's not the need it's not the need in the confinement that you're trying to put it into.
No, it's a lustful need.
Right, which is human, right?
But didn't we just go through this whole conversation about taking lust off the top of the list?
I'm
or is
just
that only
saying,
applied to men?
No, I'm just saying that it's a human nature, yes or no? That happens in men and women.
Is sexual desire a human nature? I'd assume so. I mean, I guess
now
there's some people who say not otherwise. Wait, hold on, because I believe sex. Granted, this is a revised vision. I actually understand where lust can become a problem.
Yes,
how it can go downhill.
Okay, but here's the thing. a way of lust will definitely become a problem to someone who wants something more than just lust. We have to admit that there's people out here who just want to smash, men or women. And that
No,
is
we can
not
admit.
going to change. All right, then.
I can also admit that there's people who want to, off people or power people down, but that doesn't mean it's right.
But okay, but that doesn't. But you're painting this as a woman not wanting to be with men is wrong. There is no right and wrong with that. It is what the fuck it is.
I'm painting using sex and love as a transaction as wrong. Yes, that is exactly what I'm painting as wrong.
A lot of men who are married and who are in a relationship right now, they don't even know that a lot of times when they talk, their whole fucking relationship and marriage is nothing but prostitution. The way how they even speak about their wives is that she had to prostitute herself. The phrase that I got her off the fucking market is fucking prostitution in its goddamn self. So like stop.
But they're wrong too. But hold on, I'm not saying they're right either. That's the thing. Y'all keep saying because I'm saying this is wrong. That is also wrong.
But you're making a excuse that because it's in the framework that you like, it's okay. But the fact that somebody is not even trying to be involved, you got a serious problem with it. You're treating it as an abomination.
Yes, I treat literal people using, again, because I'm somebody who understands sex as a transaction. I don't agree with the fact that sex is used as a transaction and a relationship where people are supposed to love each other, i.e. putting each other first. That doesn't make any sense.
Can somebody translate for him? He's not getting it.
So
please do.
Please, somebody translate for him. I might be off my game today.
The issue, Josh, is that it should be okay for a woman to make a decision to control her own body. You should not say just because she don't want to procreate with a man and just eliminate men as a part of her purview, that is an abomination to being a human being. If she want to just hang around women and not procreate with men because men are doing all the wrong and foul-ish and they don't want to change and evolve, that is her
prerogative. Okay, that's, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and throw that bone to you. I'll take that. I would take that on his face, right?
Bones.
Now here's where an issue comes with it, because it becomes a very extreme mentality of saying all men do this, when even a majority of them don't. Even if you wanted to say, hey, I just want to be. Hold on.
Pause there. The problem is, where are you getting that information from?
The same place you're getting the statistics that it's always.
No.
It's a whataboutism.
No, it's not. No. But I'm trying to get you to understand. If women are saying, so hold on. If a whole nation of women, that's majority of women saying this thing is happening to them. Right, and this is why the 4B movement happened in that country, correct? So that's the majority of women.
Do you know why the 4B movement actually happened in South Korea?
It doesn't matter why. That doesn't matter. What matters now is the conversation that we have now. That majority of the women feel this way about men. Are we going to stay correct about that?
Fair. For the reason that they started the 4B movement. Hold on. But again, you're misrepresenting why they caused it.
So now that we understand that those women feel like this is happening to them, men cannot now say, I negate everything you're saying. Everything you're saying is false. And it don't matter what y'all think, you still need to do this one thing is the problem.
Misinterpreting. Why was the 4B movement a thing?
It doesn't matter.
Why again, you can't stand on something and then say it doesn't matter why you did.
So Josh, okay. It doesn't matter why it started. What matters is that it's a problem and we need to solve it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now we understand the problem. Women feel slighted that men are not understanding and they just taking advantage. They just want to make them slaves and have babies. That is the problem, right? That's how they see it, correct?
Babies weren't even the point of the 4B movement.
You can only make an argument for South Korea with this argument you're making. This shit is not like you can say with supporters of
that's
that
what we
in
are
America.
Talking about. It is okay for us to have a conversation. So within this conversation, if those women feel a certain way, should we address
that problem.
But he pointed out most people, Sharon. He pointed out most people. Are most women in Korea, in South Korea? No. So we can say it's a large group of these people. But we can't say it's the majority of the women.
KT. For some reason, I don't know why, y'all got to go to other things. We are literally, this is the problem that y'all men have. Y'all had either ADHD or y'all not problem solvers. We are dealing with one thing at a time. We are talking about something very specific. Let's mind that problem out first, and then we could turn it into the world.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, you earlier you mentioned that in order to build a house, you got to start with the foundation, right?
Thank you. So now these women.
So the foundation of this conversation would be the start of the 4B movement.
All right. So now these women have a foundational problem that men are taking advantage of them. Or we are all.
The foundational problem was about the money. It was about the careers. What are you talking about?
Perfect.
It had nothing to do with the actual men in the situation. It was the career fields. That's why they started in South Korea.
Okay,
what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about, those women felt a certain way, and their answer to that was to do what? To move away from men. Is that correct?
Yes, because men ran a majority of the business.
Okay, so now we understand.
It was not only about.
It's
sorry,
okay.
Sharon.
It's okay because that's what they tend. I'm starting to learn the tactics. They try to
lying.
They try to move you.
Okay,
from
then correct me for my research, because my research was apparently wrong.
They try to, even though it's a big problem, they try to focus on one part of the problem, right? And so
it was the reason why they kicked it off.
It's not worth the argument to even.
No, it wasn't.
Conversation.
Because you can go on. You can go on Korean forums if you know how to read Hangul, or you can get a translator, and they will tell you that the women, they have a high sexual assault culture in Korea, especially in South Korea. Women were being raped. Women were getting taken to those little TV rooms and stuff like that, getting snatched up while they're coming home from work or school and things. And even a high drugging culture in their clubs as well. So at this point, women was like, enough is enough, because there's not enough protection. Usually in that environment or in that society, scandals is a big thing. Scandals are a big thing, especially you come from a family of wealth or any kind of big corporation or conglomerate. So they were hiding a lot of abuse of the women, and they would shun them off. And they usually did it by bullying them on social media platforms or things like TikTok or Red Door. I forgot what it was, but there's another
Reddit.
Right. There's another Korean app that they use where women who were coming out and saying certain things about people were being bullied and shamed, and then it was also causing. It was also yes, exactly, and they were also causing suicide rates to go up. So women started saying, you know what? Since we're not getting what we need to be in a relationship with a man and have children and stuff like that, it's not safe. They're being perverted out in the street and stuff like that. We're no longer just dealing with them in that way. So I understand the part that you was talking about, but just like Sharon said, that's not where it really stemmed from. Go to the forums and listen to the women yourself about what they were experiencing and how their voice was being silenced, not only by their peers, but by their government, because nobody wanted this information to get out about this, homogenous country that they have similar issues that happens in the Western countries.
Okay, so I don't know a lot. I'm gonna admit what you just talked about. I don't know a lot about, so I'll leave that alone. But I'll research it myself because I do want to know more about what you're talking about. But I do understand what you meant about Sabul, because they also came up when they talked about it in Japan because of the major rape.
Right.
Because of that major that happens in the East. We'll say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, just go ahead and look it up. I wouldn't lie to you. Like, just read the forums and stuff for yourselves, and you can see where it kind of really stemmed from. And then even when the parents is over there was trying to still force and do the blind dating over there, it wasn't coming out to success. The guys would come from a good stock of family, but that guy used to be like a pervert and stuff, and things would happen to them, and then the girl wouldn't be able to tell her family or go and report them because it would be shameful, or it might get her mom fired. It might get their family ostracized.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, and we just need to, and my brothers need to just start learning.
And you know what? I can accept that because I can accept the fact that I might not know what you're talking about. And again, I'm gonna take what you're saying as fact because it sounds like you've done your research. So, and what I thought and what I was taught that the 4B movement was about, as I did my own research, it was mainly based on the economic growth, because a lot of women were going to colleges but were not being able to get the jobs because the men in charge were only seeing them in certain positions. So they weren't able to use their educational system. A lot of them were still set up in arranged marriages, which is where the no marriage thing comes from. So I do get it. But again, when it got adopted in the 4B in America, it started changing.
As in how? How did the 4B in America?
Sorry, I was waiting for the background noise to stop.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, as in how? How did the 4B in America kind of change? In your perspective, what do you think?
When the 4B movement started crossing into the Western, mainly because of social media, because it became known about the 4B movement in South Korea. One of the issues that came up is there were a lot of people who were like, well, we don't need men at all because we have our A, B, and C. And then a lot of it became in response to the election that happened, because they were like, if men don't agree with us, then we're gonna see them as they're against us. And so the point of it in Korea, it seemed to be like, hey, we're trying to make a point because y'all aren't appreciating us. In America, it felt like it was more of a temper tantrum, not a social movement, which is why I feel like it didn't.
Well, here's the thing. Men voted on women losing their rights to their bodies, right? Y'all voted to remove abortion rights, where some women have to use abortion for actual medical procedures, and not just only because she doesn't want a kid, because maybe the egg is in her fallopian tube, right? And she could die from it, things of that sort, right? Or she has a tumor in her uterus that she doesn't know, and it's going to cause complications where she's going to bleed out. Abortion is used for medical things for women, not only solely for the woman who just want to just get rid of a kid because you think that she doesn't want to handle her responsibilities. But you now you have now put thousands of women in danger. Thousands of women have lost their lives because they can't go and get an abortion. Teenagers have been arrested in their schools when found out that they had a natural abortion, aka whatever. What I forgot what that word is called.
No, I know what you. I know what you mean.
You know, but yeah, miscarriage, exactly. They didn't even know that they were pregnant, and then they went to the bathroom and they found something, and then when the school and the authorities came, they arrested 12-year-olds and 13-year-old girls.
But none of those cases ever. Hold on, I'll let you finish.
There's women who are going to prison if they're found to have gone to another state to go get an abortion that allows it. They are going to have to pay penalties to the I guess the potential father and the grieving family per se, his family.
In America?
Like there's so many things that's going on, and y'all making it seem like that wasn't a direct, a direct sign to say that you're not for women or their best interests. In fact, y'all make the thing that you're fighting for the life, right? The child's life. So it has nothing to do with the woman who has to carry the child. You don't even care if the woman dies in childbirth.
To be fair,
you don't
I'm not
care
pro-birth. I'm not pro-birth. I'm pro-life. So I understand where you're coming from, but
no, I'm not
yeah.
saying you. And I hope when we have these conversations,
we can
that
do
you can
that
understand that I'm not personally making this attack to you. I'm just talking to the topic, that we're talking to. Okay, so like I'm just saying, like there was just a lot of things that has happened was a bad signal to women to let women know that majority of men, this is not all, but majority of men do not have women's best interests at heart, let alone when it comes down to her health and the safety of her and her what type of life she's able to have, whether if she do become a mother or not. These are the same men who won't advocate for better health care for women when they are in that position to have children, especially when it comes down to Black women. Black women, it dies the most during childbirth. And we end up finding out is because of medical negligence or medical biases. But that I have not seen one man pick up a fucking pitchfork and stomp the fucking yard as to why I'm my girlfriend or my wife is losing their fucking lives, and then I end up losing my children. And a lot of it could have been avoided. None of that's happening. So again, y'all send subliminal messages where you stand at, and you get mad when women read those fucking messages. That's our job. We supposed to read between the fucking lines.
Absolutely. That's why women are the best guidance. I agree with that.
Can I say something real quick, Josh? Because while you were talking, I've been researching all that. Nobody has ever been arrested in the United States of America for crossing borders to have an abortion. People.
I can pull up an article. I can bet you I can pull up an article about a young person getting arrested for them going
they were not
over to the
charged, 'cause I
state.
just looked it up. Like literally nobody. The only thing that anyone's ever been arrested for is receiving pills from out the country.
You arrested and charged. So which one you were looking at?
I mean, the only case I can see, period, of anyone getting in any type of trouble about abortion and crossing borders was they got pills that were from overseas sent to them. They didn't get in trouble for no actual abortion.
Hold on. So the argument that you want to argue is that
no, I'm not arguing anything. I'm saying factually what she said wasn't true. Nobody's been arrested in this country, period.
I'm gonna pull up an article for you. I'm gonna put up a news report article for you.
So now
I'm gonna drop the three cases.
I could drop my. I was about to say I can too. Even down to what y'all was saying, or how she was saying earlier, like the 4B movement. Listen, it's just disingenuousness in these arguments because
it's not disingenuous. It's not disingenuous. So now you're trying to say
you talked a good bit.
I'm not talking a good bit. I'm talking the truth. Just because you don't like my truth and you don't like other people's truth, or if you don't like women's truth, that is your problem. I'm not here to cater to your problem. The truth is the truth. If the women on the forums are saying what is happening to them and why they wanted to do it, that is their truth. You don't get to fucking argue their fucking truth because you don't like it.
Is their truth universal truth? If you're
talking about universal truth?
What are you talking about? What are you calling?
What are you talking about? We're talking about the 4B and we're talking about the women in fucking Korea. What are you talking about? Universal truth.
Their truth. You said their truth.
That is their truth, isn't it?
Okay, so
we're talking about a specific fucking person, right? We're talking about a specific group.
Like something.
You're fucking dumb. Do you understand what you just said? You said universal, and you just admitted that we're talking about a specific group. You're fucking idiots.
Women. The group we were talking about was women.
We just talked about Korea. South Korea, right?
And then you switched into American abortion, right? Exactly.
No, you're not following the fucking argument, stupid. You're not following the argument. We went to Korea. We went to Korea, and then he asked me. What's going on in America. So then now when I bring up what's going on in fucking America, you got a fucking problem with it. Listen, I don't give a fuck about your fucking feelings, bro. Feel a way about it. It is what the fuck it is.
You're yelling and screaming, and you're not proving
I'm yelling and screaming because you're an idiot and you don't know how to follow a fucking conversation. That's why I'm yelling and screaming. You're literally using your fucking emotions, and you think your emotions is correct, but then here you are trying to undermine other fucking people's fucking feelings.
MJ. I'm not using you're literally saying because
you're using nothing but emotion because you came up here to attack. Like, stop your fucking gaslighting, goofy ass.
I'm up here to figure out why y'all
you're up here to attack. The first thing that you came up here was I pulled up some source, and I just want to say that everything that she said that was wrong. Everything that she said was wrong, and this is just being disingenuous. And you want to say that it's not fucking it's not feelings. Like, shut up.
You won't let me finish though. But I said you're being disingenuous.
Because you're
well, it's
an
men who
idiot,
voted
and
for it.
you're literally talking
Hold on.
about your
Okay.
fucking emotions.
Hold
I
on,
don't give a
y'all.
damn about your fucking
Hold
emotions.
on, y'all. All right, hold on. KT, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
What did I say? Can you read it, please?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, so this isn't crossing no border, right? Because she said what I just said, and she said people are getting arrested
hold
for
on,
going.
can you read it? Hold
You
on.
can't even
Yes,
fucking
charges
read.
are
What are you
dropped.
talking about?
DA
Hold
charges.
on,
Look, I'm gonna
hold
read it
on,
all. DA
hold
charges
on.
dropped against a
Can you
woman
please-
arrested for
can
having
you
an
please have
abortion after
Can
public
you please
outcry.
can you please have a Can you please have a conversation? Can you
Jesus, I
read it,
can if y'all keep
please?
interrupting me. You said read it, and I'm trying to read
No,
it.
but
Then you say don't read it.
You did so read it. Go ahead.
DA dropped charges against a woman arrested for having an abortion after public outcry. Leslie Gonzalez.
Okay, stop there.
Leslie
Stop
Gonzalez.
there.
No,
Stop
no,
there.
no. Let's put that
Stop
in.
there.
These
Stop there.
officials
I'm trying to
after
have
because she took medication. Like I told you, right?
I'm attempting to have a conversation with you.
I don't even understand why. He literally read the word arrested. And what did I say arrested? Did I say anything about charges?
That second half is very important though, because that's a unique.
Oh my God. Hold on. Just hold on.
But she was arrested. So where was the lie?
So now that I just pulled up, but this is just one case, and it's okay. So have a woman got arrested for, and they dropped the charges because it's unconstitutional, right? So did she lie? Oh my God. I don't know what is the problem with men and conceding to something that they literally see. I asked you if I could find a case of a woman getting arrested for it. You said you would concede.
Okay, but my point wasn't about the arrest. My point was about being charged and convicted. But we're not even touching that yet.
So now that we understand that a woman has gotten arrested for it, what is your thoughts now?
I concede. She got arrested. Yes. She got arrested and charged. Accurate. But what did she get arrested and charged for?
Oh my God. Okay, so now KT to go. Do you concede to the arrest portion of the conversation? KT to go. You're on mute, by the way.
I'm not speaking. Can you show anybody who's been arrested for crossing the border and getting an abortion? Because that's the only thing I pointed out. Please don't point out the sales of Nikes if I'm talking about Jordans if I'm talking about Air Force Ones.
Okay, so now why? Okay, so why is that extra part that you want to put into it? Why is that important?
No, that's not extra. That's the beginning. That's her statement, and I said that's where she was incorrect. And I'm correct. She's incorrect there.
We'll see. Okay.
It's also disingenuous to say, well, men are voting for women's rights as if women don't vote. That's why I'm saying this is like
men and women do. Men and women vote
differently.
Men and women vote, but who is the majority?
Yeah, the majority of people are men. The majority of voters are men. That's almost the comment. This comment is almost like saying people that are MAGA followers say because Trump's the president, most people voted him in. But we can also look and see he literally, most people in America didn't vote at all. Another, like I think 3 million less voted for Kamala.
I don't know how you do it,
because this is
Sharon.
the winner. Fuck it.
Habaragani.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought men and women were about the same population in America now. I thought we were about 50-50.
There's more women than men, last I checked.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it had shifted yet. I didn't know it had shifted. My bad. I thought it was about 50-50. I mean, if that's the case, then whatever argument just got made is invalid. Just natural.
No, that's, I mean, like what you're saying
so
in
this is
terms of voting.
The first thing
because it's more people doesn't mean that they're voting. That's all I'm saying.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is if we're saying that men are majority, then men voting for Trump would have said that Trump got voted in because men voted against women. But if there are more women inherently, then literally, if more women had voted, by definition, they would have voted in favor of women's rights. Is how that's just my theory. Am I
even
wrong?
down to that, that's what I'm saying. I can agree with what you're saying too in the basis. I'm just saying what we factually can say is the people who did vote. It's not like it's just every vote is just men going against women's rights and women going for women's rights. Even with men for men's rights and when because like we see it's a whole group and epidemic of men literally out here crying about how they not getting enough.
That is true. White
right?
women did get Trump elected. I see the point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not. If they and again, I'm just saying it's disingenuous to say, well, it's all these men. It's like we said, it's more women here than anything. Y'all can make a big change, a good big change, and I ain't gonna hold y'all on that. Like,
but it was majority of men who voted on it. I'm not saying that women. I'm not saying women didn't vote on it, but the simple fact is you can't take that the majority overruled, and that's why it was removed. So just because it ended up being fucking men, you can't be upset about it. It is what the fuck it is.
You want to read that, KT?
yeah, Montana abortion trafficking bill could criminalize crossing state lines for an abortion. So what you're saying,
so what we're saying is,
wait, remember, I'm from Montana. That bill didn't happen.
Oh my God,
that bill got struck down. I'm from Montana.
Okay, so
that bill got struck down.
So fucking dumb. This aggravates me that y'all don't understand what the fuck we are talking about.
Bro, you're using what if?
Fucking bill. There is a bill that says that about you and your body.
Sharon, that bill got struck down, bro. What are you talking about?
I need you to listen, right? Where is the bill that is controlling your body?
Where was the bill that's controlling the man? Are you changing the subject now? But
yes. So we
child
can
support.
So we can have an understanding. That's not controlling your body.
Yeah, it is. Either you pay that shit or you go to jail. Literally, you won't be able to be on the streets. You have to be in a certain regulated area. Like it's literally controlling your movement.
The mandatory draft.
That's laws or whatever. That's my point though, Sharon. I'm saying the only thing I'm saying. She said people are getting arrested for that. You're not.
Oh my God! Stop talking and stay on point. Child support is not controlling your body. Controlling your body means that they say, hey, you are not, every time you go and jerk off, you could get arrested because you release sperm that could be a life. That would be controlling your body. You can only have sex when it's time to procreate. That would be controlling your body. And if you do it and you are not trying to have sex to create a baby, then you are going to jail. That would be controlling your body.
Bro, that is so disingenuous.
It's
no.
I don't understand. How is that disingenuous? So you saying that it's your right to go fuck on anything and produce all these fucking children and not pay for them? That is what your argument is?
Never
because nobody's wait, hold on. Because nobody is.
You know what? I think the disconnect is. Do you two men, one at a time. We don't go with Joshua. Just answer yes or no, and then KT yes or no. Don't add anything extra into it yet, please. Is the right for a woman to have an baby deletion is controlling her body? Yes or no, Joshua?
Yes.
KT to go. Yes or no?
It's definitely an element of it. Yep.
The fuck does that mean? Yes or no?
It means it's more than one way. I don't want you to sit there and now say because we agree that now see they agree because you disagree with me. I'm saying yes, it is one of the ways to control for sure.
And I also think you're limiting it intentionally.
How am I? Okay. All right. So now baby deletions is a form. So this way y'all don't have to be so fucking scared of a question.
Okay, no, that's fair. So now can I ask you a counter question? Just you can say no and I'll leave it alone.
Sure.
Is baby deletion still only a woman's body?
So what? A baby deletion is what?
Is baby deletion still a woman's body only?
Yes.
And that's where our views differ.
How? This is fucking insane.
I mean, what? No, I mean, what is a deletion by definition?
Means you're getting rid of the fetus of the child. Okay.
But that's not what you called it. You called it something very specific. What was that?
Right. I don't want to keep using the word.
I know. That's why. I know. I understand why.
Right.
But there's a reason why your term fit for
because
me.
of YouTube. But it's because of YouTube.
Okay. Well, fair. So I understand. I understand your view now. Sorry, that's on me then. So I understand that you see apples as not apples, right? You see a seed as not an apple. Fair?
No, that's not. Your question is a deletion a woman's body? It is her body. Yes, it is hers.
I said, is it only her body?
Yes, it is. It's only her body. Yes.
That's where we differ. I'm not even saying I can disagree with you. In your point of view, I would agree with you too. But I don't believe that.
I think Josh is just asking, do you believe the child has any right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because he's saying like the seed, the apple seed would be still producing an apple. If she has a baby in her that's represented as an embryo, do you think that that baby has any, you know?
So here's the problem when y'all had this conversation. What y'all are talking about is like the last term of a baby deletion, right? When the baby
I'm not.
Yes, you are, because there's no way for you to determine. Oh my God, this is so difficult. I don't know. This is crazy to me.
You're getting frustrated because we have different views, but we can have different views.
I'm getting frustrated because y'all not being honest about the conversation. So
Right.
when that baby
So I believe a baby is born, a baby's life begins at the heartbeat, which is 15 weeks.
Okay, so now before those 15 weeks, is it a baby?
It's an embryo of a human.
I'm going by your words so we can have it. So we can have a clear understanding.
I know. It's an embryonic human.
Okay, so now this is where it starts to get a little weird, because now you're saying it starts at the heartbeat, which is 15 weeks, and majority of people that are having these baby deletions are not going that far down the road.
No, that's when life begins to me. Hold on. I was very specific about what I said. Life begins at heartbeat.
When do most people have a baby deletion?
Typically between 9 and 21 weeks, according to my research.
You know, this is crazy, so crazy, Sharon, because we literally had one of our Black women stay alive on a fucking machine to deliver a baby. She was dead, pronounced brain dead. And for 3 months, she was kept on a machine just for her body, you know, just for she could deliver the baby. The baby even came out preemie because she was the body was dying. Her organs and everything was dying and stuff like that. So they had to hurry up and get the baby out.
I remember that.
Because so this is what I'm saying. Like,
I remember that.
you got shit like that, and that happened to that poor woman because motherfuckers got in a goddamn fucking voting booth and said, nah, we want to talk about Bomb Keisha or whatever, whoever you think is out there just fucking getting abortions as birth control. We gotta stop that for that. Mind you, these same motherfuckers don't even give a fuck about Bomb Keisha fucking kids. If she let me finish. If she eats, they don't care about those kids. If they eat, they don't care about those kids. If they get sexually assaulted, they don't care about those kids being in fucking foster care. They don't give a damn about these fucking kids. Nothing. You can see that they don't give a damn about these kids when they're actually alive, actually have conscious thought, cognitive thought and processes. Really can explain when they're hurt and feeling. Y'all don't give a fuck about those goddamn kids. And you want to talk about rights? Oh, do this embryo have rights? Did you think about that embryo having rights, or whether or not he wanted to be born by when you put your fucking nut in a woman? I ain't think you wasn't thinking about rights then.
I was. That's why I have my kids.
No, you didn't think about their rights. You took their rights away. How do you know if your seed wanted to be born? You just assumed.
What?
Yeah.
No, explain that.
I explained it very clear. When you
Okay,
nut in your when you nutted in your wife, what was the right? What rights was your seeds having at that time? What rights were they having? How do you know if your seed wanted to be born or not? How do you know that your seed didn't want to be fucking flushed down the fucking toilet? How do you know? Or did you just make that fucking decision yourself?
No, but
my children have to like the life.
Josh, are you just
from that moment,
that most kids that are aborted want to be aborted or something?
Right.
I think he was just saying more or less he's gonna let them live so that way they can live to have the option.
All right, hold on. This is what we're gonna have to do. Y'all gonna have to support the show. We're gonna have this difficult conversation. We got 100.
It's just ridiculous. They talk about rights when they fucking want to talk about rights, but then all of a sudden they like, oh well, I just assume because it's a living organism or it has electronics or energy in it that it definitely wants to be born.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not
So
even
wait,
arguing that.
so I can believe
arguing that
Hold on. This is a very difficult conversation. And we're going to need some more support if we are going to just have this conversation. I'm sorry.
I mean, it isn't.
Sharon, what's the goal?
Difficult.
What's the goal you're asking for?
I don't have no certain goal, but people need to learn how to support the show. We ain't get to 100 likes. I don't even know. We made $6 throughout the whole show. This is fucking ridiculous. It's 130 people here.
We finna send we don't
got 100. Hold on. We don't have 100 likes, nor even $20 in support.
Hey, y'all get them likes up if y'all can't support with the money. Fuck it. That's the best thing I can say. Economy fucked up. Let niggas keep their little money. But at least get a man a like. Fuck it. Likes and shares. This is the least we can do.
Insane. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
We can have this hard topic, but like I said, I stand on my statement earlier. You know what it hits for, Sharon. MMML. Let's get it.
Let me read some of the super chats. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I go on record that
Hold on one second. Either man. Let me see where we started at.
You just be talking.
Yeah, I came up right when he did the super chick. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Layla 811, $2 super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. Corinne Mackey, hey girl, hey. Thank you for the $1 super sticker. Corinne Mackey again, $2. Thanks for your patience. Thanks always. Thank you. The CKJ 3731 with the 50 ball. Who is that?
That's the CKJ.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to you.
Thank you so much. I would play the video that I usually play, but I don't think it's appropriate for this conversation.
Why not? Cap D always coming.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
Okay, yeah, that's funny.
Now, yesterday you said we ain't supposed to be looking.
Yeah.
So, Sharon,
I told
Sharon,
I'm looking.
Unlock Nation, $5. Thank you for the super sticker, sir. Shadow the Titan Wasp, thank you for the $20 super sticker, sir.
I'm about that life today.
Free Zone Lou with the 20 ball. For the insanity, the great MJ crash out of 2025 is upon us.
Oh, that's not a crash out. Stay tuned.
Oh, all right. More to come. The Verbal Assassin, FAFO, $5. Hashtag 4B forever. All right. The Real Prism XO, 20 ball. Support, but I would still rather live in South Korea. Angie B, baby. Which Angie B? Oh, $10. I'll pay for everybody hates Josh sounding ass off. Great show. Thank you. I know we all hate Josh, you guys. All of us. Renee
that's mean.
Shut up. Just you hear your name don't mean you gotta talk. Renee is love with the $5 super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. Big Bad Booch, 20 ball. I ain't forgot. Support. Clean up the potty mouths.
True that. We gotta try to clean up the cussing. Also, we got on the Cash App, it says thanks always for the Advil. Thank you so much, girl. I appreciate it. And also, we got get some coffee. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. The Boogeyman. Thank you. I appreciate you. What? I can't believe we got the youngster in the building as well, Diva. His crazy ass.
Who is this? Trey 7777, $2. Dope show. Great combo. Thank you, sir. Who he been up here?
Yeah, Trey. He one of the young gunners. He got all the passion that you love, Diva. He got it. And he be like, he just let it go. He be letting it go. He funny as hell. All right. So now that we got it back calm, we can actually attempt to have a conversation. It seems like either man want to jump it off, and then we get back into the conversation as.
Well, I've been working all morning, and I don't know what y'all talking about, but I know I disagree with Chicago Rilla. I know that for a fact.
Boy, that nigga ain't said shit in about an hour.
I know that's why I disagree with him. And he said nothing. That means he thinking something wrong. I think he's thinking wrong.
So it says most baby deletions is reported around in the first 9 weeks. So if you are going with the idea that these baby deletions and you don't believe that it is a baby to the heartbeat, and then this is where the problem lies with majority of the conversation. And this is why we cannot take the ability away from the women, because we are putting women that do need it for medical procedures in danger as well.
I believe we shouldn't take the right of the needs for the desires of the wants, though. Those are not the same.
I think it comes down to
however, you cannot take it from the person's body. It is that person's body at the end of the day.
So I can go ahead and support that. Here's the thing. I do believe in women's rights to choose everything until it's no longer just them. That's where my only issue ever came in. And
Okay,
again,
so
I don't even have a place to say it because again, I'm not a woman.
Saying, hold on, Josh.
But I am a father.
So what I'm saying is that the problem is that majority of men would say, hey, less than 1% are medical emergencies, right? But we're not just talking about.
I'd say closer to
emergencies.
7% are medically necessary.
Okay.
I'd say closer to 7.
Right. And so also we seen that after we did the go ahead, Diva. So let me get my full thought. You there, Diva? Fighter Complex with the $4.99. Sharonda, thank you for providing a safe space for angry Black women to vent their dating grievances.
He's so stupid. I'm actually pretty impressed. That's got to be at least, let me see. Yeah, probably like a 6th or 7th grade reading level. So kudos to you, fighter.
So the problem is that Josh, you said at 15 weeks is where you start to look at it as that's a beating heart, and most of them are happening around 9 weeks. So therefore, we cannot also the way how the men are also using the 1% medical emergencies. We cannot also act as if that majority of women are waiting to it is a child that could live outside of the womb if it was premature. So we gotta be right. So, and this is the conversation that it gets disingenuous, right? Most people are having the plan Bs, and most people do it as soon as they find out, right? That's what's really happening,
right?
This whole idea
and that's fair.
And this whole idea that women are waiting into that the child could survive on his own if it was taken out is the fallacy that men are holding on to, and the reason why they're holding on to it is because they want to use it to attack women and use it as a weapon. And so now we have bills being passed where now they are taking the autonomy of a human being away from them, and that is a problem. And so even though this is a thing that's happening, this 4B movement in Korea, it is going across the globe because birth rates is down across the whole globe.
So yes, the 4B movement. Oh,
you good?
Okay, so yes. The 4B movement has done exactly what it said it was going to do. As MJ stated earlier, this has happened before. It happened in the Bahamas. It's happened throughout history numerous times. But what comes with that, there's a lot that will come with that as well. Granted, I think we're more civilized now, and it's less likely. But
boy, do not lie to yourself.
I mean, fair. You know what? I'll take that. But so let's talk, because I said that most, hold on. All right, bet. So I said most of them, I believe that life starts at 15 weeks. But I also believe that embryo, every fertilized egg has a right to life. Whether it reaches that life is between God and that family. But when we intervene in it, that's when I have a problem with it. But again, I don't have a say in that, which is why I don't make a statement in that. I feel how I feel, but for the sake of this conversation, yes, I don't believe that using the 7% of people who medically need it should never have been affected by the 93% who do it as birth control. I have an issue with that because at that point it's literally a responsibility issue. You want to lay down, but you don't understand the consequences that come with it. That's bogus. Like that's just being for real. But again, I'm not even bashing casual sex or whatever the case may be. But again, every time you have sex, you run into the same potential issue, and everybody knows what that consequence is.
All right, and men are not holding on to that responsibility is the issue because they keep blaming women and saying that she opened her leg too and it's a two-way street. She knew what he was doing, and that's the issue. So,
and I think that's a disingenuous argument from men. I think men who say that are on bullshit. I'm sorry, let me correct my language. I think men who talk like that are FOS. Because at the end of the day, it takes two to dance. It will always take two to create that issue. But here's the thing. Men will be held at risk, at gunpoint of losing their life, liberty, freedom. They literally lose their constitutional rights if they don't step up. If a man decides to reproduce...
Step up in what way?
Step up as in, hey, if you don't take care of the child that you helped create, we're going to burn your bridges.
Okay, meaning you mean the 17%? You mean the 17% that most states agree to that men got to pay in child support? That's what you mean?
Yes, that was child support.
What percentage of your money you contribute to your children?
I mean, everything I make goes to my family.
So don't you see that's a big problem that a woman gotta only get 70% while you a married man, you just admitted that you give 100% to your family. Don't you see it as a problem?
No, absolutely. That's why I believe kids shouldn't be had outside of the scope of marriage.
So now so that woman that is taking care of her child, how much of the burden she is doing when she is by herself now?
I think child support should be a 50% minimum.
That's
fine. But again, I
hold
also
on.
believe
So
that
I'm
children
glad
shouldn't
that-
be born
I'm glad
outside
that
of
you-
marriage.
I'm glad that you said that. However, men are fighting and arguing, saying they are going to lose their livelihood because of 17% of their income. While you saying you give 100%, and you saying that woman that's keeping that child, she's giving 100%, and he's only giving 17%. And we trying to act as if that is a equal situation.
Yeah, sure, that's fair. Because keep in mind, in states where women pay child support, they pay the same 17%.
Right. And so now when we just having an honest conversation, we cannot compare baby deletions to men going on child support. It's not even close.
Hold on. So again, let's start putting that in perspective now. Whatever that 17% is, that's 17% of a typical work week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Most men can say that we dedicate most of our lives to working. Whether it's working for fun or doing something we enjoy, we're still working, right? So I know I'm talking about money because that's the only thing I can talk about when it comes to child support. Child support is strictly financial. Yes, there are other levels of child support like shared custody, like et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but we're not talking about that. We're talking, unless we are. And if we're talking about that, then there's more to it. But again, the issue that it comes to is, can I compare the deletion of a life that should have at least the opportunity? Because here's the thing, the deletion stops that opportunity from even being plausible. That's where my problem comes in there. The solution is women have the right to choose everything.
So now, are we saying that men are not helping in that choice of getting that baby deleted?
Absolutely.
They are.
So wait, no. Most women are making the choice by themselves, and especially in the decisions.
We know that is just not a true statement.
Hold on. In the decisions where it's used as birth control, most men are not having the conversation about the deletion.
So that's not.
It's literally one of the biggest complaints that men have.
No, it's not a true
in
statement.
this conversation.
Most men are the ones that is forcing the woman to have that baby deletion. They ain't saying, "Hey, listen."
I don't want to know the stats on that.
The very night after, they giving them a plan B. That's number one.
Hold up, plan B and deletion are not the same thing. Please don't conflate the two. Don't conflate the two.
That's fine. What I'm saying is that so the men are supporting that that lifestyle. They buying the plan Bs and saying, making her take that pill the day after. That's number one. Number two, they are the ones that's spending the $300 to $400 for that woman to go ahead and get that deletion more than one time.
But
we know
you're comparing the two.
And the reason why we know this is because we also have living examples of it. Some of these red pill favored people, like Myron and the other one, both of them did it and forced the woman to have this deletion. So we know that this is just not a one-off thing. This is something that's always been happening. So this whole the whole premise of men acting as if they want all these children, and then when the children are here, they also running away from them. It just doesn't connect. And we got to take our righteous self, like yourself, you somebody that's willing to take your response, stop putting that into every other man, because majority of men are not doing that.
But you're also putting the irresponsibility on all men. The same way I'm going the extreme to the right, you're going to the extreme to the left.
But Josh, I'm doing it by the stats.
Okay, and I'm also going by the stats. Most women who go in uncontested. Like, that is a factual statement. If you posted by Plan B not 3 years ago. Like, by Planned Parenthood, they literally mentioned the fact that most abortions are done uncontested. So I don't understand where you're coming from.
That the men want it done as well.
But the paperwork wouldn't support that, so we don't know that. You're making an assumption right now.
Fine.
You're making it.
Okay, that's fine. Even though I was giving you evidence that men be forcing women to do it.
Hold on. Did you give me evidence or did you make a statement?
Yes, I gave you two notable examples. And we know that's also something that's happening all across the board, but we can try to act like we don't. We can try to act like we don't know.
Something me and you can probably agree on is Myron is probably not the best example.
I'm willing to just allow it to happen because we cannot prove of these men giving $300, even though they would say it all the time.
Okay, hold on.
Really know what I'm talking about because Wall Street he'll be honest about saying like, yeah, the men are absolutely contributing just as much as the women to this baby deletion. He knows that, right? Because Willie's gonna be honest about it because he don't have no dog in the fight. And we just need men to just be honest about what's happening and stop putting every goddamn blame on a woman when the men.
I didn't put everything on the women. Again, you're going to an extreme.
Yeah, because you're going to yourself, right? And I'm talking to the general when I'm saying.
Not even. But wait, though.
Bro, I'm going to me and you're going to Myron.
To that, who's having the abortions? I do know for a fact. It's a lot of times men don't even know the chick was pregnant. You get what I'm saying? So there is an element. That's why I don't even like to deal with it because it's way too subjective to say that men are forcing just because this goofball Myron forced the woman into an abortion.
Strawberry lemon house.
I'd say, you can find 1,000 for that one Myron situation that the dude never even knew she was pregnant. You know what I mean?
Fine.
And that's been my point. Sorry,
but it's a horrible point. Because we know we know that.
How do you know?
Talking about one night,
I'll accept that
you know you're talking about one night stands, and it's fine that we could say, "What about this?" And it's a few of those and a few that's fine, and that's why it's not really worth the argument. But the issue that we are having is that men and women are both deciding to go ahead and have these baby deletions in mass, and when we talk about in the general population, it's just the truth.
How do you go from, we can't prove it, but we do know for a fact? You literally just took a whataboutism and then said, but this is exactly what's happening. Bro.
Okay, if you want to act as if it's fine. That's what I'm saying. It's not worth the argument. You need everything to be a literal document, that everything is documented, and then we cannot have an honest conversation about what's happening in our society. It's a lot of things we cannot never, ever prove. Racism, because according
we can definitely prove racism.
So, because if we go by documents, then this country is not racist at all.
Wait, what do you mean? We can literally prove that our people were sold.
You literally can't prove it. You literally can't.
You literally can prove that our people were sold and said they had to make a whole bill to stop segregation. That is, what are you talking about?
Right, so
I understand your point, but that was a really bad example.
So, with that being said, because people can say that, they say that it's not racist anymore because those white people signed the bill, is what the argument would be.
No, okay, so let me entertain you. I'm gonna entertain that thought. You're right, but we can go backwards.
I don't want to dive into that. I just want to have an honest conversation.
But in order for us to have an honest conversation, you can't use Myron. When
I keep trying to make everything a documentation, we cannot have an honest conversation.
But again, you're using the worst of us as an example to prove your point. You're doing the same thing that I'm doing in the opposite way. And the thing is, you're not seeing that you're doing it. When I talk about what I did and what I would believe, the first person you brought up was Myron.
Your phone's breaking up. Your mic's breaking up right now. I don't. Maybe y'all don't speak to enough people. But I know for a fact that I spoke to a woman and she's like, she found out that she was, and then the dude was like, "Yo, we can't have this baby right now." It happens often, even happen in marriages.
Again, yes, they do.
And so I just muted you real quick because you was having some background noise and stuff. So pretend like this is just not a factual thing is just wild to me. Women do not want the government to control their body. They do not want their man to be controlling their body. If we do not, as men, recognize this as an issue, and your partner, your better half is what a lot of men would call it, the better half of you have a problem with that. You not recognize it as a problem. This is why we are going to keep going into a slump of less relationships and less babies. and
Let me
more
ask you
male
this.
loneliness because men are not willing to understand what a woman is actually going through, why she is feeling that way, and put it together and have an understanding for his own woman.
Let me ask you this, Sharon. So specifically the black men, you think the overwhelming majority of black men are pro-life or pro-choice?
They are pro baby deletion. 100%.
Because as I'm listening to it, it kind of just hit me like the issue here is a white man issue. It's definitely not like a black man's issue when it comes to pro-life, pro-choice. I think that's one of the few places we're aligned with women. To your point, that men are requesting these abortions. So clearly they're not trying to get rid of them.
All right. Go ahead, Diva. You there?
I'm here. Fighter Complex 7, $5. Not you being easy box, tricking on the bandit, eating the groceries, then coming to the internet to cry about it. Now a year or so later, you're holy. What is he talking about?
I don't know. Good day. Welcome to the show. Fighter Complex. What the hell you talking about? You being messy? What are you talking about?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You was gossiping just now?
You know, black papa.
Now, yo, why if I'm sending money, they blocking me in the chat and I support the channel?
Yeah, we could barely hear you. You probably have to drop and come back.
Take them cheap ass headphones off.
Now I think that's not headphones.
Oh.
That's that Santo Domingo Wi-Fi, man.
No, I didn't skip your chat, Either Man. Hold on. Either Man said I skipped this chat just in case.
Either Man Williams, $5. I do UB. It was a blue dog. Just wanted to bring the reading level back down. But all jokes aside, I understand both sides.
I did skip that one. I apologize. Make sure I skip. Yeah, okay, we good now. Damn. All right, so welcome to the show, Bomb Cherry Juice as well.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, if I support the channel, why am I getting blocked in the chat by MJ?
Because you probably said something disrespectful. I'm not sure what you said. I didn't see it.
What if it's the truth?
Huh? Did you say something to the topic or did you say something disrespectful?
What if it's the truth?
Say what?
No, it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth.
You don't know the truth, papa.
Okay, so you're saying that you could use the truth to be disrespectful is what you're saying?
If it's the truth, does it matter?
Yes.
Yes, it does matter.
You don't know the truth, papi.
So what we're saying because no, this is a good question, right? Because a lot of men attempt to use the truth as to be disrespectful, and not so. And you know what's a good example is what happened earlier today when PhD asked me to unlock the question. She didn't ask it in a disrespectful way, even though it was a very difficult discussion. And the problem is that just because something is truthful, that doesn't mean you should use it in a way to harm somebody and use it as a weapon. Even if I don't even know what you said was truthful or not, but what I'm saying is that we all understand what disrespect is, and then when we do it, and then somebody retaliates to the disrespect, we cannot be surprised.
Okay.
All right. Now we.
I just want super chat on. That's all.
That's up to you, sir. I really.
This is pataria.
Oh my God.
It's not very business savvy. Just saying.
Say
not
what?
Very business savvy. It's not very business savvy to do that.
All right. So then I guess it's not very business savvy to have you here. Then I don't know what to tell you. Right? Like I don't understand. Yo, Wall Street Willie. Sometimes I don't understand it. Did that make sense, Wall Street Willie?
I've never had a Dominican business manager, so I don't.
That was crazy to me. Okay. the amount of disrespect that people think that you're supposed to allow them to do is wild. You disrespectful to somebody and they meet your disrespect, you cannot get mad. I don't understand. I really don't understand that. That was crazy to me.
Interesting. So listening to this conversation, I think it's a challenging conversation because first of all, I don't believe in it at all, right? But then I'm also hearing men up here saying,
Well, wait.
hello?
There you
Look
go.
at God. Look at
you back. Go ahead.
Y'all get me now?
Yeah.
We know for a fact that men are contributing to it financially, especially the women they don't want to have babies with.
Right.
And then not only that, growing up in Georgia, the fathers also is, hey, don't have that baby, you too young, don't throw your wife away. And also mothers too, parents. Like the level of pressure that we see on women to get these baby deletions is real. This is not like a thought that's coming from their head. So just because I don't believe with it, I can't make it seem like they're the only corporates in it. It's all most of these dudes don't believe in baby deletion until they get the wrong girl pregnant. Then when they get the wrong girl, you remember yesterday we was talking about. It's funny how all these conversations just connect. Them fours and they mind the negative threes. When they get those negative threes pregnant, then it's an option. You know what I'm saying? Then what I'm saying, now let's examine the option of what right to use. So I think a lot of people not standing on one side of the fence with it. I do believe most people are willing to get that thing done if it's by the wrong woman. So I get your point, and I also get the point of them saying I'm taking away the choice. So it's one of those things like my spiritual belief plus my understanding of what's going on in reality.
Yeah.
It makes me understand both sides.
Yeah, and I think that is the scary thing about it is that men will purposely leave out the bad actors just to talk about their own righteous situation and try to act like majority of men are moving like them. And we know majority of men are not even following sound doctrine. They running out of churches. You know what I'm saying? Like we know that. We see it on a day-to-day basis. We
And
know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
And yes, and so that's when we have these conversations, I ask myself outside of my belief, because I think sometimes we get so caught up in our belief that we start not we don't want to also understand. So look, this is how I feel, right? I believe people that proclaim to be Christians shouldn't do it because they have a spiritual belief in the Bible, right? And then people of the world that's not following the biblical description do what they want to do. Like we can't hold them to the standards of the Bible. And I think when we start having that conversation about not trying to force our belief system or what Christians do on the rest of the world, then we can see it. So we should be able to hold Christians accountable and say, hey, man, based on your belief, you should not be moving this way. And people of the world, we should let them do what they want because they're not of the belief. And I think when I talk to a lot of believers, they say, no, everybody. It's almost like what we've seen, how Christianity was forced onto people. A lot of people trying to force their belief system onto them instead of holding people accountable that are in that. And the same thing, I'm not Muslim, so I don't know their belief system, but how about we hold the people accountable that proclaim to be it instead of trying to hold the people that's not in that faith to that same standards?
That's a bar right there. I love it. I enjoy this version of E. When E be coming with the bars, I love it. We're gonna try to it seems like all the detractors is going. I think we are all in agreement here on the panel that we understand the righteous man side of it, and we understand that majority of the men are not moving righteous when they are doing this thing to women. Like, and we see the problem that is going on in today's society. This is why it's such a relationship problem going on, because men are just not willing to listen to a woman that they say that they want to be with. And they keep trying to force women into a duty type situation when duty is meant for men. Maybe you men want to be with men. I don't know. But if you want to make women be in relationships with you, then you're going to have to listen to them and understand what they are looking for in a relationship. And stop thinking you know better than what she is saying. This is ridiculous.
And then I just got a different perspective because out of my kid, I mean my sister have I think 4 kids, and she had like near death experiences with 3. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that we think that it's more rare. Like I don't think we understand how dangerous birth is for women, right?
They don't.
And we start asking that question. I think modern medicine have hitting a lot of things in birth, right? Just as simple as their blood pressure going out of control or their sugar dropping to unsafe levels. Like those are things that happen typically. And I know people like, oh, that's because they're older. Nah, this happened with younger people too. So I know it's just one of those things like, who is more important? When you start asking that question, who is more important? And that get really tricky when you don't believe in God.
What? That was completely ass backwards. Like, I gotta be honest with you, right? Because most of these arguments you find coming from the people that believe in God, right? That doesn't determine how you set up the structure of your home, right? I would say, if anything, some of the most toxic men always quote what? And the Bible said Joseph was the leader of his home, right? I would argue that that's the nesting ground of all the weird red pill, God ordained me to have dominion over the earth arguments. So yeah, that was bugged out.
So I'm glad you said that because I've been consistent saying that I think the people who should get submission are the people who believe in the Bible because that's where it comes from, right? So like even we have the submission talk, right? We have all these talks. What we're learning is men are weaponizing the Bible without practicing it. Those are 2 different things. Like I'm not disagreeing that it's a weaponization of the Bible going on. And say,
I'm
oh, you
saying
should.
that's a Bible side argument, though, right? Like for you to say the only
No,
people
you're
that need
missing. You're
submit.
missing what he's
No.
saying,
Hear what I'm
Willie.
saying? The only
But you're
people that
missing
should
what he's
submit.
saying.
The only people that should submit are the people that subscribe to the Bible. Like what? What? Huh? Why are you trying to define how this should be set up over here, right? If your premise is if you're not aligned with the Bible, then you shouldn't be held to the standard, right? So why are you policing what they feel about their setup?
So let me make sure I understand what you're saying, Willie. Should I be able to hold you to the standard of the Bible if you don't believe?
I mean, I really don't care
Don't
on either
don't
side.
forget the part. Don't forget the part. If you don't believe.
If you don't believe, should I be able to hold you to the standards of the Bible?
I
And
think
when he's saying you, he's not
I
saying
understand the
personally you.
question.
Okay, we talking
I
about in
understand
general.
the
So
question.
okay.
I'm saying, as a Christian, yes. I think if you are a devout Christian, totally 10 toes down in your faith, then yes, you should use the standards of the Bible to define how you move and how you judge other people. Yes. I
You missed
should,
the question. I
if
thought you
my
said you
moral, if
hold on.
my
I thought
moral,
you said you
hold on.
understood the question.
No, I understood the question. Just let me answer. If my moral code and compass is set up by this book, then that should determine
Willie,
how I
you missed
deal
it.
with.
So what if you don't follow the book? Is what
If
Eden Man question is.
if you
Should he
don't
hold you
follow,
to the standard
no,
if
that
you
wasn't his
don't
question.
believe and follow the doctrine?
So again, to that question, and let me restate it so you know I understand. Should you, as a Bible believer, hold non-believers to the standard of the Bible? Right? Hmm? My answer does not change. Yes, this book, if you are a devout Christian,
That's the problem. You're missing what I'm saying.
Listen, let me finish.
What I was. Well,
This
you're not.
book,
You
you
go
asked
ahead.
me a question, let me answer. Y'all cut me off twice. I haven't said a word all show. You didn't even introduce me, Sharon. Hey, yo, chill out, Diva. I've been so good, even Diva had to laugh, right? I'm saying this. If you're a devout Christian, then yes, that book should determine your moral code, and that should not be adjusted on the basis of someone else's beliefs, right? Whether you're a Christian, Muslim, Japanese, Buddha, FBA, right? This is the code and standards I'm gonna judge you by.
All right, now, hold on. Let me state it again because we missed it. If a person is not practicing the
Look at God. Look at the Most High.
women to the standards of the Bible.
Okay, guys, start
Y'all
over.
Still not hear me?
Yeah, start over. E. Yeah, go ahead.
So if these red pill dudes that you're talking about trying to hold women to the standards of the Bible with submission, because that's the form that they're using it from. If they're weaponizing the Bible to hold these women to the standard and they're not living to the standard, do you believe that they can do that?
No.
That was my point from the beginning.
No,
Hey,
but you left
keep
out.
saying
But
like
you
these
left
people
out.
who's not practicing the faith.
You left out that key point of
Willie,
not
hold on. I do
living
not
up
want to
to
go
the
backwards.
standard.
Now that we
That
all
was the
in
thing.
understanding, let's just move it forward. There's no need to say, hey, why you misunderstood or how you misunderstood. I don't care. We are here now. We understand what the premise is. Let's just move forward. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're not living up to those standards and codes yourself, then you don't have a right to specifically use this book. Just make the argument from the premise of being disconnected from the book, but don't try to say, thus saith the Lord, to make your argument. Like, nah, you don't live by that.
Thank you. Okay. Now we all in one accord. Good. You want to add anything to that, E, or we good? It looks like we good now, right? All right. Oh, shit. I don't even got nothing prepared. It had me messing up my own goddamn. I forgot we was watching the goddamn video. All right, just where we was at. Okay. I think we good now. All right. Whew. Let's see.
Yeah, probably one of her tits is too.
Name one red pill or manosphere guy who is successful in this department at all.
Excuse me?
Much less successful by their own standard. Like someone who has many or even one attractive, submissive young woman with a 0 body count. Always. Most of them are single.
I see a 0 body count. Really? Do you think that's a red pill tenet? Is a 0 body count? No, that's a spurg pill tenet.
I have no idea what a spurg pill, but yes, you red pill instant management, man. Yeah, absolutely talk about 0 body counts. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, do I got that confused?
They definitely talk about low body counts. So who is the man?
That is the man that started the whole manosphere. That's
Rollo Tomasi.
That's Rollo Tomasi, the man that they say that I never talk about. That's him.
And but like the fact that men are following him, right? Is get some standards, man. Like y'all will just follow anybody at this point.
I don't know why or how men are following men that women do not think in a good way. That doesn't make sense to me.
Diva, you saying that man is a dweeb?
He's out this little old ass trying to be swole in a muscle shirt. Like, who's following this guy? He's a joke.
Yeah. So, but what I was saying before I left is, I think that's the problem.
Damn, he still have a microphone issues.
Y'all still can't hear me?
There you go. Now
yes. So what I was saying is, the crazy part about it is when I hear people that say, hey, you should force your belief on other people. And we saw Jesus not force his belief on nobody. He asked people, do you believe? Before he did any, like, he didn't even heal people that didn't want to. So now and this is like, we've seen this in Christianity. They went out and did the opposite of what the Jesus. Instead of drawing people with love and people who want to follow him, they tried to force people by force and to do it. So that's the point. I think a lot of people have learned Christianity the wrong way, and trying to force it on people is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy that I'm gonna try to hold you to my standards and force it. No, it's two different people. It's the people of the world, and it's the people that believe. And what he did was he taught and healed and did the things for the people that believe.
But I don't think you understood what I said, right? I didn't talk about forcing anything on anyone. I'm not worried about you taking communion. I'm not worried about you being baptized. I'm saying the standard of how I will deal with you. My moral compass, if I am a Christian, should be determined by this book. So it doesn't change the standard I hold you to just because you're not a believer. I don't think you should steal, right? That goes for you, and you, right? Either man tried to come up here with that bomb-ass Wi-Fi like he was saying something. And I yield my time. Salute to the vaginal vessel supremacist, Queen Diva.
That's the first time we done ever heard you yield your time, sir.
I'm trying. I'm learning over here, sis. I'm learning.
So what was E talking about? I could never hear him through his bad microphone enough to understand the point he was trying to make.
He ain't talking about nothing. What he talking about? He ain't talking about nothing. Kendrick voice. It just be blowing my mind. Sometimes I be sitting here like, why am I listening? Like, we got a Christian pro-life pimp. Like, what am I doing with myself right now? Right? I'll be so confused.
Somebody say dudes asking for body counts probably got the clap.
Listen.
Right. It's much more important to ask for test results and see it in black and white.
Goddamn children is crazy.
Hey, Sharon just went to whoop them kids.
No, I gotta put this one, the little one in the goddamn tub because she calls up doing her hair and she put too much product.
I'm back.
We know who run the house, Sharon.
That little one, the youngest one, do y'all ain't hear her? She be laughing at her.
The youngest one, terror.
Is she in her terrific twos yet?
She like 6 or something like that.
Oh, okay. You said something like that.
No, the twos are the best. I like the twos. I know a lot of people talk about how bad the twos is. My 2-year-old, we had a good time. But yeah, no, but Willie, you don't understand how because it sounds like me and you are saying the same thing. Because you said that you agree that you should not be trying to force your belief system onto other people, right? So when it comes down to this quote unquote deletion, if I'm trying to tell a woman who don't believe not to delete, ain't I'm forcing my belief system onto her?
No, that's not forcing. That's your standard. You believe in, you can be pro-life and not be a Christian, right? Does that like simply equate for you? Like it doesn't, the Bible doesn't determine these arguments. That's all I'm saying.
I get you. So the point that I'm trying to help you understand, right, is if I am a Christian and I'm talking to a woman that does not believe, if she asks me my opinion, I'm not saying that I shouldn't give her my opinion, but me trying to make her or quote unquote put in law the things that she could do with her body, don't you agree that that's me forcing my belief onto them?
No,
I
Why
just
not?
believe it's you standing on your standard, right? You're doing what you believe in for your cause. So if you are the Christian, who again for me is where all these issues come from, right? But if that's what you stand on, you pushing for litigation or things that enforce what you want to see, right? That's I don't see an issue with that.
Got you. So where do you believe the pro life started at? Since you believe it's not the Bible.
Are you talking about the pro-life movement?
No, I mean like the ideology, the thought process.
The
What do you
what?
think that the ideology or the thought process?
Yeah, that was
What
wild. Just keep going. We moving forward. That's what
what?
Sharon told us to do.
Because what you're doing is the same thing that the red pill guys do. They say, oh, submission didn't start in the Bible, right? But they'll literally be using scripture, like it said. Oh, but I'm not using the Bible. When people start talking about pro life, they literally are taking the scripture
They
on why
using
they're
what?
pro life.
The what?
Scripture.
I love it, E.
Hey, this nigga definitely off of Candler Road, man.
That's the only point that I'm saying is that when we start understanding that yes, we are, it is a level of us trying to force our belief onto other people and let them do what they do.
It's in the scriptures.
I
You
don't
got to
know if
say
that says
the
scripture
first
or
scripture.
scriptures.
It's the first scriptures. The first
You know what
scriptures.
else was in the scriptures?
Lord have
Shadrach,
mercy.
Meshach, and Abednego, right? That was in the
Hey,
scriptures too,
yo.
right? But the honest truth is, right? Most of these people, that's surface level. That's a front. That's a cover, right? Like in their own lives, they don't really even live up to the scriptures, right? So yes, it isn't disingenuous for them to use that as their go forward talking point, right? But they can feel this way without being attached to the Bible at all. Like to want to protect life, I don't think that's an argument exclusive to white wing Christian nationalists, even though, right, they're the controlling body of it. I wouldn't disagree with that. But if
Yeah,
we're
no.
just talking about how someone can stand on something, pause, like, yeah, you can be pro life and be a total atheist.
So who do you think the corporate is? Do you think men are really forcing their will on women, and that's why we see a large level of baby deletion?
No.
All right, so
No.
so that's what I'm saying. So based off the conversation we was having yesterday, where all the guys up here saying that they'll sleep with anything, they'll sleep with a 2 and 3 get pregnant. You think that they saying yeah, have that baby?
No, they absolutely aren't. But they're not forcing her to get the abortion. They don't have that power.
Shit.
How
They
about
don't have
how
that
about
power.
heavily influenced? How about that? Maybe force is not the right word.
I would use the term beg. I think a lot of them beg, like, please don't have it. Please, baby, please. Right? Yeah. But they're not forcing anyone
But
to do
that's
anything.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So this the biggest point that I'm trying to do. Let's use the word beg, so we can move the conversation forward. This is not a woman's thing. Then that means that men and women are equally contributing to this factor.
So it's a lot of nuance to that. When it comes to the black community, yes. Like I was saying, I think overwhelmingly, black men are pro-life as hell, right? Like, please, baby, please, just go to the clinic, right? But yes, to your point, when it
Wait,
comes
pro
to the
lifers go
white,
to the clinic?
Well, I don't know about that. I'm old now, man. Like mines don't
He
even
meant
work
he
no
meant he
more, so
meant
I'm
he
good.
meant pro-choice. He meant
Pro
pro-choice.
choice. Okay. My bad. I'm on mute.
Yeah, like in the black community, I think most of our men are clearly pro-choice, but in the white community, that's where that argument of control and domination in terms of you know rights and whatnot. Like, yeah, they're trying to do it over there. I mean,
What I'm trying to help you understand, if men had a say so, I believe the baby deletion would double.
Mm, I don't
yeah,
know
don't
about
try to
that
get
one,
me to
E.
understand that because
All
that
right, let,
really
let me
wouldn't
let
make
me say it
sense.
again. I believe the baby deletion is where it's at today is because women are resisting it. But if men had to say so, I think the baby deletion would double.
Are
What
you
you
talking
think?
about just in the black community?
Yeah, let's just say the black community. I don't know why we want to talk about all the other races today.
I
No
mean,
other
when
day
it
we talk
comes,
about.
but when it comes to this topic in general, demographics is important. Like clearly, you know what I mean? We just already established that. Nah, like most of them, I think are capping. They're pro life. I'm talking about in the black space. They pro life online, but again, I'm just not ready to be a father. Don't have it. And yeah, like so. Demographic is important to this topic. When you're talking about the pro life space, you know what I mean? That's a bunch of white folk. That that ain't really my issue. That's what I
All
argue in a
right,
lot of issues
so
with men and women in the black community, right? Like, I'm not your enemy.
all right, perfect. So let's just talk about in the black space. Say for example, they took that right away from women and gave it to men. Do you think that it will be more baby deletions or less baby deletions in the black community?
So wait, if they did what now?
If overnight they said, "Hey, check this out, women, you don't have the right anymore. We're gonna give it to the mans that you are pregnant by or that you slept with." Do you think deletions will increase or do you think it would decrease in the
They would
black community?
they would decrease drastically.
That is crazy.
They would decrease drastically.
I think
Not because men are so holy, right? I think that would be the catalyst to make half of America listen to PH Diva. Oh no, no, no. I can't be playing with these niggas now. I ain't even got the choice. If you thought it was incels before, no, I think the numbers would go down because women would start moving real different.
you are crazy. So you think just because people will stop having sex, that's all
I ain't
they had to do?
necessarily,
That's
I ain't
that's the point of the
necessarily,
sex. The sex is gonna
yeah.
keep going. Really, they're not gonna stop having sex. And only thing's gonna happen is now the men have the decision to make. And if you talk about the men that you done seen come through these spaces, the men that you talk to, all these men that you know out here just swinging dingaling everywhere, right?
First of
You
all,
telling
pause.
me, hello,
Second of
I
all,
don't
you
pause.
believe that. I don't be believing these stories.
All right, cool.
I
Listen,
know a lot of these dudes ain't getting no buns when they had these wild tales and they got to beat the women off and they pay for the abortions. You believe Myron, not me.
so and then we gotta also remember child support is still a thing. Remember that these women still gonna be able to put these men on child support. With all that being said, you telling
What is the
me
point you're trying to make? How about I just
I'm
allow
tell
you to say the point so I can just agree and we
I'm
can
tell
move?
the point that I'm making is if it was up to men, it would double. I made my point at the beginning. I'm
Okay.
telling you the reason that it is where it's at as low as it's at is because when men cannot force their will onto the women.
It was just all in all, just totally a kind of dumb argument to make because number one, that'll never be the case, right? So now we're dealing with the tales of Narnia and making up this imaginary scenario just to condemn men, right? So I see where you're taking it. You think men are horrible. You think men would force all the women to have abortions. All right. I respect your opinion. My
But
opinion
the
would be
crazy, we always do that. The conversation we had is always about a kind of a what if conversation. So what are you talking about? Now that you want to take this stance that we're having a what if conversation.
yes, you always make it that. And you don't make them logical what ifs. That's why I just be stuck. I'd be like, you got it. I don't even. That's not a logical what if. What if?
I'm just
And
saying.
and so when I tried to go to Narnia with you, right? My response was no. I don't think the numbers will increase because I think women will start to deny men more access, less access than ever before. My opinion. Again, we in Narnia. We just making shit up. That's my opinion.
Well, your opinion's wrong, and you know it. You know that your opinion is off. You know that if men had the option, they would literally be using more recreational than the actual women.
You saying that though doesn't make my opinion wrong, right?
That's
So I'm not
the
debating. I'm not trying to make these men now these bastions of sanctity that are gonna do what's right by communities and women. No, they're gonna be the same scumbags as before, right?
I just
Now,
said the begging. The point that I'm telling you is the begging just turned into force. You already agreed that they begging them to do it, and now that they got the power to do it, they just gonna force them to it. I just don't understand how, like you said, yeah, I believe they begging, I believe they begging. Now they got the power. You think that they just not gonna force them?
I think they're gonna get way less buns. Was the point? I don't think women would just allow their fate, right, to be totally 100% out of their hands. They're already fighting the abortion thing, right? So they're fighting for their right to control their lives. If we went with this Tales of Narnia scenario you set up, and women have no right in the decision anymore, right? Then
Well, let me ask you, Ron,
they
this
better
before I
stop
leave.
messing with these goofies. If they ain't have a reason to stop messing with these goofies before, that should be it, at least in Narnia.
I got you. Let me ask Sharon so I can catch him up before I leave, so he know where we at in the conversation. So Sharon, I asked him if we was to take the rights away from women and give it to men. My perspective, the deletion rates will double. It would be like if men could literally had the control, it wouldn't be a decreasing thing. Men be like, hey, now you going to that clinic, especially those threes, those fours, all these women that they said that they don't want to be seen in public with, they gonna start forcing their will on it. And Will said that people just gonna stop having sex.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
He said the
So
access
don't
to
be
bonds. Hold
disingenuous.
on,
Let me
I
tell him
got.
what I said because that was
Hold on,
goofy.
let me
What
quote you
I said
correctly. The
exactly was
access to bonds will be less.
what I said exactly was I think that would be the catalyst that would make half of America PhD-vites, right? And they would really stop messing with you niggas. Now you can't get
Did he just say the
nobody.
same thing I said, Sharon? Listen,
They
that's what I'm talking about. These niggas, they like he's literally.
that
I'm
doesn't
friends.
mean
I'm sorry.
have no
These
sex.
friends literally
That
tried to
doesn't mean have
reword
no sex. There's still
access to
gonna be people
funds.
getting married, goofy. There's still gonna be people in serious
We can't hear you,
relationships,
Rosie.
goofy.
We can't
There's
hear you,
still gonna be
Rosie.
people engaged, goofy. They're having sex.
That you got to turn your
That
mic
that
on.
that that what?
You
Can
got
y'all
it,
hear me?
Rosie.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
No, I didn't
get
say that
get
the
him,
world would
Rosie. I
stop
gotta go.
having
You better
sex.
get him,
Hold on, before
Rosie.
you
Not
go,
what I
real quick.
said.
Hold on, real quick, before you
I
go.
got an
Can you,
appointment in 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I know. Hold on. Can you just tell me one more time? What was the point that you were making?
The point that I made, Rosie. Say for example, we take. I believe the deletion rate is so low because women are resisting men. Right? I think they go like, I'm having this baby regardless. If we was to take that decision away from women and give it to men, I believe the deletion rates would double. Men would use it like recreation. They'll be able to have sex wherever they want, get out of child support, and say, hey, nah, you got to go to the clinic and delete that baby. we're trying to make it seem like men are so righteous in this situation. They want to keep the baby, especially with the conversation that we was talking about yesterday when they was talking about they sleeping with 3s and 4s and these women that they don't want to be seen in public. They will be forcing these women to get deletion. So I think is at the rate is because women are actually resisting the men's urge to fund and delete the babies.
And so again, right?
Let
No
Roxy
one
answer.
was trying
It's
to
okay.
make
Okay,
men
Willie. Hold
seem
on.
like,
Let
hold on, let
Roxy
me
answer.
respond.
Hold on. You already did. We heard your response. You don't gotta re-respond. Go ahead,
So
Roxy. Damn. You went back out. Yeah, but I agree with Eda, man. I think it would absolutely
you hear me?
increase. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead and finish what you were about to say.
No, you good. Yeah, I was just I was waiting for you to get back.
Sorry.
Yeah, you good.
I was gonna say I agree because you do have a lot of situations where the moment we find out we're pregnant, we have that instant connection with the baby. And a lot of times, most of the cases where some of these situations really do happen, it's because the man switched up. And a lot of people don't want to tell that story because there's a nuance. So when that man starts showing that he's not going to be there, he's not really going to have your back the same way it kind of felt like when you guys were sleeping together, a lot of times we have to make a decision. And that's why even when women who wait until it might be too late, it kind of just gets the whole situation messed up because a lot of times men will pillow talk you, men will kind of set you up and make you think that, oh yeah, we're about to be this happy family. And then lo and behold, between the time that the baby's here, before the baby's here, the switch up happens. And it's kind of like, well, especially in the situation where the baby's already here, a lot of these women didn't really get the same chance to make a choice. That's why I hate when we're in situations of relationships where anybody, despite the pro-choice, when it comes down to pro-life, pro-choice, in a relationship, you should not be able to take anyone's choices. And a lot of people want to put on these fake personas, their best self, to try to sell themselves to a person. And then when that switch up happens, it's too late because we're already locked in.
Absolutely. Because these self-righteous men that be saying what they say online, when they get behind closed doors with that woman, especially that 3 or the 4 that have a non-body, that they don't want nobody to know that they ever slept with, damn sure don't want nobody to know that they have a baby with it. They having a completely different conversation.
Absolutely. Even just the fact that, I told y'all yesterday, whenever men sleep with a woman, you guys are signing away certain rights with your penis. I really need men to get that stuck in their head. The moment you get in bed with a woman, you are signing over so much that you guys don't even realize because men just think of sex as just a recreational thing. And that's problematic because men, for some reason, want to opt out of the emotions, the physical biology. And it's confusing because then it's the men that act like, whoa, I don't understand why this happened in my life. And then these are the men that want to be on the internet complaining all day. Or these are the men on the internet saying, I can't find a woman and I just want a woman, but a woman don't want me, because you're toxic in the worst way. You're not responsible. You're not going to use discernment. If I do get pregnant by you, I already know it's going to be a messed up situation for me and that kid. And that is why a lot of people are opting out.
Ooh, absolutely. And, and just now, like how we had like a little, she want to do her hair and she had like a mountain full of, I don't even know how she found this product that nobody uses, but we have it still. And I'm like, ah!
It was like gel or something?
So I had to throw her in the bathtub real quick and wash all of it out. And it was all sticky and gucky. I don't want to cut her hair because her hair goes all the way down to her goddamn ass, right? She got really long hair, so I don't want to cut it. And, and these are the things that a lot of men are not around normally, and they are not willing to actually deal with on a day-to-day basis. That's why they want to go outside and work and leave everything to the goddamn mama. And this is the reason why we know if either man's situation was true, majority of the men will opt out of actually having that kid because they don't want the responsibility. They'd rather just pay the 17% or go to jail. It's crazy.
And Sharon, it's actually crazy because if we went back to the videos that you were playing before, when I was talking about old dude who wanted a wet nurse, these men, for the most part, don't even want to take care of themselves. I know grown men, And it's cute and funny to a certain extent when you're in the relationship, but then when you kind of sit back and realize, like, oh my God, I had a grown man. When he was sick, he was completely useless. Meanwhile, as a woman, I'm sick. I don't get no days off, especially if I'm a mama, especially if I have to work. Right. I don't get an excuse to just miss the toilet because I have to throw up now, and who's gonna clean it up? Right. Men act like complete children, and for those who don't, if it don't apply, let it fly. But if you're gonna be a hit dog hollering, just make sure you know it.
Let's not forget the part that even when the woman do get sick and she do have a helpful husband that's willing to take over, the kids ain't gonna allow him to. You know what I'm saying? The kids is still gonna jump in the bed and try to get sick with her, and still, even though it's been times that Roxy, I'm literally have the milk in my hand. And they will still go to the wife and say, "Mommy, can you pour me some milk?" What the F is, don't you?
Yeah, I ain't gonna.
What's wrong with you, kid?
That'd be aggravating.
I'm here. You don't see
You feel what I'm saying? What you got? And I be looking at myself.
That do aggravate me.
But sometimes
let's
the
be clear
kids
though. So I want to be certain.
Sometimes
when it comes to that conversation of being pro-life, we can take black men completely out of that. Correct?
So regards to that, what before we go back into that, what we're saying is that even when a woman have a completely helpful mate, the kids themselves would fight the fact that mama needs a goddamn 24 hours just to get back in.
Mama needs a break. Mama just needs a moment. Let me breathe.
They make it so difficult. And then now we got men that don't understand. They making it difficult, and the kids making it difficult, and life is making it difficult. Men need to understand and stop bullshit with themselves and saying, "Oh, you got it easy because you stay at home." You mother effers would not be able to survive if your kid was to run and it has some gook in their hair. You wouldn't even know what to do to get it out.
And that's why I say shout out to the actual fathers, because when they are when we become a team as parents, it makes such a better environment to the point where people don't even understand, where if you can rely on daddy, because that matters so much in the sense of not only helping your wife or the mother of your children, but also it does kind of show the children that this village that people love to kind of throw that word around without actually putting the action into it, that yes, I can go to my father and I can go to my mother equally. So if they need a break, if either one, there's always somebody that catches my back when I'm falling.
So that's why hearing some of the arguments are so hard for me, right? Because I've lived both sides of that father thing, right? Married father, taking care of the kids with help. And I've also been a baby mother, right? 9 years primary parent.
A baby mother?
9 years primary parent, right? So I know that responsibility of she gets to be, we used to make the joke, the fun Bobby parent. She gets to be fun Bobby, pick them up on the weekends, take them to one of them video game spots, and they get the ball out. And it was my responsibility to do the Monday through Saturday morning, right? Handle the homework and do the chastising. And when the teacher calls home, I'm the first one that's got to punish, right? So, yes, men are quite capable of doing it. And the hard part about me accepting the actual fact, right, that women do it way more. The hard part about just accepting that at face value is a lot of men are prevented from having that opportunity. I ain't talking about the ones
Wait.
that I ain't talking about the ones that dip off.
What does that mean? Who's preventing them?
Women literally tell men they cannot see their kids. And before y'all go there, a lot of men fight, and lose. It's a fact.
Okay, so I guess my thing with this whole parental alienation conversation that a lot of men try to throw on, online, I need to know the actual numbers, because again, for parental alienation to really happen, that means that you guys are not fighting. That means that you guys are opting out of your rights as fathers. And I really believe that most of y'all really don't care enough, because if that's the case, no one can tell you straight up, you can't get your kid.
And then here's where, for me, being a moderate is tough, because now you sound like them. You're just making an insensitive and inaccurate argument. The reality is, yes, there are a lot of men that cry themselves to sleep at night because they just came home from court today and they lost. It's a fact.
We literally see the. I'm trying to
Right,
find
so
a
no,
word.
let's define lose. What you mean by they lost? What do they lose?
Don't get the amount of time they're requesting. Maybe she's been petty and took him to court for something and said he did this and it changes the terms of the setup. That's a lot of different scenarios. I'm saying I'm able to have empathy for both sides. I know women go through some stuff. I know men go through stuff too. I'm not gonna delete.
I don't know
You know why I
what
want to call Cap?
I
Willie?
don't know
You know why
what's
I call
this
Cap?
situation with men needing every goddamn thing to be
Equal.
coddled. Yeah. Oh, I know it got this 1% that, and then mind you, right? They would bring up a stat when it's only 1% of abortions that's in a medical emergency. But then when they want to bring up something that is affecting them, they want to bring up the 1% that is sitting home crying because they did, instead of getting 50-50 custody, they got 60-40 custody, and now he's crying and weeping because that woman lied on him and said that he touched the kids. Like, we know that's such a small portion. It is a very weird thing to hear grown men use the 1% as where we need to care so much, when we know it is a vast majority of men that leave their kids alone.
Mm-hmm. And Sharon, I'm gonna call Cap. I'm not gonna say no names, but we're all in this YouTube space. We know of what might not be the optimum father-child relationship, but he's got his children. And this is not to really be pro or nay against it, but again, if that situation can happen, then I'm gonna need these men to really try to step their game up. Because if you want to act like y'all men do, beat on your chest like you're better than that person, there's no reason for you not to have your children. Point blank.
That got to
If
be
he
the 1%.
y'all can. That's all I'm gonna say. If he can have his kids, y'all can too.
And we know it's a bunch of examples, even my own anecdotal experience, that I know men that took that woman to court and he won his children as well. So I know it on YouTube. I know it anecdotally. I'm also somebody that was able to get my children without even she didn't even fight. She said, "You gonna do it?" I said, "Yes, I got it." And so majority of the time, if you are dealing with somebody that is not a goddamn crazy person, in the first place, right? You dealing with somebody that has common sense. Like this idea that majority of women are just crazy is wild to me.
But Sharon, remember what
I
I
don't
said
know if
yesterday?
you're dealing with an educated woman and she's independent the way how you say these women are supposed to want to be. They want to be independent and go out there and live their best life. You mean to tell me all of y'all dating women like this and you have a baby, like you tell her, go ahead, go outside, live your best life. I will take care of the kids. Now all of a sudden she don't want to be independent and live her best life because she want to make sure you aren't struggling. It doesn't make sense. It don't compute. If she's an independent, I want to live my best life and I want to go to the party, then sit your black ass down, take your kid, and let her go live her best life and take care of your kid. But I guarantee most of these men won't do it because they be jealous. Why she get to go out and put her hair and makeup on and go shake her ass and I gotta take care of our kid?
Because she's a mother. Like they told Keke Palmer, you're a mother. But even still, that's why I remember what I said yesterday.
That's not how it works,
These men don't want to use discernment. So even if you are getting, respectfully for all the men, I don't feel bad for you when you end up with a crazy woman. I don't. Again, the example I brought up, he said he likes them that way so he can get his kids. So again, you men are opting out. When you want to just think with that little head, I'm going to keep reiterating this point. When you keep thinking with that little head and not this one, that is the whole lifestyle you're setting up for. Y'all have plenty of opportunity to be, before I hit this bed, before this head hits this pillow with this woman, before we hit them sheets, you can easily look, have your life flash for your eyes and see, is this the best decision for me? But you don't.
So here's the thing, right? The problem begins right off top when you start using JP as any form of an example, right? To talk about men. You're literally sitting on the panel with husbands and fathers, right? And you went to go get a black man on welfare to now define how most men think and feel. They do the same thing, same exact thing to y'all. They go get the worst examples of women, these single mothers who kids fail. They don't deal with none of the single mothers who bring their kids to the AAU games every weekend, right with my kid, and these kids are all doing well in the suburbs, right? They don't bring them up. They go get some weirdo case and scenario. And that's what you're doing if you even utter the name JP and say most black men. Nothing about him is most black men.
Did I do that, Willie? Or when I brought up JP in the first place, it was because you wanted to bring up this whole parental alienation conversation that I can't really agree with, because again, if you guys really wanted your kids, you could get them. That's why I brought them up. Because again, if we have all these men that say that they can provide a better lifestyle than this man can, you can get your kids and provide said lifestyle that you're saying will be better than what that man is giving his. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that. I think there's a lot of cases where a man can clearly provide a better lifestyle and the mom is given the primary parent, I ain't even gonna say responsibility, I'll say gift, right? Like, because it's a beautiful thing to be the primary parent. But no, I don't agree with that. Like, and
Because
I'm
again,
not trying
Ron
to.
even said so yourself. A lot of men, they're not gonna want to deal with the sick days. They're not gonna want to deal with the oopsies. I did this, daddy. Oopsies. Y'all don't want to deal with those.
No
So
one
it's
wants to deal
easier
with that.
to give them to the mother because you know the mother can handle it. Y'all are not gonna convince me that majority of y'all would
I
rather
handled
be
it for
home with the kids
9
all day.
years.
And okay, so Willie, then
You're
that's
talking to
fine. Then
me
again, you're talking about something that you can't even relate to, correct?
about not wanting to take care of my
No,
kids.
about the parental alienation. If you did it for 9 years, if you had your kids, then again, you cannot really argue this point to the extreme or the passion that you're doing it to.
What I'm saying is, I know it is a thing, and I know how it affects men. I know some men get classified as deadbeats and walkaways when the honest argument is to your argument, they can just win. No, I'm saying a lot of times these dudes lose. A lot of these
So
dudes
again,
get broken.
are we pretending that we don't know how court systems work? Because if the court deems you as a walkaway, it's because you walked away.
I wasn't talking
There's
about how the
no
court. I
conspiracy
wasn't talking about
against
how the
men.
court deems these men.
There,
Right?
because again, that's the whole point, right?
No. You're
Because
not
again, if
understanding what
these
I'm saying. I'm saying once the court decides to rule in favor of the mom, right? I understand how some dudes continue to try to put up the good fight and it breaks them. And now we deem them as walkaways. Oh, he'll never see his child. How come I only see a picture of him and his kid on the birthday and all of that, right? A lot of men don't choose that position.
why is the court deeming the mother? If both of these parents that laid down together to make this baby are deemed to be healthy and they're deemed to also be able to handle this child, why is the court leaning towards the mother unless there's a reason why?
So let me ask from the start, from the beginning of the pregnancy, if the two parents aren't married, would you agree that the mother has inherently more rights than the father?
No, especially if that father signed the birth certificate. Not at all.
But the mom doesn't have to even offer or allow that man to sign that birth certificate.
That's not
You
true,
can't.
because that's why you have, okay, so again, to argue the same points, that's why you have all these paternity fraud situations, because these men did sign the birth certificate and now they have to pay for a child that they did not conceive. So again, which one is it?
Okay.
Because we can go talking point for talking point, but again, we have to make it make sense.
That's where it becomes problematic. If we're not hearing and understanding what we're saying, then just going talking point for talking point, the conversation goes nowhere. And I think that's where the black community is stuck at this particular point in time. So
No, the reason why we stuck is because people bring up bullshit arguments for no reason just to talk. Your story is not the majority of the conversation, so why bring it up and say I think that is most men? It ain't.
No.
You're bringing up bullshit for no reason. Who gives a fuck if somebody that walks across the street and get hit by a goddamn car? But most people are not getting hit by cars.
No,
it doesn't make no sense to bring up to bring it up for no reason. It doesn't help. We need to start getting men to understand what is actually helping. Just bringing up
that point.
Useless information does not help.
So may I ask you a question, right? Do you think most men are fathers? Do you think 51% of black men are fathers?
Yes, most men are fathers.
Okay.
Again, another useless. Okay. Point proven. I don't know why y'all like to just add in these useless
information into the conversations for no damn reason.
I don't believe most men are fathers.
Well, the stats prove you wrong. Most men have a child.
What stats can we look at?
Literally,
I'll look it up. Let me see if I can find it.
This is crazy. What you mean? You think you can't look up the children in the world? Majority of men have children. What the fuck? This is wild wicked to me.
Probably a 40s, 30%. 58% in the 30s. Yeah.
I promise you, it's not Sharon being correct. It's just me reciting the correct information. I don't need to lie.
In a relationship with a woman at all.
What? Excuse me?
And have very little experience.
And so this is what they do. Like, they just say, huh? This is what they do. Men keep bringing up things and doing things that do not help a conversation whatsoever is the problem that we keep on having. I don't understand why they do it. It's mind-boggling to me, but clearly they're not real problem solvers.
Relationships with women, or if they are in a relationship like Andrew Wilson, it is with the exact opposite of the type of woman that they deem desirable for like a worthy man. And the reason for this is very simple, if you're wondering why. The version of masculinity pushed by the manosphere is not attractive to women, it's attractive to men. I mean, let's look at...
That is a bar right there. That is a bar right there. Majority of the masculinity that they push out in the red pill is the manosphere, the no good suckers. It is not... Fido, what is it that what's up, Fido? Why you came back? I thought you said you had a problem with me. What's going on? Yesterday was the smoke show.
Ron, if I got a problem with you, I'll fight you. You hear me?
Okay.
I got a problem
Your
with
microphone no good, my friend. It's no good.
Fighter, what's going on with you? You have not been behaving. You all right?
Your microphone no good. I don't know.
I'm so going through a lot.
All right. Your microphone. You have a microphone issues. We can't really hear you.
Ron, when's the last time you worked with your hands?
See, this is what I'm talking about. Stupid ass questions.
Now you a typewriter. You be on the keyboard. That's what you do.
This is wild.
You getting sore. You getting sore.
I don't. I really don't understand. I really don't understand at this point.
It's deflection at its finest. It is. But that was definitely a bar as far as the manosphere as we know it today. And since it's been conceived, it's just been, especially what we know as a Black manosphere, it's just been a circle jerk of complaining about women. And that's why I even said yesterday, if people could read the room and kind of rise up to their standards that they even say that they want, you might get better results. But it's so much easier, instead of looking in the mirror for a lot of people, to be like, how can I change my own life and get the results I want? No, it must be someone else's fault. It's the government. It's the court system. It's the woman. It's all these things that we can kind of just point the blame to.
Yeah, go ahead, Willie. You want to say something?
It's the man, right?
Yes.
Because I was agreeing with you.
I'm just saying, Willie, if I was a man in a patriarchy,
blaming, right?
If I was a man in a patriarchy, I don't know. Respectfully, I might be able to get the results that y'all say y'all can't get. Whether I was Black, white, Asian, I really don't think it would matter. If I was a man in a patriarchy, because I'm gonna keep saying that. You guys,
how many Black men have ever been in a patriarchy?
Right. What you mean? Do you not live in America? Do you not believe in a Bible? Those are both patriarchies. What are you talking about?
I could actually argue that they aren't, but that would be too much of an uphill battle for here. I would say
Okay, so
that
I'm gonna ask AI real quick. Because at the end of the day, luckily we have technology. So let me just ask AI real quick. How do Black men benefit? And I'll even say, how can they? For the men that just really act like they don't know, because that was what the manosphere was originally for you all to actually have a place to come together and kind of make plans. And shout out to Solution Based Gang, but to actually have solutions. Y'all didn't do that with that information. So we're going to ask, how do Black men benefit and how can they benefit from the patriarchy that we live in?
Ooh. All right, while you get that, I'm gonna let the video run for a little second. Whew, this is crazy. I'm getting hungry. I'm about to start getting aggravated.
Red Pill King Andrew Tate, right? And
Red Pill King. Red Pill King.
Yes.
Oh! Wait.
It's a boxing fight.
Tate dates escorts. That's it. Everybody knows this. I'm sorry to break it to you. Every woman that he's ever been with is a known escort in this industry. And obviously, I have no.
You sure about that? You know that 100%. Of course, if they work for him, I guess they are.
Problem with that, but as
I saw that. Hold this.
I think the fact that he tried to disagree with it and then he agreed with it right after.
Crazy.
It's not possible that, you know what? I'm gonna leave it alone because they keep saying that I'm trying to make men into something that they're not, but clearly it's something really wrong.
No, go ahead, elaborate.
It is something really wrong, bro. That the way how men communicate, the way how they think, the way how they argue, the way how they would disagree and then agree at the same breath is insane to me. It's wild.
Walking contradictions.
Walking double-mindedness. He just want to disagree just so he could disagree and then wind up agreeing.
I engage with him.
I sent this to
Why engage with him? And I'm not going to ask that question disingenuously, right? Like the reason why you kind of have to engage with them because they gain steam and, they start to have some influence in these spaces and whatnot and give these lame dudes every talking point to say, see what I'm talking about? But I mean, why
So the reason why we have to talk to them because they are influencing men in the wrong direction. And nobody seems to want to make a correction. Majority of the time, no disrespect, Willie, but they act like you and say, well, sometimes I understand that. And, sometimes this happened as well. And, there is a lot of people that do this as well, too. And, every once in a while that happens. And, so I can understand why you feel that way because even though that is the problem, people want to be on the fence on every fucking conversation when it comes to men.
Fam, that's not the problem. The problem is polarization, right? With polarization, understand, for either side to get better, and both sides got work to do, there has to be a common agreement, right? If the goal is better relations between Black men and Black women, at some point you do have to hear the other party's argument, right?
No, we don't. No, you don't. Okay.
Well, then you'll never get
peace. Stop, because it doesn't make sense, right? We keep having the same circle, and I keep explaining to you why it doesn't make sense. Willie, if I want to become a millionaire so freaking bad, who should I concentrate on? Myself and all the things that I need to do to become one, or should I pay attention to Elon Musk? Which one of those two things is going to get me to that million? If those are my two options.
I mean, yeah, because logically, you could get to a million without thinking about Elon Musk at all, and you do need to push yourself forward. So I'm gonna go with A. But I mean, I don't.
So that's what we need men to do. That's the relevance is that's what we need men to do in relationships. Focus on yourself, push yourself forward, and the money will come.
So if you push yourself forward, the same thing. The woman will come.
So what I'm saying is, though, focusing on themselves is what has created this
No,
entire.
but they don't.
Nah, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
No, I'm not going to hear this bullshit out because
I ain't getting sentence.
And this is
That's the real problem, not me.
No, the real problem is that y'all keep muddying the fucking water. Just because
they're in competition with women,
just because they put that into the argument, we want men to do better. They don't talk about that shit. What is this man talking about? I'm pretty sure we go down a list of his videos. Most of the time, he's going to talk about what a woman needs to do, like he's doing right now. And then you're going to tell me that most of the men are talking about improving men, and we don't see it.
I never said that. I never once said
argument,
that.
Right? So
no, that wasn't my argument. You said I'm the problem as the moderate. You said I have to take some hardline stance that men just have to be better and expect nothing, right? That was what I was having a conversation about. Nothing
Willie,
you said
when
I stand on.
hold on.
I've never been a red pill. I think they all weird, right? I don't necessarily support feminism. I'm not this male feminist either, right? But as a moderate, I can see issues on both sides. And all I'm saying is, until both sides start to recognize what the other side is saying, we ain't going nowhere.
So
and I'm just sitting here watching the train wreck.
Hold on, stop there again. Again, we just went through it. This is double-mindedness. We just went through it. To become a millionaire, you don't focus on all the things of Elon Musk. You focus on yourself. But yet you want to say the solution is to focus on yourself and everything else. The double-mindedness don't fucking work. It doesn't work with your own logic. You cannot keep going. Once you make a decision, you need to implement that decision in your life today. Ain't no such thing as fucking tomorrow.
But here's the thing. You throw something out there and box someone in a corner to try to give you an answer, right? When it really didn't prove anything and it wasn't intellectually sound, right? So I do think that apprenticeship is important for Black men. I think that's one of the many things that we need more than anything, right? Apprenticeship. Looking at someone and saying, I want to be that. I want to have that career. I want to have that family, right? I want to have this trade. Apprenticeship. So yes, to a certain degree, it is important to focus. Come on.
Yeah, though, you take too fucking long. So the thing is this, when you are dealing with an apprenticeship and you are the mentor, you are telling your apprentice to do what? You're giving that person advice on how to make themselves better? Yes or no?
An apprenticeship?
Right. So, right, because you're saying that you want to be a mentor and you have an apprentice, right?
No, I didn't say nothing about that. I didn't say I have nothing.
All right. So when we're dealing with an apprenticeship, those are people that we are training, correct?
Correct.
All right. What the fuck is going on?
But I was speaking from the angle of the apprentice, right?
Exactly. So the apprentice, for us to get them to be better at that, whatever that job is,
right?
We teach them how to be better at that job, correct?
Correct.
So now, Rogue C is not the apprentice. Do we teach Rogue C how to be better if we are trying to teach Fighter how to be better?
See, this is another one of those questions, right? I will.
No, just answer it.
No.
Please answer it.
I passed on the question. I passed on the question.
Why can't you answer that?
I'll answer that because I'm not gonna let him lock me into a yes or no that doesn't encompass how I feel. So I just choose to plead the fifth. I'm not going to answer that if I can't answer it. I could start by giving you a yes or no, right? But it doesn't end there. And what he's going to try to do is, you see, so if you agree that, nah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, how can you make this person better by teaching the other person?
I think in terms of the apprenticeship of the Black family, right? I think you have to look at both sides. I think you have to give both sides the skills.
I'm going to be very direct.
I know. The answer is no. Nothing.
How?
He shouldn't. A man shouldn't be looking to give apprenticeship to a woman.
How can you get a man to be better at being a man if you are teaching a woman?
I just said to you, you can't.
So why do you even bring it up?
Here's why. Because you know who's the apprentice right now? Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, right?
I need you to answer.
Hold on, I'm answering you.
No, but you're not answering that.
You asked me why.
I don't.
You
I'm
asked me
not
a
talking about
why
those.
question.
I'm not talking about those men. I'm talking about me and you right now.
I'm trying to make my point.
If we're attempting to get men to be better men, how is talking about a woman is going to make the man better?
I promise you, right? I'll land my point. So the first part was you changed the question just now. No, like talking about making women better is not gonna make men better. Congratulations, right? My issue is though, I see these men becoming the powerful apprentices in the room for a reason. What you want to do is dismiss this reason and then make them the sole cancer. Yes, they are very cancerous, right? But all of their gripes and concerns and complaints aren't invalid. And I'm saying until both sides acknowledge that, right? Because they look at the women the exact same way, right? Women want to tell us how to be and who to, right?
But that's not
Same
true,
argument.
Willie.
They will
Hold
look
on,
at
hold on,
your, they
hold
will
on,
look at
Willie.
your platform as a ladies' platform, right?
Willie.
We know Diva's the
Willie.
consigliere. I'm not talking about you, Sharon. Don't think I'm being goofy,
Can y'all
right?
hear me?
Yes, we hear you, but I was
Okay,
trying to
Willie, hold
ignore
on
you
real
so I
quick.
could finish my point.
I know, but hold on because I need to stop you right there real quick.
Right,
Just
good.
because at the end of the day, when
That's
it
why
comes
I
down to
never.
what Willie,
You know the hard
give me
part,
1
sis?
second. Just give me
When you
1
keep
second.
getting interrupted, people can then pretend you're saying
Willie,
something you're
you
not
interrupt
saying.
people too.
But
We're
go
having a
ahead.
conversation, so hold on.
I was very
I'm gonna
good
just
there.
ask you for a timeout real quick.
I
Because
waited
again,
until people started asking me questions to speak. I
Willie,
wasn't interrupting anyone. You see
I've
what
been
y'all
on
do?
panels with you before,
You're
Willie. That's
just
not
like the
true.
red pill.
Willie, that's not
No, I'm
okay.
messing
I
with you.
guess
I'm messing
so.
with you. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
All I'm saying is when it came down to what women were saying, especially since I love to hear men throw this feminism, women were just saying, stop abusing us. And for some reason, men took that and said, oh, you bitches, y'all have the nerve to say stop abusing us? Y'all bitches have the nerve to tell us what y'all not gonna tolerate? That was the issue. It wasn't necessarily to bash men. But again, I tell men this all the time. What you get with a woman is a mirror. So you just see yourself. And that's the issue y'all don't like because y'all end up seeing yourselves. And not saying you specifically, Willie, but again, when you have these red pill situations and these manospheres that, again, they said their whole premise was to make men better. And it just turns into a woman bashing session. It's weird. That's why it doesn't really go anywhere. Because all y'all want to do is, like I said, circle jerk around and just blame women for everything. There's no real planning. There's no real solution. And that's what Sharon is saying. They focus too much on the women and how to break and manipulate women to do what they want to do, instead of actually saying, you know what, as men, we need to go ahead and do these things so we can be better men, despite what these women got going on.
Now, that was 1 minute and 15 seconds, right? I know I'm not going to get that, but watch. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Again, I'm not arguing that men complaining about women is going to make them better men for women, right? But what it is doing is redefining what is better for men, right? So now you got all these apprentices, right? Thinking that what's better for men, same way with the women, right? It's better not to get married. They're telling men you should never have a baby. That is what is defining the better now. The same way for women, right? What's defining the better is don't get married, right? See what I'm saying? Right? So if the goal is something better, we have to realize that it ain't me as the moderate in the middle that's capable of hearing both sides that's the problem. It's those sides. It's those goofy arguments on both sides that literally counterbalance each other. I don't need you. You don't need me. So all I'm going to do is try to get what I can get out of you. And all you're going to try to do is get what you can get out of me. and I yield my time.
So never say that we don't give you your time, Willie.
To talk about absolutely nothing.
I got one.
We gave her a minute and 30 to make no point. You're right. We gave it to her. The point that I'm coming back and talk about is we just got to start being honest with ourselves that we might be at a good deletion rate because the women got the control. I don't know where y'all went with that because I had to go through some money. But
I mean, I wanted to go ahead and get into, since people want to act like it's a crime to use AI, but I'm sure 90% of people in the chat use AI on a regular basis. I wanted to get into the whole situation about how men, especially black men, use privilege from the patriarchy that they live in and how they can even pay privilege more and get more benefits out of it. But at the end of the day, I will also have to say, yes, racism always does play its part, right? As a black woman, I have a black son. I'm never going to sit here and just bash men because of actual valid issues that they face to face every day, right? But with that being said, I need men to kind of see what the overall picture is so we can actually start moving forward. So I'll let the men go ahead and, say what they need to say. And then if it's cool, we can break it down point by point or however you guys want to do it.
But what your point is that you believe that men
I just
give
want
us
you
the
to
first.
grab
Hold
one
on.
thing, right? After you break down your piece, I just want you to pop into Chat GPT after that, right?
That's fine. We can have it back and forth. That's not a
What
problem.
valid arguments can men have that we now live in a matriarchy? Type that in after.
So,
And my
okay,
point,
so hold on, let me make sure
in
I'm
doing
understanding.
that is
No, I
Chat
get it.
GPT will give you what you want. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I get what you're saying. So what I'm asking you, do you want me to tell what valid point, if we were to live in a matriarchy, are you asking me to have Chat GPT as, do we live in a matriarchy? What are you wanting me to ask?
Well, hold on.
What valid arguments can be made by men that we now live in a matriarchy?
Okay, I understand the question. Okay.
So Willie's goal is to prove that we're in a matriarchy.
Oh, wait, one more thing. Black men. Habaragani.
Oh, black men. Okay. I just so are you trying to say the black community is in the matriarchy?
This is the problem. What happens when I let y'all talk, man? This is a problem. We don't get to no fucking solution to anything. It's just babble. And for some reason, y'all actually believe that y'all said something profound or something that is solution oriented. Willie, you haven't said anything that is a part of a solution. And I was quiet for the past 10 minutes. And this is the issue that I have. Y'all are not recognizing that y'all are not hitting on the things that y'all are hitting on. Y'all have some miscommunication with what you are saying and what is translated. I'm telling you, as my brother, that you are not bringing up solutions. You are just muddying the water when you bring in these topics.
I gave you a solution. You didn't hear it. You actually gave you a solution. But I just don't think you can see it.
But we're trying to understand. You believe that the world is a matriarchy when men.
I have it pulled up, so we can go ahead and do that first. I have it pulled up.
I get it, but that's what I'm saying. I need to understand his stance before we go to Chat GPT. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand his stance. Do you believe that we currently live in a matriarchy in America?
I think there can be an argument made that many black men feel like they've never grown up in a patriarchy. I think at the crux of it is a lot of black men never even grew up with their father, right?
That is crazy.
So who controlled that home from a child was a
So
woman.
who's keeping the
So
father
that
from being
woman,
there?
hold on. Just don't spin me before I finish, right? So if we're dealing with the mindset of that person will say, who raised me, who held all the authority on my home, in my home, who did everything, who controlled everything, it was my mama.
So your argument is the home. You're talking about the home, okay? We're not talking about the world. We're talking about
the next stage of it becomes.
Hold on,
right?
Willie. 1 second. Willie.
Yep.
Can a woman move in a patriarchy where she is teaching her children patriarchy.
Absolutely.
The fuck
Okay.
is going on here?
So real quick, short answer,
You
and
said
I
no.
asked,
That wasn't a
can
drop
black
mic
men
moment.
prove that we are currently living in a matriarchy? Short answer, no. There is no credible
But that's not
evidence
what I
that we are
said.
currently.
That's not what I asked you. I said what arguments could be made so we could get to it, right? Because I know Chat GPT, it's my friend. It's going to give you what you want to hear. So that's why I gave you a very specific thing. What
Oh man, this is crazy
arguments,
that we're
what,
splitting hairs.
what
Hold on,
are,
let's not
I have
no,
use.
it
that's
right
not
here. Hold
splitting
on, hold
hairs,
on, hold on.
sir. Fall
Eat a man.
back,
Let me
lay back
hold
in the
on, hold on,
Maybach,
hold
E.
on, hold on.
But why are we even arguing this? Even the black women are their
It's
mind is
very
constructed
simple.
in the
It's very
patriarchy world.
simple.
That's why they push
Hold on. I
patriarchy.
She
have
was
it. Hold
doing
on.
a search for
Okay,
me.
hold on,
I
hold on.
gave her very
Okay, let's bring it
specific
down. So let's
parameters.
hold on. So the problem that you have in Wall Street, Willie, even if a woman is raising the household, she's still raising them in a patriarchy mindset.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. So I have it right here because one of the first things that it has common arguments people use to claim matriarchy and why they fail. First one, women control family courts. We were just talking about this. Courts were designed by men. Outcomes often favor caregiving parents, not women as a class. Men who seek custody and meet requirements often receive it. This is not proof of female rule. It is proof of gendered caregiving expectations created under patriarchy. The next one, women influence culture, dating, relationships. Influence does not equal structural power. Personal or interpersonal leverage is not governance. Men still control most economic and political systems. A matriarchy cannot exist only in dating dynamics. Next one, single mothers equal matriarchy. Single motherhood often results from economic inequality, mass incarceration, lack of social support. Bearing responsibility does not equal holding power. Responsibility without power is not dominance. Feminism runs society. Feminism is not a governing body. Anti-feminist laws and policies pass regularly. Feminist goals, equal pay, bodily autonomy, are still unmet. A ruling ideology doesn't have to ask for rights.
All right. And I just don't think, and when I'm saying about money in the water, Willie he's not even considered somebody that is a part of the red pill, but he will argue how the red pill have an argument. And that's the issue. That's muddy in the water for no reason whatsoever. You're arguing a point that you don't even agree with yourself.
I never
argued muddy in the water,
man.
literally.
I never argued that.
But
I never argued
you don't understand so therefore you just don't understand what you're arguing. Maybe you just have a contrarian spirit. I don't know. Maybe you just have a contrarian spirit.
I'm intelligent enough to understand the points that I'm making, right? And I'm not the same way she didn't search what I asked her to search even just now, right? Because at the end it was in why they failed. I didn't ask that, right?
Okay, so tell me again.
This
I'll
is
put
what
it word
y'all,
for
but
word.
hold on. This is what y'all do in the conversations, right?
Stop. I need y'all men to stop. I don't know what it is about men with the gaslighting and telling somebody else what they are doing. I don't think y'all understand how disrespectful that is. If I'm talking with you and then you're gonna say I'm doing something, it's highly disrespectful, bro. Just have your conversation. You don't gotta put whatever. It's disrespectful. So this way, so you know. So maybe you could change your speech. Maybe you didn't know how disrespectful that is.
It's less disrespectful than me calling you a flat out liar, right? But I feel like it's disrespectful for you to lie on me and to connect me with them.
Willie, write in the back chat what exactly you want Rosie to write verbatim, so there ain't no misunderstanding, and she could put that in Chat GPT. You yourself will say you don't agree with the red pill, but you agree on this point, and then you will actually try to argue that red pill talking point is what I'm trying to say to you, and you literally just did that. You said, I don't agree with the red pill, but on this right point right here, they are correct.
They do try to help men be better men. This is what the fuck you just did.
Mm-hmm.
You are a flat out liar.
Oh boy.
I
So
never said none of that. I
Willie,
never said none of that. Like, if I'm being honest, Sharon, that was if whatever I did before that to try to just correct this kind of premise you're trying to act like I'm making, I never used any of their arguments. I didn't defend anything they say. I could probably criticize them 10 times better than you could, right? But you're trying to act like I'm a liar.
Sharon, you're on mute.
I just need these men to fucking prove what they are saying. Y'all always say y'all could do something better than somebody else and then don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I simply said that I see valid points on both sides. I never aligned myself with no red
so
pill.
I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't. When somebody literally say that the only way somebody could get better in life is to concentrate on themselves and move forward, you also going to say the best way for us to fix things is focus on the person that is not going to help the person that we are trying to help. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't move that way. I don't move in confusion, and I don't fucking get it. And I don't think I ever will actually understand how men can be double-minded like this en masse. Even when they are on my side, they find a way to disagree with me, even though they agree with me. I don't understand that. It don't make sense to me.
So I
to keep
have
it
a son,
respectful,
right?
right?
So
To
hold on
keep
real
it
quick, Willie.
respectful.
Willie, can I just
Just 2 sentences. You are not the Alpha and Omega. You are not the Oracle. You are not right on everything. So yes, you and I can agree on something, and then you can go back to being 90% wrong about everything else. And I yield my time.
Okay, so as a Black woman with a Black son, and I'm sure that there are other men, other people in the chat with Black sons, this is how, while we're living in a patriarchy, Black men can actually benefit without reinforcing. Again, I like to stress this: reinforcing harm. There are non-oppressive ways to leverage patriarchal positioning. A, using male privilege to amplify others. Advocate for Black women in workplaces. Interrupt misogyny in male places. Share platforms, credit, and opportunities. B, redefining masculinity. Embrace emotional literacy. Reject dominance-based masculinity. Model caregiving and partnership as strength. This weakens patriarchy while preserving dignity and agency. Strategic navigation, not endorsement. Recognizing when male privilege operates allows Black men to navigate institutions more effectively, protect themselves and their families, avoid internalizing shame imposed by racism. Awareness does not equal endorsement. So again, what chat is pretty much saying is, because you guys benefit, because again, the benefits of a patriarchal society, with the idea that yes, because of racism, it does harm Black men. But again, it's not the same way that your fathers, your grandfathers, and other men had to fight it. You guys are actually in the best opportunity that you're in now, because not only are you getting the fact that you are around other men in most male identified or most male specific places, you guys make more money. You guys still have more influence. That is why earlier when I said that you guys run the court systems. If you show up to court, you're going to get what you ask for. Most of the time, most of y'all are not showing up to court. That is the issue. So these issues that these men are circle jerking in the the manosphere, red pill, all these communities, you guys are now just putting yourselves in a victimhood that you don't need to be in. Meanwhile, again, your grandfathers, your fathers, the generations before you were actual victims of stuff, and they still were able to push through to get you all to where you are today. And it's sad because you guys are pretty much shitting on their legacy.
Yeah. Now you see how well we do when we work together? You see, because I like that. About a good 85% of that I agreed with, right? But you see, you work the system, I got a couple questions, and we can recognize the questions, right? Now the problem becomes feeling the need to say that the optimal development, the best outcome, right? Chance of success
It's being willing to turn that mirror around too. Now it's your turn, right? And that's where it always becomes a problem here. This is strictly focused on all the problems of black men, right? And I'm saying you can't solve all the problems of black men without solving some of the problems of black women as well, right? If the goal is to work in tandem, we got to realize how we got here from our previous history of always working in tandem. To your point, right? There was a disconnect, and that may have created problems on both sides. Well, I'm trying to let me understand this. So, are you saying that we can't fix black men until we fix black women? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. So, sir, I realize I got to keep it real elementary for you sometimes. So let me say it clear, right? I'm saying neither side gets fixed without the other, right? The same way black women feel like being single right now is the best thing in the world. Don't ever get married and just get to the bag, right? But there's still problems, right? We don't have this cohesion of family structure. I'm saying the men on the other side saying the same thing. Don't have no babies, go pay for broads and prostitution and whatnot, and they think they're doing better as well. All of y'all goofy to me. All of y'all goofy to me. That's where I think me and Sharon, and maybe I just say me, are saying that's where we disagree. Men can stop sleeping around. Men can stop doing all these things with black women being the exact same. So this idea that we have to have the black women, quote unquote, change too, is actually, it's like almost a cop out. It's not about change, right? It's about if the goal is to find some cohesion between the two sides, right? Then the two sides are going to play, they're going to have an effect on this experiment we're trying to create to get to the goal of creating something better, right? If you focus the light in one direction and one direction only, you literally feed the fuel, right? That gives Andrew Tate and all them other goofy, bad hairline having niggas the strength that they have in terms of their voice, right?
So Willie, what is the actual goal? Because I'm a younger black woman. I told you I have a kid. My goal has always been to actually see this community that we're supposedly saying that we have so that he has a chance. So that this village that we all claim that we have can actually help nurture these children and actually kind of get it right before it's too late for them. Because all I hear is a bunch of older people whining about how it failed for them, how their families and their village failed them. And instead of doing what we can to help the next generation, it's just easier to just keep pointing the fingers and then just say F these kids because we still haven't gotten what we want.
So what was the first question? You asked me a question.
What's the actual goal? I express my goal. My goal is to actually see a better community for
my goal.
future generations. What's the goal?
Yep. My goal, honestly, is to cultivate and collect black families, create a network and a real support system, and stay away from everybody else. White folk, red pills, feminists, everyone. Because it would do nothing but create toxicity for the little bit of life we have left in terms of black families, right? I don't care who's wrong, who's right on the other side, like, especially when they're not listening to me, right? I just want to avoid them, stay away from them, right? I think black marriage, you have to protect yourself from other people's goofy energy and arguments. Like today, 2025, having a strong black marriage is almost like trying to grow a rose in the middle of the desert because it ain't nothing but sand, death, and rocks all around you. Miserable people, bunch of red pillars and clovillas and just a bunch of illas. How is that not around every marriage?
Someone bring back
Goal,
Chicago He's
my
talking.
goal is to create a network of like-minded individuals and get the F from around everybody else. Yeah. I just think men gotta look in the mirror, Rosie, and say, hey, I can change. I don't need no help from no woman to change. I can look in the mirror and say, hey, These are the things that I am doing wrong, or men as a whole, you say, I'm doing wrong. If I start going in this direction out of faith, the women will follow me. Like this idea, if men start valuing marriage again, that women wouldn't be getting married, is a crazy idea to me. And then they want to come on here, Rosie, and say, we're the leaders, submit to me. And they want to be leader, till it's time to change. Now it's ha. And it's just one of those things that it's crazy that men feel like they need these women to just do what they're supposed to do.
And even to
Yeah,
your
fam,
point,
that's
what's
not the
crazy
argument.
is
I'm saying you're
because
pushing men into their arms. Pause. Right? You're pushing with your argument of only focusing on men. You're literally pushing them over there.
so
That's my
Willie,
argument.
that's the
No,
whole
because
thing.
they're gay. That's why they going over there. Let's stop. See, that's what he said. He said, me standing on something, Rosie, is pushing a gay man to another gay man. No, he just wanted his booty hole played with. Come on. Let me
So
stop.
let me point out these two things. One, these men are worried about changing women that don't want to be on your program. That's fine. Stop trying to focus on people that don't want to join you. You can't save everybody. But two,
Correct.
the men that I know that don't have these issues, including the one that I'm with, it's because he focused on himself. It's because they focused on themselves. And the women that wanted to be on that program, myself included, followed said program without any hesitation because the results were already seen through that man. So again, I don't see the issue when a woman is put in a position where she has no choice but to shut up and follow you, she will. But you got to get you together first. You have to make yourself somebody worth following. And a lot of men don't want to do that, Willie.
I can't say I disagree with you at all.
Uh-oh. We got Bolo TV.
Welcome to the show. Bolo TV, The Village. Good day, sir.
What up? What's going on, everybody? Roxy, what's going on?
Nothing much.
How's everybody doing? I just came up here to say something real quick, and I'm a dipset. I promise you, Willie, I ain't going to be on there for 20 minutes. All right? So,
all right, we're going to be for 19. It's going to be 19 there.
So here it is, man. Helping the black family begins with restoring the black man. Okay, that's what it's not about ego, not about dominance, but to calling. Scripture's consistent. God establishes order before establishing responsibility first. Adam was formed before Eve, not because he was greater, but because he was assigned to tend and keep. When men are healed, disciplined, and anchored in God, the entire household benefits. When men are not broken, absent, or confused, the home cries for a structure at its core. A foundation doesn't announce itself. It simply holds everything up. Okay? Starting with the men is not exclusion. It is strategy.
Wait, say that again? About the structure, the foundation.
Oh,
a not foundation. Announcing
you got to slow down. You know he ain't that fast.
A foundation doesn't announce itself. It simply holds everything up, right? Yep. So starting with men is not exclusion. It is strategy. All right. So it's kind of crazy how Rogue is giving us the answer and Katz is fighting. She just simply said, if you guys show us the leadership, we'll follow. But we continue to fight. Men are designed to carry weight, spiritually, emotionally, and practically. The enemy understands this, which is why black men have been targeted through incarcerations, fatherlessness, shame, and silence. A man disconnected from purpose becomes either passive or destructive, but a man aligned with God becomes a covering, a steady, a present, and accountable. When men lead with humility and love, women don't have to compete for stability, and children don't have to grow up guessing what strength looks like. So from there, the home can heal in order, not hierarchy of value, but flow of responsibility. Women are not an afterthought. They are the heart of the home. Scripture honors women as helpers, suitable. Okay, a word also used for God himself. When men are whole, women are free to flourish, not forced to overcompensate. They can nurture, build, and counsel from a place of partnership rather than survival. A strong man doesn't silence a woman. He creates safety for her voice. Children are not the fruit of what they observe, okay? Not what they are told. When they see a father who prays, repents, works, and loves their mother, well, they inherit a blueprint that no program can replace. Healing men heals marriages. Healing marriages heals children. Healing children reshapes generations. This is not theory, it is legacy in motion. I'm out. Y'all have a blessed day. Peace.
I should.
You ain't gonna let us ask him no questions, just like Bolo.
I should.
Dropping all that good notice and just leaving.
That's what I'm gonna start doing.
Well, we hope so. We hope so. Hold on. Give Willie his time so he can lead us.
Willie ain't gonna do that.
But yeah, I think he said it very well articulated together. Like he put it together as, hey, check this out. If we heal, the family heal. If the marriage heals, the kids heal.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's not gonna happen.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, it's only gonna get worse.
That's
But
crazy.
see, and that's the
get out the way.
pessimistic mindset that I don't understand from most Black men, because again, and you even said it, Willie, that you're not expecting the goal to be changed. I'm not really understanding what y'all are wanting then, because that's what the red pill manosphere does. They don't want change. They just want to talk. They just want to complain.
So
They don't
here's
wanna
my
do
thing.
anything.
I think they very much want change, and I think they accomplished a lot of
Okay,
change.
so
it's not good
you know
change.
what? Hold on. Let me.
It's not change.
Wall Street Willie. Wall Street Willie. Jesus Christ. For you to have the family that you have, did you change who you were before you got married?
Let me think about that.
Wow, now you want to stay.
No. To get married, from the time I met my wife until we got married, no, I didn't have to change. I was ready.
So what age you got married? Like 10 years ago?
A little less than 10. I just got up over that
7 years ago, and whoever that person was,
Mm-hmm.
you was always that person, and you haven't changed.
So here's the thing. You do agree that we all change over time in some way, right? You agree with that?
Sure.
I just want to make clear what we're talking about, right? In terms of the core of me, my principles, morals, and what I wanted out of life, no, I didn't change. In terms of how to deal with my wife and kind of changing some of my habits and ways to be more cohabitation friendly with her, yes, there was some changes.
Well, hold on, but Willie, didn't you say you was sleeping with threes and fours and just slanging dick? Like that's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand why we just don't be truthful.
This when y'all get goofy. You have to understand, bro. I enjoy turning down bad broads, right? I used to get off on that more than boning them, right?
All right, before you go into your whole pride shit, you want to just be you want to be
for the
prideful.
record, I ain't never been running around with no threes and fours. That's all.
Okay, fine. You want to be prideful, fine.
Ask me the question because he don't want to tell the truth.
It's okay. He had bad bitches. So are you saying that before you got with your wife, right? You was out there slinging things, right? You was getting so much that you was able to turn down dimes, correct?
Yeah, I was going a little crazy.
Okay, so now you saying that's the same person that married your wife that you still out there slinging things?
Yes. At my core, I still wanted what I wanted. My moral compass was the same. I just hadn't found the right woman. There were periods of time where I slowed down, locked in on a relationship, and I've always handled relationships well. I pride myself that out of all my girlfriends, I think only 2 will probably snuff me if they see me, right? But I don't leave with no type of balance, and I ain't talking money.
Make sure
I'm talking emotional.
Are you in a monogamous marriage
right now?
Yeah, right now,
My marriage? I hope so.
On your end. Okay, so on your end, are you in a monogamous marriage?
Of course. Absolutely.
So you had to change to be a better man to be in the marriage that you are in, correct?
So again, I'm gonna slow it down. No, me being monogamous, once I was locked in with a woman, that wasn't a change, right? I was a serial relationshipper, right? Like always locking in. What? Was I too loud? Am I in trouble?
I just guess we don't pay attention. I guess he think we don't pay attention.
Bye, babe, bye. Wait. Yeah, I was a serial relationship dude, right? Like, and once I lock in, I lock in.
that didn't have to change. Now, when I wasn't locked in, I was for the streets, right, babe? I'm honest about it, right? All right, but I'm just
He
saying.
said, "Don't involve me." I know that's right, sis.
I'm just saying, like, I'm being honest. Like, so the core of who I was, what I wanted, that's what determined how well even the relationships that didn't work, how well they at least went. There was no all this trauma and beatings and was your love and your secretary. There was none of that. I was always willing to invest in whatever woman I was seriously dealing with. Because again, my definition of love is simply my happiness is now tied to your happiness. When
What's the
you're
definition
happy,
of
Hold
investing in
on,
a
let
woman?
me answer Sharon question truthfully. Hey, Sharon, I thought like a single man when I was out there. I was moving like a single man. And I had to embrace the mindset of a marriage man and a family man. So I had to change my whole ideology of what I believe. And when I changed that first, and then that woman positioned herself to me. So like I had to change. I had to become what I wanted my household to be. The structure had to be the foundation of the change first, what Barlow said. And then once I changed, the right woman came into my life. Not only the right woman came into my life, it was a foundation that we was able to build a house and marriage on. So yes, Bolo is 100% right. Until we change, till we make the decision that we gonna make the change and be the foundation to build upon, that is when we can be able to build with the woman. So I think Willie just here talking about he been the same and he think the same. He lied. That's what it is.
I want to know what the definition of investing in a woman is like for the men that actually do it.
Say it again.
Well, I want to know. I want to know why Willie get away with his wife controlling his. You so she said, "Don't involve me," and that nigga shut the fuck up real quick. What's going on, Willie, over
this
there?
is what you gonna do to me, sis?
Yes, we're gonna call it out what we saw. Yesterday I didn't get a chance. My internet was working.
El
Wasn't working.
Bomb Cherry.
Like no.
Like I had to leave my first son's mother because I was in an abusive relationship and I couldn't let her put her hands on me no more. Right? So
Oh, she
I
was
did
beating
that
your
for
ass?
him.
Wait a minute. What?
Nah, you know I'm kidding. You know I'd be silly.
I ain't gonna lie. The way how he communicate, I can see why he was getting his ass whooped. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm a salesman, man. That's what I do. But I mean, nah, I'm saying I didn't have to change because there were certain morals and values in me, and there were certain things I wanted. I was raised, fortunate enough to be raised around Black marriages, right? I
So
wanted
why do
that.
you got a baby mama then? That's what I'm saying. Like if you say that you always thought these ways, why do you got a baby mama? Why you didn't marry that first one? We can ask you all these questions and it shows that you had to change.
No, and I can answer, right? Because we didn't work out. We were engaged. Best of friends right now. That's my homie.
So you didn't
You know what I mean?
change to be a better friend to her. You didn't change to be a better mate for someone else after her. You
I
didn't change.
wasn't ready, right, to be
He changed.
I
He
wasn't
can't
ready
make
to
this
be
up. He
chill out.
could not make this up.
Yo,
You
this shit
ready?
it is insane. I don't know what it is about men
I didn't
conceding
even
to the things
so
that they are
again,
saying
I
themselves.
never conceded to this changing thing. If you
That's
could
the
slow
problem.
down for
You
2
don't
seconds.
y'all don't concede. Y'all don't want to stand. This is what I'm
No, I didn't
saying.
finish what I was
For
saying.
some
Y'all thought
reason,
I was saying something I didn't.
y'all men are scared to stand on your morals and points. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a coward, so I ain't never was scared to stand on what I'm thinking. I'm easy to be on my side of the fence and say, yes, I believe in this, right, wrong, or indifferent. This is what I'm doing, and this is what I did. And if it's wrong, it turns out to be wrong, I'm willing to accept that consequence. I'm not going and be like, well, you know, maybe, and no, you need to stand on something. We need to teach young men to learn how to stand on something. Pick a
So yeah, I
side,
stand on that. Then nah, I
stand
ain't have
on
to
it,
change
and
because I had the
stay there.
foundation.
Stop going back and forth on the fence. You jumping over when it's good for you over there, and then so when it's time for you to be a lover of men, you jump on that side. When you're trying to be, I love all the ladies, you jump on that side. When it's time to just be in the middle, I don't even know which one it really is. I don't know. Sometimes pick a side.
No, right? Because that's not
Can I ask
beneficial.
Rose? I want to answer
I
Rose
think these
question.
sides
I'm
are
tired of him lying to
literally
us.
the problem. The manosphere is a side, and Sharon Bracey is a side, right?
Yeah, can I
That's the
answer your
problem.
question, Rosie? I'll let people just keep lying to me. Yeah, maybe that's what y'all do in y'all life. Go ahead, Rosie. What was your question to me? And
For the
You
men
being
that
real
do it, I just want to
disrespectful, and
know,
I be
what does
trying
it
to
actually
keep it
look like
PG.
when you invest in a woman?
I'm
well,
sorry, Queen.
first thing I think investing in a woman is understanding what that woman needs. It's not no cookie. It's not this cookie cutter that, oh, if you do this because the woman need this. What I learned is Rosie might need her man to invest in her different from how Bomb Cherry might need her to invest. So first of all, you gotta. Some of these men just gotta shut up and listen to their woman. Instead of trying to beat on their chest like they some gorilla and think they just know what's best for the family and they not getting to become intimate to understand these women. So that's the first thing I asked myself. I said, what do my wife need? Like, how can I make my wife whole? And how can I make her be able to perform at her ultimate level? That was the first thing that I asked. So when I say these things, some people say, well, I don't need this as a woman because it's more personalized than what we think it is. So the first thing my wife needed, she needed an environment where she was able to remove stress from her life, right? I understood that she was under a lot of stress when I first met her. And so the first thing I did is I said, hey, don't worry about bills, don't worry about this, don't even worry about managing money. I'm gonna bring this level of peace to your life where you can actually live in almost a level of delusion. Like from a financial point of view, I wanted her to be able to think about how she can teach our kids different languages, how she can educate and homeschool our kids. Like I wanted her to be able to be consumed in the things that she's good at. So the first thing that I think is, if you have the ability, finding out what she needs. And some women are great. For example, I know a woman that's really good at finances, and it don't cause her any stress. Like she went to school for accounting. So every woman don't need the same thing, Rosie. But what I will say is every woman need a man that is willing to sit down with them, find out what they needs, and bring their dreams into reality.
That's fair. So, with that also being said, is there an idea of how you can both progress within using that investment with her?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is it's my responsibility to invest in her, and it's her responsibility to invest in me. If I'm always focused on putting her first, and she's always focused on me putting first, we're always put first. So the biggest thing is that we ask ourselves is, hey, how do we die to self? How do we get away from our selfish needs and put that person first? And then once I learned that, it give us we both are in this state of servitude to each other.
So they're saying in the chat, you sound like a feminist. So, Edaman, are you okay with that at all? Because again, people use words without definitions, and I think it's ridiculous because you guys use these words thinking it's an insult, and it's actually not. So,
But
with the idea of you possibly being a feminist, does your wife have bodily autonomy?
Absolutely.
Does she have rights?
Yeah.
Do you feel wrong for her to have any of these things?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, but think about it. It's usually a man who don't have a woman calling me a feminist, right? When we break down what I said, is I said understanding the woman that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with. Oh, he's a feminist. So what would make me not a feminist? Not understanding the woman that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life. Like if you literally take the opposites of what I'm saying, they're asking us to be toxic. Everything I'm saying, if I'm a feminist, that means the opposite of what I'm saying. If I go do the opposite, that is a toxic way to be in a relationship.
Because they're saying it's crazy to just shut up and listen to a woman. And it's funny to me because Edaman even said in his situation, if his wife puts him first and he puts his wife first, nobody is put last in that whole scenario. But again, for peanut brained individuals, that, like Eda Man said, don't have somebody to actually put them first, you guys aren't going to understand that, because at the end of the day, you guys live in your own version of Delulu where you're always right and everybody should kiss your ass, and that's not how it's going to work.
Yeah, nah, that's not it at all.
Hey, Willie, you better listen to your wife. She said, "Shut up." You better shut up.
She said, "Don't put me in this shit."
She said, "Don't put her in it." That's what she.
And guess what you
she
didn't do?
Tell me what to do. All right.
And guess what you didn't do?
I'm telling you to listen to her and don't get in it.
She said, "Don't put me in it." And guess what he did?
I respected her autonomy. She didn't want to be put in it.
Your wife hit you like
said,
Debo.
You got it, Queen.
You see how Willie be doing? He like, when Debo come around, I shut the F up. But when she gone, I start talking again.
You talking again?
Yeah. Look, he's a feminist himself. Isn't that right, Willie?
Hey, yo, Bomb Cherry, can you stop? Stop doing that to me.
But most
Telling
of you
the
men
truth.
are feminists. If you are okay with 50-50, if you're okay with your wife making money, if you are okay with your wife saying no to you because you don't want the idea of raping your wife, yes, you're a feminist.
Not a caveman.
Congratulations. Welcome.
I am not a caveman, right? I am in full support of women doing well and doing everything that they want to do, right? As long as it's not, out of anything that morally I don't want to deal with, right? But beside the do funnies, the other weird groups, like I'm not trying to stop women from doing anything, but I'm not gonna label myself a feminist. I'm not jumping out, because then when you do that, you kind of you do that, you
What
put
is so
yourself.
scary about the word feminist that makes you guys think that it takes away from you? It makes you less than. It does something to your masculinity. What about the word
So that's
feminist?
an assumption.
Because to me, if you are a man that likes women, because again, even with the whole situation of a simp, the way that y'all use this definition of simp is just people that like women, men that like women and are okay with doing something for a woman, especially if it's a woman that they love and actually want to be with and are with. It's weird. None of these words are insults until y'all make them.
So again, it was never about it being an insult, right? Like the word simp for me means superior intellectual mandingo provider, right? Like, I don't have no problem with making my woman happy, right?
Man,
I don't
go provider
none of that.
you're just slinging D, Willie. So please,
Nah, but hear what I'm saying.
my God.
I don't have no problem making my woman happy. That's not the issue with me. I'm not labeling myself. I'm not labeling myself as a feminist. Hold on. Can I land here, Sharon?
No, because you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. I don't think you understand that you don't say anything.
You the problem, see?
They're saying women in the chat, women are gay a little. So liking a woman makes you gay? Because isn't that what Andrew Tate or one of them said?
And like I don't understand whether you don't really understand that you are not saying anything.
You don't understand because I never get to finish a single thought.
Right. What you would do.
I am an orator, sir. Yeah.
No, that's the problem.
Let the build up happen.
So now I understand the problem. You think that you are something that you are not.
No, I just want to be clear, because I know what you're gonna do.
You don't know
if
how
I don't make my point clearly, you're gonna use it.
You don't know how to get to a point.
That's the
it's
problem.
Okay. And it is okay that you don't know how to get there.
I don't have the opportunity to get a point. Right?
And this is the delusion. This is the delusion that Rose C was talking about. You think that you are the only one that's correct.
You don't even realize it's a reflex. Every time I start speaking, hold on, Willie, hold on. Like, I've sat,
because you start talking about something that we are not talking about.
And that's a problem?
Is Bounty's active? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, Bounty. Yeah, Bounty's.
Okay,
yes,
everybody,
the Bounty's open, ladies and gentlemen.
I just wanted to answer a question on why I wouldn't attach myself to feminism. No, not because I view it as some type of slander or anything like that. There are parts of the movement, right, that I've observed that I say things are going a bit too far. I'm just not directly connected with that. I'll support what I support a la carte on an individual level. So I don't have any problem with women have the right to an abortion. I do think women should get fair and equal pay. But I don't have to lock in, right, to being a feminist.
Okay,
to support women.
All right, so we're going to entertain it for just a second. Was it about feminism that you disagree with?
There are things off the top of my head, I can't think of it right off. And I gotta be careful. And I have to be careful with how I make the argument. Because all you're looking for is a pothole.
Hold on. The problem is that you can leave it right there. You don't have to continue to talk. Say, I can't think of one right now. And the conversation's done. So this way we can't hold you to no position, and it's fine.
All right, that's
you don't need to keep talking. I don't have one on top of my head.
My bad. I know how you do. I was just on defense. But yeah.
You don't have to you don't have to reiterate something that I don't know. What you gonna say? Well, I don't know because it's nothing to say after that.
Yeah. I just think that just sitting here, you say, okay, what don't I agree with? If you don't know what you don't agree with, that means you should agree with it, right? I think that's basic math, right? But
I think that's stupid.
The biggest flaw, you cut me off now. You're like, oh no, baby, let me talk for a minute and 30 seconds, Rosie. So the point that I was saying,
Goofy.
I'm not asking you no question. I'm making a statement. So the point that I'm trying to help y'all understand is gender equal rights. I think we all agree upon that. Being able to the stereotypes of them being able to advance from a financial point of view. So a person calling me a feminist, that doesn't offend me. In reality, what somebody call you is their perception of you, right? That doesn't mean that it's your reality, right? I don't think that I'm a feminist, but if somebody says that, hey, because he's finally saying that a woman should be treated like a human being, he's a feminist. If that's their point of view, all right, brother. All right, treat them like human beings. The point of the thing is, when you get to people get to a point where they got a name call you or call something that they believe is an insult to you, it's because what you're saying is accurate. They don't want to actually go against the actual what you're saying in so many words.
Yeah, see, this is why there'll be no progress. Y'all are the same, both sides, red pill and you, right? Y'all try to spin arguments, right? Instead of trying to, you want to prove a point.
Talk to the argument, please.
I am speaking to the argument, right? Because again, what you watched him do was spin the conversation from how people label you to how I label myself.
Talk to the argument.
I am talking to the argument. It was never about how people label me. It was about how I label myself, right? Right?
So how is that such a thing, Willie? If you are going against the actual
Willie, you get on my goddamn nerves. The very last one, I am holding on to dear life. You get on it. It's gonna snap.
Because you treat me like the cousin that had an Averex. And just because I didn't have an Averex, you never got over that. And now you mute me and you mute me and you...
So again, Willie, going with the actual definition of what a feminist is, why would you not be okay with that label?
Because I have a view of certain people that were attached to the movement that for me...
Still has nothing to do with it. Because we go with what the word actually means, right?
All right, watch
the
this, right?
Watch this, right? You want to know? Hold on. You want to know what's crazy? Martin Luther King was called a terrorist. You know that, right? Did that make Martin Luther King a terrorist?
Let's talk to somebody else. You don't want to talk.
The definition of words isn't how I get to the
So
definition of words isn't how
I'm
I
learning
get,
that in this
right?
space.
So my
Men do
premise
not
is,
like
hold
the
on.
words
To why I don't rock with feminists, right? To that.
Hey, Rosie, can you ask Josh that question you asked earlier?
In high school, Gloria Steinem came and spoke at my school, right? And I sat and listened to her, and there was a lot of things I was like, ew, that's nasty work. Then I started to do my own research from there, right? This is high school.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Since I didn't want no dead space, I didn't want no dead airspace since nobody was talking. Go ahead.
Badgel.
Kasim with the $10. The feminist movement has diverse views, and reasonable people who care about gender equality can disagree about terminology while working towards similar goals.
That's me.
Hey, Rosie, can you ask Josh that question you asked me about how did he not put his wife first, but
Invest in.
Investing. So
invest?
yes, how does investing in your
Wait, why
woman?
am I being hit already?
I mean, earlier I was asking
Wait,
my
what
men. So
happened?
Josh, you can answer if you want to.
She but go ahead,
I'm
Rosie.
asking, how do men, especially I guess the married ones, what does it look like to invest in your woman?
Okay, I guess when it comes to this, anything like we start most weeks with a general plan. Like we go to church Sunday morning. When we come home, we let the kids do whatever they got to do, and we'll actually sit down and make a plan for the week. It's like, hey, you already know I'm working Monday through Friday, 6 to 6. What do you need to do to reach her goals? One of her things is she's aiming to get what's she trying to get? She's trying to get her, I guess, a CNA certification for something. And I was like, bet. Then what we'll do is, that was about a year ago. What we decided to do is, while she was studying, I would take care of the kids. So I ended up double time on that. So
but
whenever
I'm
I
trying
work,
to.
but whenever, hold up, I'm not done. Whenever I work, so I learned how to build credit in college. So one of the things I do is I work on making sure her credit is still on peak and mine. I manage all of that. Because
Okay, but
when it comes,
how do you invest in the person? I understand how you invest in your kids. I understand how you help her get it right. How do you invest in the person who your wife is?
I mean, anything that she's aiming for, her quality goals, then I help her achieve. That's just kind of that's how I invest in her. I invest the time in her.
Okay, hold on. So how you not?
Am I not answering the question?
No, you're not. You're not.
He didn't even know it was a CNA or what. So you couldn't have been investing in that way.
And watching the kids that
But
you
I
help
paid for it.
is not necessarily investing.
So financially, so you invest financially.
Wait, hold on. So, because somebody just made a point. So yeah, I invested in whatever it was she was going for. Whenever she was trying to be either CNA or RNA, I didn't remember which one. That's why I don't know specifically. But
DNA.
In the time that she was doing it, I also took over the additional time while she was studying. When I got off work to take care of the kids because she went to school.
That is
like I
insane.
said, it's still mutual.
Hold on. Do you understand how
You
crazy
created.
that sounds? I don't think men understand how crazy that sounds. For my wife to clean the house, I had to take the kids outside. Oh,
dang it!
No,
I don't understand why. I think y'all are extremizing it. I don't understand why y'all.
No. So Josh, so Josh.
Okay, so this is why you don't understand. So when if your wife was not going to school and studying, would you not be dealing with the kids?
Yes, I would.
This gotta be a simulation. This has to be a simulation.
Wait, make your point. Don't trip about it. Make your point. I don't.
You're gonna stroke out, Sharon. I be telling you, you're gonna stroke
So Josh,
out,
what we're trying to say is, and let's move this away from Josh. Most men don't know how to invest in their wife because they don't listen to their wife. Your wife typically tell you, they tell you, hey, yeah. So she says, hey, these are the things I need to be able to like. My wife like going to like personal development seminars, right? And we go to these seminars, we sit in these seminars, and we strategize. And I think men need to try this. And I know go to your wife and say, hey, tell me what's your vision for 2026 and shut up. Get a pen and piece of paper. Because we know you got your vision. We know that y'all believe in that you are the head of the household. But one of the most powerful thing I ever did was I sat down and I'll just start writing down all of my wife visions and say, hey, what is these things that she wants to accomplish next year? And then when I figured that part out, I said, how do this come together from my vision, her vision, and become a family vision, right? Because she should be able to accomplish the things that she wants. I should be able to accomplish things I want. And I need to make sure that everybody is feeling this level of fulfillment in the family. That's how we're going to last forever.
I guess to me that was just mandatory. That doesn't necessarily. I don't see that as an investment. That's just me making sure that if she has a life goal, as her husband, I help her reach it. Which is what I initially said. So I'm confused.
Okay, so Josh, the idea of investing, because I don't want to just keep it on the monetary, but yes, investing in your wife is a monetary thing. But investing in your wife is also like how he said, sitting there. I hear you're a planner, which I'm not going to take away from you. Planning is great, but again, what are we planning for? Because we can make plans and never see them through fruition, right? So the whole thing about investing, if your wife is saying, hey, crazy thing, I want to be a model. What are you willing to do to invest in that so she can actually see that dream come true? If your wife says, I want to be a writer,
make sure
your wife says, I want to lose 30 pounds. What are you doing as the man, the leader, the man that's supposed to have the plan and set the example? What are you doing to do that and invest into those dreams and those goals? How are you guys?
This is a really good question. My wife wanted to write a fantasy novel. And we actually sat down and I took a Brandon Sanderson writing class. I took a world building class because it's something I didn't know much about. But again, I don't see that as an investment. That's just me showing interest in my wife.
That's an investment.
I guess my terminology is different.
And that's fine. That's fine. No one's saying what you're saying is wrong in that case. Again, if the words are, getting misconstrued, that's one thing. But yes, that is, I guess, technically what you are doing.
And this is the problem. Men do not have the proper words to communicate. They only paint with one set of crayons. They got 4 colors in the crayon box. Y'all need some more goddamn colors.
That's crazy. Painting with crayons is crazy.
So I have a question. Would y'all consider
y'all in the special class and y'all painting with crayons?
Would y'all consider the fact that my wife wants to go to counseling? Because me and her go to counseling once every other month, just as a tune-up for our marriage. If there's something we disagree with.
Crazy.
I am crazy, but that's not the point.
That is an investment. That is an investment. Being able
kind of
to let me help you understand what I'm saying. To being able to invest in her emotional stability, and counts. That's really good if your wife can't be heard and she need like another person to be able to voice how she feels. I believe in that. I believe in those tune-ups. So I got you, Josh. They ain't gonna let them.
It's a marriage.
I'm gonna give you a 50-50 for that one, Josh, respectfully, because again, not to say that men shouldn't take into the mental health situations of their women and vice versa, but again, the emotional investment, because you can do that by yourself as well, right? The emotional investment and the physical, monetary, all that investment is pretty much what are y'all doing for the idea of progress, which is why I'm not going to tell you no for that. It's just a matter of the counselor doing the majority of the work.
Well, I don't believe so, because you could go to a therapist and do all the lessons and none of them could stick in. Our first therapist was this crazy white lady, and she had nothing to help us because we were having an issue with communication. But our most recent therapist, that lady is great. Because
like I said,
when we actually realized
the therapist is doing the majority of the work, which is why I'm giving you 50-50. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying.
You gotta stop making Sharon right, man. You just said that even the therapist thought y'all couldn't communicate. That's the point.
No, the issue wasn't the fact that
I
the
promise you,
anyway,
I don't know.
Not the
Everybody putting hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies. This shit is crazy. Uda, every day this man come up here to prove me right. I don't know what's wrong with him. What's wrong with him, Uda?
I think you actually took something I said and that I didn't actually say though.
Salute to you for you and your wife doing the counseling thing, though. I think that's really positive. Salute to that, though, man. You know what I mean? I think it takes marriages, even people in relationships. You know what I'm saying?
We're in a covenant marriage. We're married for life. We want to make sure this shit works.
Because where we from in like my community, people going to therapy, people think you crazy and all this other stuff. Like it's healthy. It's healthy to go speak to somebody. So salute to that, bro. Salute to that.
Well, I believe in a form of therapy, right? I don't know. So, for example, once a month, a group of married people get together. We have conversation. It's led by like a person who's been married for 30 years. So it's like we're doing this. Like a lot of things that me and my wife, the challenges that we might have had. That's like, we all went through that. Y'all, you just got to make it through that phase. So you got to just you got to become one. Like y'all got to stop with this independent thinking and think what's best for the family, for example. So yeah, I think that you don't have to go to like traditional therapy, but having an environment that you can get help when you guys are not seeing eye to eye is really good for you.
But I even think that group scenario is fair.
Some people have that position, like the person in the church with them, and different people like that figure you saying, E.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm not for saying that you gotta go pay somebody. That's what I'm saying. Like when we hear therapy, we typically think me go spend money for somebody to give me advice. I think you're supposed to create environments. Hello, I got you. I think you're supposed to create environments around you that people have your best interest of your marriage. So when my friends come to me, I don't have my friends' best interest. I have their marriage best interest. And that's kind of what I learned in group therapy. They're like I had men tell me, I don't care about you, I care about your marriage. And they didn't mean like literally they didn't care about me, but they said the marriage was the most important part for them. And how could they keep that together and put our egos aside? So
I like that. That's really good.
That's real.
I like that. That's really good. All right, so we're gonna get back into the video. Or we yeah?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Let's see what else is being said with these crazy red pillars like Wall Street Willie.
Mike, too. Somebody sent this to me in my DMs on Instagram.
Yeah.
But there is a quote unquote rumor that, and I this is bullshit, but the rumor is that Andrew Tate has 11 children with like 14 children with like 4 or 5 or 8 wives or something like that. And I'm like, where the fuck are they getting this stuff? I know I am very confident that he does not have 11 illegitimate children.
Yeah.
Very confident that I know he has kids, but does he have 11 kids? I think Waller would have told me if he had 11 kids. I know how many kids Waller has. So.
A high value man, you're supposed to be getting any woman that you want, not these low level women according to them, but he can't get any woman that he wants. And that's because
The red pill's not about getting any woman you want. It's about understanding men's nature and women's nature. It's about intersexual dynamics. It is the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. For somebody who's debated all of these guys, you sure the fuck don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
manosphere is a very homoerotic place. Okay.
That's crazy, bro.
It's crazy that
crazy, bro.
Hello, but no, this is really important. Like other people that never had conversations with us, right? And are having these same reality points. Like, man, she think it's homo, Sharon think it's homo. Like, I'm just telling you, like, if you really look at it, it's a lot of people who never met each other is coming to the same, conclusion.
Come on, bro. You want to keep with some bunch of dudes all day, bro? Come on, it ain't hard to see that, bro. Come on, man. Y'all preaching a bunch of dudes all day, bro. Come on,
I didn't want to accept it, Uda. I didn't want.
You could get some women to sit in there and say, "This is real." If it was real, some women would sit in there like this in the church and say, "This is real." Some guys could learn from this. It's not real.
Uda, I didn't want to accept it. I wanted to call Sharon wrong. But when I heard about that man clave and they said that women was not allowed to the man clave, I said, okay, now this getting homo now. You're not letting women come to the man clave.
No, that's how you keep the bag going. Because women are smart. Listen to me. You don't want women there. Women sit back and internalize. They sit back and say, what the fuck is going on here? Men are stupid sometimes. We will sit back in a redundant place. If you get one old lady, somebody come sit down in this, you're like, what the hell is wrong with you? Done. You don't want no women there, son. That's how your woman catch you in with things you doing, because you're like an investigator. You don't want no woman sit there and investigate that man clave, bruh. Trust me. You don't want that,
bruh. What up, Bruiser? Good day. The link is open if you like. Anybody that want to join this.
Sharon Conclave Fun. Hashtag
Absolutely
Sharon.
Okay, you got
Shout
me.
out to my boy Sterling.
Okay,
bro.
you got me. Okay, you got us.
Okay. I guess openly so these days. Okay, but this is not surprising.
Hold on, pause it.
What was I saying before? If you
Hold on, pause it. Did he say, okay, you got me?
Absolutely.
Wow. I didn't even hear that, E. Wow.
I was like, hold on, maybe I'm. He said, okay, y'all got us. They try to get some booty holes.
What?
A very homoerotic place. Okay.
Okay, you got
Shout out
me.
to my boy Sterling.
Okay,
bro.
you got me. Okay, you got us.
Okay. I guess openly so these days. Okay, but this is not surprising to
As I said before,
That was not a
if
joke.
you think that the manosphere or the red pill, I should say, begins and ends with Andrew Tate and Pearl Davis, I've got a fucking freeway right out here. I got to sell you, right?
women. Like we don't want this. You guys do, right? We do not have crushes on these men. These are
Yeah, you do. According to a random TikTok girl who wanted to talk about her alpha widow boyfriend, you do.
your crushes, not ours. If you are a young man who wants to be attractive to women, look at the type of men women admire, okay? Not who you admire or
Yeah. The guy, the alpha widow in the car. Let's look at the guys that they admire.
other men admire, or who is sold to you as being admired by women and like depicted as such. I mean, you can even look at characters, right? Like you can look at somebody like the guy from Twilight.
What? I'm sorry.
guy
but-
from Twilight.
The alpha widow was crazy. Because
I don't know who that. I don't know.
What?
I don't know who the
That's
alpha
crazy.
widow
I never even heard of that before.
What is our thoughts on what she said just now?
I think she's telling the truth.
They got some relevance.
I think what she's saying is she's saying they're describing what they want in a man is
They
a
what?
bar.
What they doing? What they doing?
They're describing what they want in a man, not what women want in a man, is a bar. That is
Big bars, E.
Yeah, so I never understood why dudes would sit around and listen to other men who don't got women talk about what women want they man to be, and then at the end, because at the end of the stage, Uda, what happened is always a conclave for you. That's the final boss.
That's the final boss. That's the Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon. That's the Enter the Dragon, bro. But look, I'm telling you, son, like, me being around women from a kid, whatever, maybe I got one or two, who knows? But I'm just saying, though, I never learned that from no guy, bro. You learned that from women. Women's going to tell you how to get women. Even in the ancient day, they sent you to the madam. The madam schooled you in the arts of love. This how it was, bro. A man could tell you something that could probably work for him, but that might not work for you. You know what I'm saying? That shit is just a recycling bin, that man-clave thing. I'm telling you, so it's a recycling bin.
Let me
Nobody
also
gonna want
welcome
no
into the show, Pastor. What's your thoughts, Pastor? You think that these dudes are describing homoeroticism?
Yeah, bro.
Damn. Okay.
It's crazy when we start talking about homo. They ain't never got nothing to say then. I thought I was muted. My bad.
Okay.
It is real, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, you want to be with some dudes all day, because just like I asked that guy Brutal when I was talking with Obsidian and them, I asked him, I said, yo, bro, if you using these things, what did it help? What did it change for you? What did it do? You can't explain nothing it's helped you to do, bro. So you know that's some straight body man thing then. Because why? It ain't help you to do nothing at all. Right. You can't tell me, yo, I've started implementing these things and women in turn started acting towards me different. I started holding back my semen retention. I started holding back my cash, talk about 50-50s, whatever the hell you said you was doing. Did it work? And did it get you more women? What did it do? And a lot of people
did they say this right here? Hey, we had 500 people. We've been doing this for 10 years. The manosphere made 5 weddings. 5 people got married over the last 10 years. That's not a success rate, bro.
That's a bar. I'm glad you picked that bar back up. When I heard that one, I never even spoke on that one. That was a good one. I heard that. It was only a couple people. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
He was bragging like he had some success over there in the manosphere. Like, I was like, bro, that was an accident.
That's like Shaq, he was Shaq from the line. Yeah, he hacking Shaq. He's Shaq from the line with that. That is Shaquille O'Neal for that.
Correct.
5 for 1 million people that came through the man clave.
And then the weird part about it, they'll come over here to me and Sharon. They'll be like, okay, Sharon got a wife. And we're like, this is what women want. And that's like, nah, let's go listen to the guy who ain't got no woman. That is that's the craziest part about it. They'll come to the men with women and say, we don't know what we're talking about. And then they will literally go to a man who don't got no woman, who's paying for his woman, and say, oh, that must be it. That must been what I've been missing my whole life.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a woman, bro. You know what I mean? For me to kind of take you serious, you know what I'm saying? You got to have a woman, son.
Let's see how he disagrees with this argument. I think she got a good argument that men gravitate to. Let's see how she built it. So she's saying, I guess women gravitate to the Twilight guy. I want to see who she says men gravitate to on the other side. Let's
get somebody like the guy from Twilight.
What?
I'm sorry.
What?
Okay, this is where the wheels fucking come
There's
off.
a bunch of women like obsessed with him and like writing fan fiction about him and like with posters of him versus a character like James Bond, which is depicted on screen as having all these women like him to appeal to men, right? There's not a lot of women in real life that like posters of him and like really want him or want this.
Okay, so Twilight. Okay, I see what she's trying to say here.
Yeah.
She's trying to say
Like
that the Twilight character. Okay, let's
The female fantasy versus the male fantasy.
Would you like? Okay, yeah, I've talked about this before. Shall we? Would you, Jasmine? Would you like me to explain Twilight to you? I will. Here we go. Okay, the first Twilight movie, remember, it was just Edward, right?
Yeah.
And I know this because my daughter used to love fucking Twilight back in the day. Okay.
Pause it. No, he loved Twilight back in the day. He got like he tried to say it was his daughter.
Bruh. Ain't no way. Y'all motherfuckers say I have jazzy hands. Yo.
Nah, if he do, that don't take away from you do too. I mean,
But hey, you know, Sharon, we all up. It was like Twilight. Who is she talking about from Twilight? And you notice we all like, I don't know who she's talking about. Like, who is this man? And he said, "Oh, let me
am I
tell
the
you
youngest
about."
person in this group?
Nah, y'all lying if y'all ain't.
Well,
y'all
Josh,
saying y'all know who Twilight is.
you look. I don't know the characters in Twilight.
No, I'm saying am I the youngest person in this group because Twilight was like in my whole middle school.
No, we the same age. We about the same age. You in your 40s.
Don't tell the twisted. I've seen Twilight like
No, I'm
58
not. I'm
times because I was
36.
around women, but I still don't know.
How old are you?
Yeah, you from Montana though? That's
I'm 36.
Oh,
I'm 38.
And Josh, you was raised by white people, so that's a little bit different.
Okay.
I was
Let me
also raised
also-
by white people.
Let me also welcome into the show, Bruiser. Good day, Bruiser. How you doing today, sir?
Well, what's up, Sharon? Right? Or Sharon?
Yes, sir. Sharon, you got it right.
Sharon, yeah. I think you corrected me so many times, and I just keep messing it up.
Hey, Bruiser.
Yeah.
That drama you had over there, brother. Ooh, that was a good show, man.
Which one?
The last one with the pimp and the pimpy lady, the lady pimping them two dudes arguing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah. The very last live I had. Yeah, that was crazy. It was unhinged.
Yeah, that was a good show. I was like, dang, these women playing these men and they don't even see it in real time. But that's not why you're here. I just want to tell you I did like that show.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. What are y'all talking about?
We breaking down this video where this is my first time really listening to this guy, Rollo Tomasi. They say he's the godfather of this manosphere thing. And so they say I never talk about the white manosphere. So I said, let me go and check one of them out. I picked the video and now we see this man, he knows so much about like things like Twilight and the Twilight characters. And so the lady that he's reviewing, he's saying that the red pill is very homoerotic. And I wanted to see how he's going to prove that it's not. I don't understand how it's not. In my opinion, the red pill is all about men and how to groom men to be with men.
Talking about Twilight.
I'm talking to a very person. I don't understand.
Hello, Bruce. So let me ask you this question. The lady made this statement. I want you to comment on this. She said, inside the red pill, they're giving examples of what men want men to be and not what women want men to be. What do you think about that statement?
There's nothing right or wrong about it. It's just everybody got their own perspective on how they see it. But I think the important thing is to figure out where was the red pill or who was it orchestrated by? What was the intentions behind it? And if you can connect the dots between how the guys in the space are moving to the original purpose or direct definition of the term, then just lean on that. But oftentimes you have some people that just can't connect those dots. And what they do is they end up having their own perspective.
I always viewed it as the goal was to get to the bag for a few content creators. Would you agree with that, or you think it's something different?
You said the goal was to get to the bag for a few red pill content creators?
Correct.
Yeah. That's also a thing. It's also a thing to, as a content creator, there is a bag in the red pill space. If you can learn the ideology
and
become a content creator, you can most definitely get a bag by pushing the rhetoric, pushing the narrative.
Well,
I be having to, I be
let me
having to
ask this
fight the
question.
grip. I be
I
having to
believe
fight
people
the
Hold
grip
on,
mistake
because
what red pill
I need to
I
is.
be having to
I need
fight
to
the grip
understand what
because I
he.
be ready to go on the mountaintop and scam them niggas too.
I know. Hold on, I just want to make sure I understand where he stand at, right? Because I don't think I know where he stands. So do you believe that the red pill is helping families today or is hurting families today?
Well, I don't think it's doing either. I don't think the intentions of red pill was to help, was family focus.
At all.
I think red pill, in my opinion, from what I've seen, I think it's just to give you an understanding of reality that you may not get otherwise. There's no doctrine, there's no Bibles. I mean, there's no religion, no teaching and academics that'll teach you a lot of the concepts or understanding that the red pill will. So a lot of guys are basically, it's a combination of personal experiences that
That's the most honest definition of red pill I've ever heard.
No, but I'm trying to understand. So based on today, I get what you said, that it wasn't created this. Is this helping families or is it hurting families in your opinion from being here for a while?
I don't think it's doing neither. I think the family concept of it is irrelevant.
Oh, so you think it have no
There you
effect
go.
on families?
Not at all.
I don't think the intentions was to have an effect on families. I think this was isolated to understand the mentality of a particular person. It ain't have nothing to do about family.
Well, and that's the I don't
That's the
understand how.
MRA. The MRAs was the family.
No, well, I think we seen when we look at Redfield, Manosphere, them telling people not to get married, still out here having sex. Those things are affecting families. So I'm
They're
trying to
not
figure
because
out.
there's no family. They're
No,
affecting single people who are dating, right? Don't date to marry. Don't date to have children. But it's
so
not
if
affecting a family because a family hasn't been built.
no, so
Let me,
if a man if a man go out there and have sex with a woman, don't marry her, he procreate with her, she has a baby, a family was created. We call it a broken family.
let me ask you this.
No, the red pill says
Let me ask you this.
no cohabitation, no
Look like
kids, no
He
Oda,
marriage.
knows that.
wanna.
He
Let me
knows
just
that.
ask
He
you the
just didn't
question
want to
before
understand.
Oda go.
I'm not saying that. I want to hear what you're saying, Darwin. Get.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that y'all hear a lot of red pill content creators push their message. Are y'all on the record saying that 100% of the time they're saying that don't get married, don't have families? If you could sit here and say that on the record that 100% of every creator in the red pill place is telling you not to deal with women, not to get married, then your perspective is correct. But I've seen
No.
so many creators as a content creator in the manosphere, so to speak. I've seen a lot of creators that are red pill still tell you to get married. They just tell you to caution for particular the probability of being divorced, protection such as bringing up premarital agreements, stuff like that. So I get it. There is groups there is men within the red pill that's telling you not to get married.
No,
You gotta
we,
understand there's an extreme to every movement or every type of group, even feminists.
no, I get that.
You have
I
good
get
feminists that just want equal rights, that just want to be able to have a fair play in society. And then you got the extreme ones that are leaning towards a more misandrous type lane.
Yeah, but no, we're not saying 100%. We said if we was to take the majority of the red pillars, most of them would be saying not to get married. Get with a woman and don't marry her, especially through the court system. So I'm not saying 100%, but would you agree that the majority are saying it?
Yeah, I actually can agree that as a majority, but then that man. So the next question is, what is your discernment weak or strong? Because
Yes,
or and more importantly, your desired outcome. If your desired outcome is I want to find me a wife and get married, then it behooves you not to listen to the majority of the group that's telling you not to, because that doesn't align with your desired outcome.
But that's what I'm saying. They're preying on younger men who are vulnerable, and they are persuading them in this space. So we not talking about us. We've been married. Like I've been married. I say we. I've been married for a long time. I'm saying that we're seeing an effect on younger men that are being persuaded by these men who, in their own life, are not getting the results that they quote unquote preaching.
Well,
Hey, yo,
that's
what the
their
fuck is
algorithm.
perspading?
They're watching it, they're clicking on it, and they can decide not to listen to it. What we don't want to do is absolve men from being grown adults and choosing to listen to whoever they want to. We can't take that off the table. Every man has a responsibility, is responsible for how his algorithm is configured based on what he click on, what he decide to watch, and what he decide to like. And if you're one of those men who are liking that shit, then it's impossible not to see a different side to it.
And not only that, we don't see enough of successful married men having an opposing opinion so the young men can have both sides of the fence so they could pick a side. They only have one side to pick, because if you are on the side of, hey, it's okay to be a man and believe in feminism because you want your daughter to have full autonomy of her own body. You don't want no man inside of some goddamn courtroom deciding what she can or cannot do with her own body. You want her to be able to go outside and work if she wants to. You want her to decide if she want to have children if she wants to. You want your daughter to be able to be full in existence on her own if that's what she chooses to be. And so when we don't have that side out there in the open, and we try to act as if every man knows what a woman needs versus what she's saying, that lies the real issue that we have today.
I think we have a problem because you keep mistaking what red pill is.
Absolutely not. I'm not mistaking it. You could so a lot of men, when they could say what the initial understanding what it is, but we understand and see what they actually promoting.
But we can say the same thing about feminism, right?
Go ahead, explain. How?
So just like there are extremes on both sides, there's extreme.
No,
Most of the most famous. Hold on.
Hold on. No, what I'm saying is this: we are not talking about the extreme.
There you go.
Feminism. What about feminism you disagree with without using the extreme? Just by its own thing, because we're not talking about the extreme. By its own thing, what is the difficult problem with feminism? What you dislike? What you disagree with?
By the definition of what feminism is, by definition, I agree in egalitarianism between the two genders.
So now pause there.
But
in
practice, that's
feminism.
not what it is.
Hold on. We got to make sure we put it in clear and understanding. So you don't disagree with feminism. Most men don't. Okay. That's the real issue. So now, red pill, they disagree with any kind of feminism, no matter what it is. You say the word, you demonize it, you demonize it in man. Now, what about the red pill you agree with?
Hold up. See, I notice every time we do this, you'll ask me a question, knowing that there's a caveat, and then you try to railroad it. You can't say, "Oh, I agree with feminism."
I'm trying to get men to not be double-minded.
It's not being double-minded. I agree with what feminism is, but I don't agree with what feminism is now.
I'm not talking about the extreme red pill. What about the red pill you agree with?
The red pill actually tries to explain to men how to be better versions of themselves by seeing reality for what it is. It's literally it's a Matrix reference. It's take the red pill to see the world for what it is. That's why it was called red pill.
Okay, so now I'm glad that you say it. So now prove the point that they are showing real life reality for men.
Okay, 80% of divorces that women do and initiate, women actually benefit from. It was able to be put in actual paper. It was able to be put in paper.
What?
And these are divorces that matter.
Okay, so now how do women on 80% benefit from divorce?
No, 80% of the marriages that women initiated, keep in mind that those are two completely different statements. So first of all, women initiating divorce is a specific number. 80% of that number is what I'm talking about. So there's two different numbers in play right now.
Okay.
The divorce is initiated by women, and then the women who benefited from said divorce.
Okay.
Through either A, child support, B, alimony, C, property disbursement, numbers of issues. But these things can be broken down to actual specific numbers. Like, hey, this is what I came in with, and this is what you are leaving with. I'm speaking strictly numbers now.
Okay, perfect. We are talking strictly numbers. So a man gets into a relationship with a woman. Majority of the time, the woman doesn't have anything, and the man has everything.
No, I did not. Again, I did not say that.
Perfect. I'm trying to understand something, right? So so both parties usually into the marriage with nothing.
Something.
Usually. Nothing. They don't have nothing. They usually gain everything together.
Fine. Well, we'll say that. Okay.
It's not a true statement. Yes or no?
I mean, they do gain through the relationship, but if you're saying they came in with nothing.
Okay, so let me backtrack it because you went with property. Do majority of men have houses before they get married?
Majority, I'd say it's a higher percentage than you would expect.
Do majority of men?
Over 51%, I'd say yes.
Then
or they have something.
So we're not having an honest conversation.
I mean, prove me wrong. Give me the actual numbers. I can pull the numbers up now. Would you like to listen?
Okay, that's fine. So pull up the actual numbers of single men having houses versus women having houses. This is insane.
Wait, hold up. Now you just asked two different questions. Again,
Yes.
let's stick to the question that's being asked.
Right. The
Single
percentage-
men who then get married is a very different statement from single men who stay single.
They still got to have a house regardless.
Sean, why are those two situations different?
Because they have to have the house before. So your premise is that women are gaining property after divorce.
Some are gaining the exclusive rights to property that was essentially made, as you just said, paid for half and half.
Right. And so what I'm trying to get you to understand, majority of people that get divorced, they, in majority sense, they both leave with nothing because they have nothing. This whole
that's
idea
not
of
true.
the alimony
That's not true.
That is absolutely not true.
Oh my God.
That's now you're
The
being
percentages
dishonest.
for black people, they're 36% for men and they're 33% for women.
Well, look,
Single home ownership.
Well, here's the thing that we don't listen to. This is where the disconnect is. This is why this can become a problem. This is why I created the money pill ideology. Because nobody asks the question, why do the women get the assets? And also, just importantly, why do the woman file for divorce? And what the money pill does is fill in that gap. So if instead of just telling men don't get married because they're gonna take everything,
Why does it matter with no fault divorce? Why does why matter?
We connect with attorneys, sort of like the lead attorney. That's my guy. That's my go-to guy when it comes to legal stuff. He's a professional, been a divorce lawyer for 20 years. He would tell you the number one problem with men is they don't have any protection. They don't have any premarital agreements. The thing that I'm disconnected with the red pill is instead of red pill just saying, hey, don't get married because the system is messed up. Tell them why. Tell them why they're falling into these traps, because you don't have any protection going in. You even have guys in the red. I'm not gonna call their names. You even have guys in the red pill that will tell you a premarital agreement don't hold no weight, and they have not practiced no inch of fucking
law
at all, period. Which is confusing to me, because then when you sit down with somebody like the lead attorney, it actually frustrates him too, that a lot of guys are listening to people who never practice law over attorneys. So that is,
I mean, a prenup is a contract, so I get that.
So if you have a fear that a woman is going to take half of your assets or put you on alimony, it's just a matter of being having the discernment, or even having just going out and looking at the research, just going out and looking at premarital agreements, looking at the state laws. Okay, if I don't want to pay permanent alimony, I'm not going to live in a state that gives you permanent alimony. And if I don't want to be responsible financially for a woman, I'm probably going to tell her to bring resources to the table, so that the judge don't look at it like, oh, you took a woman out of the market for 15, 20 years. She have no college. She don't have any work experience. She can't even file for Social Security, none of that. And now it's a divorce, and you don't want to have any responsibility over a woman that you took out of the workspace. Because you got a lot of guys that don't even want their woman to work.
But now we're running into why the red pill has gotten so toxic. because the thing that they're telling people is, fuck F that, just don't get married, because she can't take anything if she has no legal contract to you. And that's the thing. My argument is different. It's don't get married to somebody if you don't believe that that's going to be a lifetime commitment. That's my difference.
And my difference is, it's all about desired outcomes. A strong man, a man who has discernment, principles, standards, he's not going to waver on his standards just because of the likelihood. What he's going to do is, what is increasing the likelihood of this failing and me losing? How can I reconcile with that and become an exception? Or remove this problem out of there. So if my father told me, I want you to go out there and find a wife and continue my namesake and build a legacy and have a family and get married, I'm not going to say, well, all of these guys on the internet are getting divorced, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to deviate from the tradition that was passed down to me just because somebody else failed. I'm going to say, let me figure out where these guys failed at. How can I not fail like they failed? And I figured it out.
And that's wisdom.
So if I figured it out, I have to speak from integrity. A lot of guys come from me because I'm speaking from integrity. I have a wife. I've been married for 10 years. It don't even make no fucking sense for me to say don't get married. It makes better sense for me to say, how was I able to get married successfully? And how am I able to maintain it? It's better to speak from what I'm living than to push a narrative that I don't even align with.
But question, did you stay married for 10 years simply because you made premarital caution steps, or are you married because you actually pay attention to your wife and y'all actually know how to communicate, which avoids the biggest pitfalls?
In neither one of them. I'm married because it's a desired outcome. This is something I wanted to do. So I enforce my will on the outcomes that I wanted to achieve. And I also have principles and standards that exist long before me. And when I operate within them, it makes it easier for the woman to be able to get in line. You got a lot of men out here that don't even operate from no principle standards. They're just walking around here unhinged. And then they want a woman to fall in line when they don't even stand for nothing. So whenever she look for something to point to figure out, okay, what are you living by? He don't have anything to show her. So it makes it hard for her to get in line with him. A lot of men want a woman to get in line with him when they're not in line with nothing else.
Then wait, I don't mean to ask too personal, but then what is your wife's duty in y'all's marriage?
What is my wife?
Because it sounds like everything is your duty. It sounds like everything is your responsibility.
Crazy. I thought I was muted. That's crazy.
Am I tripping?
I could ask.
Yeah, you are.
But I think he wanted to respond because I don't want to hold the mic. But I can answer that question.
Nah, say what you say. I talk all the time. This is my show.
Well, my wife's duty and my wife's duty. I can give you a couple things. There's so many things she do, but I would say her duty is to ensure that the purpose that we both collectively agreed on for the household, for the sake of our name, is fulfilled. In whatever way she can insert herself to give effort in ensuring that happens, that is her duty. Just as simple. But
as simple as
a man, I had to clearly define my purpose in a direction I wanted to go in. I had to articulate that in order to give her an ease of mind to get on board. Otherwise, she would have never got on board with it.
And that's why I asked what I asked. I asked what I asked for because that's what I figured you were going to go down. So essentially, you came up with the decision. You presented it to your wife. She says, "I can ride with that," and y'all went with it, right?
Yeah, I met
Is
her
that
in
about
college.
accurate?
I met her in college. She had a career path. She had a direction she was going. I said, "Look, I like you. You like me. I have a different direction. If I can articulate precisely where I'm going in the next 5 years and how you could fit in there, would you shift your direction of where you're going and come with me?" And she said, "Well, it depends on how you articulate. Okay, what do you have in mind?" I gave her the complete rundown, and she said, "I'll get on board, but I don't want you to be cheating on me, doing all these other things." And I said, I'm cool with that. So we was able to come to a compromise, and now she's here. As long as I live out those expectations that I declared early, she's going to continue to trust me and stay in line.
And y'all's path has not deviated or altered at all, right?
Not at all. Not
Because
at
he
all.
do what he say.
So
He's a man.
so okay, so I can actually understand where you're coming from, and I can ride with that. I think my marriage. I mean, I haven't been married as long as you, so I can't compare mine to yours. But me and my wife, when things do change, we move together. It's not just my plan; it's our plan. Because while I might be the head, she's still my neck. She's still my ultimate guidance. She's the one who makes sure that I'm not straying, because that's where I guess I get where you're coming from. I can ride with that. So, okay.
Yeah, but I think a good point is, as a man, your vision has to be big enough that includes hers too. You shouldn't have a narrow vision that's so narrow that it only can be my way. So when I cast my vision for my family, my net is so big that she can accomplish all her goals, all her desires, for the most part, underneath my vision. So just because he cast the vision doesn't mean that if she have individual goals that she want to accomplish for her life, that she still should be able to do that.
Well, that's the difference.
Okay.
That's where we kind of and it is no right or wrong. If a man wants to compensate for the dream and the aspirations of his woman, he can do that. But particularly for me, like that's why I said there's no right or wrong way. This is just my way. For example, if let's just say I'm becoming a practitioner or I'm becoming a doctor and I want to open up my own practice for the sake of my namesake that I could pass down to my kids and they can become doctors. And let's say she's an attorney, she's probably partner in a law firm. And I say, hey, look, babe, I got everything together. They're building our C-suite or whatever you want to call it, where we can go ahead and run our practice. I need you to come over here and work in the clerical side or the legal side of my practice for the sake of our name, and so we can have our own business and we don't have to work for somebody else's name.
But yeah, but
now,
you just proved
no,
my point.
I like being a lawyer, then we don't align. That's not going to work for me.
No, but you proved my point is that your vision of building a business was so big, it included her as a lawyer, right? So, like, for example, I had a vision that I wanted my kids to be highly educated. Like, I was like, hey, I want my kids to speak multiple languages. I want them to be higher educated. My wife's vision was that she wanted to homeschool our kids and world school our kids. So it's not that our visions are going two different ways. It's just that she's getting the details of my vision. That's what I'm saying, casting the
But there's
net.
also, additionally, I could have said, hey, look, I just want you to be able to take care of the kids. You know, I don't trust the educational system. I don't want nobody spending 8 hours a day with my kids. I want you to be able to nurture them and educate them on your own. And I'm gonna make sure that all of our resources and revenue comes in and you can rest in your femininity for the rest of your life. You can retire from life. There's a group of women that are okay with that, and there's an overwhelming group of women that are not okay with that because they want to be able to live by their own aspirations.
Yeah.
You as a man have to identify with a woman whether or not she want to be on board, or y'all gonna just go through misalignment.
Wait, I get
Which is
what
where
you're
a bunch
saying.
of divorces come from.
I get what you're saying, Darwin, but most men ain't making enough money that they can cash a vision like that, right? So
Well, they should not even be trying to have this conversation. And the problem with the red pill, and I'm glad you said it, is some guys in the red pill have guys thinking that all of them can have that type of dynamic and that a woman should just be in. No, you have to have this thing called leverage. And a lot of guys hated Kevin Samuels when he used to tell men they need a leverage, because they thought that just because they had a dick and balls that a woman just supposed to be in. Now you actually have to give a woman a reason to cooperate with you, because you don't even if a lot of guys think that cooperation is supposed to come automatic, but if you're a guy who think like that, you got to ask yourself, even God gave us choice and will to cooperate with him. So are you above God? Even when Jesus came, he gave his disciples a reason to cooperate with him. He taught them the direction. He gave them his purpose that they can continue to push after he left. And they had a choice whether they wanted to align with him or not. We have to look at ourselves and say, am I above those men or those beings?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah. So, I'm speaking from a man.
That's a really good point. So I just wanted to make sure that is said. I'm loving the bill, fellas. maintain it. It's beautiful. I like what we don't interrupt. This is great for all parties involved. Shout out to y'all.
So
ahead,
the biggest point that I'm trying to say is I get that men at the top 10% might can say that. And at this point, I'm really thinking the top 5% can say, hey, I'm going to take over the bill. My vision is going to make enough money and we're going to be able to do this. But when we start asking, my question to you, Darwin, is when we start talking about the men that is the average men or the majority of men, because even Kevin Samuels gave his advice for the top tier men, the high value men. Those people, how do they cast that vision if they cannot provide 100% of the bills? Do they have to be willing to, kind of what you said, compromise and include her vision in their lifestyle?
Well, the thing is you have to look at the market. What are women telling you? Do you really see a large number of women really bending for a man who's average? It doesn't matter what you think. A lot of women are just not gonna sign up for that. That you want her to go and work 40 to 60 hours a week and be completely 100% submissive and cooperative, and then come in and clean up the house and stuff. You just don't. It just doesn't work. And a lot of guys think that it's just supposed to work like that because you have an X and Y chromosome. I mean, an X and X chromosome, so to speak.
Well, that's the disagreement. I think that's where the compromise come in. If you a guy that cannot provide all the bills, if your wife paying half of the bills, you might have to be, hey man, I might got a couple minutes and watch half of those dishes. You know what I'm saying? I might got like that's what I'm telling. Like
y'all have to work as a team. But the thing about it is the guy that's a high earner wasn't a high earner off default. He was also an average man. So I guarantee you, if you listen to a lot of high earning men or high value men that are in the top 10, top 5%, they will tell you that there was a time whenever in the beginning phases of the relationship, if they met their women whenever they was in the mud, that they worked together. But everybody's pushing this narrative that these men that are making $250,000, $500,000, it was just automatic that the woman bent like that. No, they had to leverage. They had to use leverage, and what they did was they say, look, 5-10 years from now, I'm gonna be at this level, and I'm gonna be earning this amount of salary. You can go ahead and hang it up, and that's where you get to the point where you got a woman that's able to stay home, sort of like myself. My wife was in the military. We both worked. We both worked as a team to bring resources in. And I told her, I said, you don't have to do this forever. I'm gonna take the steering wheel on as far as driving the resources into the bank account, and you can go ahead and rest.
That's the point. That's what I want us to start talking about. Let's talk about the teamwork for the average person, because when we in these spaces, is my way or the highway. That's what I hear. Hey, it's my way or the highway. If you got to get down with my vision or this. When you are in a situation that you are average, yes, you might be striving to be that, but you have to have room in your vision for her vision too. Even if you want her to pay some bills up front, like she have to have some say so. You can't take her resources as a man and then say she have no say so in the relationship. The teamwork is what we need to be pushing, not my way or the highway. That's the point I was making.
I get it, and it's all about your the man who's in the household and his principles. That's why I keep going back on principles. You got men out here that have principles, are religious, that a woman just supposed to be 100% submissive. She ain't supposed to push back and do whatever you want. I'm not in the business of telling a man to deviate from the principles he believes. All I'm in the business to telling you the likelihood of the women today in this landscape, if they're going to lean towards your way or not. And unfortunately, a growing number of women are not leaning that way for those guys. So what do? You have to, if you're okay with the outcomes, that you're not going to be able to get a woman out here, and you might have to go get a passport. So that's the game, because a lot of guys are running from this dating market because the women are not going to bend. But I'm not speaking to the guys who are running away. My content is for guys who want to continue to navigate this dating market as it evolves. Because I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time for the flying out to other countries is going to come to a cease, because there's a growing number of women all over the country that's picking up the same ideology. And that's just the game.
So what would you give a young man? I guess.
Let me say one more thing. One thing y'all got to understand about content creators who are red pills. A lot of this stuff that I'm talking about is forbidden. It's like a taboo to kind of see both sides, because you got to understand the audience creates a revenue, and a lot of guys who are in this content creation, they're not going to admit it, but they're restricted by the amount of resources that they're able to get from YouTube checks. So you got to kind of understand how they're boxed in. They're not going to admit this.
Preach.
But if you're a man like myself who was able to establish his resources and get to his bag before he needed the YouTube check, you could see that I'm able to be able to see both sides. I'm able to talk about other things. I'm even able to talk about how to deal with or how to date single moms if you decide to. A guy that's strictly red pill and constricted or confined to his resource coming from YouTube, he can't do that because his audience is not going to like it. That's why you're able to see me continue to make content. I might get 5,000 views, and then I might get 300,000 views. It doesn't really matter to me because it ain't even about my money. It's about me just speaking the truth from my experience and from the information I'm able to gather off of the platform when I deal with couples or individuals.
I like it.
I may have to disagree with that though, because there's a couple of brothers that came to YouTube who already had the bag before a YouTube check. We actually noticed who actually had a bag. Like I could name them.
Oh, we're not talking about
but that's here.
The minority.
But that's here, no there. That's here. Yeah.
Right.
It is a very small minority. You're right.
That wasn't the overall arching point of the conversation.
I never said that, brother. I'm not trying to derail the conversation or anything of that nature. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of brothers who use brothers paying for revenue. You know what I'm saying? Even Obsidian said that. He said, like, yo, we use incel people paying for revenue. And I see a lot of brothers who deal with, like, who got the bag or whatever the case may be, and then come on YouTube and use brothers paying for revenue. You know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about child support, when we talk about going to therapy, there's a lot of brothers that will clown you in these spaces for going through that. Even getting DV in these spaces. When brothers talk about how they being DV'd or whatever in these spaces, people skip over that. They don't dive deep into that and have a real conversations with that. They will clown you, especially if you get into an argument conversations with them. I just think that it's a lot of this clout. People don't care about the black man like that.
Yeah, but there's two sides to it. There's also the audience. And as a content creator, I can tell you firsthand, the audience, a lot of the audience don't want you to talk about nothing but appeal to their pains. And if you decide to talk about anything else but appealing to their pains, they will not watch, they will unfollow, they will unsubscribe. A lot of your audience, once you become the creator, you're gonna say your audience is gonna try to force you to stay within the box. They will even tell you in the comments, man, you code switching. Or you switching up. Why don't you just keep talking about the women? Why are you trying to tell? Because I can't tell you how many times I made videos how to get yourself out of this position, or any videos that instruct men how to level up, those don't get watched. They completely ignore those. And the thing about an audience, if the returning audience don't click on it, YouTube ain't gonna promote it to new members or new watchers. So your audience is responsible for, it's like the engine that runs your channel. So like anytime I talk about anything that's talk about leveling up or being a better man, those things don't even surface. The men in my audience, a large majority, they just want you to continue to bash or participate in a gender war. So even though you might think it's men that's chasing clout, there's also an audience that wants you to continue to keep your foot on their neck. So you as a content creator is put in a very, very peculiar situation where you got to make a decision. You got to be like, damn, what should I do? Should I just get my bag and get on? And a lot of content creators just get a bag and just continue to double down on the foot on the neck. And they just leave out. And you'll notice a lot of these content creators live totally different lives. They'll get on here and they'll say, fuck single moms. They all for the streets. But shit, they got a single mom at home. I think one of them was Cooley, who got recently exposed in the middle year. It just happens, bro. And that should also confirm for you that a lot of content creators is just gonna just put videos out that you like.
That's a fact.
So you,
I
as an
totally
audience, you have to take responsibility on what you watch these days. You have to.
But even when we talk about people like a Cooley too, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about a lot of these people, right? And even that red pill, right? Is built on stepping on these black women, though. You see what I'm saying? To me, I believe it's built on stepping on a woman, though, right? And a lot of these men either got an issue, probably bunked up with a white chick, something else, or ain't got no chick, or up with a Bertha. When you talking about a Bertha, but you with a Bertha. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. So and it becomes like and today, Dorian, we got this now because this guy named Mr. Work is one of these people. Like he comes up here. People will come and speak, and it's all talking points. It's all statistical. Like it's not about a man in front of a woman, me seeing what she about, she seeing what I'm about. We about to figure this out. She about to check what I'm checking. I'm about to check what I'm checking. We about to figure this out. It's not that. It's some statistical. She like a taller man because 88% of the world thinks some statistical. I don't know what's going on. It becomes really weird. And a lot of these people don't have girls, or they can't even tell you how it helped them after they listen to this shit for 10 years. They can't tell you, say, yo, look, man, you know what I'm saying? I asked one guy, you know what I'm saying, dog, and I was like, yo, all right, cool. You believe in what you believe in because I ain't against nothing. How did it help you? Yo, bro, I'm still asking people. They still saying, yo, it helped me because of this and this and that. I'm talking about it's for getting women, bro. It's not just about you. How did it help you? And a lot of tiny people can't explain it. All they can explain to me or anybody is just the same redundant talking points. Talking points. You know what I'm saying, Darwin? That's some of my things with it. What do you feel about any part of what I said? Because I know I said a lot, but what you feel about
a whole bunch of nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted again.
Shut up. It's 100%, bro. I'm totally with you, man. And I'm glad y'all was able to put a conversation like this, man. These conversations is considered breaking the rules. Whenever you're in for, you're supposed to have these conversations behind the line, behind private talks when you building content. You're just supposed to let your content choose your side for you. You got to pick a side and stand on it. That's how you win in YouTube as a content creator. Basically, a lot of content creators took a page out of advertisers' playbook. If you look at advertisers, they just appeal to what you tend to click on, what you tend to watch, and that's it. Those people who are running the ads probably won't even buy that product. They won't even eat that food, but they're gonna push McDonald's down your throat because that's what you click on. So that's how you got to look at content creators today, and that's particularly the ones who don't show their life. Like you got content creators that sit in front of the microphone, they never show their life. Yeah. Like me, you can go to my Instagram, you can see me with my wife, you can see me with my 2 sons, you can see me going on vacation. I make sure that my integrity is completely transparent, and that allows me to separate myself from other content creators in the space. So if I do like to talk about red pill content, you'll be able to connect the dots. I'm like, okay, like I could trust him because I can see his life. But you got creators that will not show you their life. They don't show you their baby mama. They show you nothing that aligns with none of the stuff they say, and they just expect you to just believe everything they say. But you will if it speak to your pains. As long as they stay on your pains, that's really all that matters.
So what you saying? We need to start checking. Make sure the more of the stories. Check these receipts. Ask these content creators to produce how they pushing what they're saying in reality.
Yeah, that's what you got to, and that's why I say every man who watches content out here has a responsibility to do that. If you're gonna really allow somebody to have influence over your decision, I'm talking about life decisions, you have to be able to look at their credibility. You have to. So like when I brought up the lead attorney, you can go and look at his credibility. And man, practice law. Me and him sat in on a Tyrese case out here in Georgia, in Fulton County. I wasn't going to push none of his. Go ahead. My bad.
Nah, yo, but when you talk about the lead attorney, even on that note, they be calling him, zesty and everything like that. Like I heard that, but even in your message, like how you say that you show your kids, you show your family, you show your vacations, you show everything on Instagram. Like you said, lead attorney been studying law for like 20 plus years, and he show everything too, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But the community will be like, oh man, he moved his hands a certain way, or he swing his neck a certain way. Like they say about Sharon, the same thing, but they don't take the message though. It's more potent.
I think what
I'm
I
just
love
keeping it
about
funky, bro.
what I love about Lee though, he give anybody smoke. He'll give you on the red pill side, the blue pill side. Like if you're inaccurate, he calls it out. What I have seen at other people channels, if you on my side, even if you're inaccurate, I'm going to agree with you because it's for a money thing. So that's kind of what I'm just saying. I love what you said. Check the integrity in the content, because I think that's what a lot of people don't do. They just follow it just because it sounds good.
And then you can see a content creator. Also, you got to watch for, is the content creator actually able to grow? Like if you look at myself, and I think Sharon can vouch. I think you too, E. You met me when I first came in. I was brutal. I was brutal against women, bro. Like it was, I was on a whole nother level, and I had to learn. Like, okay, let me start. Once I start to work with people off of the platform, I really got to see the truth. I wasn't just relying on talking points, because at first, and I got enough humility to admit that I did come in banking everything I had on what I've heard and talking points that was going around that was appealing. But then when I got to work with individuals and couples and stuff, I started to see the truth, and I was like, I can't continue to make content like that. There's a lot of women out here that are getting hit by strays, and they don't even apply to them. How can I shed light on the truth without, looking like an idiot? You know what I'm saying? So I started pivoting. I started positioning my content so that I can compensate for the reality, what's actually true, the statistics, all of that stuff. And I took a hit. My content slowed down. People left. People unsubscribed. But again, I had the luxury of doing it because I already had my bag. And I will tell you, bro, if I didn't have my bag established, if I wasn't financially secure,
you would have had to push.
I wouldn't have been able to pivot, bro. I would have had to keep the lights on. I had to keep the bills paid. So now you can see the people who got to keep the bills paid. Those guys are never growing. They're stuck. They got to continue to regurgitate the same talking points without any integrity or any credibility.
I think that's great. Was somebody else talking?
No, you good. I was writing something.
Yeah, I think that's great because I've been in YouTube alone to see the transition, and like just looking at the transition it is when I start asking myself, how can we change it? And we was having this conversation earlier. We got to realize that the change start with us, the individual, because us keep blaming other people while we ain't changing. At that point, it's just an excuse.
Agreed. But I do want to hear a woman's perspective, because we do have women here and we are talking about women and around women. Why can't we get a woman's perspective? We got Bomb, we got PH Diva. Let's get a woman's perspective. I think that'd be good, just to change the mood.
Bomb, PH Diva, y'all want to jump in?
They don't want to jump in. They good.
I think it's refreshing because I get a lot of pushback that is not really point by point based. Most of the time when I'm getting a pushback, they want to talk about me personally and how they just don't like me and what I seem like I'm saying. And so to hear another man that is pretty big in this space as well, just say like, hey, I had to change my rhetoric because I had to realize who am I affecting. It's not just about the money, and it ain't just about my anecdotal experience. It's about the whole plethora of human beings and how we got to talk to what the majority is correct, because no matter what we say, it's still going to affect somebody in a negative way.
You absolutely right, because the whole point, Sharon, is what is the goal?
Yes.
Like if you look at content creators, it confuses me sometimes. Like what are you? Okay, I get you have all this disdain and this resentment for women. Okay, what is the goal? And a lot of them just want men to just not deal with them. Like, what do you want us to be gay? Like,
right.
So my whole
there we
point
go.
is,
there it go.
So my whole point is like, you got to understand if I'm being confused, what is the women who don't like you going to say? They're going to actually run with that extreme and not even consider any context behind what you're doing. So I think if you look at Kevin Samuels, what a lot of these guys really got their motivation from, they nitpicked a lot of things that he was saying, but they stayed away from the fact that Kevin Samuels was fighting tooth and nail trying to get men and women into the same room. He was trying to get men and women into the same room to see what happened.
Correct.
He was bringing qualified individuals based on their desirability and putting them in the same room and getting them to connect.
And
if
we
a
saw
lot
the
of these
trend.
content creators are just not doing that.
And we saw the transition of he was changing. Like in our eyes, like what he was saying closer to the end was totally different. Like he was trying to, he was elevating, he was moving different.
And that's another reason. And Sharon, to tell you, that's the guy who motivated me. So my whole goal is to try to do the same. How can we get? Because we understand that the average man and the average woman is missing each other in the dating market more often than not. So the goal is to try to get those people to match, to get this, to remove this rhetoric that the average woman need to go after the top 10%, and that the average man get cut out. Because if you keep pushing these average women or whatever into the top 10% bracket, those guys are out there just gonna have their
just abuse.
They just gonna be a polygamy. They just gonna just do whatever they want, and they ain't gonna have no inclination to get out of the market.
I am the real victim.
So the goal is to try to get the women. Hey, look, you don't have to go for the top 5%. There's really nothing you could pitch to get these guys that's making upwards of $500,000 a year to want to be monogamous. Because men innately already, for the most part, don't even believe they're supposed to be monogamous. So once they get to a point, they actually success themselves out of being monogamous. It's you already got to cope with the lust and all of that stuff. And I'm a married man. I'm not gonna sit here. No man gets a pass. We all have to deal with it. We all have to continue to discipline ourselves and fight these demons that can persuade us to go off path and want to touch other women. It's a battle. There's no playbook. You just gotta value your household, what you built with your wife, and do it. And a lot of times you will get in arguments and it might make you think about it. But as long as you got principles that you live by, you can always come back to it and reset. But when you got all this money and all of this pressure and you got women throwing themselves, that makes it even more harder. So we try to tell women, you don't have to go after those guys. You can build with a guy who's on the same socioeconomic status as you, and y'all can figure it out. You don't need to, because you got a woman, y'all might not know this, but you got female creators that's telling these women, no, go after the rich man, leave the average dusty bums alone. No, those guys want to love on you. They want to build with you. Give them a shot.
Yeah, but if they don't want to live the lifestyle that average man is going to be able to provide her, then, or she don't want to deal with that situation, then why should she have to? If she has the despite her being an average earner herself, if she got the looks and the access or whatever to attract higher caliber men, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so now I agree with that. But I think what you're talking about is an average woman is different than what I'm talking about as an average woman. When I talk about a woman's averageness, I'm not talking about her pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about her femininity, her beauty, her sex appeal, and all these other things.
Right.
So that makes her above average.
No, okay, it could be an average woman, right? So Bill Gates married a woman who worked at his company, and Melinda, as stellar as she may be, has always been average looking.
Well, see, that's subjective to the person. Bill Gates could have thought
well,
she
then
was
if
a 10.
it's subjective to the person, then we can't really. There's no way to put any type of structure behind it because now it's just it's an individual person thing, and so
it's
none of
a
it
case
matters.
by case. It's a case by case interaction. Sharon may think PH Diva is a 8. I might think she's 5.
Right. But so because it is an individual thing, then we can't make any hard and fast rules, right? Or generalizations.
Exactly. That's why you got to ignore content creators like Share 7.
No. I'm talking about what you said, right? You were the one who said, like, oh, well, if we start teaching the women to all stop going after the top 5% of men and go after the average men, right? And so, but if it's an individual thing, how attractive a man is going to find you, yeah, then these women should be getting at these men because it's a chance that even if other people didn't find them attractive, one of those attractive men might one of those high value men might find them attractive.
Right, they will, and they will take you to the room, bust you down, and give you back shots, and they're gonna go pass you off, and they're gonna go get up next one back shot. And if you're okay with those outcomes, yeah, and that's what we
a lot of women are getting those outcomes from the regular schmegular poor dude, right? And so just because a man is poor and average income doesn't mean that he is marriage minded.
So it comes down to the likelihood.
Right.
If average man is giving you back shots and throwing you away, and the high earning man is giving you back shots, it's one of two things happening. Is either you need to look in the mirror and figure out why all the men in the data market is not even giving you retention, or you have to play the odd. You got to play the numbers of odds. Hold on, I'm on it. You have to look at these. You have to look at the probability of being able to get retention. The likelihood of getting retention from an average man versus a man who's making $500,000 and have his pick of the litter is higher. It's higher to get retention with the man that's in the same socioeconomic bracket with you than somebody who's extremely powerful that can just throw you at the blink of an eye.
Well, so the interesting thing about these type of conversations, especially when black men are telling us what these rich, powerful men want, and it's like y'all really have no way of knowing, right?
Actually, we do. I actually do.
No, you don't. You're not powerful. And so the thing is, because most of those rich, powerful men are married, right? So they're not just tossing women back like that. They found somebody, got with them, and sat their asses down somewhere. And actually not doing so can harm them in the business arena. And so, again, I just think we're acting like...
So where I'm lost at is you're saying that I have no way...
Finish, sweetheart.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's like the poor man is noble and good, but the rich man is creating this false dichotomy, right? Rich men gonna throw you back and run through you. The poor man will sit there and build with you. When it really is an individual man thing, because despite being poor, generally speaking, most black men don't ever get married to anyone, and so they're not more likely to be marriage or family minded just because they poor.
So are you lecturing or are you asking the question? Because if you're just lecturing and telling me I don't, and then there's no conversation.
I was refuting your point.
Well, you told me I don't have no way of knowing. I told you I did. You just said I don't.
Right, you don't.
Providing any context on why I don't.
Because you don't have any power. You're a black man.
Okay, so that's a whole nother different conversation.
That is a different conversation. That's why I just skirted right past it.
So let's try to retract back to try to give some understanding. You mentioned you had a great point when you said that women have no way of knowing, or you have no way of knowing because subjective beauty subjectivity. Why do you think somebody like, and we can use the Godfather Kevin Samuels, why do you think he had people call in and enforce them to be on camera?
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, in combination with that, why do you think he took the time to go become an image consultant? So he can visualize and be able to understand the flattering looks of a woman who is most likely to be highly desired, and the contrary, the ones that are less likely to be desired. He had to come on camera for a reason. He knew it was about subjectivity. He took his expertise and he was able to evaluate you better. That's why he asked you your age, your weight, your height, and all these other things, and dress size, to be able to give you the probability of being desired, and also ask you to rate yourself to see if you were over. Because we gotta accept that a lot of women overinflate their beauty.
To whom though, right? There's some men who think she a 10, regardless of what a lot of other men think. The other thing is Kevin Samuels is not the barometer for beauty, right? And so he wasn't taking into consideration subjectivity when he was giving them a number, right? If we got to go for one number, then that's not allowing for subjectivity or any type of difference or divergence on the rating.
Well, this what he did. He looked at you and he gave his opinion.
Right.
And in combination with the struggles that you had.
Okay.
Because the people who called in were the women who were having trouble. So in combination with his overall opinion and the fact that it's confirmed that you were struggling to get this type of man that you desired, it justified that you had to do more work. It justified his reasoning to tell you, hey, look, you got to go do more work. You got to lose weight. This is probably where you're missing the mark and you're dropping the ball.
Not necessarily, right?
That's exactly what it was.
No, because a lot of those women were, or at least a few women that I saw there were calling because they were with or attracting one type of man, but they wanted another type of man. That could boil down to something as simple as access, right? I'm around a lot of 6-figure men just because I'm a woman who earns 6 figures. So the men who work with me earn 6 figures too, right? And so it could be something as simple as that. They just not in the right places. But that's not an indication. Along with, sir, I did not cut you off. So that along with Kevin Samuels' opinion isn't a barometer for their attractiveness or some type of objective measure of their attractiveness.
Well, if you look at his content, if you look at his entire live stream, these women didn't leave his consultation or his virtual consultations with the fact that it could have been. It could be that I'm in this situation, or it could be this. No, he actually figured it out. He was always able to effectively come to a solution or pinpoint the reason why they were having an issue. And the reason why he was able to grow so well is because he was able to do that consistently.
I would say it's
it caused a trend of women to continue to call in because he was able to hit the mark. And a lot of men today are just not able to continue to replicate that because it's a skill that can't be trained. You just got to have it or you don't have it. So if you look back at those streams, when the women called in, he was able to ask a line of questioning to the point where he was able to get down to the point of where they were making a mistake or where they needed work at. And if you don't got to believe me, you could go watch it yourself.
Well, it's not, I've seen some of it, but again, Kevin Samuels wasn't no damn expert in anything. Nevertheless, I don't even want to get on Kevin Samuels. My point was just that, if it's all subjective, then women go and shoot for the damn, the stars, and at least you will hit the moon or some shit like that. Go get the best ones out there. Don't settle for the riffraff or the throwbacks.
Well, if that's what you think women should do, then go ahead and push it. But over here, I'm telling women that don't restrict yourself to a top bracket of men that have a high likelihood of not retaining you. Right. Because if you just want to go get bust down and have a lifestyle temporarily, and then whenever you run down at the end of your market value, go back down the dating market and get married, and go ahead and do it. It is a bunch of guys that will accept you.
Well, I don't understand. I've been listening to both of y'all. I don't understand why the standard is not the morals and values. Because if I tell women, hey, find a man of moral value, regardless if he got a whole bunch of money, he ain't got no money, him standing on his morals and values is going to be the thing that makes him be faithful.
She just
Like,
told you that.
why are
She
we
just
making it about
indirectly.
money? Right.
She just indirectly told you that doesn't matter.
I didn't say that principles and values didn't matter.
I said indirectly. I said indirectly.
Yeah, but no, not even indirectly, right? I was addressing the argument that you laid out. You were saying that you tell women don't all go for the top men, and you know that poor man who gonna lead you to a life of struggle, but gonna have a smile for you every time he get home from his menial job. That's the man to go for. And all I'm saying is, go get the best man you can get. All the way around.
And just me learning, me being from Atlanta, I learned the man that ain't got nothing to do is the biggest cheater, the brokest man, the one who can.
I agree.
So like, and then the men who got a lot of money typically have more to lose, so they actually more cautious in how they move. So I just think we need to start going back to a value system. Do he have this morals, values? Do he believe in God? Like, start putting something in together, regardless of his income. He still have that value system that he's basing his life off of.
But morals and values
with
can be faked.
With regard to men that have, I don't agree with that. That they're just less likely to be cheaters because they have more to lose or they're more moral. It's like, no, at that point, you can kind of be honest with women, right? Like she just wants to be here and you know that. So you can approach the situation different. I'm not cheating on you if I'm being dead serious. I'm dating other women, man. This is what it is. And when you're in that space, you have that ability to just be
But either
blatantly honest.
can morals and values be faked?
I don't think it's as fake as you think it is. Time is exposed
No,
to
I'm
everybody.
saying that's fair. But during that time, people are faking morals and values to get the biscuit.
But basically what he's saying, can you be on your representative? You can be on your representative to get the outcome you want, but inevitably.
Yeah, but I think that comes down to discernment. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You can be on a representation and get the outcome you want, but inevitably the real you is going to bleed through. And this is speaking, I think Sharon can vouch. You being in marriage 5 to 10 years, 15 years, you'll be able to see people max fall off. So it behooves you not to try to go out and put on a facade. But on this thing about a woman going to go get the best man she wants, you could say that, but I think it's more important to change the language and look at the likelihood. Not only that, what Kevin Samuels was trying to tell women to do, instead of just trying to go after the best man you could get, try to look at what those men typically go for. And study the women that these men the man you desire, what is he like? So he inserted that into the understanding. Like, it matters what the man you desire want. Look at it like a job. If you're going to go get a job, if you're trying to be employed by a corporation or company, look at the requirements. Look at the things that that job position wants the candidate to have, and see where you can match. Are you compatible? That's what Kevin Samuels is trying to do. Well, Kevin Samuels had access to a lot of the types of man, or archetypes of man that these women wanted. He was able to give them insight, like, okay, this is the likelihood of you successfully achieving this outcome with this type of man are going to be low, because these men typically don't go for your body type or your size or your personality or your character traits. If you can adjust these things, then you can increase the likelihood of being able to fulfill this outcome. That's what it was all about.
Well, so that's the thing. Nobody has a list of probabilities that they can, place a woman on one side and, what kind of man on the other side, and come down to, the probability of you with your specifications getting him with his specifications is 0.323. Nobody has that. These women, again, the dating app studies show that men rate like 80% of women as being above average in terms of looks, appearance, or attractiveness. And then women only rate 20% of men above average in terms of attractiveness. But the point is, most men find most women attractive. And so most women are going to be able to get through that initial barrier of attractiveness with a man just off rip. She ain't got to be a supermodel. And I always think that's interesting when you hear Black men talking, that's how they talk. Like, you got to be the most spectacularist, unbelievablest woman ever to exist. And that's frequently not the case when you're actually around, those types of men.
Yeah, they
But I think Kevin Samuels made. I think Kevin Samuels talking about shit. Sorry.
Very regular. Usually the women are very regular. Usually they choose their women because they was in school together or they was in the same circle together.
Right, access.
It don't actually have anything to do with how beautiful we deem her as a collective. Because, like Diva just said, majority of men look at most women as attractive enough to be with. It's really about her personality and how intelligent she is and all these other things that when women go to these spaces, it kind of ignore those things that actually what men choose a woman for, because it don't actually have nothing to do with fit, feminine, and friendly.
There's also a difference between being a wife and a side piece.
And that's where I was.
Now, they definitely got something to do with friendly, though. Friendly.
No. Most men don't want their women to be friendly.
And that's what I was going to mention. This is selection. This is initial selection, initial attraction, preferences. Now, when you get into whether or not you're going to retain a relationship, you're going to grow from that, or whether there's going to be cheating involved, that's triage. That's when all those other qualities have to come in so that you can sustain a healthy relationship. But if you're talking about initial preferences on a collective level, I would argue that if you put different archetypes or different builds of women, if you line them up, if you take most men, there is a particular consensus that men yield to when it comes to beauty standards, and I don't think we should be even arguing that. Obviously, you got your exceptions, man.
What's the archetype that they yield?
I would love if we could get because we talking about like regular businessmen that's in the 100 to $250,000 a year.
Well, we were talking about most men, I think.
Yeah, but most men disagree. We proved that yesterday.
Yeah,
like,
no, y'all didn't.
We definitely didn't disprove that.
Okay, slow down, y'all. Slow down. So the fit, feminine, friendly thing, that friendly part is only to me personally. I want my wife to be friendly to me.
Just don't laugh at their jokes.
You better
Doesn't
not
change the stance.
Especially with that laugh right there, you better not. When I walk in the room, you better not be laughing like that. But what I'm saying is that so they don't really want their woman to be friendly outside of themselves. And so most men do not want a friendly ass woman. He want her to have discernment. Don't be so friendly with all these other human beings. If we having a party and I need you to work a room, yes, you could be friendly in that aspect, right? But that is more of a business aspect. That's still not really actually friendly. That's working a room. Those are two completely different things. I think when we allow men to say, yeah, I want my woman fit, feminine, friendly, they don't even understand the capacity of that. And majority of businessmen that is making that $250,000 to even $1 million a year, they wives are regular, everyday looking women. If you just see her on the street, is no way you're gonna say, yeah, that is a wife of a millionaire.
Well, this is how you look at it,
and you know that for a fact too, Bruce.
You have to try to get. You have to look at it from this angle. We're not talking about the women that man can get. We're talking about who he desires, who he would choose.
I'm talking about
if you really want to know, if you really want to know what most men really like on a consensus level, on a collective level, when men often get rich, when you look at athletes and stuff, when they really get to choose and not necessarily settle, look at the types of women that they're picking.
They generally look the same.
They all look like damn near supermodels.
White women.
But whenever you don't,
hold on.
I didn't say white.
Point me in the direction of an example so we could try to pull up like 3 or 4. Like, give me some men, if you can.
I mean, I would just say just name an athlete or anything, entertainer or whatever that
Yeah, do that.
I'm gonna try to bring up. I'm gonna try to bring up somewhere.
This is important. An athlete who didn't choose his woman before he got his bag. If you look at these guys that became rich and then they chose a woman, you can get a keen understanding of on a collective level what men really want. If you're looking at it from the opposite angle, you're only able to see the women that men settle for. And the second thing is, and you might not be able to research this. Look at the women that men jack off to. They're not jacking off.
He's not wrong.
And for the most part, they're going to jack off to the women that they highly desire, that they can't otherwise get. The third part about it is,
go look at the views on the big girls.
When a man goes to hire an escort, look at the type of women that he will hire as an escort. Look at the women that even are successful being an escort. They have to kind of be top of the line women in order to have a fulfilling career as an escort.
You're saying this,
they
but
could
you
be
have
men.
no proof behind any of it, right? Because a lot of times we don't know what woman is an escort, and so we could be, a lady next door having a perfectly nice life, and she could be escorting for a living. So we have like no data or anything to back up most of the things that you said.
Nobody sits around.
Actually,
if we are, I'm sorry, why can't I speak? And that's the thing.
I had one more.
But you just interject when everybody.
Well, you interrupted me, and I have one more.
Okay, so go ahead. I didn't know you were still going after 5 minutes.
The fourth one is, if you look at, I don't know if you can say this word, but tell me if I'm wrong. Sex work, you can say that because I've been on TikTok. They say smex. If you look at sex work, let's just take OnlyFans. If you look at the women that are highly likely to be successful, what do those women look like?
All different things.
Cooking with Kaya.
A lot of different things. There are old women on there who make a lot of money.
Go ahead, PhD David, because you've been trying to talk. Go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying, like, all of the stuff you're saying is like there's no waiting for you to back it up, and a lot of it's just flat out wrong, right? So again, if the average man finds most women attractive, that's not going to be the barrier for most women. I think it's the other stuff when he's, when you decide whether or not you want the relationship. It's the internal qualities. How do you make him feel? Can you fit into his lifestyle in a seamless way? That type of thing. I think that stuff is going to count more for whether or not, you hook him for real, or if, you just be his temporary mattress. But he's so weird.
Mattress was wild.
Yeah, and you're rude.
So we
finish up. Focus.
A way of knowing, what these men will like, and men beat off to a lot of stuff, right? There are men who beat off to handicapped women with no leg, right? If you go on those sites where they're finding this stuff to beat off to, you'll see that it could get pretty weird, right? For men. And so men will beat off to a lot of stuff. My point is that's not telling us who they really desire or who they want to even be seen walking down the street holding hands with. Because a lot of times the stuff that they beat off to is the stuff that they don't feel comfortable walking down the street hand in hand with that woman. Somebody mentioned the big girls, right? And they get a lot of play in that on those type of things. So again, all of these things that you're pointing out is evidence, really aren't evidence of anything. Women, shoot for the damn stars. At least you will fall on the moon.
It's shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you're still amongst the stars.
Is that what it is? Okay, thank you.
Here's the problem.
You was right. Sharon just made that up.
Shoot for the moon. You're gonna end up alone.
Here's the problem, y'all. Hold on. Let me just say something real quick. So I did look up and try to find some athletes, and it's kind of hard to find when they got married and stuff. But majority of the women are white women, and they look regular white women. Most of the pictures are from their wedding day, so it's kind of hard to really judge on how they actually look. But they looked decent at the wedding day, so we know after, before that wedding day, how they most likely look like just every day.
Sure.
That doesn't really make sense. Athletes.
But even if we take the athletes, they always talk about how these white women made them feel. That's like, hey, she made me feel like a kid. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with how, like, I get, like, we keep thinking this about how they look. It's like she worshiped the world that he lived in. That's why he married her.
Well, that's
All right,
irrelevant.
so
Though.
this
That's
gaslight is
irrelevant.
crazy.
Hold on,
Nah,
wait.
that is a big
That's
part.
irrelevant to the point I was trying to make, and I'm glad you looked that up. But the thing, the problem with what PH Diva is saying, she's saying none of this stuff matters because she can't point to any research or anything. What you gotta sometimes you might be able to but some things are understood without having
Joshua, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
some things are understood without having to do tons of research. Like nobody's gonna sit here and study what men typically jack off to. Like some of these things is universally understood amongst men and doesn't require somebody to put in Statistica or on some credible site a statistic on the likelihood of us doing it. If somebody tell you a dog always shit soon after he eat, you don't have to go and you can't prove that. Some of these things you just don't have to go and fill statistics with. A lot of men in these space tell you ad nauseum what men really want, and a lot of women they're not gonna listen to that. They're gonna want you to point to some. But I don't know. No, we tell you exactly what we want, but we also tell you what we tend to settle for too.
So you can literally look up the top 10 OnlyFans stars in the world. You can literally look up the top 10 porn stars in the world. You can literally look up the top 10 escorts in the world.
Yeah, but the problem with that, Josh, is that you can also look at what cars that most men want. They're not going to say F-150, but guess what they got? F-150, and just like they wives usually F-150s as well.
What they have and what they desire is not the same thing.
Right, and so
we had the same conversation yesterday.
Right, and so they also desire a lot of weird things. That's why Pornhub has these weird genres. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we used to go inside of. If I was to go and look at it, I'm pretty sure some weird genres. I'm pretty sure
you can, but again, now you're
looking at kinks. Way popular, it's more accepted.
I'm pretty sure. So what we're trying to get y'all to understand, we cannot say what your fantasy is what majority man is, right? Yours might be normal.
But you can.
Yours might be normal today, but God damn it, Joshua, by your picture, you probably don't got no normal goddamn. We seen your goddamn.
See, I mean, if we want to open that door, but again, be ready when it comes, because I'm ready for that.
We don't got space for that today. But what I'm saying is that
what was that smell?
Men do some strange things, and we know that it ain't gonna just be Holly Berries that they're looking at. It's just not a.
But we're talking about kinks. Kinks and what you desire is different, bro.
But what I'm trying to understand, because I'm hearing, I'm trying to hear both sides of the argument. I hear what he's saying is that if a man had a perfect world, he'll choose this woman. And if women had a perfect world, they'll choose this man. I think we don't disagree upon that part. But the reality is what they can get is you should actually be going with what you can get. And if that's the case, that means that women should go with what they can get, right?
Right.
Okay, so if that's the case, women can get, based on these conversations, if they are a high earning woman, typically you can get a man that is higher earning. Do y'all agree with that?
Possibility versus probability is not the same.
Well, what about probability?
What you're trying to say is that a woman who has the same amount of salary can get the same a guy who has that's a false logic, bro.
That's typically that's how it works in the corporate world. Usually people date people in the same levels of salary.
No, that's not true. That's not
That's
true.
how it works.
Men
no, that's fine.
If I go to the warehouse, the people in the warehouse.
Just slow down, everybody. Just slow down, so everybody get their thought in.
Hello.
I was just saying.
Let me finish my statement. The great thing that I had was this job as a first aid manager, and I used to go from site to site. You know what I learned when I went to factory? People at the factory was dating. When I went to hospitals, people at the hospitals dating. It was literally people dating in the same class that they in. So this idea that, women have to deal with a man at a lower salary than them is not typically how it works.
Nobody said that, and then you
But
come.
that was my point. Top tier
that was
men
my
are
point.
not even factoring in a woman's salary, right?
That is crazy.
And this is another thing they tell y'all online, right? Now, unfortunately, a lot of the dudes that tell you this only make 40 grand a year and don't have a nickel, but it's a fact. Like higher level executives and things like that, they have housewives. Your life is dedicated to picking up the kids and making sure I'm good when I get home. What I'm
We not
saying
talking
and
about the
saying,
top
what I'm
1%.
saying, and I'm landing right now. I know, Eden Man, you can't not have the mic for 2 seconds, right? What I'm saying simply is this, right? Men and women are dating for different things, especially men at that level. That all women are trying to get to that man. He is not looking for.
Oh my God.
So if we exclude the top 1%, I don't know why we always want to talk about what the 1% doing. The majority
Because
of people,
that's the goal.
no, it's not.
That
That's
was the
not the goal for
discussed
women.
goal of these women.
Okay, so
No, it's
look,
not.
y'all are having a circular argument, and I think y'all are in
Right. Absolutely.
Here's the problem with what you're saying here. You're saying that it's people are dating parallel according to their socioeconomic status.
Correct.
The problem that you're not compensating for when women, the higher women climb in socioeconomic, they get more precise with their selection. They actually fine tune who they would give access to. The higher they climb in salary, it is actually
Which is why.
It's actually the opposite for men. When men climb higher in salary,
Go get a woman who don't have nothing.
very, very wide. Like
Y'all gotta let people finish their thoughts, please. Go ahead.
When a man climbs up the ladder, socioeconomic, he's able to get access to a wide range of infinite possibilities of women. He can date all the way down to the bottom of the ladder, all the way up to the top. He can even go overseas. He can go across the board because of his socioeconomic status, because he's able to attract everyone. It's not the same on the women. Women, she may be able to attract these men, but she's not going to give them access.
Okay, so now how many men we know that is at the top levels that we are talking about ever married a Foot Locker worker?
No, they wouldn't marry somebody who works at all.
Correct.
Hold on.
So he would marry somebody.
Hold on. I need you to understand why I'm asking the question. Majority of the men that move up in rank, they usually don't date down in women neither. They usually date on the up and up as well. They dating women that is a part of their inner circle. They dating the women that have access to the balls that they go into, to all these goddamn meetings and all these other scenarios that they go to. They are not dating the woman that they are walking into the store and selling them shoes. It's just not happening. That is a fairy tale that doesn't happen in real life.
But see, that's a false dichotomy because that's not what's being said. Many of these men end up dating their secretaries, right? Some subordinate, right? But they're not looking for a parallel. They're not looking for a parallel.
Pause. All right, then. So you bringing that up is proving my point by saying that they date. This is insane.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
This is gaslighting.
This
is gaslighting through the roof.
Right.
That woman
Y'all are trying to say that the man up there is restricting himself to a particular group of women.
Absolutely.
I'm saying when you increase your power and resources and wealth and status, the restriction is gone for men. They literally lift the restrictions. They able to fulfill the appetite that they always had, that they wouldn't have access to as an average man on that socioeconomic status. That is why when men get insanely rich, you see the type of women they have access to and they tend to go after.
Correct.
It goes up.
Versus a guy who is average man. So y'all think that his money changes his appetite. No, the $55,000 man, he's been looking at supermodels or top tier women. He just haven't been able to get access to them. So when he does become rich, guess what? He gonna pull the trigger on all of his desires before he tap out of the market and select who's gonna be his wife.
And women do the otherwise, and you can see in the mirror.
Exactly, women do the complete opposite.
So we saying that men they go up in the hierarchy of women when they get higher status. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is look at it as I don't know if you played Madden when they had the vision thing where a trashy quarterback has a small vision versus somebody like Tom Brady, he can light up the whole field.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying, the higher you climb in your socioeconomic status, you completely light up the whole field of the entire data market. As long as it's beauty involved, you start looking at beauty as a primary. But whenever it's time to settle, you start looking at all the other nurturing qualities for the sake of your legacy and your children. Women, on the other hand, they already have a wide radius, especially online. It's not even a competition between men. Like women are having to deny men more than they have to access them. That's how crazy it is in DMs and stuff. They literally are destroying the data market whenever, not destroying, but they're killing it. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to online dating and all these stuff, as long as they have the attraction, they have a wide radius of men that they can choose from. But whenever they grow and become more wealthy and climb the ladder, they literally become more precise with the selection because they literally cut out, I would say, 80% of the men in the market within the average earners and all that stuff. They don't even get a chance. They don't even, unless you earn the same amount as her or greater, you run a likelihood of not even having access to the woman.
And that's usually because the men that they cannot handle a woman that's making more money than him. That's usually the reason.
That's a whole other argument, but it sounds like
you're a politician.
That is a good argument.
No, but that's the reason, because when they attempt to do it and then they get cheated on by a man that's making 10 times less than them, it don't make sense. And this is what PhD was saying.
And you're just making my point.
And this is why Eat Man saying
women rather get cheated on a man who makes more than her than a man who makes average.
Absolutely.
So where does that concept come from?
That concept comes from men keep pushing and promoting lust and degeneracy at the top of their value system.
No. That comes from
common sense. Why y'all say it comes from common sense?
The audacity of you to only make $55,000 and cheat on me when I make more than you. If you gonna cheat on me, at least make double what I make. Where does that concept come from?
Ladies never marry down.
That's common sense. That's common sense.
It's a hypergamous concept.
But it's common sense. That's common sense. If you're gonna get cheated on, you might as well get more money.
She completely void out any possibility of being cheated on, but because it's a shame thing. How can you go tell your friends a guy who works at Walmart cheated on me and I work at fucking Birkin?
No, so the thing is that when he cheats, he's gonna cheat with a woman that is less than the woman that he got. That is the problem.
Absolutely.
And so
hypergamy isn't a thing.
So it's a double disrespect. First of all, you cheating when you ain't supposed to. Also, you cheating with a woman that can't take care of you the way how I can, and she can't give you access the way how I can. So it's a double disrespect when a less earning man cheats on a high earning woman.
Except the girl he cheated with has more access, which is how he got the cookie.
Niggas is trying to give cheating morals. Come on, bro.
That don't have nothing to do with the argument. So
we didn't have to dive into who people cheat with. We could have just stayed on it, and I think we came to an understanding that like women close down their view of who they want to date. They be more precise whenever it's time to select. And one of the reasons is they damn sure ain't gonna let a man who's socioeconomically beneath them run the household or be the head of them or something like that. That's just in their mindset. And this is just, I think it's natural. Like the woman always wanted.
It's common sense though. Like why would you let somebody tell you how to spend your money?
But the problem is
hypergamy.
And this
y'all are literally defining that word.
But this brings it back to the problem that me and PH David was having. You have a content creator like Shara Savin or other ones telling women who are not even at that socioeconomic status to cut out the average man and go after the top 10%.
Okay.
That's what I was speaking to. I wasn't talking about women who make $250,000. I was just talking about women that you're most likely to run in the dating market. I'm saying if you want to have a successful relationship and a family, it doesn't always equate to going for the man who makes $500,000. And Kevin Samuels was trying to tell them to deter them. Like, you don't have to keep going after these men. A lot of these men are going to exercise their options and they're not going to be 100% committed to you because you can't really pitch why they should, especially with some of these callers coming in with multiple kids by multiple men. They well above their BMI and all these other things. They just don't look the part. So he was trying to tell them, like, look, you probably have a better chance of dating this guy or even going back to your husband or your baby father in some instances. So he was trying to accurately align people with who they would be more compatible with instead of telling
And
women
he said that every day.
He was one of the first guys to tell women you can have, and they didn't like that. Hey,
like
what
how
PhD
how
was
we
telling
came
them,
back.
hey, they can have it all, go after it. And Kevin Samuels was telling you, no, look, I know these guys. I'm affiliated with them. They're
Samuels
in my
don't know
network.
those guys,
You
right?
can't.
He was in the mall selling perfume. Kevin Samuels didn't know those guys. So I just think he wasn't a credible source for anything. I don't know why anybody would let him tell them anything. But
Well, we ain't got to know why. The fact is, people would let them tell them.
Yeah,
they were
that's
calling
crazy.
in.
That's
They
crazy.
got millions of subscribers for it.
Hey, I like how we came back around though.
15,000 people watching at one time sometimes.
I like how we came back around. That was a good exchange. I'm glad everybody kept their composure. That was beautiful to me. We got through some real good discussion right there. And I guess we came back around when you start adding the multiple baby mamas and stuff like that. It's like you might have an argument there.
Yeah, but Sharon, you probably was a content creator when he was and you saw nobody was telling women that. He was telling women stuff that was NSFW, not safe for work. That a lot of men in corporate America wanted to say they couldn't say it because they're gonna get hit with an unsafe or get fired or lose their security clearance. Because I'm telling you, when you got a clearance and you working in these high positions, there's a lot of stuff that you can't say that's gonna hurt your digital footprint because the internet is forever. And to some of these guys, look, that work in those areas and at those levels, they were happy to see a man actually speaking on their behalf. And if it wasn't true, if it didn't resonate, he would have never been able to get the traction he had.
Man, that's a tough
as a content creator, you can't build up that many subscribers and that much power as a content creator and not be telling the truth. And some of the stuff you can't say has to be. No, it doesn't work. Trust me. I've been in this space for a while.
That's
you cannot do it.
Yes, you can.
Okay, name me a creator who has.
I'm sure plenty of them, right? We find out they've been lying all the time.
name one who was able to captivate an audience and not actually none of the stuff he said.
Captivated audience.
We could say the Angry Man. We could say Cooley. We could say Myron Gaines. We could say Nick Fuentes. That's 4.
No, I think y'all not understanding what I'm saying. Asking. I'm saying the stuff that he's saying doesn't resonate to the point where when you hear it, you're like, oh, that makes sense. I believe that. That's actually what's going on. That's what I'm talking. I'm not saying that I'm not talking about their credibility as far as this is what I live. I'm talking about if I put something in a script and I read it off in front of a camera and I attract millions of people, whatever I'm saying in that script, that stuff has to resonate in order for me to get millions of people.
Resonate, I guess. I guess resonate we'll have to concede, but truth, that's not necessarily the case. But resonate, I guess we will have to, because that's kind of like
it has to resonate, it has to be relatable.
So Sharon, how much
understand that Hitler was able to get people to resonate with a message, right? So resonating with people is neither here nor there, right? If you tell them that they want to hear, I'm sorry. See, and I really don't even understand how we keep ending up here. Calm down. Right. So resonating doesn't equal truth, because we can point to many instances throughout history where people resonated with a certain thing, and now history shows that it probably wasn't. They weren't resonating with the truth. They was resonating with some crazy shit. So I mean, people in the United States, the eugenics movement, the scientific racism movement, right? It resonated with people. It didn't mean it was right.
Yeah, well, you all over the place, and
I'm all over the place because I'm refuting what you're saying.
You could have stopped at Hitler, which was the audacity of you to say he didn't. Here's the thing about Hitler: you're using the wrong term to try to argue a point. No, Hitler's position wasn't. And you interrupted me. You didn't like it, but I'm not going to shoot you down on it. But look, Hitler's power wasn't a matter of being able to resonate in order for him to get the things done. You got to understand, this was a dictatorship. If there were soldiers in the military that if you didn't do what Hitler said, you were killed. You were unalived. This wasn't a matter of resonate to get an influence. No, this was a matter of I'm the boss and you're gonna do what I said. There's countless stories all over encyclopedias and novels where Germans were abandoned and going AWOL because they did not want to do some of the atrocities that they were forced to do. You were forced to do it, and if you didn't do it, the other personnel in the military executed you. So this wasn't a matter of influence and follow me because you like what I'm saying. No, this is a matter that if you don't, this could be your demise.
At a certain point, but he had to get there, right? And so when he was initially appointed, yes.
Yeah.
How did they know him from a nigga on the street? Right? And so
you got to read up on who came before
No. When he was appointed, people resonated with him. We can see the videos of him giving his speeches in the large crowds, yelling and screaming over it, right? And so, yes, he became a dictator and was forcing people to do shit. But on the front end, he couldn't be a dictator. And so people had to resonate with him in order for him to assume that position of power to begin with.
That's not how dictatorship works.
Yes, it is.
But that's why he wore the certain mustache that he wore, is because it resonated with the people of the poor people in his society. So that mustache represented the poor people, and that's how he started.
It was not his mustache, trust me. A dictatorship, you can have a clean face, a full. If you're under a dictatorship,
resignation though, how he
resonated. In the military, I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience. I'm in the military. The U.S. Army doesn't, or the United States doesn't have a dictatorship.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you're talking about a dictatorship.
Give it some time. Give it some time.
So no, what
regardless. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what we talking about? How he resonated, and so we're saying that just because you could resonate with the people doesn't necessarily mean you're speaking any truthfulness at all. Because like the MAGA movement, we know they're not dealing in truth, but they are resonating with a whole bunch of people's insecurities and their racism.
That's subjective.
No, listen though, y'all both. I gotta say this real quick because I've been listening. I've just been chilling, but they are resonating off a bit of truth. We could say what it led to is something that's very untruthful, but when Trump ran, what he ran on the premise of close the border, that's a real thing, that's a problem. Crime, that's a real thing, that's a problem. Now, how they enact that and go about that, that's where we could say they're liars. But they even Hitler himself, he did run off the premise of the Warsaw Ghetto.
You just don't know what you're talking about. That's not what he ran on. But
and he didn't run off the banking system.
That's gaslighting.
It's okay.
It's all right. From World War I. I'm not incorrect here.
He didn't run off of that. We ran through the whole election experience. We ran through it. We was talking about it every day. I don't know why we missing up. Regardless,
what did he run on, Sharon?
Making America Great Again.
I just said genius. What the fuck?
I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole that you're not really understanding what Make America Great Again stands for, right?
I pointed out premises in that argument of Make America Great. He was saying it was due to like immigrants coming in, correct? And immigration is a thing, right?
So
right. Crime is a thing, right? Right.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, he did not stop the immigration. Okay. He's a. Y'all got to be able to.
I would love to hear this.
Y'all got to be able to follow the conversation.
And that's your go-to whenever you can't explain.
But he did not. He did not run on truthful things. He did not do the mass deportation like how he said, right? Because he need immigrants.
No, I'm saying it resonated because what he said was a true statement. Immigration is a problem. We could talk about how he said I would deal with it, and did he actually do that? No, that's what makes him a liar. But what got him in that position?
It's not about him lying. It's just not a true statement. America need immigrants.
What the fuck is lying?
You cannot get rid of them. It's okay. This whole country is based on immigrants. Like Jesus Christ.
You're making a whole different argument now. No. And you always do this when somebody brings it up to you.
It's okay. I know y'all get distracted very easy. This country is designed on immigrants.
Literally. None of that is the point of what.
Right.
What y'all
The point
talking
of
about
what,
is
what
propaganda.
the point of what we
No,
are trying
propaganda.
to talk about is resonating with people. People like Donald Trump ran on resonating with racism, is what he ran on. MAGA, Make America Great Again. That is dealing in misogyny and racism. That's what he ran on.
Oh, gee, propaganda based on
He's kind of
racism.
getting off the path, though.
It's okay. It's okay. So, and also Kevin Samuels, he was also basing his off of resonating with men and how they feel. It doesn't mean that it was truthful about the things that he was resonating with them with. That is the issue that we're saying. Don't have anything to do with the truth. So, regardless of if it was a lie, whatever, it don't matter. He didn't resonate them with anything truthful. Is the only argument that we was having a conversation about. He was dealing in he was dealing in men insecurities is what Kevin was really good at. And the way how he was dealing with men insecurities by focusing on women's insecurities, by saying that because you have a child or two child by two different men, that now all of a sudden men don't want you. Well, what we see with people like Andrew Wilson, she had two children and he's still married to her, and he is considered a big level of a human being, right? And we see Sierra, Marion Russell Wilson, she had a kid, so on and so forth. We see Cardi B, she got so like we have so many examples.
You're talking about rich people. We're talking about average people.
We have
That's not
so many
work.
examples of what Kevin Samuels and all these other red pill men are preaching, or what they was trying to resonate men with. Is just not a true thing when it comes to real life and what men choosing women to be.
But to say that ignores Kevin Samuels' entire first 2 years. His entire first 2 years was talking to men.
Okay, hold on.
The thing you missing and I get what you're saying, Bracy.
Okay.
Because you're able to see so many examples that is the contrary of the message. You negate it. You negate the message because you're able to see any examples. But if you pay attention close the way Kevin Samuels framed it, he was talking about the likelihood of achieving that outcome. And he was looking at it on a scale. Like, what is the likelihood of you being able to achieve this outcome based off of the baggage you have attached to you in your overall dating marketplace of your value? That's what it was about. It wasn't that you can't do it. Yeah, you can. There's always exceptions.
Okay.
But the likelihood of you achieving that based off of the value you bring to the table is evaluated. That's all he was doing, was evaluating in the likelihood of you. And because he always asked him, what do you want? Okay, how much does he got to make? He had to ask those questions to get the parameters of what the caller wanted to achieve. And given his own opinion based off of the market that he studied and the men that he know in that bracket, so to speak, what is the likelihood of you achieving that outcome? And what can you do to be able to achieve it? Because a lot of people don't want to focus on that part of Kevin Samuels' content. He actually gave you a solution. Oh, so if you do want to get this type of guy, you have to be able to, are you okay with having to go and do X, Y, Z? Or are you okay with this lifestyle? Everybody cut that part out. They just focus on you can't do it. No, but he gave you something actionable that you can apply to be able to achieve the outcome you wanted.
But he did the same thing with men at first.
He did the same thing with men, but nobody watched it. You can't tell men how to do stuff. Men don't want to listen. They just want it, and they don't want to listen to the things that you got to apply.
Especially when you're a fake, right? Kevin Samuels was a fake. How can he give advice when he couldn't himself get himself to a certain status? So, like this man.
Kevin Samuels was worth $4 million when he died. I don't know why.
Ain't that something? Because that's not what his family says. You know, they had to get money to bury him. You men will say anything to prove a point. How would you know what he was?
I'm not up here to argue somebody's.
Oh no, I'm not talking to you.
I'm just talking about the content.
Oh, okay, yeah. I wasn't talking to you, but you know there are some men who are lovers of men, and they definitely love Kevin Samuels. You know. But how you doing, my brother? I have been listening to you. A lot of things I agree with what you have said. especially when when you're telling men how they need to move as a man. So yeah.
I think it was it's a very good conversation, and it's one thing I would say is this: I think men need to really pay attention to high communication levels, and clearly, regardless if he was right, wrong, or indifferent, he was able to articulate a clear point, whether me and Diva agree with it or not. And that is the real skill that a lot of men have to learn and not overlook valuable communicational skills, because it's going to affect your job selection. It's going to affect your woman selection. It's going to affect the way how you move with your mama and your children as well. It is very important to be able to articulate yourself and have a clear thought to where it's going. He had a subject, body, and a conclusion in his speech. And a lot of men need to learn that situation is a very important thing. And don't get caught up with just the things that was spit against the wall. We got to focus on the focus. So I just want to say shout out to that because it was a good example. And also I want to say the way how him and Diva was able to communicate with high level of stress, and they still was able to work it out. He didn't over emotionally get involved into the conversation, even though it was highly tense conversation. He was still able to work it out and not just both of them was able to say, all right, we let it go in the middle of the conversation without them verbally saying it, but within the conversation, all those was high level of skills that men need to pick up on.
Damn, I got to rewind and see what you said, PhD.
Basically, you wrong.
Oh, okay.
Well, let me give you the Cliff Notes. You wrong.
and maybe also
I'll go with you, so you know. Good.
Maybe also welcome into the show. Good day, Brownsville, New York. How you doing, sir?
He's here. Hey, Brownsville.
Yo, peace and love. Can you hear me, cuzzo?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
All right, peace and love, man. Let me take off my shoes before I come into your room, cuzzo. Peace and love to the beautiful queen on the panel, the supreme goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, Bomb Cherry Juice. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, the Boricua Princess, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Natasha Vincent, Talking to Kinfolk, the Victorious One, Zero Tolerance, Maya Reed, all the queens, man. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Interesting conversation, cuzzo. I want to ask the brother Bruiser a clarifying question just to make sure that I heard him correctly and understand what he's saying. My brother Bruiser, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yes, sir. My question to you would be, are you giving women the advice that if they intend to get married, that they should date down? Is that your advice?
No, that's not my advice.
Okay, so can you kind of clear some things up? Because it sounded like, based on the conversation that you was having with PH Diva, is that's exactly what you was like advising.
No, I'm saying that if a woman want to have a fulfilling relationship and get into a long-term commitment and inevitably get married and start a family, she should not restrict herself to the top 5% of the dating market. I think whenever you limit your options, the likelihood of you achieving an outcome becomes smaller and smaller. the more precise you get. Because you just may miss out on an opportunity with a man that really will love you and give you the outcome you want. He just may not have his bag on the same level as the guy that's already making 300,000. And I'm saying you don't have to walk past him. He don't have to become invisible in the market just because of his income. He may be that you may be staring at your future husband. And I'm saying give it a shot. See if his principles and his character align with his purpose and where he's going, and see if it'll work out. You don't have to just, because you got a lot of people that push in this movement that you have to shut out 80% of the market just based on a salary. And I'm saying you don't have to do that to be able to fulfill the outcome you want. Because you're gonna have to deal, if you want to deal with the top 5-10% and the nuances that come with it, do it at your own peril. But because I know what I know, and I have a business and that I run off of the platform, and I have the luxury of having a lot of intel and being involved with networks, I can tell you that a lot of these guys that get on a bag, there's a growing number of men are completely afraid of the idea of marriage because of a lot of rhetoric and narrative that's being pushed. So you also have to deal with that. You also have to deal with a lot of guys that are having access. They're having their pick of the litter and they're having fun in the market, especially if you're targeting guys who have that hit the genetic lottery in combination with the bag. It becomes even more harder because it's just harder for men to be able to discipline themselves at that level. And I talk to them like, man, it's hard, bro. Even if I found the one, but I still want to, get my thing up. I'm like, look, you can't do that. You got to have principles. And a lot of these guys don't have the principles. Once you get principles, bro, it's not a matter of socioeconomic status. It's, am I doing what's right and moral? Am I treating this woman like a human being? And the higher you go, the more money it's an evil and temptation that comes with that. So a lot of women are going to have to prepare for that. And I'm saying, if you got the strength and the endurance to deal with that, go ahead, but you don't have to. You could still get the same outcomes with a regular Joe that's well on his way and getting on his purpose, and may inevitably find himself in that top tax bracket that you're trying to get into.
But more likely he won't, right?
Right. I don't know that.
No. So if we're talking about probability and what's probable versus possible, like, yes, possible that he may end up among the top echelon of income earners, but it's more probable that he will not, and he will continue to be an average Joe.
So if you're looking at it as you're prioritizing lifestyle, then you could mentally get hung up on the possibility that he might not. But if your mind is on character, building a family and all this stuff, the lifestyle is not gonna get you mentally hung up on the possibility of him not reaching that top tax bracket.
Well, I mean, maybe not even the top tax bracket, but the average family right now is being squeezed. 2-parent households are being squeezed right now, right? And so it's difficult. I got a coworker who, despite the fact that he made close to multiple six figures, is worried. Him and his wife just had a second child, and he worried about childcare. He took his 3 months of paternity leave so he wouldn't have to start paying for childcare. His wife got a job too.
That's triage. That's a matter of
the point
finances.
is right, and so finances are an important part of our lives, and so it's not just some trivial thing to tell a woman, oh, well, go get with the average Joe Smo, and then y'all could build y'all way up to what this other man got, when the likelihood is that you will not be able to build your way up to what the other man got.
And not only that, PH Diva, but also kind of what I find demoralizing and just weird. I don't understand why men do this, right? Because I have a daughter, Brother Bruiser, and my daughter, her dream is to become an anesthesiologist, right? So she's in the process of making her way to get there. She knows that she's going to have to discipline herself to her studies. She's going to have to devote at least 10 years of her life making sure that she's going to school and focusing on achieving that goal and the hard work and discipline that's going to take to achieve that goal. And then to tell her as her father that yes, you can put all that effort and work into finding success, but now in order for you to find a husband, then you got to reduce your standards to accept him. I think
Well, why would you do that?
well, because I wouldn't do that. That's the thing. I wouldn't do that, sir. But that's what you're doing. That's what you're suggesting. And I don't know
when did I say that?
Well, let me explain to you, right? So I don't know if you understand you're intentionally doing it, but I think what happens is there's a subconscious effort that some men have that for some odd reason they want to attempt to devalue women. And it's real strange, right? Because you said, hey, you should give the regular Joe. That's what you put it. Those were your words. Give the regular Joe an opportunity, right? And I just think that's dangerous and condescending and kind of demoralizing for me to tell my daughter after she put all her blood, sweat, and tears and, becoming successful and becoming ambitious and put herself in a certain tax bracket, that now she needs to lower her standards to give the average Joe an opportunity to have access to her. This is why we have
So I
to
don't
be
think you
clear and
understand what I'm
concise.
saying.
I'm gonna land it right here, sir, so you can go ahead and respond. This is why it's important for us to be clear and concise with our communication and also consider the audience, right? Because what you didn't know, Mr. Bruiser, is I'm in my car. I just picked my daughter up, right? And I'm taking her to her secondary education, right? And she's listening to you and she's hearing what you have to say. And you know the question that she asked me, and then you can respond. Mr. Bruiser, the question that my Zoe asked me was, Dad, does this man not like women? Why would he tell women that they gotta lower their standards when it comes to finding a man that's gonna be a suitable mate? So what would be your answer to her, sir?
Well, in order to answer that means I would have to agree that I actually said that. So it's a loaded question. I can unload the question and answer it. I never said a woman had to lower her standard. If anybody I think Sharon been on here the longest. I use the term restriction. They don't have to restrict. I think I said it maybe 4 or 5 times. And before I even elaborate on what I mean, I need to first see if you actually understand what that means. Because if you keep saying I had lowered the standard when I'm saying restrict standards, then we can't really have this conversation. So do you know what I mean when I say a woman don't have to restrict herself to the top bracket of men in the dating market? Can we start there first?
Well, that comes with the implication that that's what the woman was doing in the first place, right? So unless you're implying that the majority of women that's intending to marry is limiting themselves to that top 1% or whatever, then that's how we can move the conversation forward.
So whenever I actually initially brought that up, because I got into it back and forth with PhD, but I mentioned Shara Savin. And I mentioned it in the context of you have content creators that are telling women to restrict themselves to a particular archetype of man in a particular socioeconomic status and cut out and pretty much make most men invisible to them. I was arguing that you don't have to do that. And it came from a reference of me looking at Kevin Samuels' work. He was trying to put average man, average women, all men and women in the same room and tell them, like, you don't have to ignore each other. You just might like the guy who makes the same amount of money as you. You don't have to go after the man. If you're a woman who's making $55,000 a year, you don't have to force yourself or restrict yourself to pay attention to the man that's making $200,000.
But then it also moved beyond just restriction, right? Because you also brought up, and PhD Diva rebutted you on it. You said that, well, a man who is making that type of money is more likely than not to be unfaithful, is more likely than not to not want to commit to you in that way, right? So you do understand that you don't have to say things verbatim for people to actually get the message that you're trying to communicate, right? And my daughter heard that. And what she understood from your talking points was that it's a waste of my time to attempt to date somebody who's at my success level, because if I don't date down, I'm going to get cheated on. That was the implication that you created.
Well, and I don't, and this is why I don't like to do implications. I just like people to take my word for what I said and then ask me to clarify. But if I'm clarifying and you further still relying on implications, and when still not having a conversation, so let me just pivot. Let me just do this. If I was giving advice to your daughter that's listening right now, she's pursuing her credentials, her expertise, her education, so she can get to her desired outcome as far as her career and her dream. To draw a parallel to what I was saying in the argument with Diva and giving advice to your daughter, I would say this: if at any moment or point in your life, important your journey towards your outcome, you run into a man, I'm saying it's okay to consider what he has to offer. You don't have to wait till you complete all of the things that you've done to start courting or seeing if he has a purpose and he's going in the right direction and he's suitable for long-term commitment. That would be my advice to her.
Right, but
you do have a lot of women that will just completely shun every man in the market and just spend all X amount of years and get into her career, and then now she's got a date and now she's too far up on a socioeconomic status that where she completely forced to cut out all the rest of the man based on her hypergamous mentality.
Right, and then based on your own admission, your advice to my daughter would be to don't worry about how much work you put in to complete yourself. You should still feel comfortable with getting with the incomplete man, right? And you might have success with that. So basically,
that's not what
you're saying without outright specifically saying it. Your advice is be open to dating down, right? And to me, I believe that comes from a place of insecurity within a man, right? Because for some strange reason, men want access to all kinds of women. And what they try to do is try to limit the access that women have so that they can have access to those women.
That's not what I said.
And to me, well, that's not what you said specifically, right? But we can read between the lines of what you're saying. We can read between the lines of what you're actually trying to communicate. What you're trying to communicate is not something that's beneficial to women. What you're trying to communicate is something that's very beneficial to men.
Well, that's subjective, and that's a whole nother argument based on what do we think is benefit. Yours might not align with mine, and I'm okay with that. But what you continue to do is you continue to try to read between the lines and actually read on the line of what I'm saying. And what you're also indirectly showcasing is you're debunking a myth that women are sending their daughters out to the dating market and they're not able to reach their outcomes because of a single mother is told them to move like this. What you're doing is debunking the myth, and it's actually the fathers actually telling their daughter or setting their daughters up for a high failure rate as well. So people are able to be able to see in real time. You can't just point the finger at the parent, the woman that's telling her daughter to completely ignore average man. It's also men who have daughters that's telling their daughters to ignore them, not compensating for the fact that you were once average as well. And especially the Black demographic, we can vouch that most of us never even came from wealth. We all were average at some point. And if we continue this rate of waiting until we're up on our bag. A lot of people don't even become successful until they're close to 35 or 30 or even greater. And what that does is if you're telling women to wait to become mothers and wives when they become 30 or 30 plus, they're pushing into a geriatric risk. The maternity rate or the death rate for Black women specifically is off the charts. It's increasing. And then you take away a whole arm of the nuclear family. I remember when, and I'm talking about great grandmothers, they become extinct at that rate. And a growing number of women are leaning towards waiting till after 30 to procreate. So just a short story. I remember when I was a kid, when I was young, my great grandmother used to take us for walks, bathe us, tell us stories, cook for Thanksgiving, all that. Big Mama is becoming extinct because of this mindset, because of because of the namesake of typically some white man to work for to position yourself as a woman to work for a capitalistic essence of a labor force and postpone the idea of the nuclear family, building a family, building a community for the sake that you can push the agenda and the finances of somebody else's namesake, instead of looking at the Black community and figuring out that it is actually family that solves most of our problems. And the fear that comes from men is, we also got to tell men to do this too, because a lot of men are saying that, oh, I don't want to get into a marriage until I'm up on my bag. But then now you want to get her to sign a prenup because she wasn't what you shooting in the gym. My whole rhetoric is that men and women, especially young Black men and women, need to get together while they're shooting in the gym. That's the best case scenario. Get out of the dating market. Stop going to hot girl summers. You stop running the streets with all the women and trying to get bust down culture. As young Black men and women need to come together early and build their wealth, get on their careers together. That's the best way to do it. And it's always been able to work out that way.
And for that, so that last part of what you said, I actually agree with, brother. And I wish that you would lead with that argument, but y'all for some reason don't, right? And this is what I think. You said what's bad for the Black community. This is what I think is what's really harming the Black community, my brother. It's men who have a misogynistic agenda, and they are, directly or indirectly communicating to women that they need to lower their standards and lower their value, right? And I think that's rhetoric is dangerous, is harmful, and it's very unbecoming, especially for a man who has daughters, right? Because as a man who has a son and a daughter, I teach both of my kids that anything is possible with God, right? So I don't teach them to lower any of their standards. I don't teach them to lower any of their expectations. What I teach them to do is to seek out a person that has common values, common interests, and that understands how to communicate. Those are the top three things, right? And when we get to the values, that's where the meat and potatoes of the relationship is going to be, right? But my daughter, who is going to be an anesthesiologist, I'm not going to tell her or try to indoctrinate in her that she's not going to be able to find a suitable, God-fearing, qualified man that's making it as much money as she is or more, right? Because God is going to send a suitable person for her that's going to meet her standards and expectations of what a solid man is, right?
Well, that's why I disagree.
Hold on, my brother. I didn't cut you off, right? I listened to everything that you say, and so give me the opportunity to properly respond to what you're saying, because you said what you believe is harmful to the Black community, and I'm going to tell you what I believe is harmful for the Black community. First of all, Black men have to get out of this weird agenda that for some strange reason they think they're at war with women. Get away from this misogynistic ideology, right? And recognize that in order for you To be looked upon as a leader, you must be fair and impartial and lead with love, lead with respect, lead with empathy, right? And you should never have a double-minded mentality when it comes to what a young man or young woman should do, right? You should be teaching your sons and daughters that their dreams can come true. And it's not gender related, right? You should be imparting on them how important a value system is and how that is the main thing that's going to attract a partner, and that's the main thing that's going to attract a partner to them, right? These are the conversations that we have to have, right? The Supreme Goddess PH Diva, she worked very hard to become a doctor, right? So how dare any man or any person tell a woman like her that she needs to date down because she's not going to find a man on her level or above that's going to see the value within her.
Okay,
Rhetoric like that, hold on, I'm going to close with this. A rhetoric like that is what's really harmful to the community, and that is really what's creating the gender war that you spent so many years participating in. You, by your own admission, my brother, said, hey, when I came into the space, I was very hard on women. And then all of a sudden you spit out the red pill and you said, oh, I reached an understanding and I realized I seen the error in my ways and I changed my talking points and my rhetoric and my behavior, right? And I don't understand that, my brother, because if you were actually the person that value morality and you value fairness and you value love, peace, and happiness, and you value the Black community, you shouldn't have been led by a talking point that caused you to be
Okay, so I think you transition into a whole nother conversation, and it's really and that's the reason why we try to interrupt, because these things tend to happen. Now I have to dissect all of the claims you made and try to, and I don't know why y'all want people to do that. Why can't y'all we could have just stuck on a thing about teaching men or young men and women thing, but now you're navigating into, and this is what people do. It's a psychological tactic in conversations to stack layers of concepts and claims so that you can't get a footing on how to respond. And that's why I tend to try to interrupt. And I would like to go back to the claim you made about, I think traditionally or religiously or principle wise, you said what a man should tell a young man or woman to do. That's all based on your individual principles that you live by and how you wish to run your household. You can't, because we don't align as men, and I'm willing to admit this, a lot of Black men, we don't align on principles. We have our own principles, which is why our community, specifically the Black community, is fragmented, because we don't live by one accord. So I think we can understand that without arguing that. So the way I teach my son and my daughters is maybe different than yours. And there's no right or wrong way to do it. That's your legacy. And if you're okay with your daughter going that route, then by all means, okay, she don't have to listen to me. It's an honor that she have a father to listen to. But if she ever come into my office, if she ever book a consultation and ask me personally, I'm letting you know on the record that it's going to be different. I'm going to give her a different application. And it doesn't matter how you feel about it. If it ever cross that bridge where she feel like what you're telling her is not working, she has the luxury to be able to reach out to me, and I'm gonna give her a plan of action based off the shortest path of least resistance to fulfill the point of her likely reaching the outcome she desired. And I'm not gonna consider nothing you saying, because I fundamentally don't just believe in that. But if we want to talk about the other thing you addressed, I got one more thing to say about the what to tell women, especially when it comes to dating. My whole point is you don't have to wait. You do not have to wait till you reach some criteria. You don't have to put that restriction on yourself. I'm saying there are men out here that will get into a relationship with you and y'all can start building together. There's a such thing as that. And the reason why I push that is because that's what I did. That's what most men I know have done that have successful relationships. They work with their woman as a team, a collaborative effort. But people that keep pushing and saying that we need to skip our entire 20s, almost up into the mid 30s, completely not getting into a committed relationship with and fulfill our own dreams, then come. No, we don't have to do that. You can start working as early as y'all meet each other parents whenever you went after high school, when you get into college, and they can go ahead and bless off on y'all relationship and start supporting you from there. And that's what I'm gonna do with my sons. If my sons find a woman whenever they're 19, 20, and they're freshmen in college, and they say they want to date and get a relationship and look at her as a suitable wife, I'm going to support them and I'm going to help them vet her out and I'm going to prove. And I'm going to throw all of my resources into making sure that they have a successful relationship. We don't do that. We're saying no, avoid them at all costs because we don't have the mindset to be able to help them navigate the market. And that's okay. You can admit that you don't have the capacity to be able to use to help her with discernment. And it's a fear thing. You're afraid that she's going to fail. So you're telling her to leave them alone because you don't know how to give her the proper tools to be able to navigate. So you tell her, no, go position yourself a permanent safety net so that in case you fail with these guys, you still got your own bag and your own career and stability. That's totally fine if that's the mindset that you're communicating. With me, I have the competency to be able to help usher in relationships for young adults. And that's what I'm pushing here.
Bruiser, I'd like to get your thoughts, given, what you said you do with helping young adults get into relationships. I want to get your thoughts on my 10-point list of men that women should avoid. Absolutely. So, and these are things that if she see it or, notice it, she don't even need to try to get to know this man no further. All of them are disqualifying. Okay. So the first one is a crazy name, like Geronte, Ladarian, all those crazy names that we hear on the news when they're talking about the criminal arrests for the day. All right. So it's crazy name, crazy hair. So, like those wigs or whatnot. Crazy name, crazy hair. Oh, face tattoos. Mm-hmm. Dead or crazy or green eyes. If he ain't got no job, if he got any sort of a criminal background, if he got multiple baby mamas, don't have his own place, no car, and can't form a coherent sentence.
Oh man, dang. I was doing good.
Yeah, you out of there. You out of there.
So you want me to respond to that?
Yes. What do you think? Do you think that that's a good rule of thumb for young women? If they see the man with the crazy hair or the, face tattoos and whatnot, to just avoid him off the rip. Don't even, try to get to know this type of man. We can look at him and tell he isn't going to be, the right type of man.
I don't think that's going to work out for you the way you want to, using discrimination and stereotypes as a way to filter man out. Because I would argue that the man can be completely perfect. The man can have the right eyes, the right hair, the right whatever that you listed that he didn't. He can have that and still be not a good fit for a relationship. So if you're using that as the pillar, the filter,
not my daughters. Nope, you better filter.
You're gonna run into a situation where you're gonna be easily deceived because there's gonna be a guy who appears perfect based on stereotypes and discrimination. And you're gonna run into a situation where you're gonna have a failure.
Mm-hmm. Well, so the thing is, though, we're talking about probabilities, right? Not possibility. And so, is it probable that the man who done drew all in his face, it's probable that he gonna be the right fit for a woman who's upwardly mobile and on her whatever purpose or whatever?
Let's take one of your example, the green eyes.
No. We want to stick with the face tattoos.
Okay, the face tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying based off the probability, where's this probability coming off from? Because when we talk probability, we have to look at the study of statistics of facts that support the probability number that you're pulling out, or are you just doing it anecdotally?
I'm doing it based on observation.
So that's anecdotal. So you're observing that there is a negativity associated with men who have a face tattoo.
Yes.
Okay. So I can agree to a certain extent. But let's use this example. Let's say you run into a man who does have a face tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to compensate for the fact that this man with a face tattoo, he potentially got that tattoo when he was in his teens. He's 35, he's changed. He's become a PhD doctor, all this other stuff. He's God-fearing, all this stuff. Are you willing to accept his repentance from the ways he used to be and potentially hear what he has to offer? Or you could completely look at him invisible because of some writing on his face.
Right. So the latter, right? We're going to, because all of these are disqualifying. So when I see the tattoo in his face, I turn. I make a 90-degree pivot and go in the opposite direction when I see him. And the thing is, though, if he has repented from his ways, why not get it removed? The technology is available, right? And so we tell people who we are in our presentation. And so if you still walking around presenting that way, then I have to wonder how much you've really changed. And so yes, I'm just going to disqualify you off the rip. But it's interesting to me that you think that it's good advice to tell women, don't limit yourself to only dating the top men, but you also think it's good advice to tell young women, go ahead and take a chance on the nigga who got 2 baby mamas and a face tattoo. Go ahead and take a chance. It might work out.
But before we navigate,
you got 2 baby daddies,
though, gotta let me respond when you throwing that question at.
The average.
You said you would negate, you would disqualify him before any context.
Yes.
So you wouldn't even know the reason why he still got the tattoo on his face, and you wouldn't even know whether he would. You wouldn't even know whether he would take it or put the effort into removing it so that he can have a relationship with you. You would, because you would disqualify him automatically. He didn't even have the chance to even adjust for you in sake of the relationship. And what you're doing is you're indirectly justifying a historical way of being discriminatory, because what the colonizer does this as well. When they see the black man, they see the color of his skin, they automatically disqualify him. So if you're, by your logic, you're okay with the colonizer being discriminated on by that same logic. Yes or no?
Wow.
No, but that's not even an accurate analogy, right? So skin color is something. Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it, right? So skin color is something that is immutable. It's not something you chose. You come here with a skin color, right? But getting a face tattoo is something that a deliberate act that you have to undertake. So there's a difference in judging somebody based on some characteristic that they did not choose and they cannot change, and judging people on something that they in fact did choose and made the choice to document on their damn face. Right? There's a thought process.
But nobody chose their name.
There's a thought process that goes along with all of that, all of those decisions. Right. And so what I'm saying is, if you went through the thought process to make it to the decision of putting a tattoo on your face, then no, I don't need to hear what you have to say, because your thought process has already shown me that we probably not going to be compatible.
You mentioned a list of things, and one of the things you said was green eyes. So I gotta ask, based off your very last response, do you get to choose your color of your eyes?
No, you do not.
So your whole logic is flawed.
No, it's not. Green eyes is a special case. That's
You don't choose your name either, Diva.
Green eyes is a special case, damn it. No. And actually, it said that one is tongue in cheek. I say that one.
Before we have this conversation, you have to make sure that your list is absolutely ironclad, irrefutable.
No,
because then somebody as intellectual as myself is going to be able to pick apart your logic.
You're not that intellectual, Darwin. Well, come on.
Darwin, hold on, I got you.
Fancy yourself being intellectual, but you're really not that intellectual. But so the list is true, right? And green eyes is true. Green eyes is a special case, but it's also said in jest. But all the rest of this stuff, a grown-ass man who got multiple baby mamas, what makes a woman, why should she think that it's more probable he gonna make her a wife and a stepmama than what he been already doing? The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
Hold on, because he have sons. So Darwin, would you tell your sons to go get with a out of shape woman that have multiple baby daddies, that all the opposites to your sons?
Do I really gotta answer that? Why would I instruct my son to be? No, I wouldn't. Short answer.
So why would we instruct our daughters to do the opposite? Why would we tell our daughters to go get a felony, somebody who got tattoos on their face? Like I get you looking at this from the male's perspective, but we have daughters. So
did I tell daughters to do that? Did I give any language that supports what you just said? I'm telling women to go after a man that got a tattoo on his face.
Yes.
No, I did not. I literally
because you're pushing back on why. How long?
I said, if a man approaches you with a tattoo on his face, are you willing to consider that perhaps he had that tattoo when he was a teenager, and he's 35, 40 years old now? He's changed. He's repentant. He's changed his life around. Would you consider the fact that those days are in the past, and that he potentially would get the tattoo removed in order to be suitable for a committed relationship with you? I never once said that women should go after target these men as somebody.
No, I get what you said, but it's almost the same as you asking your son, can you consider that she had all these babies in her teens and she done put away her her ways, and now that she done put her ways away, that she might be a good person now? You would say
you
no.
didn't ask
That's what I'm saying.
That's not what you asked. If you didn't ask.
Okay, well, let me ask that. Okay, hold on. Let me ask that then. Let me ask that because I didn't know I had to be very direct with you. I got you. With your son, he walk up to a woman that had 3, 4 kids. She got a couple of face tattoos, and she got 4 or 5 baby daddies. Would you tell your son to be open to that she might have put away her ways? She had all these kids in her teens, and that she's a different person now.
You're asking me what I would tell him, what I tell him to consider her?
Yes.
If she had all those kids in her teens, that means that all of her kids are grown and out of the house, right?
No.
Okay, so how old
they
is the
10? So they 10 years old. They 10 years ago. She's in her lower 20s. Or 30s.
And she had, oh hell. Hold on, wait, what's it? The lower 20s or lower 30s?
30s. The point is, would you advise your son to be open and optimistic as you telling women?
Okay, so yes, I would if my son came to me and said, "Hey Dad, this is the woman I desire to be with," I would educate him on the nuances and the things that come with. And I would tell him, hey, look, even if he said that he want to be gay or some shit like that, the things that I want that defy my principles. If any of my sons came to me with a particular outcome that they wanted, I would educate them on the problems or that comes with it. So I would tell them, just like I would tell any man that's not my son, do it at your own peril. That's your prerogative. But you will know, all of my sons are going to be educated before they even go and make this selection. So it's just a matter of reconfirming what was already taught. So if one of my sons happened to bring a woman back like that, he was already considered my teachings. and
Well,
decided to deviate.
But
from
you would
whatever.
tell him to disqualify these women based off your previous statements.
I mean, it would be an understatement. It would just be reconfirming that. Look, the question wouldn't even be about disqualifying. The conversation with my son would be, okay, why did you choose her?
But the conversation is that. Hold on.
Saying that like you are inferring those things, and then you get mad at other people when they infer things about the things that you say. That's the misunderstanding that we are having. So you're inferring that, hey, you don't want a baby mother, you don't want a woman that is whatever the talking point is, right? We know the negative talking points. We don't have to actually go through it exactly.
No, I wouldn't tell my son he shouldn't be with a baby mama or a single mother.
Okay.
I would tell my man, if that's who you want to be with and you love her and she has a kid, but see, either man, he didn't do what I did. When I spoke to PhD Diva, I told her, I presented the transformation the man went through. Either man didn't present any transformation. He presented a woman who was still sitting in her shit. And then he wanted me to educate my son. That's two different ways to answer or be presented with the question.
No. Okay.
What kind of transformation he went through if he still got the tattoo on his face though?
Eva, what you talking about? The wasp.
What wasp? Oh yes.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you a question, Sharon, because you've been listening the whole time.
It's Sharon, by the way.
Sharon, you've been listening the whole time. Is there a difference between those two archetypes that we were talking about? Like the man with the tattoo, what is he incapable of fulfilling when it comes to what we do with our households? Versus a woman who's got 4 different baby fathers and kids, and she's in her early 20s.
I think that's a good comparison. The man with the tattoos is a very good chance that he is in the streets. He has a dangerous background.
Well, I was asking you, what is he incapable of fulfilling?
Safety for my child. He won't be able to have any safety for my child. He won't be able to provide stability for my child. He most likely is not going to have the correct discernment to lead my child in the proper direction because he's into all the wrong things. It's just to name 3.
Right. So that's without even having a conversation with him. Like PhD said, she completely negate any pursuance or any access with him. Yeah. So you don't even know. But based off of
need to know.
So exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You're using a discrimination to completely make people invisible.
Right, but no, the thing is, we're always discriminating. When we're choosing a partner, we're always discriminating against somebody. Is whoever is outside of our preference or what it is that's acceptable to us, we're actively discriminating against. That's not a bad thing. Everybody don't get a shot. I don't think dating should be an equal opportunity sport. And I think a lot of men have this idea where they really don't want women to choose based on anything, really. What they really want is to be able to pick women off an assembly line. And the woman that you want, you automatically get her, right? She doesn't really have a say in it. Because to look at a man with a face tattoo and say, you know what? No, I don't think I need to get to know him before knowing I don't want to date him. And for that to be controversial in any respect is crazy. To think that looking at a man who wears his hair in some crazy style is, out the way or something, like that's crazy to me.
What we're talking about this whole time is subjective. What's crazy to you is
hold on, let me finish it because I know, and either man, you could respond right after.
What she's talking about, the whole conversation is based off subjective. Your outlook on how you see crazy or how you associate it with taboos or whatever. So I'm not saying it's bad to discriminate. I'm saying do it at your own peril, and I'm saying it's not. My initial statement is I don't believe that's going to work out the way you want it to. Because it doesn't work out for the people who typically used it for 300 to 400 years against a people, discrimination towards a people. You would find that white people are starting to learn. Well, they have been starting to learn over X amount of years that you can't associate negativity with the color of a person's skin. You actually have outstanding black people out here in this world that are law-abiding citizens and all this other stuff. And it's not necessarily just you don't have to necessarily
not
discriminate
derail.
people based off of their color of the skin or how they present themselves.
So hold on. So it's fit,
Hold on,
feminine, and
hold on. I got you, Eda man. You got it, Eda man. So I just want to.
Why is E button in if we having a back and forth?
I don't know. E got.
He wants some smoke. Go ahead and give him some smoke.
Hold on. Joshua, you there? I want to ask Joshua a question real quick. Josh, you there? You gotta unmute yourself, Joshua.
Yes, I'm here, but hold on, I'm clocking out.
All right, we'll come back to you, so it could be okay. Diva, would you like to spawn?
No, this is my turn. So I knew you were gonna forget.
I just wanted to make a point.
Go ahead, man.
Because it's called context clues, right?
Right.
So I heard the young man what he was saying about how women should downgrade themselves to choose, maybe this possible man who may possibly do right by her. And I do not hear him saying that to the men, right? The men cannot choose. It's not good to be with a baby mother, right? And like he said, there gonna be some rules and regulations on she better bring some things to the table. That's what I heard him say earlier, right? That he requires her to bring something so he won't have to, if they get divorced, he don't have to support her afterwards. So that's some of the things I heard him say earlier. But I don't know why they're telling women to lower their standards. Like if a woman get to a certain status, whether by her family put her there or her doing it herself, why do she have to reach back and lift the man up? And I guess that's what I want to know.
All right.
So what is the question?
The question was, why do a woman gotta reach back and pull a man up? If she's at a high level, why does she gotta reach back and pull him up? Is the question. And we're gonna get to E. Don't worry, I got you, my brother.
Be patient. Treat me like these other niggas.
The question is, why do a woman gotta reach back and pull the man up? She don't got to do nothing. But the thing I'm trying to communicate is, let's just say Bomb Cherry makes, let's just look at salary. I know we always use salary. Let's say Bomb Cherry makes $200,000 and Eda man makes $80,000. He's a really good man. He's got good morals, principles. He's well on his way and in his career. Let's just say Eda man and Bomb Cherry go out on a date and she really like him. And she's like, no, I want to take this dude serious. Let me start asking more questions to figure out if we're economically compatible or whatever. And Eve reveals that, well, I make $80,000. And then she reveals that, well, I make $250,000. What I'm saying is, if Bomb Cherry vetted him out and he hits checks all the blocks to make it work, I'm saying she don't have to be a conformist and say, well, because of the code or because of the certain specific ideology or principle or whatever,
okay, I'm back.
I am not going to date E. I'm going to disqualify him. What I'm communicating, she just missed out on a potential husband in a successful relationship.
Well, that husband, though, is going to be a man that she basically has to, provide for. And we're seeing this, play out because we have people showing us every aspect of their life, but we've been seeing this play out recently with some, high profile, high earning women who are the breadwinners in their family. And it's not easy. I would certainly caution a young woman to think twice before taking on the responsibility of being the primary or sole breadwinner. But I did want you, because we're reacting to different aspects of the list. So I want to just go through the different ones and you just tell me yes or no if they are, good or not. Like if that you find you have a problem with that or not. So I know you said the face tattoo you had a problem with. The crazy name, do you have a problem with that? And the logic behind it is if his parents ain't have enough sense to give him a decent name, then he probably ain't got no sense either. Yes or no?
That's real fucked up right there.
That's crazy.
That shit was good.
It makes so much sense though. That list really makes sense.
It kind of makes sense. And also,
Killer's name John.
Question. I want you to answer Diva's question about the
let me answer her question.
All right, go ahead.
First of all, the reason why I'm laughing might not even be the reason why you're laughing. I mean, she said earlier with her logic, the way she put it together, that she made a stance against my logic, saying that you can't control what is handed down to you or how you're made. My question to her is, can a young boy or an infant control the name he is given?
He can change it when he becomes an adult.
But then you would have to factor
costs
in
money.
You would have to factor in the fact that that young infant agrees with what you believe is crazy. And remember how we said things become subjective. He might love his name.
Yes,
I love this name, but you think it's crazy. So now he's disqualified. So where do we draw the line with subjectivity whenever we're using it as a way to negate people? It becomes very dangerous and unfair.
Let me just ask you one question, Diva, before you go, Diva. So I could, you know what I mean. Yeah. So Darwin, so what if a man, he went to jail for doing something to women? He went to jail for 8 years. He did something to women. He was pimping them hoes. And then he said he came back, he changed his life, he's turned his life over to God. Would that be acceptable for your daughter?
No.
Okay. So I've got a question. Joshua, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean,
It's like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn, somebody done got you. It says, bye, weirdo. They done kicked you off, Joshua. It's $20 to come back. I was just setting you up to do that. You know.
I didn't even know that. Like, you've been setting it up for like 5 minutes.
And he still was talking.
Shout out to Joshua with his patience. It's $20 to bring Joshua back. Let me read some of the super chats.
He should have knew you never cared about what he think.
Oh, come on. Hold on. Let me read a couple of super chats and we can get right back into the conversation, please. Hold on.
The Real Prism XO, $10. It's wild how men call women shallow for wanting stability, but call themselves providers when they actually have it. Have several seats. The Verbal Assassin, FAFO, $5. Did Bruiser tell the men to settle for unattractive, obese women like he tells women to settle for broke dusties? I'm asking for a friend. The Real Prism XO, $5. Using community to steer women into marriage is just patriarchy with a rebrand. Watch your purses, ladies. Sharon Samuels Reloaded, $5. They argue harder for their sons to have access than they daughters to have protection and sense. Right. The Real Prism XO, $5. Men telling women to build with them are advertising their own bankruptcy and yours. Stop selling mediocrity as a foundation for building. Get out of here. The Real Prism XO, $5. No thanks. I am not sharecropping for husbands on the low-value plantation of rim men. No more mules.
Sheesh. And then also we got Joshua in the back. It's $20 to bring him back. Go ahead, Diva. Hopefully you remember your point.
Not for that one, but okay. So you don't like crazy name either. Oh, what I was gonna say is it just seems like there's really y'all don't want women to be able to make choices. Like to say you, Bruiser, said earlier that women spend more time disqualifying men than qualifying men. Right. This is just to disqualify men. This is a some hard and fast rules to disqualify men. Okay, so you didn't like crazy name. You didn't like face tattoo. What about criminal background? If you got any type of criminal background, avoid them.
No, I don't like it. Yeah, I think the crime, the nature of the offense matters.
Jeez, okay. No job.
Can we slow down?
I think the context behind the reason why he has no job.
Oh my God, we got to do a book report on this nigga before we can say no, we don't want him.
No, listen, don't get it twisted.
What's a
If
good?
you as a woman decide that you don't want to date him, I'm perfectly fine with that, as long as you're okay with the outcome. That you could potentially be missing the relationship that you want. As long as you came to grip with that, look, if I'm using these hard disqualifiers, a lot of them are unfair. I'm okay with the fact that I could potentially be shrinking down my options. It may run a risk of not having a fulfilling relationship.
So should men have
as long
hard
as the woman is-
disqualifiers?
Qualified the man with the face tattoos and no job. All right. I don't
Hold
think
on,
any
what
of these
was-
are
what was the
unfair.
question?
These are all things that people chose to do, right? You choose, except for a name, but you can change your name. You choose to go to the jail. You choose to put a tattoo on your face. You choose to style your hair in that way. You choose to not work or, impregnate multiple women and don't stay in a relationship with them.
I would do this.
All of these things are choices.
I would say it the same way I would say with man. If he's saying I'm not gonna date anybody who's over 160 pounds, I'm gonna tell him the same thing. You may meet a woman that is 170 pounds that's just drop dead gorgeous to you, and she check all the boxes. Are you gonna say no because he's over 160? That's the question. Where do you draw? My question remains: where do you draw the line?
But no, that's the thing is like everybody should have disqualifiers, especially women, because women have more access to men coming in and out their life. So for any man to just be able to qualify, it's just crazy. Like I would never tell my daughters, hey, give him a shot. Even though he got the gang signs on his face tattoo, maybe he changed his life. Like, why do my daughters gotta literally, you telling me she can't find a man that meets her standard that don't got face tattoos? Like if we really play out what she's saying, it's not really that crazy. It's really saying, let me have a standard just like men have it. They say they want fit, feminine, and they want all these standards. They got all these disqualifiers. Why can't women have disqualifiers? I don't understand.
First of all, we have to be able to inject reality into this conversation. On a scale from 1 to 10, how likely are daughters running to their father saying, "Hey, should I date him?"
Mine do. I thought that was normal.
See, and that's a problem. You don't want to.
No, that's not normal.
You're gonna jump back down.
You talking about involved fathers? I'm not involved. Involved fathers.
I'm saying how likelihood based on what is happening, not in your household. How likely are women? We're talking about an empowered society. This is the era where women has most empowered to be able to do and choose at their own will. They no longer have the hands of a man dictating their choices. Well, there's so many movements that's amplifying their ability to choose on. So what is the likelihood of a woman today going back to her father and say, "Can I choose this man?"
So let's put it in today's term, E. So it doesn't go like that, but what they do is they bring that boyfriend to the house, and that is the way of how they want their father to pass judgment on them. To say, "Hey, look, I'm bringing my such and such to the house to meet him." That's how it generally happens. Nobody say, "Hey, Dad, what you think?" It's more of bring them, introduce them to the family, introduce to that. That's when it becomes a little more serious. That's the reality of it.
And if they don't have a father, they bring it to an awful house.
Absolute 100%. That is how it happens. So, E, if you can embrace what Sharon just said, you answered your question with that. She's already selected him if she's bringing him to daddy. She's already decided within her own mind and heart and discernment that that's the guy she want to go with.
Okay,
she just wants to go make sure daddy is okay with it.
Okay, so now perfect. I'm glad that you said. So now when we are talking to our daughters and they start to get of age and we saying how to have discernment about what kind of man to possibly date. And now say if what would be wrong with Diva's list to have those as disqualified to protect her from potential horrible young men.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you.
Wrong with the list. My goddaughters can't date a goddamn thing. I'm just letting you know that now. I'm at the door. I'm well at the door. You feel what I'm saying? I'm coming. You feel? Yeah.
I got you, Trey. I told you, Diva, he got that energy.
Right.
So is it okay? So now when we have this squash house for our daughters to raise them up, to pick the proper person to bring to the house for the first time, no face tattoos, no criminal record, no crazy hairstyles. Do you have a problem with that, teaching young women to do that before they even choose a mate? So far,
I have a problem with teaching that. I have a problem with teaching crazy hair, things that are very, very subjective and don't necessarily intersect with this person being a bad person.
Well, what about the list as a whole? Because I get that we can say certain things might be.
No. The thing with the hair is there are some styles that we can look at when people, particularly men, style their hair that way, that we know that they're trying to be like counterculture, or they're trying to be anti-establishment, or, you know, just emphasize that they aren't, you know, they are going in a different direction than most of society.
Damn, Shadow.
Shadow the Titan Watch, $2. BAN, laugh out loud.
Damn.
Yeah, so we see that, and to acknowledge, like, oh yeah, he is not probably not trying to, you know, go find a lucrative career and get a wife and settle down and have a family, right? We can look at you and see that. And so now we're gonna sit up here and act like the way we choose to present ourselves isn't conveying a message to society and people that we encountering. Yes, we do it for a reason.
No, but you would have to show me, and that's what I'm saying. And
we it all for a reason. Go ahead.
And that's why I tried to say initially when we started having this conversation, are you looking at it from a anecdotal point or a probability? Because it's not a worldview.
We're looking at it from the mug shots. When we go look at the mug shots, they all look alike. That's what I felt like.
Is there not serial killers named Jonathan or something? I'm confused.
Let me land with this.
The thing I said too is like, and let me say this real quick. I said this to Diva. It's like your list is restrictive to black people. Like there's bad white names, there's bad white hairstyles, Japanese hair, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
it's just weird that this list was like particularly black men. Because again, we can't
because
pick our
I
names.
am black, right? And so most of the women that I'm going to be talking to are black, and most of us deal with black men, not even black.
So let me flip it. So and I also tell men do this, and I talk to women too. I don't just talk to men. I tell men, you shouldn't discriminate a woman who has the, what do they call it, with the baby hairs or a weave or whatever.
A wig.
If you can move like that by your logic, you think it's okay that if men see women with the baby hairs, weave and stuff, patterns on their forehead, that is associated with a 304 itchy for the streets.
Okay.
You see how unfair that is?
I don't have a problem with that at all. And just like when men talk about how they don't want women who wear wigs or who wear, wigs.
Exactly.
It's not right, but that's their choice. That's their choice. And
I'm not saying it's their choice, but are you okay with me teaching? I'm gonna frame it the way you framed it earlier. Are you okay with me building a catalog of my influence, saying that, hey, look, don't talk to women with baby hairs on their forehead or women with their wig, completely make them invisible.
But hold on, but you got to translate it into, but she also have a reason behind it. So you also got to translate with a reason.
Right. So what does baby hair?
I'm going to say the reason. I'm going to say the reason behind it is they all for the streets, and they all got a high body count, and they all likely to be single mothers.
We know that's ridiculous, right? Because you wouldn't know.
Now you see how ridiculous you are.
No, because we can go and look and see that these men do be getting arrested, deleting women, all these types of things. A man with a criminal background, and we're saying, oh my God, you shouldn't discriminate on the basis of a criminal background. And so basically what it boils down to is y'all don't be wanting black women to have no standards. And a lot of black women don't have any standards, right? So when all these dating shows that we have now, when they ask the women, what are your deal breakers? You see black women typically struggle with that question because the idea of ruling a man out or weeding him out is almost foreign. Like a lot of black women are socialized to give any man who approach her a chance. which is crazy.
Because you gotta understand, Bruiser, that so you just said Jasmine Crockett, because she have baby hairs in a weave and she don't have no babies. She ain't no baby mama. She ain't she's educated and she's about to possibly even be a senator. So you just eliminated somebody that is a very prestigious woman.
Which is why I wouldn't push that. And what Diva's saying, we're trying to tell women to lower their standards. We're not telling you to lower your standards. That is what y'all pushing. We're telling you.
Okay, so now tell me the man with a face tattoo that a woman would be ruling out, who would be
before you load the question on
the corollary to Jasmine Crockett.
Right.
Before you try to load a question on there.
I'm not loading a question. I
was trying to respond to the claim you made that we were trying to get you to lower the standards, which is not true. What we're trying to do is get you to curate your vetting process to the things that actually matter to successful relationships, not hair, green eyes. Why I would have been impressed with a PhD if she said similar, like his skills, his expertise, his clearance level, his credit score, his business acumen, all of these other things that you can evaluate a man on the likelihood of having a successful relationship. Instead, you're talking about tattoos, hair, green eyes, and I don't know whatever else on the list. But I think the things that's most relevant, we're trying to get women to vet us with those, because you can run into any man that's squeaky clean based off of that and still not have the things that I just listed that are more important for a successful relationship.
Right. So this is the thing. I look at like dating and mating as a selection process. And in a selection process, you're going to have two phases or stages, right? So the first stage is the weed out stage. You are weeding out anyone who isn't minimally qualified. Now, the minimally qualified person isn't the person you want to hire, but they got to at least meet that baseline to be eligible to move on in the selection process. Then that's when you start evaluating based on those deeper, more internal things. Why? Because you are able to, right? You spent some time around this person, or you're starting to spend time around them. The weed out stuff, which is the list I read, is the stuff that, again, on first sight, you can see that or hear that and walk in the opposite direction. So you don't even you're weeding them out. They're out of the process. And I think, a lot of times when you look at women going through these relationship issues, you are looking at the man and going, but baby, you didn't know he was going to cause a problem for you. You can look at him and tell, or at least you should be able to. And so this is tapping a lot of those things you should, you can look at, and it gives you some information. Yeah. Like, right. So if you got multiple baby mamas, what make you think you ain't going to be added to the list? And why would you want to deal with a man who made multiple baby mamas, right? That's saying something about him. And so I'm just saying, evaluate the man based on what he's telling you. And what he's telling you ain't just what's coming out of his mouth. And I think some of the stuff that you're going to see through his behavior and how he presents himself is going to be more honest than the shit that come up out of his mouth on the front end, right? Because initially we meeting everybody's representative. But what he been doing and how he been presenting himself, that's going to give you more information. So yes, I tell ladies, use everything. We talk about discernment. This is part of discernment. Being able to look at a bitch and be like,
And listen, I don't disagree.
Look at what?
Just some of the things you had on the list, it just doesn't make any sense. I get it, the 4 baby mamas. But when you talk about green eye and crazy hair and a crazy name, like, demons. and I don't remember the rest of your list, but I'm just telling you, there's some things on that list that just don't even make sense to be on and unfair.
I don't think.
Well, it's not about fairness. It makes sense to me, because my
Kenny
daughter
Jeffries would be knocked off by the name. The hair
Listen.
Jay-Z would be knocked off. Like, we can list somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, and my daughter shouldn't date none of them. Listen, so look, the whole point that I want to say is, if I was to take 1,000 men with tattoos, I believe 999 would be bad men. So why would I tell my daughter to gamble Roll the dice to try to find the odds out. That's the point that we keep trying to
No,
say.
but that's the only good point y'all got. A face tag, all right, we could take that. But like names, hairstyles, again, if you're rich enough, you're gonna wear your hair however you want because you don't have to like
hairstyles.
Yeah, but we're not talking about rich. We're talking about the men that you meet on the street who come up and try to talk to you
I mean,
or
y'all,
would be
once y'all talking
interested
about
in
how we
dating.
apply these
You said
to
tattoos is no
people
good.
and y'all saying
It's a no bueno.
The face tattoo.
I don't got no tattoos, but I was in the streets as a younger person living a goddamn life of crime, but I ain't got no tattoos.
Okay.
Hello, before Bruiser goes,
The face
I had a question for Bruiser.
Well, my
because we
friend got
gotta
a
go.
bunch of them. He bugged out though. He's bugged out.
I got you. So, hey, Bruiser, what is a good crime? No, you didn't let me ask my question earlier. I waited a whole hour. I waited an hour. Damn. Bruiser, what is a good crime that's good enough for your daughter? Because you said it depends on the crime. So what crime a man can do that's good enough for your daughter to date?
White collar.
Well, I don't like to phrase it as a crime that's good enough.
Loaded
I will
as hell.
say a crime that is acceptable is a reckless driving. Maybe petty larceny, maybe just be a little bit more extreme. Marijuana charge.
PPP loan.
Parking ticket.
Okay,
this can go on.
PPP
Also,
loan crazy.
I got you. So PhD, well, you meant felonies, right? You didn't mean misdemeanors, or
She didn't say that. See, that's the problem with the list.
Oh, yeah. Felony.
okay. I thought it was implied. I got it, but we can't imply things. All right, go ahead. You go with your show.
You can apply them. I mean, you can apply them, but we have to dissect them.
So the thing is that like I think most fathers would say if it's easy to tell our daughter. I think it's an easy list to tell our daughter to say, hey, if he have a felony background, baby mothers, at least 2 or more, he has some wild hair.
I disagree with the felonies.
Right,
I
because
can
black
explain
women, how
why,
can you
though.
rule out felons? Why would you rule out a felon?
So
you can get a weed charge or aggravated assault.
So what? I don't care.
A threat is a felony.
Okay, hold on. So we saying that we are willing to tell our daughters to risk her life with a man that have a felony.
Let me give you context.
We're saying it doesn't mean you're risking your life. Like there are guys who have gotten felonies that everyone that goes to jail.
Well, let me ask you a question, Sharon. Let's say, for example, let's say I got a felony eluding on a motorcycle. Back when I was 23 years old, I'm 40 now.
My
You're
daughter's
saying
good
that
for
I'm
that.
not a fit for your daughter's life is at risk because I have a eluding charge? Because I went.
Yeah.
Yes. I speeded reckless
Absolutely.
driving on a motorcycle 15, 20 years ago.
Absolutely, you're a danger to her life. Absolutely.
Okay,
Y'all got to start lying.
What if I caught a felony charge? What if I caught a felony charge for selling drugs? Now I have a job and my life is
Nope, you're not good enough for my daughter. Like we supposed to have a standard for who date our daughters. Like why y'all think we supposed to just let these felons just come in our daughters?
Hold on, wait. E-Man, would you let Malcolm X? Would you let Malcolm X date your daughter?
No.
Hold on. Wait. Slow down. So that's a good question. But you yourself, Bruiser, you eliminated a man that was on the panel that he had the same charge as Malcolm X, and you said no, I wouldn't want my daughter to date that man. You eliminated that man yourself.
You said if he was in prison for 8 years, he just got out, and he's in the prison for abusing women.
Right, that's what Malcolm X was doing. What he went to jail for? Pimping.
Okay, so now that's different because in context, abusing women and pimping women is totally different from my understanding.
He went to jail for theft. He didn't go to jail for pimping.
Pimping is much less.
No, they're both abusive, but that's the first thing you probably think when it comes. You think of domestic violence. You thinking about violence is the first thing that comes to mind. Is what he's probably saying.
No, I'm thinking.
Well, if you know my own next, you know that he was pimping women.
Let's slow it down. It's okay. So I, me personally, I would put pimping as a form of abuse.
It is
for my child. I wouldn't want my daughter to be pimped.
Who would want that? I'm just.
So you're saying that. Okay, so like let's just take Malcolm X again. We're talking about him just getting out of prison for some of the shit he did. The likelihood of me approving my daughter to be with him is going to be very low. But being able to watch his growth and how he transformed into the man he is, I would have consideration for that.
Nope.
What I'm trying to argue with you got to. I'm asked her, do you compensate for the fact that people transform? And this is something that you might have to reconcile with when it's time for judgment. Because the same way you're judging people and negating people, you got to be able to embrace the way the Lord is going to do that to you. Do you
absolutely not? Absolutely not.
No, do you expect
That's crazy. We talking about dating and we talking about dating. We're talking about judgment of the Lord of your sins.
This is where the concept stems from. This is where the accepting people for the transformation and repentance comes from.
I don't even have to slow down. I can forgive him. Okay.
Hold on.
Accepting somebody from their repentance or transformation is parallel teachings from historical teachings. This is where the concept
It don't tell you to date them in the Bible. That's the point. I keep telling you, like, just because I say, yes, you should be back into society. Yes, you should be able to go get a job. That don't mean that you're good enough for my daughter to date her. This is crazy.
Hold on, but you can say that after he finished, please.
I thought he was finished.
All I'm saying is, if we're going to use this way to filter people out from pass and go collect $200, we got to be okay, because God wants us to treat each other, our neighbors, like we want to be treated ourselves. And he also said that if you want to be forgiven, you have to forgive others. So I'm saying, if you're going to use this same logic and way to treat people, you got to be okay with being treated that way when it comes your time.
We are not about to bring the Lord into this.
If you're avoiding those people, you aren't treating them any type of way, right? So there's no treating.
Yeah. So I just want to keep it factual. Malcolm didn't get locked up for pimping. Malcolm got locked up for B&E and losses.
Okay, so what I'm saying, that's fine that we can clear. That's fine that we can clarify that, and that's okay. We should be very exact so that inaccurate. That's fine. But we really talking to an overarching point, not exactly Malcolm X. Bruiser wasn't really. He just using the fact that Malcolm X turned into a great man is what the purpose of him bringing up Malcolm is, not actually to dissect Malcolm's life story and why he really got arrested, right? So let's make sure we are understanding the conversation. We don't got to get caught up in the semantics every single time. Okay, so the issue is that we should be eliminating dangerous people to be with our children, live with them, sleep with them. She is going to be around that man majority of the time, and we should put her in the least probable dangerous spot to keep her safe. And these attributes that Diva's pointing out, for example, the list, it is there to protect her. Not to say that if the man, he has everything on that list, he passed all that. That doesn't mean that is the man for your daughter. It just gives her an option, like, okay, you pass this list, now I can have a conversation with you to see if you have moral standards and values, and then we can move forward to step number 2. It's kind of like Amazon. If you go to be in a executive position with Amazon, you go through 5 different interviews with 5 different people, each an hour long, right? And so they and every step that you go on, they are finding ways to disqualify you to see if you pass the test to be a part of them. And so if we was just to use that same common sense for our own children, that is a safer way. Not saying that it's 100% way, but if we going with this probability situation, is a probability that she will be with a safer man if we have a discernment list.
I'm gonna need 45 seconds. That's it.
Go ahead, Trey.
Stereotyping keeps you alive. Point blank, period. Everything else is null and void. That's just what it is. You have to stereotype in this world to get where you want and to stay alive and to get where you at. So if you're not stereotyping, then you already losing.
Well, my question
is 45 seconds.
My question to you, Teron, is let's just go ahead. My bad.
Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. 304 have baby hairs in social media. Detroit Coalition, $2. Hey, Bruiser, it sure got hot in here, huh? Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. Pimpin'. Shadow the Titan Wasp again, $5. West shit rehabilitation. I've been married and got kids. That's not really fair. What?
He's saying that, you know, he pretty much saying that he already he's back into the world. He's reinvigorated. He rehabilitated. He everything. He redid everything.
I don't think he's rehabilitated. You can see
the
about how
push that y'all are
easy
wrong.
it is to make him jump out his body. Nah, he's not rehabilitated. We'll
he's
see him
still
doing some degenerate shit in the future.
There's a lot of men that are the proof that y'all are wrong.
Crazy hair.
There's a lot of men
Let me
that
ask you a question, then.
And
did their time, got married.
So it doesn't matter. We don't care about the few men that are the example. That exception to the rule. I don't want that exception to the rule dating my daughter neither.
Right.
But go ahead, Bruiser.
Well, all I'm gonna say is I'm on board with it. If in fact that we do have that much power and control over the choices of our daughters, I would like to believe that that's the case. But if we're being honest, and this might not, we might be exceptional man that be able to have that much influence on the choices of our children. And I hope that actually is a blessing to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's far too many times, or the likelihood of that happening is very low based on the society we live in. The women are they're gonna graduate school and they're gonna choose based on their own particular preferences. It'll be a blessing for them to consider our discernment and our vetting preferences for them. If that happens, then I'm on the board. But my question to you is, let's just say that you run a company, you're CEO, me and Uda on a go is applying for the job.
Mm-hmm.
Uda, me and him has the same resume across the board. Uda's just he has the potential to be able to bring millions of dollars based off of his skill working in the back of the factory as for that position. Me, not so much. But the other difference between us is Uda got a felony for a manslaughter back when he was 17. He accidentally hit a kid on a bike and went to jail for 5 years. So he got a felony in his record because he wasn't using his turn signal during it. But he is the best worker you could ever have, and he's going to fulfill the outcome for the company. Me, not so much. Who are you going to hire?
With all that information being known, I would hire Uda.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the past, especially we're talking about grown adults here, the people who are probably well into their 30s, maybe in their 40s. We can all agree that at some point we was the person that we might be talking about. We might have not got caught. It might not be on the record, but we were bad at some point. Like, do we really want to run with this narrative that people can't be good after they change or can't be an option?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Most people don't do a whole lot of changing past a certain point, though. I'm sorry, Bomb. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was agreeing. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Potential is like I just said, potential is a death trap.
Because I think a lot of us struggle like right now whenever we're trying to get businesses up and throughout the years and decades as Black people, just being Black. Like, we've been trying to do away with this concept that we've been talking about for years. Because a lot of us, we're just associated with the color. A lot of us don't even are associated with ourselves with the culture altogether because we don't live that way. But we don't want to continue to push that, something that's been pushed on us as a people. Like, that's all I'm trying to say.
No, so I think the disconnect is we looking for the best outcome, and the best outcome looks a certain way, and we just cannot deny that. We cannot look at what Jay-Z turned out to be now and say, hey, when he was 20, I want my daughter to date Jay-Z because he possibly is going to be a multi-millionaire and businessman. That was not his trajectory at 20. His trajectory was popping a girl off and going to jail and shooting somebody
and he did all those things.
Well, I don't agree.
He just happened to have enough money to keep himself out of jail. He shot his own brother. He sold drugs. You know, so like that is not a man that we want with our child.
Well, you just proved that not using those discriminations can actually work out in a fashion. You just proved that if you don't use these taboo, discriminative ways, you can actually match with a billionaire. You never know. You're basically corroborating that
it's not many billionaires though.
It's not maybe likely, but what you're saying is.
All right, so what I'm saying is that the same way how you was praising Kevin Samuels for putting that discernment, saying the probability of you finding that diamond in a rough man that you have 3 kids by 3 different men, you're a little bit out of shape, your BMI is not working, the probability of you finding this high value man and he's going to treat you right and never cheat on you is very small. The same thing is with the list. That if he have these things on the list, the probability of him being a good, honest man is very small as well. And that is the whole, that is the balance that we was expecting to hear, is the probability part.
Listen, I understand. I just don't think everything on that list fits with.
But I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. And I mean, me coming from a guy that lived a certain background too, as well, growing up as a young guy and stuff like that, in the streets, living that certain lifestyle, selling the D rugs, running around with the straps, doing all of those things. I wouldn't want my daughter to be with that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he could change. Yes, I did get a chance to change. God is included a lot in that. It depends if that person has some God in them. It's a lot of things that have to factor in that person as well. I'd have to consider. But you know what I'm saying? But I just don't think she have that time, and she don't have the time to be wasting. She has to hit the ground running. It took time for me to come back in this game to think about it and figure out where I went wrong when I was cheating, being promiscuous, living a faster life, doing all these things. And I just don't want her to have to waste that time while that man is figuring out who he needs to be. You know what I'm saying?
And I
was
agree.
figuring out who I need to be. You know what I'm saying? I was taking a lot of long ass time coming around the mountain. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. We're talking about a man who's still in the shit.
Yeah.
But if you're talking,
let me say this real quick, man.
So, like, if you look at all the shit I did when I was in my 20s and I'm 40, and saying, "No, I'm not a good fit for your daughter because what I did 20 years ago," like that's what I'm speaking to.
You're not good unless she owed them and she can make her own. But you can't give my 20-year-old daughter. Okay, I'm gonna put a voodoo spell on your ass. You got me fucked up. Yes. But I do want to say, some of y'all act like y'all done change. Changing last year don't count. Okay, you got to be changed for at least 10 years. And even then, it's a if. Maybe it's a buts. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I agree.
And the key word, Cuzzo, that was mentioned during this entire conversation is protection, right? Standards, expectations, red flags, all of those things are measures of protection, right? And when I hear men with children come on an internet platform and espouse the opinions that women should, lower their standards, lower their expectations, remove certain protections, that gives me cause to pause, right? But the good thing is this, right? Because I think a valuable lesson was learned today. I teach my daughter not to listen to what brothers say, but read between the lines and understanding the delivery, understanding the intention, understanding exactly what they're trying to communicate. So no matter how you dress it up, no matter how you artfully articulate your points to try to make it palatable to your targeted audience, right? There's men out here who are imparting wisdom on their children to be able to discern wolves in sheep's clothing, right? Because only a wolf would take umbrage to higher standards. Only a wolf would be okay with their responsible child getting into a relationship with somebody who is less responsible.
Am I the only one lost?
There's certain things.
I'm kind of
Nah,
lost.
I'm lost.
I was thinking that too. He lost us.
There's certain things. Listen, y'all don't realize I got power on this show, right? So I don't interrupt, and I'm not going to interject with anything you have to say to rebut, right? If you don't like what I'm saying, the least you can do is show some decorum, show some self-discipline.
It's not that. I'm
all right, drop
lost,
him. Cuzzo, put him in the back. No, put him in the back. Put him in the back. I need y'all brothers, right, to have a little bit more self-discipline. This is a conversation. Stop being so easily emotionally triggered that just because somebody says something that you don't like or agree with, that you feel it's necessary for you to just butt in and share your opinion. You'll have your opportunity to respond. You'll have your opportunity to retort. But there's brothers like you who I teach my daughter to stay away from because you don't have any discipline. You don't have any respect. You don't have the common decency to even understand how a conversation works. When you speak, I listen intently. And if you say something that I need to retort or respond to, I'm going to wait for you to land your plane, and then I'm going to respond because that is how men communicate. But children, they behave with a less responsible, less disciplined style of decorum. And that is learned behavior that has to be eradicated, especially if you consider yourself a man. So yeah, we can have a heated discussion to where we're not going to agree. But show some respect and common decency in a conversation. So what I'm saying is this, and I'm going to leave, is this was a good example as to why men need to teach their daughters discernment and understanding how to read between the lines when men speak. This is a clear example because my 15-year-old daughter was able to decipher a misogynistic ideology that came across my cousin's platform. She was able to discern that herself because of what I imparted in her, what I taught her to look for. So we need men to, first of all, be willing to stand up and say, no, this ain't right. We shouldn't be telling our young men to lower their standards, lower their expectations. We shouldn't be telling our young women to lower their standards and lower their expectations because we should have protection in the forethought of our mind when it comes to our young people. So if you don't like some of the things that's on PH Diva's list, then guess what? It's her list. And if that list is what she utilizes to protect her and protect the people who listen to her, then I would say that's a good thing. Because maybe the people who are on that list isn't fruitful to date her and her people. Why should you be bothered by that? That's the question you should be asking yourself. Because anybody who tells me a standard that they have to protect them, all I'm going to say is if it works for you, that's great. It doesn't have to work for me. Peace and love.
Can I ask Brownsville a question? If you don't mind answering, Brownsville, I appreciate what you said.
Go ahead, my brother.
Do you know why I had something to say about PH Diva's list?
You can go ahead and enlighten me.
Because she asked. I didn't challenge her list. I didn't. She literally asked me, hey, she said, hey, I got a list of 10 things, such and such. I want to know your thoughts.
Okay.
She invited me to give my perspective on it. And it's an honor that she was able to looked at me enough in a way to give me that honor. Most people, she probably wouldn't do that. But she did it for me. So I appreciate her doing that. What I don't want,
Darwin approved. We certified. Darwin done signed off, ladies.
What I don't want to do is I don't want to line it up as if I was attacking her list or like you should just let her list to be her list. Don't villainize her because I didn't want it to be misconstrued that was what's happening. She just asked me what was my perspective on it, my opinion on it, and I just gave my opinion on it. I didn't want to attack her. I didn't say she was a bad woman for it, or she was going to hell, or anybody else. I was just saying I don't think some of the things on there is going to be as effective as she thought it would be, and we was able to allow each other to elaborate on that. That's all.
And that was the problem, my brother, because she also shared her list with me and asked what I thought about the list. And you know what I told her? I said, that's a great list for you if you think it's a great list, right? Because who am I to tell her what's better for her? See, that's the problem that we have, right? As men, we're not all knowing and all seeing. So if somebody tells me what works for them and they're getting the outcomes that they want, then that's okay. It don't have to work for me as long as it works for you. But oftentimes, I'm going to land it right here. Oftentimes, when women espouse a certain higher standard or certain things, certain preferences that they want, or certain dreams and desires that they have, there's always some man who's coming in some benevolent style, benevolent tone, and going to articulate an opposing opinion in an attempt to make her seem like she should lower her standards. This happens every day.
So, well, let me ask you this question. Let's say you are in charge of pushing out a survey to people. Would you still put out a survey to get a critique or different perspectives if you knew beforehand the people who would take it would say, well, it doesn't matter what I think, and they would just give you a complete echo chamber? Would you still think that survey response will be effective?
Well, you have to understand how a survey works, right? Because a survey comes before the final decision, right? So whatever goal I'm trying to accomplish, and I want to submit a survey, put a survey out there so that I can get some alternating opinions before I make my final decision, that's a completely different story, right? But when it comes to PH Diva's list, that is her final opinion. That is her list, right? So that's a totally different thing, right? That list is her list, and what she says works for her, and what she believes is going to work for other like-minded ladies.
Well,
here's the thing. I'm gonna land it right here, right? There isn't, or there shouldn't be, a man that has an issue with a woman that's seeking a higher standard, unless there's some insecurities within you that cause you to have a reaction to it. Peace and love.
So let me ask PH Diva to try to see if she can elaborate. What are you getting, PH Diva? If you knew that everybody who responded to your list would just okay it, do you have anything to gain from asking anybody?
If I knew everybody would okay it, I guess I don't know before I ask them what they're gonna think, but I want to hear various opinions about it. It's just a conversation piece.
But you're open to people like, okay, I don't think that was good.
Yeah.
I think you even mentioned it a couple of times on some of the things that like you were like, okay, I get why you say that doesn't, or kind of unfair. But I'm just saying, even in business, man, like whenever you're getting ready to release an item or some type of technology, you're gonna push it through beta testing. And whenever you get negative responses, you're not going to say, well, it doesn't matter because this is the way I want the technology to be. You're going to consider the user that's going to have to interact with it and be like, okay, look, these are the upgrades. These are the changes I need to make to the prototype before I launch it. And I just thought that's what I thought you were trying to do. I thought you would have like, okay, this is a man who has to teach men and women. He's a creator, had influence. Perhaps maybe he can look at some of the things and be like, yay or nay. And it's not a matter of me trying to attack you for your standards. It's just for me to try to help better your list so that whenever women are embracing this list, they can have better discernment or some type of improvement on it. That's
right.
all.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I didn't really hear the list, but I heard like maybe it was like one or two parts of it. It didn't seem like you disagreed with her list in whole. I think you said something about a green eye thing or something else. I just heard him say, I didn't hear your list, Dave. I would like to hear it too if you would say it another time if you had time. But you know what I'm saying? I just heard him say something about a couple of points of the list, not the whole entire list, like he was against it though, right, Don?
What's funny to me though is to make it okay to have these lists. Now you validated the red pill list, right? So when you tell me that we should be out here bettering men, right? One of the worst things about these men are these lists they compile, right? Single mothers, disqualified. Hair hats, Tommy's trademark term, hair hats should be disqualified or burned at the stake, right? And these are the things I'm supposed to correct. But now on the other side, we are championing
the problem is
There's no damn bad list.
Hold
Shut your ass
on.
up, Willie.
Really, the problem is I don't know why you arguing for the red pill if you're not one. But if that is the case, you have to be able to substantiate why a baby mother or somebody that had a woman that has a child is bad for a man.
Everything, absolutely. I could go 1 for 1 on anything on her list. Face tat, wigs, go. Right? Because hold on.
You said you're gonna go 1 for 1. All right. So majority of women wear wigs. Majority of men do not have face tattoos.
There you go. Y'all lose. Game over.
Y'all don't care about no wigs though, for real. Like that's crazy. Y'all don't be caring about no wigs.
And this is why I be dropping your ass because you don't make no damn sense.
PhD Diva, all jokes aside, that really
I love it.
But Will, you being a little disingenuous, my brother, because a list or the list isn't what's wrong with the red pill, right? What's wrong with the red pill is that they're lying to other men, right?
Now,
That's what's wrong with them.
Brother Brownsville, because I know nobody can cut you off, right? But I want to say that's one of the disingenuous things that happens here. See, you present the argument.
I won't allow it. If you're gonna have your argument, say your argument. Don't say what we be doing and lying. Now we gotta try to defend if we disingenuous or genuine. If we lie, you don't know my intent when I'm saying it. When I'm saying things, I'm saying because I actually believe it and I live it every single day. You see me today. My daughter put something in her hair. I washed her hair while we was on goddamn stream. Got it all out. So don't tell me that I'm being disingenuous when you see me every day. You see I got a plate of food. My wife, you see her in the chat. Stop saying I'm disingenuous when I actually have daughters and sons and granddaughter and a grandson.
Oh.
Stop it.
Damn, you old as hell, nigga.
Salute to that. Salute, Sharon. Salute, bro. Salute.
So wait, one, I didn't say you were being disingenuous. I said, right, that Brownsville was being disingenuous when he said brothers should show decorum because we would get to speak. And you...
I won't allow it. I said don't do it. Don't do it.
All right. The list, Uda. Crazy name, criminal background, face tattoo, crazy hair, no job, multiple baby mamas, don't have his own place to stay, no car, can't form a coherent sentence, and he got either like dead or crazy or green eyes. And I'm really thinking hard about adding bell pepper nose to the list. That's still under review. That's still under review.
How are we gonna get this? How are we gonna get this list approved? I don't know.
Bell pepper nose
Diva
is
got a
under
tough
review.
list, yo. Diva got a tough list, yo. But I came through
No
the ways. A
nigga
couple of them
list.
shit I was checking off. Goddamn. But shit.
This is a no Negro
I
list.
said crazy
Like,
here. I
I'm gonna
said,
keep it
damn, I
real.
think I done lost my shit.
And my list is black women. Just put
She
that
might
on the
would
list.
say most black men.
Yeah, I don't think that's most black men. I think you can find a black man with come from a decent
33%
family.
of all black men will be arrested with a felony before 18.
Okay, well, stay out of
That's
the
33
jail.
gone. That's 33%
Hold on,
gone. So we got
hold on,
67
hold
left.
on. Hold on. What did you say, KT?
33%. 33% of black men, like you can look it up, 33% of black men will receive a felony charge prior to the age of 18.
That is crazy talk.
So now we got
I mean, we know that
67%
systemic,
left.
like it's systemic thing. That's why I say this list is crazy.
When you bring that 33% up, that's what the Pearl thing was. Remember, we was on Pearl about that thing. We done debunked that, bro. We done ran that down. The stat was from 1945 to like 2010. We done ran the stat down. All them men right now done changed their life, living, all that probably done passed away. Croak Upper Room, Eddie Murphy and Martin, all of that. So
No, I
that
just
is
said
not a real
black men
statistic.
under 18.
Well, we know
before
how we
18.
live in this world. We don't have to have a number. We know that it's a weaponized against us. But that
No, and
numbers,
that's my
we don't know.
point. That's my point. So we shouldn't use like literally a barometer going off of things we know are skewed against.
Oh my
us.
God!
Get out of here,
Right.
Ron. Can you
KT,
make
I agree.
a poll to ask the ladies to vote on whether or not I should add bell pepper nose to the list?
Absolutely not. No.
Everybody gonna be like
Hold on, Willie. Willie, I'm gonna, hey fellas, don't worry. I'm gonna hold the line. We are not adding bell pepper nose. Absolutely not.
Hold the line, bro.
Ladies, let me know.
Everybody gonna be walking around like this. My name is Humpty.
I
My name is
support
Humpty.
adding bell pepper nose.
I don't know. The
support
ladies
it.
asked me to add it.
Put cornrows on there too. You forgot cornrows.
I said crazy hair.
Okay. You did, Queen. You did.
So yeah, so like I think it's weird that like now that we bring up things and then we got my brother KT. Now he want to put in and feed into the stereotype that we already disprove on this show that is just not a factual stat. It's weird.
I think what's even more powerful.
I still stand on wigs. I stand on
If we
wigs.
going off, no, my point is if we're going off that list, you first have to just look at what the stats are. You could say we could disprove this. You could say that. I'm saying instantly, just off our list basis, we would have to eliminate that 33%. We can say we could find different ways, but what is presented is this. So that's what I'm saying. Even if we're going off our list, you would have to follow misnomers.
But 9 times out of 10, some people is living in a certain way, though. You know what I'm saying? It could happen like Crash, like the movie Crash, and then he in the car and all this other stuff. And it happens. Sometimes it happens like that. But a lot of times things come from, you know what I mean? Where there's smoke, there's fire. A lot of times, you could say. You know what I mean? People is living in a certain way. Maybe sometimes there's exceptions of the rule where people get caught up. You know what I mean? Get blamed. Innocent people in jail. We get that.
Even if it is factual, right? She still have 67% chance to find a decent man.
Right.
Shit, when you threw in the Tays, nigga, you cut out about 48,000% of them.
No, you're not.
48,000%.
Y'all, it's not that. It's just not that many. First of all, there's not that many black men criminals. First of all, that's number one. Number two, it's just not that many gay people in the world as well. So this.
Another thing. To your
Where the
point,
hell did that
Sharon,
come from?
To your point. To your point with the debunking. And I'm with Uda. To your point, and this, I guess this is because I watched the Innocence Project on Netflix. Whenever Pearl Davis made that claim, which made it even more disgusting, she didn't compensate for the wrongfully convicted, and not only the wrongly convicted, the degree of difficulty is trying to get access to audit all of those convictions. Like a lot of those convictions that were overturned were only overturned because they had access to go back into those files. I can't tell you how many times a lot of these investigators are restricted from even touching such files to even get real numbers. So they didn't bring that into the conversation, which would have completely flawed that her use of that. You would have to eliminate that altogether until you can 100% confirm
Absolutely not.
that every conviction was audited carefully to make sure that the conviction was justified, or the charge actually
we do not care. Even if he was wrongfully charged and wrongfully convicted and he spent some time in prison, disqualify that man because he still had to go through the experience of prison.
So that 33% I brought up the outlet now.
Shit looking more than 33 now. We looking like we past 33.
And so what this is telling me is that we need to raise the collective standards of Black men, right? So criminality is no longer a rite of passage or a badge of honor, right? You getting disqualified because of it.
And that's totally fair. I don't get why men are objecting to that, right? I mean, it's sad that we got men on a panel fighting for the rights of felons to get into a relationship with their daughters. Like, I don't understand how, you can, like, put yourself in a position to be a leader of your family and then teach your daughter that, well, if he has a felony and he's been to prison, maybe you got to do a deep dive to figure out why.
Yeah,
that's crazy to me.
I would do that, especially for example, if it's like something like the Central Park 5 jogger case. I fundamentally believe all those men should get a fair try at a relationship with a woman and not be barred by a previous coercion that put them in jail for X amount of years. As kids, whenever they had no fight, and they had no attorney, they had not a fighting chance. Because you got to look at the people that are disenfranchised, specifically our people. We could be put in these situations as young as 7, 8, 10 years old and not even know that this is what we're going through. And all I'm saying is, you don't have to select them. But I was just trying to get PhD to just have a conversation and consider why they got there. That don't mean that you got to say yes to the dress. It just mean just allow the man to explain it. And you never know you agree? You never know what you're going to get.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, my brother. Let me ask you a question. So, do you agree that a person who's been to prison, a person with felonies on his record, can potentially be more dangerous than someone who hasn't been to prison and someone who doesn't have any felonies as a baseline?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question? My wife had called me when you was asking.
All right, so the question is, can we all agree that a person who's been to prison, a person with felonies on his record, can potentially be more dangerous than a person who hasn't been to prison and a person with no felonies on his record?
No.
Yeah, we could agree that the person with the felony and been to prison has a likelihood of being more dangerous.
Yeah.
Right.
But that don't mean that people
hold on,
that
my
don't,
brother,
they
that
could
wasn't
still be
that
as
wasn't
dangerous.
hold on, my brother. You're gonna get your opportunity to chime in, right? Here's the thing. So I'm happy we came to that agreement, right? Because my whole point in asking that question is that lowers the level of protection, right? So even if it's that Central Park 5 person that you were speaking of who was wrongfully convicted, right? That's just one guy. But let's say out of 10 guys, and she's vetting out all of these guys, and all of them got felonies, all of them been to prison. What percentage of those guys is gonna be the wrongfully convicted guy? Right?
56%.
So you're putting her, let me land it. So you're putting her in a position to be less protected just so that you feel like the guys who were wrongfully convicted get a fair opportunity. And that's what's dangerous.
Yes, it is. But look, this is the crazy thing. About a couple of months ago, listen to me. Craziest thing in the world. A couple of months ago, I actually met one of them dudes that was in the Central 5, son. One of them. He still got a little bit of money from the lawsuit and all that. I swear to God right now. I swear. But what comes with that, though, I was speaking to him just randomly. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking to him and shit. Trauma, though, bro. He got a lot of trauma, bro. And I wouldn't wish that upon him. And I would not wish that upon my daughter at all, son, because that man got a lot of trauma.
Then why can't it be?
That's why I was saying,
trauma?
even if he was wrongfully convicted, avoid that man once he done been through the experience of prison. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why can't it be a man?
It depends on how a person deal with life, probably, though, Darwin. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Why can't it be a man who had suffered from severe trauma? Because then now you can include people who hasn't been wrongly convicted and hasn't been in prison. Because we have to agree that prison and wrongful conviction doesn't compensate for all the trauma. You can just be in the wrong situation, in the wrong household, and you don't have to necessarily go to jail to admit her. But it's important that you get therapy before you date our daughter. So I think it's better to talk about. I would say add that to the list in place of maybe green eyes or some shit like that.
You better leave those green eyes alone. Yeah.
Green eyes mean you're a demon.
I know, and I'm proof of it because I'm a demon. Okay?
I thought you had blue eyes, Bob.
Oh, they change colors, blue and green.
He just eat vegetables, man.
And I'm a demon. I'm a demon.
We approve of blue eyes. Green eyes, absolutely not.
But if we are trying to be as protective as we possibly can, if we were just having a regular casual conversation, a woman came up here and she said she tried to give a man a chance that is a felon. He had big mothers, he had tattoos on her face and all these other things, and he wound up doing something to her. Every man would say that you should have known better. Everyone.
Should have chose better. Yep.
And so that's when we gotta start really paying attention.
That's where I differ with my cousin. And the reason why that is because, and I base this off of the consultation. I had the luxury of having the experience to talk to people, and then I got a marriage. Mm-hmm. People think that the selection process is the end and be all. No. You can be in a relationship and people can unbecome of what they represented earlier. And it's not, we got to stop. We got to get away from this rhetoric that you should have saw. No, people start making decisions to start turning into people after years and years that you never would have been able to predict. Even themselves, they'll sit there and say, I never knew I would make this. You just can't. What you got to do is just handle it whenever you cross that bridge.
So now the question is, what is the
thing about you chose wrong is a myth.
But the thing is about the probability part. That's
so,
the point.
Yeah, we can compensate for that. But I would, and that's why I would say, like, let's just say, for example, Playboy William, or whatever. Shout out to you, brother. I remember being on contact with. Let's just say.
Oh, you remember me when you tried to shit on me?
And I apologize. Man, I was wrong. I'm a new person now. I apologize for the past. And if you accept it, that's
you
good.
Thought I didn't have a woman, and I did. And
he apologized, and I
I'm getting married Monday.
Oh, so, congratulations!
Congratulations, brother. So let's just say William.
Hold on, what you said, William?
I'm getting married Monday.
Ooh.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, we rocking, man. We doing great. And no matter what, during Darwin, I respect you in there. I know we was on all those little chaotic things, but no, I do respect a lot of the things you have to offer. And to salute to everybody though. And I missed all of y'all. PhD Bomb Cherry.
No. Welcome back, man.
Was you in jail?
No, ma'am. No.
Oh, okay, just make it show.
No.
Where you was at, William?
I'm about to be 50 in like a month and a half.
Okay.
No, I've just been working. And y'all do know at baby girl, she'll be 14 next
Oh,
Sunday.
wow.
She'll be 14. Hey.
All right.
We working, y'all. We working.
That's good. That's good.
Yes. Hey, and salute to all of y'all. Y'all always supported us no matter what. So, hey.
Is this your first marriage?
Risky, all of that. Hey, But y'all know we talked about my baby girl. Y'all know that's my brother's child, but that's mine.
Right.
12 years in now. She'll be 14. So, hey. So,
Congratulations.
Hey, I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. But now I want to let's get back to this. And Darwin, I'm sorry. But I did have to let you know, yeah, nigga, you did play with me a little bit.
Trust me, I agree.
A year ago, though, but still, I ain't forgot shit. I'm old, but I ain't that old.
I agree. I crossed the line. I apologize, brother.
Y'all go ahead, man. Let's rock
So
out.
what
Man.
prompted your change, Darwin? You said you're a different person now. So what prompted you to change?
I mean, just like Brother Brownsville said. I mean, you know, I come into humility whenever I started to talk to people directly, and it just humbled me, and it made me consider people's feelings even more in the seriousness of these situations that we speak on. I'm like, these are people's lives. People are actually in these relationships, and they're actually going through a lot of trouble, and it's traumatic. So it's important that I curate my content to compensate for the truth as much as I can and not lean on talking points, so to speak. How much time do I have in a day? Can I do more research? Can I actually study? Can I read? You know what I'm saying? And I just started doing that. And that's why my content, my approach to it has changed. And I created a lot of enemies when I did that, especially in the red pill space. A lot of guys don't like me for doing that. They wanted me to kind of stand on one side of the fence and not, consider the luxury of being able to have people call in. I mean, not call in, but book consultations and go to events and stuff and just learn this material the way as you're supposed to learn it, and be more credible, with my approach and speak from integrity, because I'm a married man. I got 2 kids. I got a wife, been married for almost 10 years. It's important that we speak from that. And if you're going to help people get to that.
Because it's way too much. Oh, go ahead, cuz.
And I agree with everything you just said there, right? The only thing I got a problem with is when we're trying to convince women that they need to settle, right? I just don't think that that's a good talking point, or that's a good piece of advice that we should give to women, because that can be demoralizing. It's also insensitive, right? Because we're not telling the men to settle, right?
Well, when did I say women should settle though? That's where I'm lost.
Well, see, that's the thing. I understand. And here, I got a question for you, my brother. And I'm not being facetious when I ask this question, right? You mentioned that you was a part of the red pill community. You were harsh towards women, and then you decided to say, you know what? This is not fruitful for my life. I'm married. I'm being unbalanced, and I need to, pick up a new ideology. Is it possible, with you changing your rhetoric and changing your ideology, that you could still potentially have remnants of the red pill inside you that come out every once in a while?
Well, let me get the story straight first. What I said was I had my foot on the woman's neck. I was exposing all of the issues and only making content on awareness. I expanded my content to compensate for the solution, because most of these creators in that particular space, they just talk about the problems. They never talk about, okay, where do we go from there? What's next? So what I started to do is tap into, okay, if a woman find herself in this situation, if a man find himself in this, we're not just going to beat them up for being in that situation. We're going to show them a way out. That's what I did. So this thing about the remnants of it, and we both got to have a consensual understanding or agreement on what we think. I think we did that earlier about what is the red pill to you. And I think everybody understood my opinion on, or my perspective on how I identify with it. I just think it's just understanding harsh truths and moving based on that new understanding. It's not necessarily meant to fix or repair families, but somewhere somebody threw that in there. That's not what the ideology was for. I don't think that anybody should be you bridging a gap between red pill and fix a family. I never know. I don't even know how effective that is. Because my understanding, most people in that space are just telling you not to even deal with women, period. Well, I think that would be considered black pill. I think once you get black pill, now you completely have disregard or no hope at all. Like you think all else is lost.
Darwin, let me ask you this though, because that's been a talking point not only for the manosphere, but for red pill. They have been running men away from women, and it's been for some years now. Y'all say this is what it is, but whatever the intention was when it started years ago has changed. They want these young men to run away from women because they stopping them from doing that. But the same men that will say, I want a woman that's feminine, fit, and friendly, they have their bellies hanging over their belts. You scaring these young bulls away from women. And then y'all want to act like, oh, no, we're not telling them not to do that. Oh, the red pill, that red pill shit is full of shit. And I say every pill for real. Y'all naming all this when it should be natural human behavior. A man should like a woman and a woman should like a man. What are y'all doing with this? Oh, now it's a pill. Ain't no fucking pill. When I grew up, it wasn't a pill. You like a woman, she likes you. That's what it is. We have destroyed the black family because of this shit. Like, oh, red pill. And the manosphere, y'all got it from white men. Then it was cool. Guess what? Ain't nothing wrong with us doing it for ourselves. We found a solution. Maybe we can communicate with our women. We abused it.
I think I understand what you're saying, but
no, I don't think you really understanding where I'm really coming from, because these younger generations now, they're listening. They've been listening to this rhetoric where everybody says, I've been on here for 5 years. They have been listening to, don't respect the black one. No, you got to crush them. You got to do this. No, it should be about proper communication between both black men and women.
I understand. I'm telling you, I really do understand. Where I don't agree, I haven't seen that content that crushed a black woman or something.
Wait a minute, hold up. You come on.
I haven't seen like.
Wait. Now you gonna really sit here?
Let me just respond.
You've been on, you haven't.
Let me just respond. I haven't seen anybody script anything and record that, and it survive on YouTube, given the nature of their guidelines.
It's been going on for 7 years, dog. What are you talking about?
But hold on, you can point. You can send me the link. But what I'm saying?
No, look.
Hold on, wait, let me just.
I might be a little older than you. No.
Let me just land with this, and you can have it, boss.
I see. That's the problem.
Hold on, wait.
Something.
Let me just respond. Let me respond without being interrupted. Let me just respond. You have it. That's one thing. The second thing is, I understand your disdain for red pill, but I think you're giving red pill too much credit. It was not that powerful to be responsible for destroying a black family. No. I think the black family destruction came long before.
I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. Because
you gotta let me land.
No, I'm gonna tell you why I feel. Hold up.
William.
So look, we can have this rebuttal, but no, before you go,
you gotta let me land with full context before you refute. You don't even know.
Hold up.
I'm saying is,
give me grace as an elder.
Hold on, wait, William. All I'm saying is,
no, because
I think you're giving that ideology too much
that's
credit.
What I've been seeing, what y'all been doing.
Okay, you got to let me finish what I'm saying. I think you're giving too much credit to a particular.
But you have a soliloquy that you've been practicing. See, I don't want you to practice.
Red pill made it worse. The problem was already there.
With me.
Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
And then you can have a Darwin.
All I'm saying is,
I don't want to hear everything I've seen you do.
All I'm saying is, I fundamentally. Excuse me, William. Can you let me finish? All I'm saying is, I fundamentally believe that there were other things that are way more powerful, way more prehistorical than the ideology of red pill that was created by somebody that allegedly called Rollo Tomassi. That wasn't even here. He wasn't even born when the destruction of the family started. I wouldn't give that much, but you're giving it a lot of power that it is not even had. I think there was.
Sharon, hold up.
I think that we're.
This is what it is. I'm not giving that shit because I know red pill is full of shit. So I'm not giving that credence. Now I want to know.
I finally believe that there was. I fundamentally believe when it comes to the black family, the black nuclear family, there was things that happened systemically long before any ideology had that much influence over the decisions of a people. Where I'm talking about right around integration. Like, you got to understand, there was no such. Hold on, wait. There was no.
Why are we going?
There was no such.
Because then you're gonna go back to slavery.
Around when we were segregated, and our marriage rate was at a record height.
Being black men,
there was no such. There was nothing. No ideology, no specific thing had a chance to pierce the nuclear family. Black people were so. You got to understand how strong we were when we were aligned in principle standard. And no ideology can come and destroy the black family.
What are you talking about?
We were segregated and we were moving a line. Nobody's white man said they had to drop bombs on us.
Up in a nuclear family.
You gotta let me finish. We were so strong. We were so strong as a people when we were segregated.
Darwin, I want you to leave your.
I just want to land, bro, so I can finish.
Sharon, can I ask you one thing?
I'm just trying to land. I'm just trying to land my point, dude. All I want to say is we were.
All right, hold on, Playboy. Let me. All right, I try to get y'all to work it out. Y'all not work. Let Darwin. Hold on. I know you got a lot to do. Hold on, Will.
Let us work it out. Hold up. I want to hear Darwin without his script. I want him to really talk about.
You think I have a script
right now? I don't want to hear his script.
I don't have a script.
That you've been reading from ChatGPT.
And I'm sorry, hold up. Is that Bomb Cherry? I'm sorry, Bomb Cherry.
That about to me? Don't blame me.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Please don't add to it. So no, that's just how he communicates. It might sound like he's scripted. He just very good at communicating. He's been a content creator. He's worked on his craft. He worked on communicating. It might sound like a script.
Ain't good at they shit. Stop doing that, Sharon. No,
let him. But regardless if it's a script, hold on. Even if it is a script,
act like we're in a barbershop is what I want for all of y'all on this family, all these black men. Now I don't want to hear the damn content creator shit. See, that's where you messed up at. Act like we're in a fucking barbershop.
Can I just tell PhD something?
Absolutely not.
PhD,
no. Hold on, Edith, man. Playboy, let Darwin just get the full thing out so this way you can respond to the full thing.
It's gonna be 10 minutes.
Yes.
No, it ain't gonna be 10 minutes. All I'm gonna say, I'm gonna leave it as this simple. I fundamentally believe you're giving a specific ideology too much power against a very, very powerful people as a group. You're trying to give them a reason for that destruction. I'm telling you, when we were segregated, this is before integrated. We had astronomical numbers of success when it comes to family unit and family nuclear family. There's no one ideology that could come in and destroy our families. We were ready for that shit as Black people, and and it's our own people that don't give ourselves enough credit of how strong we were when we were aligned economically, aligned religiously, and as far as principles. None of this ideology bullshit could stood a chance because we were aligned on principles and standards. It's just
making this shit up.
So when you say that is the reason why the Black family was destroyed, I just fundamentally disagree.
Hold up, I didn't say that's why. I'm saying the fact of what the hell we doing now, kowtowing and being full of shit instead of saying the truth. No, I never said that. Don't lie on me. I don't like people lying. You want to victimize us. And then it's, oh, this is what, no, tell the fucking, why won't people tell the truth? Like, let's just tell the truth. We're lacking in certain things because we don't want to make it work. Because every time when we have a solution, guess what you'll do? No, it doesn't work. Have you tried it? See, if you don't have the experience, why are you even speaking anyway? Application is what helps us. Oh, you can read all the books, you can Google ChatGPT, but have you applied this shit that you're talking about? That's our problem. See, I gave you grace because what you did to me last year, you don't get that no more. Because now we're going to either have a real conversation or guess what we're going to do? We just going to be full of shit. Let's tell the truth about what the fuck we need for our black race. For one, the men need to get in order so the women will follow, the kids will follow. Y'all keep on doing this. Oh, I'm a women therapist. Well, apparently it ain't working for you. So let's do something different. But let's have real conversations. What are y'all playing with?
A woman's therapist?
Hey, PhD.
No, Bomb. I'm not
right.
trying to. Now, guess what, Bomb? You got to realize I was raised by my grannies and all of that.
No, baby. I heard you say somebody was a woman's therapist. Is that what you said?
No,
it was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh,
it
okay.
was a joke.
But I am tired. If men are going to be men, you can't always blame the woman. Fix the correction. Now, if they acting a fool, then you move them to the side. You deal with the ones that are actually going to follow. But we have to do what we're supposed to do. That means God, us, the women, and the children. If we're not doing what we're supposed to do, guess what? It all falls apart. But I am so tired of them doing this bullshit like, oh, the women need to do this. Nigga, like, what are you doing?
PhD.
What are you doing to correct this? And then you just want to blame them. Well, I feel like the women, they supposed to. Nah, I don't. My grandfather, none of them ever said anything about a woman.
Yeah, he right.
What the hell they was supposed to do? And guess what my granny and them did? Hey, what your granddaddy say?
PhD. That's a good place to pause it. PhD.
Yes, sir.
I just had your list walk into my stove. That nigga had a tattoo, a green eyes. And his hair was like having been cold, going into 3 different ways. I just want to let you know in real time, there's no way that dude can date my daughter. Listen, your list is on point. Listen, he came in there and I asked him, I said, hey, bro, can I help you? He's like, man, I just got out of jail, man, for stealing. I was like, oh, man. I couldn't believe that your list, it was like a walking red flag when I seen this man. And I was like, man, PhD, even though she's talking about, she got a PhD in knowing these F niggas, cause I'm telling, or F friends, cause I was like, dang, I wish I could have sent you a picture. Let me tell you, like when I say it was everything, the whole list.
And we
You
Darwin
need to add
now,
one thing.
so
You need
ladies.
to add something to your list.
What's that?
If your eyes are too far apart and you can't wear binoculars,
you know what?
That was a good one, joke. I got you.
Darn, really? No.
That was a good one.
That was a hot one. Hey, y'all. Hey,
Oh, God.
one day, and Sharon, I'm going to keep plugging this. One day I do get married.
Let's go! We converting to one at a time. Let's go!
Celebrating already, haven't you, William?
Go ahead.
Try not to, and try.
I gotta say this, Sharon. Have you noticed?
There's a lot of black women.
Hey, but this is good. As soon as they get a woman, they come on over to our side. I'm telling you, as soon as the woman come into their life, I mean, it's like instant, like, man, yeah, these red pill niggas full of it.
But look, Sharon, I'm gonna tell you this one thing.
Hold on. Let me get Detroit in there real quick.
Y'all know my mom's sick, right? Like my mom's sick. She has brain cancer, so she won't be able to make it. but she is very proud and she loves her and all of that. But you know, my mom's been battling with brain cancer for a while now. So, yeah, this Monday, 22nd, yes, we getting married. So,
all right. Awesome.
Going into the new year.
It's gonna be hard to come up after that, but go ahead, Bomb, and then we got Detroit. Go ahead.
Oh no, Detroit could always go before me. Go ahead, Detroit.
Look how Detroit looking.
Hi, Bomb Cherry. Hey, girl, how you doing?
Detroit.
That's my homie. Hey everybody. Hey panel. I don't know. I ain't got too much to say now because Playboy hit exactly kind of what I was on. I can be scathing sometimes, so I don't want to be a scathing right now because I'm almost at the point of thinking that, you know, it's almost a grift. You know what I mean? Like I get it. People like do change but I don't know, taking advice from, I get it. If you're a gentleman, you were on one side of the spectrum of whatever this manosphere BS is or whatever, I get it. You know, you've changed, you've grown and everything like that. But maybe it's me, you know, and maybe it's just trying to be a defender of women because I got women throughout my family and stuff like that. No, man, I you know, something about all of that to me, there's further questions about, you know, the motive of somebody that's so willing to switch something that they invested so much time to build, like an online community. You know, there was something else there that made that switch happen. And that would be my further questions for that gentleman. I think Playboy kind of got around to it because there's some, you know, there's something ingenuine there to me, you know, not to be able to see somebody that's so eloquent as that brother is it Darwin? Somebody as eloquent as you that can't understand that you are asking women to lower their standards. If you want to spin it and call it some kind of other name, you know what I'm saying? It's still going to get back to the point of bringing down their standards, saying that their standards, you know, are like too high and unattainable. So don't even try and aspire to that. You know what I mean? And Playboy said it. I've probably said this every time I've come on Sharon's show. It is a white way of thinking. It is a white European male Anglo-Saxon colonizer kind of way of thinking. You know, instead of ascending to a better quality of yourself, you want somebody that you want to acquire to you want them to lower their standards to accept you. So no, PH, Diva, that list is gonna grow. I don't have nothing to add to it now because I'm gonna be cool. But there's for sure, it's like no, like if I had a daughter, any of those things on that list are worthy of me checking, let alone if it's multiple things out of the same vessel. So all this, you know, you don't know, it could be the love of your life and you ain't giving him a chance and everything because he got teardrops, tattoos under his eyes and stuff. No, that don't even sound like no real man talking to his daughter. It sounds like somebody that's trying to grift off of the issue that people are really dealing with or whatever, and now trying to like find a way where they can still be relevant in a space where people are actually trying to grow. I don't trust it, bro.
So what is your question?
I didn't have a question.
Okay.
I'm here to talk, bro. If you got a question for me, I got plenty of answers.
The answers, right? I ain't got questions.
The only thing I can say is something that I've repeated on since I've been on the panel is I've never said a lot of the things y'all keep saying I didn't say it.
You have to go and listen to yourself. Maybe you don't think you said that a woman should lower her standards, but even in an example where a woman
he's too fucking eloquent to fucking say that he don't understand what the hell people are saying here. He's too smart to say he can't understand what PhD's list was. He is.
I never said I couldn't understand.
You're showing him some grace that he don't really deserve to have the grace of, because that grace that you give him is the same grace we give anybody on PhD's list that will lead to potentially putting the girls in your life, the women in your life, in a bad situation. So
Sharon, I've probably been on here the longest. Have you ever heard me say that I don't understand what was on PhD list?
No, you did not say you didn't understand. No.
And
You
I'm
just didn't
trying my best
understand
not
why those things was on the list.
and I'm trying my best not to speak in
And that's the
parables
semantic
or
argument right there too,
figures
man.
of speech or anything like that. I'm just telling you straightforward what I'm saying, and everybody keeps saying I'm saying something else. So
Okay.
so with that logic, it doesn't even matter what I say. You're gonna detract from it and take whatever you want from it.
When it
You,
don't make
you
sense,
have the
yeah.
luxury of asking me to clarify, but
I wouldn't, because you've had all this time,
but
and
there's
it's
no
still come back to.
conversation. There's no
I
conversation if
mean,
you don't even want
right?
clarity.
I didn't come here for the conversation, brother. I told you that already. Like that's what the young dudes do with you on the manosphere, is they come to you think you're gonna give them some kind of advice or something like that. I didn't come in like that. I'm 45 years old. I've experienced a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm sure you have too. But those experiences have allowed me to understand when I see a young brother in my view who I know is smart, who I know can understand, things that are very simple. And the fact that you still would say that, like a young lady who's saying, I don't want this, or this, potentially you're going to tell them they're missing out on somebody that could be the right one, instead of like actually what you should be doing is telling them, that's the kind of things that I know I've seen and young men need to work on. I haven't heard that. So everything that you've said is opposing, even though you're trying to say that you're not. It's, and I'm not going to call you gaslighting, but keep it up. You know what I mean?
I don't know if you was here the whole time. I did tell PhD that there was some things that I did agree, and there's some things that I just fundamentally disagree. And I gave her elaboration on it. And I think maybe one of them she kind of understood. She still wanted to keep her list the way it is. I didn't say she was wrong for having a list. I just fundamentally believe that some of the things on there is going to be effective the way she think it would. And I communicated that.
Okay.
So this matter of I should is based on your subjectivity. It's based on the standards you live by. So you're trying to project on how I should answer it based on what you believe in. But we first have to try to understand what do we both believe in, because then we can see where we're dropping the ball at as far as alignment. And if we see where we drop the ball at, then you may be able to understand why I have a different answer than you.
Okay. And I'm saying, only a lame man is going to sit up and, dismiss what the young lady's saying. And you might not think of it as dismissal because you're telling us it's not. But there's a reason why PhD was like jumping on your head all this time anyway. It's because you've been dismissing things that she's been really dropping facts on you or whatever, but you're saying it should be a different way. You're presenting the fantasy.
Detroit,
right?
I want to ask you something though.
Hold on. Let the record reflect that I have not been jumping on anybody's head. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm about to say, Diva done had the greatest conversation with bro. She used to be cooking niggas. I ain't gonna. That's the most civil I ever heard her in a disagreement. I love you, Diva. Don't kill me.
Y'all got me fucked up, right? Because I let him go before me, which meant I'm supposed to go next.
I'm sorry, Bob. I was just trying to correct.
It's not just you. I'm just saying, listen. I was trying to be real gracious because he's handsome, but I was being anyway. I just had something to say, okay? When somebody gave the example, this how long ago this was, that the woman make 200K and the man make 80K, right? 80,000, 80K, yeah, 80,000 a year. And he don't understand that a woman who makes that amount of money, she's living a certain lifestyle. So if she steps out to have a baby and he can't even keep up that lifestyle, how does that work? Like, so instead of telling the woman, hey, you might need to get in these spaces where these men who make this type of money, or, the men need to start stepping up. Why would we tell her to reach back and help a man up? Especially if she's done the work to make 200K. You know what I'm saying? She's done the work. She went to the school. She did all that hard work. By the way, it's a lot of work. What PhD has done is a lot of fucking work. Okay? I quit in the midst of way before I even got close. Okay? Anyway, that's all I'm saying. It's hard work. So why, and I'm asking him, why should she reach back and reach a man?
So I never was able to answer that, and I appreciate you bringing that conversation, that question back up.
Thank you, my brother.
And also, PhD Diva, when we had the exchange, and I think I mentioned, I also appreciate that we was able to effectively have it, and I think Sharon pointed that out, that there was no attacks, there was no unhabitable attack. But unfortunately, I don't even know Detroit on the level of where he had to draw a parallel that is a lane asset. But
don't go on Detroit now.
No, well, I'm just saying it's unfortunate that it had to lead to that. I thought we was gonna have to continue with the same energy, but some people you just can't expect it from. Well, just to answer your question about whether a woman should reach back and grab a man that's making 80,000 when she's making. First of all, I never pushed that narrative. I never said she should. What I said was, if Mom Cherry, let's just say Mom Cherry makes 200,000, and Detroit makes 80,000, and they go out on a date, and they like each other, they check the box on everything, and she's thinking to herself, you know what? I want to get courted by this guy. I want to see if we can actually push this to the next level and be a long-term commitment. And she finds out he make 80,000. What I'm saying is she don't need to necessarily disqualify him from.
She should just sleep with him. She should sleep with him and let him go. That's it. Fuck that nigga. Well, I mean, actually have sex with him, enjoy him and shit, and then push him out the house when it's time to go to work, ladies.
That's well, I was trying to land with it. That's your prerogative. If that's the way you want to move, and that's the outcome you want, go for it. That's a desired outcome. There's no right or wrong thing about it. What I'm saying is you don't have to say, well, based on the code, I'm going to conform to this. No, I can't pursue you. All I'm saying is you never know what that can blossom into. Y'all can be one pot. Y'all already matched on all of the other values and things that people struggle with outside of finances. I think if y'all come to an understanding, y'all can actually make it work. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying we need to get rid of this narrative that it can't work. No, you guys can actually make it work. I'm a firm example of being in the marriage. You can actually make it. It's a day-to-day thing. It's not just based off of the initial selection. Marriage takes time. You have to continue to work on that throughout the years. And I think it is possible. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And really quick, the $80,000 thing, that's one example, but there was an example of somebody who's a former convict, right? And you had the same energy for that former convict that I feel like you had the same energy for that former convict that you had for the $80,000 man too.
Yeah, we said, I think it was the nature of somebody asked me about a felony or the crime. I said, I believe the nature of the offense and the charge matters. And then they had me elaborate on that. And I gave certain convictions that were a felony, misdemeanor. And I think they were okay with that. Like if somebody got in trouble for a reckless driving or a parking ticket or something like that, I think there's some redemption for that. That doesn't necessarily disqualify you, completely from having a conversation. We were just talking about having a conversation because the whole list was about making people invisible. It wasn't even about vetting them. It was about, I don't even see these guys because he got green eyes or whatever. It was just, he was completely invisible because his name was weird.
Jaquan Tavius, that's his name. And yes, he is invisible.
Yeah, damn.
Let's read a couple. Let me read a couple. We got a few. Go ahead.
Scott Beretta, 1156, $10. Ladies, keep your future bright and your men white. Black kings never, snow kings forever.
That was crazy.
Shadow the Titan Wasp, $2. Honestly, I wouldn't have Key my daughter date me. Right. See, this is what happens when they got that criminal background. They can't even make a coherent sentence. Kasim, hey Kasim, $10. Rapper Wiz Khalifa was sentenced on Thursday to 9 months in a Romanian prison, really following his arrest last year for possession of marijuana. Really?
Wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That's
crazy.
I wouldn't turn myself in. Oh, is he still over there? Where is he? Shadow the Titan Wasp, $5. He said, stop limiting to the stars, not don't reach for them. Don't limit to preconceived notions. Ladies,
appreciate
take
that.
a chance on these niggas if you at your own risk or at your own peril, as somebody said earlier.
Don't restrict yourself. That's all I'm saying. Don't restrict yourself. And if you meet a man and he hits all the cylinders, and you say, "Oh, his pocketbook is different," I think that's a bad thing that we're trying to undo in the dating market right now.
All right. We went 10 hours and 30. That's a really good conversation, man. Really good discussion. Bruiser, would you like to have
Use
any
my
final
super
thoughts?
chat for next time, Sharon.
What super chat?
I mean, Cash App. No, I send the Cash App, yo. But send it for next time. Use it for next time, yo. Because yes, bro, that's why I came up here, yo. The talk trash. I did send the Cash App, bro.
Look at
Use it for
Kills
next
trying to
time,
drop
though, yo.
somebody. Look at Kills trying to drop somebody.
Always, man, because he was pissing. Yo, dude was pissing me off. He was pissing me off, bro. Bro was pissing me off. And if he bring his butt up here, please drop him.
Hold on, but you it's $20. You can't keep asking me for discounts.
How much you short? 15. You only $65.
I'm in the hood. I'm in the hood and I ain't no good. I'm out. Peace, y'all.
God damn.
Don't you know no good?
Oh man, Bruiser, would you like to start with the final thoughts, my brother?
Yeah, man. All I can say is it's been a long time since I've been on a panel where we was able to communicate effectively like this. A lot of times it just get filibustered and out of control, and it almost happened with me and Williams, but we was able to work it out. So I appreciate being able to be invited to the conversation, and we're just proving that even if you got different perspectives, you can actually effectively communicate with each other as grown adults. And I think that's what we showcase here. Even if we leave with our same viewpoints or whatever, we prove that you can see Black and brown people up here communicate like adults on a level of intellect without having to crash out on each other and completely disrespect each other. So this is just gonna make me more inclined to coming over here to talk, because I actually like the panel. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody who's watching too.
Salute, bro.
Salute. Have a good one. Well, I'm not sending you away. It's not my job. I was just saying I had a good conversation. Y'all had a great conversation. So
That's your final thoughts, Bob?
Yeah, my final thoughts. I'm the jokester always and always forever. Okay, but I just need the young man to look into the history. Like we was together because we had no choice, and our granddaddies were doing a lot of cheating and shit. So that's all I got to say about that. And Detroit, don't tell my husband, okay? But you live that again? I'm gone. I had a great time.
My mom.
Look,
brown people at?
My Uda.
Speaking of the brown people, go ahead, Uda. What's your final thoughts?
Uda is the brown person. Okay.
Oh shit! I know. I will say this is a great conversation.
Look more like light bulb. I ain't gonna lie.
Shout out. There he go. You sipping? I might look like the ghost of Christmas past right now. I don't know. You sipped up over there, Willie. I might look like the ghost of Christmas past.
I don't know how I can be a
silk.
silk.
Like the white man if you think so.
Hey, silk better than light bulb. Hey,
fathers matter. That's what my look what say. Black fathers
you
matter.
Look like a roll of toilet paper, man. I'm just saying.
That's all right, brother. I don't take it nowhere. It's okay, brother. It's okay. We just here talking.
You kind of pale.
All right, brother. But look,
my bad though. But you are kind of
conversation. Even you included. You added your element to the conversation as well. Everybody did. You actually knew him in some way, so you added your element to the conversation as well. You added yours.
Get a light bulb and warm you up. Like, hey,
you most definitely added your
Williams.
I'm sorry, BAC.
Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a great build today. And us having both men and women on the conversation, and we talking around and about this conversation was really I like that. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Darwin, you know what I mean, for being here, standing the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Some people was against some of his ideology, some of his own thoughts. He was even checked with how he think he used to be or something like that by Williams and all of that. So I look forward to him coming back here and having some more conversation and us start opening the door to these conversations, and maybe even more women taking part and coming in and having something to say, you know, getting out the chat and get up here, you know what I'm saying? And most definitely support the channel, you know what I'm saying? Support Chevron, because, you know, this was a lot of hours he did today. So salute to that, man. Salute to all of y'all. Everybody in the chat, everybody included.
Salute. Go ahead, KT the GOAT.
Love y'all, black people. Be safe out here.
What? Okay. Go ahead, Detroit.
Final thought is men learn how to court and how to be courted. Have a good night.
I like that. We're gonna drop the Playboy. We're gonna just call you Williams.
Hey, you know what it is, but hug somebody that you love. Hey, if you can help someone, just one person out, hey, do that. But love on someone. Hug the people that you love, but if you see someone without, help them out. That's it.
Like it. Diva?
Ladies, get your Darwin approved Divas List Don't Miss merchandise. I'm finna milk it. Our Darwin certified. Come get it. I think it was a great conversation. It was very fun. Very long today. Sharon put in overtime. So yeah, just go out and it's the holiday. So yeah, enjoy your family, all that other good stuff. Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me.